We still on it. Huh? We still on the goddamn money frequency, probably the root of all evil. We still riding this one out, but this is the breaking news edition. All right, let's go.
or fake planning dates but not following through, it just shows that you're not super interested and you're just playing games. Well, this is my recent dating fail. Not going well.
I went on my second date of 2024 and it was a disaster. Like, are we shocked? Are we shocked that it was a disaster? I'm not. First things first, I go to this man's house, and yes, we had mutual, so I was comfortable going to his house because I knew people who knew him. The first thing I see is his smile, just yellow. And I'm not talking about like, oh, I smoke yellow. I'm talking about matte yellow, like plaque yellow. And I'm like, bro, like, did you not brush your teeth before I got here, or did you brush your teeth today? Is this like it's a normal hygiene thing? So like, I noticed it. I said, you know what? I'm not gonna judge until I smell the breath. Yeah, I smelled the breath. I'm not even gonna get into that. The second thing I noticed, he decides to wear the dirtiest white t-shirt he could probably find in his wardrobe. The armpit stains are all on there. It's like he did not even try to impress me. So like, I'm offended at this point because I'm like, oh, so you just don't care.
So we just go on a date and we see dude with yellow teeth, stinky breath, and bad hygiene, and we just continue to date. Is that what I'm hearing? Is Let me get my grammar together. Is that what I heard? Is that how I'm supposed to say it? Is is that what I'm hearing? Is my grammar correct right now? Because this is what we did. We just continued to date, huh? Okay. Okay, let's keep going.
About what I think about you, which
Wait a minute. Let's go back.
in his wardrobe. The armpit stains are all on there. It's like he did not even try
Didn't
to
even
impress
try
me.
to impress
So
me.
like, I'm offended at this point because I'm
Right.
like, oh, so you just don't care about what I think about you, which is wild. This is first impression. You don't care what I think about you? So then I walk in. So I'm like, all right, if he has a dingy shirt, just imagine the apartment. I walk in, it's a cute little small studio, whatever, I don't care. I look to the left, full of dishes. He lit a candle though. I look to the left and there's a sink full of dishes with food. But worst part about it is that he
So you in this man's house? How we in this man's house?
invited me over to cook dinner for me. The steak that he was throwing out was in the sink with the dirty dishes. Y'all, the way I almost passed out and I told him I was not hungry. I was like, no, He was like, you want me to cook? I'm like, no, I'm not hungry no more. I just left the gym. Like, I'm chilling. And the place was small, which is fine, but
This is what gets me. Do y'all?
guess what he didn't have?
Wow.
A couch.
I couldn't.
So what? I'm just gonna sit in this bed. So I had to sit in this bed with no back support. My back
So
was
you in
hurting.
this
So
man's
we're sitting here
house.
watching a movie, and he sees like I'm a little bit uncomfortable because I'm like leaned up
Wow. How
against
did
the
we get
wall,
to
and I'm not trying to lay down in nobody's bed.
house?
He's like, oh, is your back hurt? I'm like, yeah, like big ass titties. Like, of course my freaking back hurts. So he's like, oh, turn around. So I think he's gonna put.
And see, women, this is where we don't get mad at men. We don't get mad at them because you know why? Somebody fucked him in that house with them dirty ass dishes, dirty ass couch. Let me tell you something. There are women who have made dumbass mistakes, and I mean dumb mistakes, and they can admit it's their fault that some men behave the way they do because it's their fault. See, as a woman who hates the male species and hates people, period, I hate people, period. Okay. What I notice are people who hate people and hate humanity. When people are a certain way, we don't give a fuck. I noticed that with us. We don't give a fuck. We just let you be what you are. We do what we do and we keep it moving. We get what we get out of it and we keep it fucking moving. We don't give a shit. And the downside of our personalities is that people like that exist. People like that just be like, yeah, this is my life. This is what the fuck I got going on. But I'm still about to fucking titty fuck you on this fucked up ass fucking couch.
A pillow behind me, bro. He puts his hand on my back and he starts rubbing it. mind you, I have like a bodysuit on with like the back is kind of out, but I had like a denim shirt, so it goes under the denim shirt to get into like the bodysuit, but it's my bare back.
I'm telling you, I don't feel.
You know how like kids eat candy and they don't wash their hands and then they touch you and their hands be sticky? I was like, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. I knew as soon as the movie was over that I was gonna leave and I was never gonna come back. So I think this is like a sign from God. God was like, oh, you want attention? I'm gonna show you attention. I bet you're never gonna want attention ever again after that.
Dating as a fat woman, it is inevitable that you will feel fetishized at some point. It is truly sad, and I wish it wasn't a thing, but it's just reality. That being said, I do think that there is a difference between men that have a preference for fat women and men that fetishize fat women. This was something that I would really worry about, trying to figure out if a guy was, fetishizing me or not, until I kind of changed my perspective on the matter. I was someone who developed very early. If it wasn't me being bigger, it was always my chest, my back. It was literally always something. I would say most women don't want to be reduced to just a body part, their body type, or just the physical. For human beings, we have more to offer than just what you see. Dating anyone is always a risk, but you can tell a lot from a man's approach. If you're just meeting someone and they're already bringing up your body, they are telling you what they want. For some reason, we think it's okay if we get a compliment on our butt or our boobs because that seems normal, but we have to ask ourselves how much we are contributing to fat phobia by thinking it's normal for men to make comments like that, but it's not normal for them to make comments about us being big. Unsolicited sexual comments about any body part or any body type is just disrespectful, always, period. I promise you, not all men that prefer fat women are creeps, but you should always just be careful, just with anyone. I have dated men that only date bigger women, and I have dated men that just, if you're cute, you're cute. And with either type, I make it known you either respect me or you get none of me.
Hey bitch, this video is for all my girls who've ever been on a date with a man.
Oh, she's already.
Because let me tell y'all about the time I went to the movies and I was Ubering out that hoe before the previews even started. Y'all stick around to the end on this one because this is a story that keeps on giving, bitch. Okay, so I met this boy on Tinder and this was before I got banned. Anyways, he was cute or whatever. He was nice. He wanted to take me out on a date. Usually I don't do movie dates, but I was like, you know what? I'm bored. Free popcorn. I'll go. So we meet at the movies. Honestly, I don't even remember what we were seeing. I let him pick the movie because girl brain, I didn't want to think about anything. The conversation in the beginning is just like a little bit awkward. Something was just off. But I was like, you know what? Could just be nervous. Could just be shy. I was going to give the man a chance. So we get up to the ticket counter and he goes up to order the tickets. He was like, 2 for this movie. And then he just looks back at me. And I was like, what? And he was like, your ticket's $8.95. Great. Thanks for giving me a cute little price breakdown. Like, what do you want me to do with that information? This man literally stood there like this. I said, did you not ask me out on this date? And he was like, I did. Okay, so you could pay for my ticket. And he was like, oh, okay, you're right. I don't even know what to say to that. As soon as that happened, I was like, oh, this will be the first and last date for me. So we go in. I'm like trying to chit chat with him. The vibes are off. You know when the conversation just doesn't flow? It was not flowing. It wasn't even sprinkling over there. You know what I'm saying? Like nothing was happening. We were just standing there like 2 awkward hoes. So we order the candy, we order the popcorn. We're sitting down. We are early for this movie. These were the previews to the previews were starting. This man is chowing down on that popcorn. Like bite after bite after bite. I can't even get my little hand in there. Like this man hasn't eaten in 3 weeks. I was just sitting there watching him and I was getting the ick. Y'all know how I feel about secondhand embarrassment. Is this your first date? Let me see your ID because at this point you're acting so childish. Like I'm getting concerned.
Right.
Whatever. I was just like, it's fine. We'll get through the movie. Everything will be fine. Eat my cute little candy. Drink my little Diet Coke. So I'm eating my candy. I look over. Y'all, I am not kidding you when I say this. Look over. And this man has his hand down his pants. I was having an out-of-body experience because I was like, I know I'm not seeing what I'm seeing. This wasn't a little adjustment.
Can somebody teach these women what a date is? See, when I watch stuff like this make me go have a long talk with my daughter every time, I swear. It just make me go sit down and have a long fucking talk with her because it teach her what I can teach her. Because let me tell you something. I don't do. Okay, there are dates that it's the music. I am not about to get naked. Okay, that music is, yeah, we not doing that. Okay, feel like I'm supposed to be winding my hips and buttoning down my goddamn shirt right now. This is crazy. Okay, so women, me personally, I don't do taking you to the movies. Um, we have to get very acquainted with each other. I don't trust going into a space like that with a ring. Um, I am so over online people that fuck online. I like to meet people face to face that I actually like to meet. I am aligned with working with people for business reasons that I can't even tell you nothing about a date no more. It will only be like a business dinner, you know? Like, can we have a business dinner and discuss some plans and ideas of what's going to happen and what you're going to do? Something like that.
This was a full-on hand down the pants, and I'm just keep it there for an extended amount of time. So I'm looking, I'm using my peripheral vision, and I'm like, because I'm not making eye contact with you at this point, okay? There will be no more eye contact. I'm sweating. What do? And we're sitting so close, I can't like text my friends and be like, hey, help me. So there I was having an internal conversation with myself because I was like, bitch, you have got to get out of here. And the entire time I'm having this internal monologue in my head about what the hell I'm gonna do to get out of here, his hand is still down his pants. So I told him, I was like, I'll be right back. I have to go to the bathroom. So I get up and I am texting all my besties and I'm like, please help me. This man's hand is down his pants. It has not come up for air the entire time we've been here. So I called myself an Uber, and while I was waiting for the Uber, I might have revisited the little snack counter and got me a little popcorn, a little candy, a little drink to go. Because I was like, you're not about to ruin my movie night. So my Uber came, and I took my little popcorn. I went right home, and I put my sweatpants on. I had my own movie night. Because you know what? That man did not give me good vibes, but you know who does give me good vibes? Me, bitch. That's why I'm doing a giveaway with Balessa, because I was like, listen, my besties need something so that they don't have to rely on a man. Because clearly,
a lot of women have to check themselves energetically too, because some women be going through shit and I'll be like, what in the fuck is in your energy that you attracted that shit? You know, like, people don't like to hear that type of, you know, people don't like to hear people say stuff like that, but it's the reality. Like, your energy is attracting some shit. I just don't attract this. I just don't. You know, I just don't. Maybe because I'm such a leery, careful woman, and if I was in a situation, I knew what I was getting involved in, but I just don't attract this. Because you know what I'm saying? I'm just so leery. I told you, I just don't do online because I know what online people are. You know what I'm saying? Like, I know my current relationship was found online and all that stuff, and I do acknowledge that, but I don't do online. After that, I don't fuck with it. I don't.
Really, the men are not giving off the good vibes. It's us. It's literally always the girls. So every person who signs up with the link in my bio wins a free toy or a gift card, because I'll be damned if my besties are gonna have to depend on a man to give them good vibes for anything. Y'all know, but let's stay hooking it up.
Something that seems to be an almost universal experience among fat women who date men is at some point dating a man who is clearly trying to hide the fact that you're seeing each other. This has happened to me a couple times, and while those experiences were deeply dehumanizing and very painful, I have also come to understand that those men are also victims of a fatphobic society. It didn't occur to me until years later that dynamic is created from their own fear of experiencing fatphobic abuse. Because anti-fat bias is so pervasive and so severe that people can experience fatphobic abuse even by proximity, even just by being with the fat person. The fact that those men couldn't be authentic and couldn't have the relationships they truly wanted is actually really heartbreaking.
Let's talk about dating as a fat, because honestly, it's just not for the weak. So dating can be difficult for everyone, but I would say...
Hold on, wait. Can we go back to her? Why are colored hair women looking?
Damned if my besties are gonna have to depend on a man to give them good vibes for anything. Y'all know, but let's stay hooking it up.
Thing that seems to be an almost universal experience among fat women who date men is at some point dating a man who is clearly trying to hide the fact that you're seeing each other. This has happened to me a couple times, and while those experiences were
Ain't nobody ever want to hide that they with me. Ain't nobody ever. I think I experienced one person that they was smart because I was in a relationship. So they were smart. If somebody is, it's two ways. They probably in a relationship. That's it. Or they got somebody that they like that they don't. That's really the answer. Somebody's hiding that they're with you. You're not the only thing that they're with. That's just the answer.
were deeply dehumanizing and very painful. I have also come to understand that those men are also victims of a fatphobic society. It didn't occur to me until years later that that dynamic is created from their own fear of experiencing fatphobic abuse. Because anti-fat bias is so pervasive and so severe.
The most anti-fat culture of men I ever knew were white men. White men have always expressed how much they hate fat women. If anybody ever expressed how much they hate fat women, it has, I'm gonna repeat it again, has always been the white man. Black men have always expressed they like big booties, the Caribbeans like the big fat pussies. They always say what they like, big fat juicy booties flapping everywhere. White men don't want to, black men will say they don't want to date a fat bitch, but they date a fat ass white bitch every fucking time, girl. So that dude that you was talking to was in a relationship where he had somebody that he had his eye on, and he did not want them to know that y'all were together. It's that simple.
That people can experience fatphobic abuse even by proximity, even just by being with a fat person. The fact that those men couldn't be authentic and couldn't have the relationships they truly wanted is actually really heartbreaking.
Let's talk about dating as a fat, because honestly, it's just not for the weak. So dating, it can be difficult for everyone, but I would say dating as a plus-sized girly it's just a fucking crazy experience that I feel like is even harder to explain than it is to actually experience it. And to explain to skinny people that, like, you know, having a crush as a fat person, it feels like you're a monster, you feel guilty, you feel like embarrassed for the person that you have a crush on, is such a weird thing to explain, because I feel like not a lot of people get it. I also feel like it's hard to explain to people that there are quite literally people who will like you in private but never actually choose you just because of your size. And I just feel like a lot of the times that I try to explain this to people, like, who are skinny, they don't get it, and I understand it's kind of strange to talk about if you haven't experienced it. But I had a conversation that made me so happy and feel so validated as a fat girl with a skinny girl who actually just knew exactly what I was fucking saying. My first time literally meeting this girl, and I was talking to her about what I do for work, and I was saying, like, the type of videos that I make on here. And we were just kind of talking about, like, the experience of dating as a fat person, and she just got it. Like, I never felt so seen by a skinny person that I had just met in my whole life. It was a beautiful moment, to be honest. It was girlhood at its finest, and I was just explaining, like, the way that men treat fat women. I was talking about how I feel like men will joke about hooking up with you, dating you, whatever, but then get grossed out if you actually were into them. And it's just like a very weird circumstance, and I feel like you don't really understand it unless you've experienced it. And then we got into the conversation of, like, how there are men who want to, like, sleep with fat women, be with fat women, but they...
Why does the conversation have to be so focused on the fact that they're fat? Let me find this fucking comment that Simply the Best have posted. Okay, hold on. Thank you. This is what she said. I should have started this bitch. She's absolutely correct. You're just gonna, it's like me putting makeup on and be like, I'm a black woman, 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 and just keep saying that the whole time that I'm a black woman, I'm a black woman, I'm a black woman, I'm a black woman, I'm a black bitch. It's like y'all making yourself fatter and fatter. I'm not even thinking about the fact that you're fat. A lot of times I'm just looking at the day and I'm looking at how horrible these people are being towards you, or looking at the fact that are you lying or telling the truth. I'm not even thinking about the fact that you're fat. You keep bringing up the fact that you're fat. So if you're so damn fat and proud, why do you keep talking about being so goddamn fat?
Don't actually want to ever date them publicly because they're embarrassed that they're interested in fat women, like just basically being into you on the low. And she just got it. She said literally that she has experienced this in her lifetime, where she noticed that one of her like boyfriends or some guy that she was talking to, whatever, at the time, where she said this guy I think would have been happier with like maybe his like plus size best friend who he has or whatever. And she was like, it's weird to know because I have been in a situation where I'm like, I know you would be happier with her, but the only reason that you're choosing me is because you feel like you can like show me off and choose me publicly. And that is sick. So it was just really like interesting and validating to hear it from a skinny person who could basically confirm that that kind of narrative is not in my head. And there are men out there who genuinely will like a bigger girl. The only reason that they don't end up choosing the bigger girl is because she's fat. And I just think that's crazy, like nuts. I mean, I think it's no secret that men constantly make women feel like objects, but I also think the objectification of fat women by men is so dehumanizing. Like, to have somebody joke about the fact that somebody could ever find you attractive to your face is so fucking weird. It is so weird. I have had male acquaintances in the past who will be like, joking about us hooking up, dating, whatever, in such like a derogatory way, like Michelle's my little girlfriend or whatever. It's so dehumanizing. Like, it's actually pretty crazy to experience because it's just like you're talking to me like I'm not a real person, and the thought of being attracted to me is like a joke. That's gross. Honestly, sometimes when they joke like this, I can't tell if you actually want to fuck me but you're embarrassed about it, or if you just hate fat people. Or maybe a little bit of both. So, I don't know. Let me know.
That's a video basis. I'm just here just to add on like
I
what I
have
think about today's video. We are talking about
She's
fat plus size dating horror stories.
Hold on, we about to do. I'm gonna tell you something. I want to bring this. I want to bring this on the other side. I want to hear the men. Okay. Okay, hold on. I think I'm about to turn it up a little bit. Not the fat acceptance there with marathon. All right, let's go ahead and just do this one. I want to hold on, y'all.
Gee, I don't know, exalted Fauci. Why would fat people exercise if not to lose weight? Honestly, why are fat people even sleeping? They could just be exercising all night long. Why would a fat person drink anything except water? Why do fat people have jobs? Their job should be to lose weight. Why would a fat person eat anything except a vegetable? No butter, no oil, only leaves. This may come as a surprise to you, but like, fat people can exist without trying to constantly lose weight. There are endless reasons to exercise. Maybe they want to get stronger or faster or improve their bone health or their heart health or their mental health. Maybe they're competing. Maybe they have a race. Maybe they just like to fucking exercise. You guys get so hung up on the fat part that you forget the people. It's a person. And people do things for all types of reasons. Don't you dare gaslight me either. I was just asking a simple question. No, you weren't. Fat people have the same variety of interests and goals that thin people do, and they are allowed to pursue them without having to shrink themselves.
It's like they don't actually care about health and only care about looks, like we've been saying.
Dating fat women, and
maybe I do it so can punch people who ask me why I'm fat in the face. I mean, maybe.
To piss off fat phobes. Obviously. My exercise goal is to crush a watermelon with my thighs.
Uh-uh.
I exercise because it lowers your blood sugar, which is healthy. Just BC I'm fat doesn't mean I don't try to eat healthy and take care of my body.
My goodness.
Maybe work out so I can knock the F out of people who hassle me about my weight.
We're just trying to trigger the fit people. Maybe it's working.
Oh God, the airline petition saga continues.
Today, I want to talk about the misconceptions regarding my petition. I recently started a petition that demands the FAA to protect plus-size travelers and customers of size, which millions have heard about now around the world. My petition is about ensuring that every individual has access to safe and comfortable air travel. It's not just about plus-size individuals, but also about individuals with disabilities.
First of all, bitch, your fat ass is taking up 2 motherfucking seats. And I got a flight to catch, bitch. And I gotta miss my flight seat because your fat ass bitch is taking 2 fucking seats. I think the fuck not. I think all the way the fuck not.
Who may require additional space or accommodations to travel safely and comfortably. By having regulations in place that protect plus-size individuals, it would also benefit those with disabilities, ensuring that they have the space and accommodations they need to travel comfortably. Taller individuals also face many of the same challenges that plus-size travelers face when traveling by air.
Yes, especially with them getting so much smaller.
Or maybe you getting bigger. Nah, the seats are the same. I think you're getting bigger.
Right.
What about people with large penises?
Right.
Having a disability is medical. Being 600 pounds is a choice.
Thank you.
Can you please show me someone who has been 600 pounds without eating?
Legroom is often limited, and plane seats are designed for the average size individual. By having regulations in place that protect plus-size travelers, taller individuals will also benefit greatly. Lastly, there are individuals who physically take up more space regardless of their size, and they also deserve to have access to safe and comfortable air travel. By signing my petition, we are not only advocating for the rights of plus-size individuals, but for the rights of all individuals who face challenges when traveling by air. Let's stand together and demand that the FAA takes action to protect the rights of all air travelers. You can check out my petition by clicking the link in my bio or heading to change.org/plus-size travel. Thank you so much for watching and for your support. Make sure to hit that follow button for more plus-size travel tips and advocacy.
The percentage of fat people who actually have those conditions is so small.
Here's a bright idea. All fat people shouldn't get free seats, only the ones with those types of conditions.
Wow.
The ACAA already grants disabled people discrimination protections on airlines. Exactly, they're already protected. Shameful of her to lump obese and disabled together. Why should people get free seats based on bad choices in life? My question is, what is the standard of measurement on this? Being weighed before the flight? Showing your clothing tags? Your BMI? I'm just confused.
There are people who are truly disabled. They are wheelchair bound, okay? All right. There are people who are, yes, I have helped people with disabilities. I have pushed people to their flights, but I've also pushed some fat motherfuckers to their flights too. And I was only 130 pounds at the time in my life. I don't even know how I did it, but I did. They were not fucking disabled. They were just fat and they just didn't want to fucking walk. But there were people who were truly disabled. And one thing I can tell you about disabled people, they actually know how to help themselves. They don't like everybody to just help them like that. These motherfuckers are just fat. Girl, do we have to... Girl, where was the severe obesity in the 90s, my love? Something was... What you mean? We ain't got to go that far back. Where was it in the 90s, my love?
There's a difference between being fat and having a disability.
False assumptions in this comment aside, how can you say that humans were not meant to be my size when we do exist today and have always existed? What are you using to determine what body size is natural and which is not?
I cannot stand this motherfucking condescending ass whispering ass voice that they do, it makes me want to kick them in their fucking teeth. Oh my gosh.
It never fails that anytime I talk about my eating disorder or all the things I used to do to lose weight, at least one person will pop their head out of the ground just to say, you know, you can lose weight in a healthy way. It doesn't need to be so extreme. And I don't know how else to explain that for me and for many, many other people, that is simply untrue.
Whatever you need to tell yourself.
Because the second I start ignoring my body's cues, it's over. The instant my body tells me it is hungry and I choose either not to feed it or to underfeed it, which is what a calorie deficit is, it knows it's time for famine. It goes into scarcity mode. It thinks I don't have access to food, and as a result, my body turns on all the alarms to try to get me to eat as much as humanly possible so that I can survive this famine.
Said discipline? Man, what is this BS for real? What are the alarms exactly? Your body starts to melt or something.
And I want you to imagine what it's actually like to go through your day with your body screaming at you that it's starving, and you just have to pretend that that's not happening. It's consuming all of your thought space and all of your energy.
You know something? I got something to say to you fat bitches. And this is why y'all attract the shit y'all attract. Let me calm down. Let me calm down, okay? This world is not fucking real. Okay, listen. Do not sit here and over-exaggerate starvation. I need y'all to stop doing that shit. We about to go to these men dating. I'm about to get off these fat bitches. They irritate me. I could not stand. I need everybody to understand me very deeply. A bitch could not stand being a fat bitch, okay? I could not stand being no fat bitch. I need y'all all to understand and hear me out very closely. I could not stand motherfucking sitting here having to deal with that bullshit. All right? I did not like the fact that I had to go run and fucking eat. I needed more fucking discipline. Where's the discipline, bitch? Not about what's natural. It's about if your body is in the pain and if you're tired of all the time. Bitch, I hated my thighs.
Energy, but you just have to pretend it's not real.
What?
There is no way to casually pursue weight loss when you're in that state. The behaviors have to be extreme because it's an extreme situation. So when people talk about how weight loss is not an option for them or weight loss is harmful for them, just believe them. Just take them out.
I want y'all to hear this bitch again. I want y'all to hear what the fuck she said. They all say the same shit. It don't matter the color. It don't matter the nationality. They all say the same shit.
It never fails that anytime I talk about my eating disorder or all the things I used to do to lose weight, at least one person will pop their head out of the ground just to say, you know, you can lose weight in a healthy way. It doesn't need to be so extreme. And I don't know how else to explain that for me and for many, many other people, that is simply untrue.
Whatever you need to tell yourself.
Because the second I start ignoring my body's cues, it's over. The instant my body tells me it is hungry and I choose either not to feed it or to underfeed it, which is what a calorie deficit is, it knows it's time for famine. It goes into scarcity mode. It thinks I don't have access to food, and as a result, my body turns on all the alarms to try to get me to eat as much as humanly possible so that I can survive this famine.
Said discipline? Man, what is this BS for real? What are the alarms exactly? Your body starts to melt or something.
And I want you to imagine what it's actually like to go through your day with your body screaming at you that it's starving.
This shit makes you hate fat people, don't it? It makes you hate them. This is the shit that makes you look at a fat bitch and hate that fat bitch. And you'll be like, I don't know why I hate this fat, but I hate fat bitches. It's this type of shit to why.
And you just have to pretend that that's not happening.
Why
it's consuming all of your thought space and all of your energy, but you just have to pretend it's not real. There is no way to casually pursue weight loss when you're in that state. The behaviors have to be extreme because it's an extreme situation. So when people talk about how weight loss is not an option for them or weight loss is harmful for them, just believe them. Just take them at their word.
And, yo, you can lose weight from your mind wanting to lose weight. Do you know that? The mind is powerful. If you be like, I really want to lose weight, your body will start losing weight. And you'll start not being hungry no more, all type of shit. Yo, when I ate the ICI bowl when I was at work, right? And I ate it, and I ate it real good too. But I couldn't finish it. I tried. When I could not finish it, I did not force myself. If I eat something and my body can't finish it, I don't force it. Until my body eats something and is full and it wants some water or some kind of drink like that or green juice or something, my body cannot handle none of that shit. It ain't real. Girl, she is sending me, girl.
First world problem at its finest. How do we tell her? Can't control your desires and addiction, say Ark.
When I was at my worst, feeling hungry actually felt like a victory. Being miserable meant that I won some crazy argument with my body.
Oh, that was deep.
I think I know a solution.
Take this as a sign, bro. Do you think this is a wake-up call? Now who is here to blame? What they have to do? Extend the airplane?
Right. For your fat ass?
You deserve to travel, but I deserve a seat. I'm tall. They should build taller planes for me too.
Oh, right.
I hear any of you say that your New Year's resolution is to lose weight.
People in that comment section are offended. What, am I not allowed to better myself? What, are you against being healthy? Vowing to exercise more, eat healthier, and lose weight were the top 3 New Year's resolutions this year. And every year! There is a $1 billion industry invested in you wanting to lose weight. Nobody is stopping you. But also maybe some people just don't actually care. And I can already hear all of the weight loss coaches and former fat people and crybaby trainers being like, they're just stopping you from achieving your goal, and if you hire me, I can do this. The persecution complex on those people is so embarrassing. They're not stomping feet, tantrum mad about someone not.
They irritate me. And you know, I think, okay. Okay, do men really date fat women? Okay, hold on. Dating while fat horror stories. Okay, hold on. I want to go up. Men don't want no obese chick, but we're gonna go into the fat women complaining about dating. I'm getting irritated because it's a frequency thing, and y'all know I'm losing weight, and y'all know I'm eating healthier, and I'm doing what I need to do to make sure that I stay intact, that everything in my life, that, you know, everything is working out for me. Okay. So when I hear them try to make logic, when I try to hear them try to make logic, fat logic, I cannot listen to that. Okay, I can't listen to that, man. As somebody who struggled with myself, with that weight on my motherfucking body, struggle with myself, with taking care of myself like I should have been taking care of myself, because it just seemed like I didn't take care of myself the way I needed to when I started gaining all that weight. And so when I had the awakening, I said, oh no, bitch, we don't live like this. We don't live like this, baby. We got to, and that's what happened.
All right, so this woman here, she is in her car.
All right, fair use. We can't even
Yet again, we see a lot of these, don't we? And she's kind of letting everybody know that the men she's matching with on the dating apps are not quite living up to their expectations.
Right.
And if I had to guess, this is a woman here who kind of wants to fit in with the crowd of women expressing their frustration with the men they encounter on dating apps. But let's see what she has to say, shall we? Let's roll this.
I've said it once, I've said it twice, I've said it 3 times, I've said it 100 times. These dating apps are not for the weak. I just got back onto them Monday. It's Friday. I've been called crispy. Oh. I've been asked to join a couple in their marriage, and I'm not shaming. You're into what you're into. It's just not my thing, okay? I had a man physically ask me if I've enjoyed my trauma. Huh? And it's like everybody says, oh, there's plenty of fish in the sea. And it's like, there are plenty of fish in the sea, but there are a very small amount of fish.
I just want to see his reaction.
A very minuscule amount of fish.
Myself down.
That are for me. All I found so far are clownfish.
Oh, the nerve. No, girl.
Okay, so there's that. So obviously it's ironic, right, having her talk about the bad options that she has on dating apps when she herself would be considered to not be a favorable option for most men on dating apps. So there's that. And then I would say she actually has better options for a woman her size than a man would have at her size in terms of actually being able to get a match and going on dates. So she has a lot better than the men do.
Another thing too, y'all.
The men do.
My face was getting fat. When I looked in that mirror, I saw that my face was getting fat. Hell fucking no. We can't have that. That's what sealed the deal for me. I said, fuck that. No, I want my slender face to fuck that.
Who are actually her size. So if she were to be a guy looking like that, she thinks it's bad now. Good luck on the other side. But growing up on like Western entertainment, what I noticed is it's super common to see in movies men encouraging women to be heavy eaters. Like we often hear men saying something like, finally, a woman who doesn't just order a salad, or like, I like a woman who can eat, etc. We've seen this type of shit in movies consistently. And then, of course, this type of man, this type of guy, will be encouraged by the "that's a real man" crowd for encouraging the women he sees to eat a lot. Like, that type of mindset will be applauded for sure. That type of approach to seeing women will be applauded. Me personally, I like a woman who can eat. Me personally, I don't like when women order salads. That should not be encouraged, honestly. A woman who orders a salad, or like is aware to keep her calorie intake at a reasonable amount day in and day out consistently, is a good thing. It's that's not a bad thing. And yet somehow they've been able to just...
What the fat ass doesn't understand, and I'm saying it, the fat bitch does not understand, is this. And I like this. I'm gonna keep this. The fat bitch don't understand that counting calories, watching your weight, being mindful of how you eat, doing yoga, Pilates, all of these different things that help the body stays intact. It's all symbolic of discipline. Okay, it's all symbolic of having self-control, because she's creating her body in a way that even if she feels that she's hungry, or if I feel like I want to eat, I'm not going to want to binge. And so therefore, if I feel like I'm hungry and I may want to binge, something has to change in my diet. Because it happened to me. I've binged. I've stopped smoking and then I binged. See what I'm saying? I would stop eating certain something and then I'll binge eat. So that means that something had to change. I had to make changes. And unfortunately, I got sick. And that was the wake-up call that I needed. And see, that's the thing. A lot of y'all get sick. But that don't be enough of a wake-up call for y'all. But being sick was enough of a wake-up call that I listened to that, because I could have came out of being sick and been like, take me to McDonald's, bitch. Take me to this and that. And I did not fucking do that. So a woman who's on a date counting her calories is a woman who has self-control and boundaries. That's what that is. That's why he likes that. That means she has, and that means that she has self-control in other spaces in her life. It's not just so much about the salad. It's deeper than the damn salad. So if your fat ass go on a date, eat a salad, and try to tell a guy, you ain't fooling no damn body.
Hammer home that women who order salads at dinner is not necessarily a good thing, and men should like women who can really eat. Like that's supposed to be some sort of
is not always healthy,
like attractive quality, when in reality, for me at least, an attractive quality is having the self-control to know that if you eat too many calories in one day, every day, you're going to get overweight. So when I see a woman being careful about the food she eats, I like that. I like that a lot, actually, and that's a good thing, and that should be applauded, right? It shows, for one, she doesn't approve of being overweight. She has self-control and probably won't get fat in a relationship, right? She's gonna maintain that physique throughout the whole relationship because she values it. That's a good thing, and we should not demonize that, you know.
Yes, absolutely.
And it's like this obsession that we see in the West of just be nice, don't hurt anybody's feelings, which, let's be real, usually is adopted by women and liberal males. It's something I wish to see gone, banished. And it's not even genuine either. Like the people who adopt it will only be nice and avoid hurting people's feelings if those people agree with them.
Everybody keep one thing.
Like how many times have we seen the body positivity people hurl insults regarding to someone's body when these people disagree with them? Like we hear they hurl insults at like short men or accuse them of having small D's, or also the people who are like unapologetically in support of homosexuality. They will be quick to call the straight man gay in an attempt to insult him. And so I just, it's bullshit. The things they say they believe in, do they really? Right? Or do they really only believe in those things if you're nice to them? If you don't hurt their feelings with your disagreements, and say, I don't know, maybe you are a little bit more traditionally masculine. Well, that's toxic masculinity to them, of course, so that doesn't really exist. Traditional masculinity, toxic masculinity, to them it's synonymous, right? It's same thing, like men and women, apparently, to them. But like I was saying, right, it's just not genuine. It's all bullshit. It's superficial politics. It's just virtue signaling to fit in with the crowd. It's nonsense, ultimately. But, you know, it's like if someone is, let's say, an alcoholic and they're drinking too much.
We're not doing this.
And it's affecting their health, their ability to do tasks, etc. That's an alcoholic. And pretty much everyone knows that should not.
Somebody being fat is equivalent to being an alcoholic. Someone being fat and eating a lot of food is equivalent to being a drug addict. They are in the same category of people. We're still dealing with addiction, and we're still dealing with an addiction problem. Okay?
Be encouraged, right? But you better believe, like, if there was an alcoholic acceptance movement that got strategically placed with emotional based arguments to weaponize empathy over about the course of 5 years inside of movies, from celebrities, major influencers, like social media, TV shows, the emotionally hijacked leftists, and even some people who maybe would consider themselves a little bit more right-leaning, they would eventually be hypnotized into thinking we should let alcoholics just do what they want because it makes them happy, and shaming them could lead to them doing self-harm, right? And it's America, and just let people be. Why do you care if they're drinking themselves into oblivion and it's detrimental to their life? If it makes them happy, why do you care?
We're not doing this.
So it's like all it takes is like a massive push of.
Sitting here, we're not sitting here being correct with people who fucking sit here and act like this, bro. Why are we being politically correct to these bitches?
Yes, it's like it definitely triggered my body image issues in ways that I wasn't necessarily anticipating.
She's triggered.
To be out in the world dating men who have opinions about bodies. Yeah.
And I love my body. I love every place that my body.
Point was just simple for you. Celibacy at that point was just simply a way to step back and grant myself some perspective.
Nowadays, with social media and these dating apps, just because they are fat and single doesn't mean they are without sex. And these women are sleeping with the same dudes, Chance and Tyrone.
It was how much entering the dating scene. You don't even need to do the age thing.
I felt something, y'all. I'm not going there because I feel like it's about to get ignorant.
Fat women, there are men that will give you the princess treatment, but if I'm being completely honest, I never go looking for them, and I don't think that you should either. The kinds of men that give princess treatment are the kinds of men that look at you as though you're like the epitome of exactly what they want. Yes, that has to do with looks, but it also has to do with
fat is an addiction.
Your personality,
The reaction people would have if they heard us say that.
Which is not a good thing, by the way. You shouldn't just want to be with somebody because they love you or care for you exactly the way that you are. Like, there's value in somebody thinking that you're hot or attractive or any whatever synonymous word that you want to use.
Right.
But ultimately, you want to be with somebody that's going to encourage you to grow, somebody
Right.
that's going to encourage you to make the right decisions,
Yes.
somebody that's going to help you in your life goals,
Absolutely.
right? A compliment to your life. I don't know why so many people nowadays think it's a flex or a good thing to be with somebody that literally is devoted to you, like, all the time. Even on this girl's page, like, maybe you're seeing a video of it right now, but she was like bragging about how her boyfriend was like outside the car with like an umbrella while it was storming, and she was like bragging about how great it is to have a boyfriend that's like doing that, which is really cringy, by the way. It's not cool to have a guy that's like standing outside your fucking car while it's raining when he can just go into the car to show you how devoted he is to you. That's really, really crazy. No, that's absolutely not something that you should be flexing.
The reason why skinny people, we were not able to talk, and I'm not necessarily skinny, even though I got called Flocka at work. I'm not necessarily skinny to the level that I think is skinny. The reason why, let me manifest. Let me say this. I am skinny, okay? Because I done went down to 165 and I'm about to hit 135. I'm not fucking playing with y'all. You understand? Because we are made to feel shame for being skinny. They tell us we need to eat. They tell us we starving ourselves. They tell us that, you know, all of this shit they try to tell us about being skinny as if skinny is a horrible thing. Being skinny is not a horrible thing. Being lighter, being slim, being whatever, being that size is not a horrible thing. Your health is not okay if you are a certain weight and a certain height. We have that chart for a reason. Your health is not okay when your face is bloated and we can see that you have health issues through your face. Your health is not okay when you can't walk up steps, 3 steps, without breathing heavy. No matter if you're skinny, if you can't walk up 3 steps and not without breathing and being heavy, then you're not healthy. We need to like be like really talk about this shit. If you're always getting sick out of nowhere, you're not healthy. Something's going on in your body that you need to pay attention to. You know, there's one thing if your body getting, you know, like you eat something and then you sniff and you blow it out, like maybe it's spicy or something, that happens. It's certain things with the health that people are not paying attention to. The thing is, when you're obese, we can see that you're obese, and we can see what you eat as an obese bitch. And so therefore, look.
I don't care what anybody says. That's not princess treatment. I don't even understand. You guys have like really individual. It's like the people that have these like unrealistic dating standards of like, I need. No, absolutely not. But like, how desperate is that individual?
He's right.
That's not a beautiful thing. It is absolutely.
Messages every single day, which by the way is really crazy. I need to like set an alarm and then send you a message and then go back to sleep. Okay, that doesn't seem sustainable in any way. That's kind of ridiculous. Like a lot of these stuff that people think is like a relationship material is not. Like
that's not a beautiful thing. It is absolutely a beautiful thing. But I really feel like if you're enjoying life, then people will look to you as someone that they can enjoy life with. I used to spend hours communicating with guys on like dating apps and here and there, and I realized how much energy I was putting into it and how much energy I was taking away from all these beautiful, wonderful things that I could be doing in my real life.
True, and this is something that a lot of people do when they're very young because they don't know how to properly navigate relationships. And I don't know if it's like a failing on parents or a lot of parents just kind of cede the responsibility of learning about relationships or sex in general to maybe the school system or the internet, dude. Like a lot of people I know were watching tutorials on how to have sex because they had no idea what to do or even know what a vagina was. Like I know for a long time when I was like 14, 15, or 16, there was a rumor going around that like women had 4 holes on their vagina and then everybody was questioning where they were and what they did. So I don't know, like I didn't know that women were like kangaroos. If you guys didn't know, you know, vaginas on kangaroos have like 3 holes, I think, or something like that, or like they have 4 vaginas. I don't know, but regardless. And she was like, oh, I can't be with a man that has those types of restrictions. And I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, what do you mean? Like, that's to me.
I would love to hear this guy. He sounds very logical, but I can't play him like that.
Remember when you're giving that energy, and trust me, I am not judging anyone because I have absolutely been there.
I'm judging them, dude. You should not want to be in a relationship with a guy that's giving himself 100% to you. That is not good. That guy has nothing going on. He probably is a loser, probably. You should want to be with somebody that is doing something, that is actively pursuing stuff.
Yo. I like this guy. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Yes, he's so right. He's right.
Because that is really attractive. To be with somebody that's like got their goals set in line, like maybe they got a career goal, maybe they got a gym goal, maybe they got a goal in a fucking video game. I don't fucking care. I don't need somebody to spend every single waking moment with me. That shit is terrible.
He's right. This is somebody who's actually dated. This is someone who actually touched grass and been in the world. I like people. Okay. Let me hear some more. Okay, let me hear somebody else.
Come into your life right now. Would you be ready for him?
No, probably not.
Would you be Mrs. Right for him? And listen, I can honestly say that I am still working to be that Mrs. Right. You can't control what other people can do, but you can control what you do.
Damn.
The world becomes a beautiful, beautiful place.
Right,
damn, she must be listening to some of my videos, dude. Externalizing rather than, my bad, internalizing rather than externalizing. Working on yourself first and foremost, and then hopefully
And when I got to the fourth one, like, it took time to get to him. So when I got to the fourth one, it was probably like 2 years between the third and the fourth one. And when I got to the fourth one, like, me and him was locked in, wasn't no switching up. That was my man.
Okay, so I'm guessing when she said she cracked off 4 of her friends, I'm guessing that she had these 4 dudes that were a part of her friend group initially that she maybe was attracted to, and then she took those guys out of her friend group so she can pursue them sexually in that particular genre.
Yeah, my man. And when I got to the fourth one, like, me and him was locked in, wasn't no switching up. That was my man. And when we got to the point where, like, oh, we finna get serious, I had to tell him the truth. Like, I only told him about the second and the third one because the first one had already passed. So I just felt like that knowledge was not supposed to be disclosed. So
What?
I told him about the second and the third one. And when we came to common ground, like,
So she told him about her hoe phase, and I guess that consisted of 4 guys, counting him, and I guess she's telling him, but she's not going to tell him about the first guy because that's personal information, which is kind of crazy to even say because listen to this, right? How are you not going to tell the dude that's your man, that the first guy was a part of your hoe phase, but you're okay with telling TikTok that that was your part of your hoe phase? Like, you get what I'm saying? She's like saying, like, oh, that's personal information. But apparently it's not personal enough information for me to know, or like everybody else watching this video right now. That's just kind of weird that you're okay with telling us, but not the fucking your man.
everything was good. Like, we had decided, like, everything was good.
Okay.
Boom. A bitch exposed my messages with another nigga.
While you were dating this dude? Dude, I don't know, man. This whole face kind of sound a little bit crazy.
I can't get into her. They getting on my fucking nerve. I thought, hold on, let me hear this one.
Sure, where I lean forward quite a bit, and it's not good, but I've kind of accepted it as like a normal part of my...
From always sucking in my stomach.
It's also probably because let's be honest here for a second, dude. It's not solely because of that. It's also because when you lean, when you're sitting down, I do it too from time to time. Like, I have the gamer posture where I lean forward quite a bit, and it's not good, but I've kind of accepted it as like a normal part of my life at this point. Like, if you ever see me walking outside, I walk
up in the face, and then she started talking about how she did fucking crack and pills and shit. I said, oh, wait a fuck. Huh? I get speechless sometimes. I was like, I was like,
I walk very awkwardly. My back is like kind of weird. So I'm like a weirdly shapen person, right? So I've accepted that I somewhat am a very weird walking kind of oriented person, but it's okay. When these people, though, when they talk about that horizontal, like, line across their stomach, that line is due from leaning forward, or in their case, because they have so much gut capacity, it's just because their gut is, like, folding on top of their other gut, because it can't optimally sit on top of the other gut. Like, there's not...
Do you know that also this kind of weight makes you, it's not healthy for your body, because your body is weighing on top of your body? Okay, like, did anybody know that? I learned that from watching my 600-pound life. I did not know that your body could be crushing you. And that's why when I had got them rolls on the side of my stomach and in the inside, I was like, oh no, this shit is formulating. And it's formulating right in this area the most. And I was like, we can't do this. We can't do this. And see, the thing about me, y'all gotta understand, I grew up around Rastas and vegans and vegetarians. I went to vegan spot, vegetarian Rastas. So I've been around that since my 20s. I don't have no excuse. I can't act like I don't know. I don't have knowledge of self. I done immunity drinks, okay? And drinks and supplements. I have a friend that's a Oriental doctor. I don't have no fucking excuse to be fat. I looked in the mirror and I said, Minty, you have no fucking excuse to be fat, bitch. You need to do something about this. I looked at myself in the mirror. When I was sick. I was down for like 3 weeks.
For me, for instance, I would never post if I was dating anybody. I would never post that person that I'm with because it's just not optimal. I've seen tons of stories. I've seen tons of people that have done that before. And I can give you some examples right now. Amberlynn Reed would be like a very, very good example. Because like over her years of being on the internet, what has happened? She's had multiple relationships, and what happens every single time? They end. Most relationships will end. That's just what it is. The only time relationships don't end is when you're with that person for the rest of your life. But most people shuffle from relationship to relationship to relationship to relationship, which is fine because that's just how relationships work. Like you have to investigate, you have to see what works, and eventually something hits a wall, and then you just guys don't work anymore. I think it has a lot to do with sex though, because I've seen a lot of bigger, okay, I haven't seen a lot of fat guy porn, but I've seen a bunch of it. And sometimes you don't even know if it's gay porn or not gay porn, because the woman, when you're a very, very obese woman, you don't know if that's actually a woman or not. You know what I'm talking about? It could just be a very overweight man. There's,
you know, he's right about that.
I'm really attracted to like emo guys, alternative guys, guys with tattoos.
What are you talking about, dude? You're attracted to emo guys? What is an emo guy, bro? Are there men that are emo that are in their 20s and 30s and 40s?
Yeah.
What is an alternative man? What is that?
Oh, he don't know.
Whatever, dude. I don't know. I'm not critiquing her taste. It just seems weird.
Punk, whatever you call
Punk is weird too, bro. Jesus Christ, bro. What is like your entire like bracket of men that you enjoy are dudes that were like really, really cool from like 2004 to 2011.
No, not true.
Like fine, whatever you want to do. I don't know. For me, it would be like, you know me, I'm a snow bunny, but I'm an inadvertent snow bunny. So I've only really fucked with black girls, but not on purpose. Like I threw out my rod, and when I reeled it back in, black ladies. So I guess I'm more interested in ethnically ambiguous women. Women that you don't even know of. Like you look at that girl and you go, this woman could be from like 15 different countries simultaneously, and you'll never know which one. So it's probably like that for me. And if I was to say like an actual like, because she's talking like punk, alternative, emo.
Like exotic.
I guess women that are put together like boss queens or whatever, women that can do stuff themselves. I don't know. I like women that are like really, really secure in themselves that can argue.
But I really couldn't see myself in a relationship with someone who meets that description. Not that I have many of them beating down my door. I'm just personally not that cool, and I don't see myself.
I like this girl. She's real humble.
Fitting into the lifestyle of someone that meets that aesthetic. As a fat woman, I need a man that is very secure and is ready to face the challenges of dating someone that's bigger.
I just like, I hate this idea. I've heard this type of like lingo before in
like,
conversations.
I've
heard this in the sense of like, oh,
and you know,
do you think you can handle me? Do you think you can handle the caliber of woman that I am?
Exactly.
And I always think, no.
Fat.
Why is it when I'm like, I want to date you and you hit me with, can you handle me?
Right.
What are you, a bull? What do you mean can I handle you? I have to break you in like you're a fucking horse? I hope that if I'm dating you, that you're not going to be like putting me in a position where I have to handle you. I hope that you're just a good enough person for you're not going to make my life harder than it already is, right? I don't understand why this is a talking point for so many people as if it's a good thing, that you're a lot to deal with. That's not good, by the way. It's not good. You shouldn't be going into relationships knowing that you're extra and you're gonna be putting this person through more stress. That's what when somebody says, can you handle this? That's what I'm thinking about. That's what I'm thinking about.
Like
the same thing here. I need a man that's secure in all the problems that we're gonna have to deal with while me being fat. Why are you fat? Why the fuck are you giving me these disclaimers before we even date, telling me, can you handle me being fat? There are gonna be problems with me being fat. Why are you fat? Why are you fat? Why are you fat? I don't want to deal with any of that. No, I don't. Why the fuck would I want more problems?
That doesn't mean that bitch you fat. I agree with him. You know I don't like yelling in the microphone, but I agree with him. Like, what's all this extra shit? I bring the pressure. What's all like? Why are people so extra? Why are people so fucking extra? He's right.
Problems that I already have. Okay, look, being in a relationship, I get it. Takes a lot of deliberate work. A lot of people sleep on how much work it actually takes to maintain a relationship. Okay, there's a lot of compromise, a lot of deliberate work. There's a lot of like, you do this, I do this, and we're gonna come together sometimes to do stuff together. I get it. There's a lot of work that goes into it, okay? Anybody that's in a successfully long relationship will tell you that. But And it takes a lot. It's a lot of problems, right? There is going to be problems, but the problem there is that those things are going to come up naturally. There are going to be issues that arise,
Right.
okay? But if you're telling me that there are going to be
Well,
problems,
who can't see that you fat though? Can somebody in the audience right now help me understand one little thing right now? Help me understand one little thing right now. What is the reason? Why do fat people identify with the fact that they are fat as if the person in front of them don't know that they fat? And what makes them think that we can't see that they're fat when we're on these dating sites? I have a way of knowing if somebody's fat. I've been around the block. I can tell a fat motherfucker. Okay? So what makes them think? What is there to handle about being with you while you fat? Is it how much you eat? Is it sex? Like what is it? I really do want to understand this shit.
problems baseline because of your weight, which is something that isn't even.
If anybody should be doing disclaimers, is us skinny bitches. Like we should be like, look, I'm skinny. I eat a certain way. I'm very picky about my food. I like to do my Pilates. Like I feel like we need to be the disclaimer.
Something that you have to have. It's malleable. You can literally. And it takes a lot. It's a lot of problems, right? There is going to be problems, but the problem there is that those things are going to come up naturally. There are going to be issues that arise, okay? But if you're telling me that there are going to be problems baseline because of your weight, which is something that isn't even something that you have to have, it's malleable. You can literally lose that weight, and we don't have to deal with these problems anymore. So you're literally putting these problems on me and yourself knowingly, on purpose too. And I'm just sitting here and I have to deal with that shit. No, nobody should have to deal with that shit. Nobody. And the fact that you're just like making this a part of your whole personality is insane. Lose some fucking weight and not have these problems anymore.
That is very secure and is ready to face the challenges of dating someone that's bigger. The kinds of men that are more concerned about people staring at them or what their boys think are not the kind of men that you want to date.
Probably like guys like me. I've dated women before that are like, oh, is this guy looking at me? Is this guy looking at my ass? Like, are we hot together? Do I look good today? What do you think about that guy looking at me? What do you think about this? Like, for me personally, I never really gave a fuck. I know a lot of women out there do find value in knowing that they are really, really attractive and that, like, you're with them and it's like a flex almost. I never really gave a fuck. I don't really personally care what other people think in the sense of, like, if they think my girlfriend or somebody you're dating is, like, very attractive. I don't care personally. Because, like, here's the thing. Here's how I look at it, right? If I'm dating you, and let's say you're a 10, and I'm realistically a 5, okay? It's great that you're a 10, physically speaking, but you're a fucking 2 in every other aspect, you know? And, like, I feel like people look at people outwardly, and they think, this person looks hot, amazing, beautiful.
Y'all got so mad at Kevin Samuels for talking like this. Y'all got so mad at that man for talking. We gonna play him too. Y'all got so mad at this man for talking like this. He wasn't saying nothing no different than any other man was saying. And here's the problem. Here is the fucking problem, right? The problem that I see with the fat woman is that she not trying to do any type of work on herself. It's like she is so damn, what's the word y'all say out here now? Haughty. She's so like huffy and she pokes her chest out like, I'm fat. Okay, bitch, we see that already, but what else you got going on for yourself? Okay, I see your makeup done. I see your nails done. What else is going on in there? And it's like, it's something deeper with them that we all can sense. And we're just like, right. But I understand why they do the number rating. These are still men. I don't blame them. Listen, I am starting to come to a point where I do not fucking blame them. Like, because some people need to be humbled. And don't forget, men, sports, that's that masculine energy, sports and watching sports and raking people from 1 to 10. Oh, I mean, I get it. I get it. Who the fuck can tell me if someone's a 6 or a 2 or an 8? You know what I'm saying? Like, we know ratings because it's like, how much pain are you in from 1 to 10? How much do you like this from 1 to 10? You know what I'm saying? That's what we know that, because I can't even stand that shit.
Spectacular, all this great stuff, and they could be, but you don't know what they're like under the surface. You don't know what they're like when they're arguing. You don't know what they're like when they just randomly bring up conversations and they argue with you or whatever the fuck. Like, just because they're a hottie on the outside doesn't mean they're a hottie on the inside. So it always like makes me a little bit like laugh a little bit when somebody says, oh man, your girl, because I've had this comments before, man, your girlfriend's so hot, your girlfriend's so attractive. I'm not even trying to brag about this, but I've heard these before. Your girlfriend's so attractive. I believe. And I'm just thinking like, dude, like, there's more to somebody than just looking physically attractive. To me personally, like, it's great that the person that I would be with is very attractive, but ultimately I don't give a fuck about that. Like, that's not even the top person that is most definitely taking care of themselves first and foremost. So many times I hear people say that shit. It almost kind of sounds like these people want to date dads. Like, they want to date their fathers, bro. Like, I don't know why so many people nowadays have this idea in their head that they have to be taken care of and they have to be catered to and they have to have like this realistically speaking, you want to date a dad. You want to date your mom. That's what it fucking is. And I'm sick of people not saying that shit. What's wrong with dating somebody that's got their shit together? What's wrong with dating somebody that can take care of themselves and you can take care of yourself? I don't know why that's like, is this like a crazy concept, dude? Is this like not something that people want anymore? What the fuck happened, bro? No, I want to date somebody that can take care of themselves. I don't want to date somebody that needs me to take care of them.
Someone who makes you feel safe and
that's some mother daddy.
Someone that you can travel with.
And then also the like feeling safe. I kind of understand that a little bit, but we live in a modern society and stuff like that. Like I've met women before that are like, oh, I need a man that like if I get robbed in the street, he's gonna like fight that guy and he's gonna defend me against this and this and this. And I'm always thinking like, what the fuck are you talking about, dude? Like, buy a gun, you know what I'm talking about? Get some fucking mace and shit like that. Like, I get it, like you want somebody to defend you, but we live in a society where police are a thing. There's like tons of places where we can, because like a lot of times if you get into a fight with people nowadays, dude, you're gonna die, and I'm not trying to die. So when I hear people say that shit, I'm always thinking like, what do you mean safe? Like, please let me know what you mean by safe.
That isn't going to.
All right, let's go. He got a part 71. These women are delusional, dating while fat, part 71. I think I'm going to go ahead and just go to part 71.
These are my laughing but very serious red flags for dating as a fat girl. Coming from a certified fat girl who's been a fat girl all her life. I'm 250 plus, so put some respect on my name.
Can you imagine bragging about being too?
Bro, see, that's the shit that I just do not like. I was 189 pounds. That means I was a pound away from being 190 pounds. And every time I looked on that scale, that bitch said 189. It never went to 190. It was 189. And the bitch was 100. It was, and I was appalled when I got on that scale, and that bitch said 100 and it went down, but it was like 178. But that's still not enough. I was appalled. I said I weighed that much. I got on a doctor scale. You know that doctor scale is on point. You know, with the metal and a little magnet thing in the middle, bitch. You know that shit is real. Even when they do the digital, they do that and they do the digital, bitch. They give you your actual weight. I said, bitch, what? And you gonna motherfucking pat your chest, bitch, and say 250? Bitch, are we a football fucking player? That fucking ball, yo, I'm telling y'all, this shit bothered my spirit. I don't like that shit.
250 pounds and then claiming that somehow that's a flex. Like, that's something to take pride in. Like, yeah, I'm 250 and I've been fat my entire life, so I know what I'm talking about on this. It's not exactly a flex at all. Right. For me, I like that I have multiple maple syrups behind me, right? I like that. And I also like that I didn't make my bed today. That's a flex for me. But for her, I guess it's 250 pounds of pure woman, I guess, dude. But it is like you just see a gay person, you're like, ah! No. No, you're not scared of fat. You're not offended by fat if you don't want to say a particular word. That's not how that works at all. Sometimes people have different words that they do. I don't like to say the F slur, right? The gay word that everybody uses, right? Like you are, you know, that's you don't want to use that word. Are you just scared of gay people? Or is that what it is? Like you just see a gay person, you're like, ah, crazy dude. Where? Like I hear a lot of people go like, oh, I don't want to be with a woman, or I don't want to be with somebody that has like all these restraints, because I want somebody that's going to be open to doing all this stuff. I want to be a leader. I want to be a follower. I want that person to follow me. It's a good thing if you have more used a word like fluffy instead of fat, but that's an indicator for not dating this guy because he's figuring stuff out. You're using it as a bad thing. Like you're saying because he's figuring himself out, that's a red flag, and that should mean that you don't date.
LBVS red flag for dating as a fat girl. Fluffy's number 1. If he approaches you when you look a mess. If he focuses all his compliments on your personality. Oh no. Wow. Oh my goodness. Are we offended by people complimenting our personalities? Is that what's going on out here? Okay. If you're his first fat girl, he's not normally attracted to fat women. If he doesn't like the air conditioning. I'm sorry, what? I'm sorry, what?
Him, but then you just said right after that it's okay. That doesn't make sense. You can't do that both ways.
To figure himself out, and that's cool. Number 2, if he approaches you when you look a mess, it really breaks my heart when I see women get approached by men and they look crazy. Like I look crazy all the time, but I mean, you outside, you know, you got sweatpants on, a t-shirt, maybe even a bunny, you know, some socks and slides, and you're like, oh, you know what I'm saying? I be pulling them on some chill stuff. No, baby. He thought that you would think that you wouldn't have no standards because of the way you were dressed.
Wait, this woman is like 3D chest in this, dude. Like, so do not approach a woman if she looks bad, because if you approach a woman when she looks bad, then you think that she's lower because you're seeing her in a lower stance. Therefore, you might think that you can get more from her, or like use her in a different type of way because she's lower than you in that particular sense. I just, why would you ever think about it like that? Most people default look ugly. Like it's not an anomaly to say that when you wake up you're gonna look like Sasquatch, but when maybe like an hour after that you probably look decent, you probably look better, you probably look okay. So if you're like leaving the house in your bonnet, which I wouldn't necessarily say is a bad thing. I know there are a lot of people out there that think it's a bad thing for women to wear bonnets out in public, which in my opinion I've never really thought that. I see where it comes from, because a lot of people think that it's like, what's the word? I guess ghetto or ratchet, or there's some kind of like what's the word, dude? Laziness to it, because you're not actually prioritizing doing up your hair, but instead you're just taking the easy route and putting a bonnet on, which is crazy because bonnets' entire purposes are to protect the hair. And then this girl could literally just be having like a really bad hair day, or she's just trying to protect the hair. Maybe she did something to her hair that night before and it's not done, and you need to wear that bonnet to ensure that that day before it doesn't get fucked up, right? I see too many people not acknowledging this, and a lot of black guys too. A lot of black guys will sit there and shit on black women because they wear bonnets, which is really, really crazy, because it's not an indicator for this woman to be lazy. It just means that she's taking care of her hair in that particular moment in time. But if you see a woman outside and she's not looking the best and you approach her, I don't think it's a bad thing. Like, that's okay. That's literally fine. That's not an indication of this guy being like a shark or like some kind of like snake in the grass and trying to like grab onto it at your weakest moment. That's a really crazy way of looking at it. I don't even know why this is even something that has to do with you being fat. I guess it's just a thing in general. Do women think this, dude? I've never heard this before in my life, bro. You're not always gonna leave the house and be a 10 every single time you leave the house. Most people, when they leave the house, are probably just doing default shit just to get ready for work, or they're going to like an establishment. Most of the time, they're gonna look default like 5s or 6 on averages, right? Like sometimes maybe you could look like higher than that, but most people are gonna look normal. So I don't really understand why this is even a bad thing. Like if a guy approaches you, like if you're looking normal all the time and a guy approaches you during that time period, so like that doesn't mean that he's a bad person.
If you go out looking fly and no man approach you, that means you're doing the right thing. They should feel intimidated.
That's a crazy ass way to look at this shit, bro. So you want to be so pretty that no one approaches you, but you're opposed when you're, oh, so you're thinking that when you're ugly.
Can I tell you something?
You're thinking that when you're like not at your peak, you're ugly, so therefore men are approaching you not be.
This is why you work a job. I want all my pretty girls to gather up right now. This is why when you work a job, right, and you just doing your job, and this fat bitch that got her hair, got her nails done, she look all clean, she got her perfume on, you just don't know why you feel this energy from this fat ass bitch, or if you get interviewed by this fat bitch, you don't get your job, right? And you just don't have a problem with this bitch, but she may have one with you. I got one that be giving me crazy ass looks at work. I was trying to be cool with her. I said hello to her. I don't understand what happened. This is their fucking logical mind, bro. This is what goes on in their brain. They're fucked up. I understand. The bitch said, don't call me fluffy. I get it. That makes sense, right? Okay, check that off. Don't call me fluffy. Got it. That's like don't call me olive oil, right? Okay, I got it, right. If he approaches you when you look a mess, so she don't know men. You know, there's some men that are so shallow they only approach beautiful women. But I also noticed something about men who are shallow like that. They're not the best looking men. I noticed that. Right. If you focus on all the compliments on your personality, so you don't want to be somebody to focus on what kind of personality you have, when that's actually the thing that you want people to focus on, is what kind of who you are as a person, hence the word personality. If you're his first fat girl and you're not attracted to fat women, that should have been number 2. He doesn't like your air conditioning. I guess that's a fat joke. I guess y'all air conditioning be real low because y'all be hot all the time or something. I guess.
Because they think that you're a cool person, or maybe they find attraction in you, but because you're weak or you're ugly, and they think they can like. What? How did you come to this logic stream? Like, how did you get there? How did you get there? How did this thought process come in your head? Like, you want to be so pretty that no one approaches you because it's like your ungodly levels of unapproachable. But when you're not, you don't like that either. So do you just never get a boyfriend? Because you're so pretty that no guy's ever going to approach you. You just said that. And then you get approached when you're ugly, and then you don't say yes because they're only approaching you because you're ugly. So you just never get boyfriends. I'm starting to think that this is not even a red flag. This is a red flag video for you. This is like you saying the quiet part out loud. You're just saying the craziest shit right now as if this is normal in any way.
Right.
Why would you ever say this stuff?
I'm trying
Is that like the number one thing that girls always say? Like, I don't want a guy to compliment me on my physical appearance because like, that's too easy.
Normally attracted to fat women.
This is like, okay. I mean, I kind of see where they're going with this one. Because like, if you're dating this girl for the first time and she's a fat, so I sometimes I hear like, oh, imagine being the dismay of finding out. Like, you should automatically always know that. Like, if you're a woman, I would say 99% of men, even gay men, are probably gonna want to have sex with you, right? Like, is that not something that people? I thought that was just something that women all knew.
Women, when I found out that people were being nice,
especially here in the West, right?
It's me because they wanted to.
So I'm not trying to be shady or side.
No, be shady, dude. That was I don't know if she's just ignorant, dude, but I feel like if you're just, there's no way you don't know that. There's no, like, what are you growing up like an Amish village or something like that, dude? No. Like, every woman should know that, dude. Any dude that approaches you, like, there are very few times where a guy's gonna talk to you or be around you or whatever, and he's not gonna want to have sex with you. Me, right? I don't care. I don't really give a fuck if you're a woman or whatever the fuck, whatever. But that's only because, like, I'm really secure. I don't really care about vagina anymore. And maybe, like, if that person's already in a relationship, but sometimes that doesn't even matter, because I know a lot of guys that literally don't care if a woman's in a relationship or a guy's in a relationship. Sometimes they'll just cheat. But I was 100%, I was like always working on the assumption, like, if you were here in America or like you were in the West, you should know that like most dudes, yeah, they want to have sex with you. You have a vagina. It's like hot commodity.
It's me because they wanted to.
So I'm not trying to be shady or side-eye to this woman who's just sharing what her experiences were, but I just wanted to add to this as a fat woman who grew up fat. Growing up fat, you're consistently told that it is physically impossible for people to be sexually attracted to you outside of like fetishes. To the point.
Yeah, but like, where are you learning that from, though? Like, who's teaching you that as a young lady? That's such a weird piece of information. It could just be like, I guess, pornography, right? Because like for a long time, man, I knew that when I watched it when I was younger, I just kind of assumed that women wanted to be like, I guess, beat a while. But most of the time, it's not really. Not to pee.
Bro, this dude is super smart. I don't want to take up his stuff. He's saying everything out loud that I think as well. That I don't want to go too deep with these bitches because I would think that you would know this stuff already. And see, when you're sitting here and you don't want yourself associated with fat bitches, there's a reason for that. When you sit here and you push for yourself to be the very opposite of fat, and you want to push yourself to be skinny, and you put the discipline in to keep yourself skinny, I need you to understand, like, it's this type shit that make you do that. Now, there was a situation with HBCU, and the director insulted the fat women. I'm trying to like
high school and college, and while the band is actually playing, they're dancing. Right over here, guys. College football announcer who body shamed dancers with cruel Ozempic joke breaks silent. But let's go and watch this clip, guys, because it's 14 seconds,
say the Ozempic,
and you guys are gonna hear what the band director actually said. Let's roll it.
Congratulate them. They're now the new face of Ozempic.
Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh, that's so
wow. So the crowd is stunned. The crowd is stunned.
He ain't shit for that. Did y'all hear that? He ain't shit for that. He said they gonna be the new face of Ozempic. I said, oh, he ain't shit for that. I wanted to hear what he said. That's what I wanted to hear.
Rivalry gets even deeper. FAMU announcer. Put up the picture for a mask.
Congratulate them. They're now the new face of Ozempic.
It's funny because he sound like Kevin Samuel.
Put up the picture for a mask. In related news, we have not heard from the brother since. No.
He look like he ain't shit.
I'm just let's keep the picture up. So first of all, this ASU's dance team, they are
okay, hold on, y'all.
What the band?
That was fucked up. I did not expect that. They actually have videos of the dance team, y'all. Hold on. Let's check them out. cannot. I spelled his name wrong. Okay. Let's get to Kevin Samuels versus Fat Girls. We weigh more than the man. Let's go.
I've never thought about dating somebody that makes $15 an hour. Like, but
Okay,
see,
well, let's get to this. You're 5'5".
yes.
Dress size.
Like a 9, 8, 9.
How much did you weigh last time you weighed yourself?
Oh, just left the gym. I'm a former gymnast, so I'm like 185, 190.
So at 5'5", 190 pounds, you weigh more than a man.
Very possible.
So that means you're below average from a fitness standpoint.
Well, muscle weighs more than fat, and I'm from.
I don't care how. Okay, man, we can do that, but 5'5", you're supposed to be closer to 130. I don't care how.
He right about
you
that.
could have Kryptonian muscle fibers. It shouldn't be 200 pounds as a female. And I'm making this to prove a point.
I've never thought about dating somebody that makes $15 an hour. Like, but see,
He said, okay. Dress size. I think I remember a 300-pound woman. I was on that show. Hold on, y'all. Hopefully it show her face and not the dude. Okay, hold on.
I'm just here for the jokes and luck.
So, just the title, modern art.
Already.
Really?
Really?
No, I don't think we are. And one thing that I hear, modern.
What's your disagreement? How are you? You want to back up off the camera a little bit? What's your disagreement?
So, just the title, modern art.
Already.
Really?
Really?
No, I don't think we are. And one thing that I hear
You don't?
talk about,
You don't think
No.
you don't think modern women are mediocre?
no. And
how old are you? We'll get to it, but I gotta ask the same questions I asked everybody. How old are you?
I'm 28.
28. Are you married?
No.
Any children?
Yes.
How many?
2 boys.
Same father?
Yeah.
All right. Okay. How tall are you?
I'm 5'5",
Dress size?
18.
How much did you weigh the last time you weighed yourself?
280, but I had a baby 4 months ago.
Okay.
Whoa.
Okay.
That's still 280 for somebody your size.
5'5" and a dress
That's a lot of
size
weight.
18. That is physically impossible.
Oh, well, I mean, you can't see my body, but I carry it well.
Stop the cap. Why you always lying? Lady, 5'5", 300 pounds. No one can carry 300 pounds well, man. Not unless you're a 7-foot man. Shaq. We done went overboard with this thick shit.
No, there's no way to carry 300 pounds at 5'5" well.
Talk to him.
I promise you that's
Okay, I'm not gonna get into it, man, because I'm just saying the dress size is impossible.
Move on, man.
Okay, I mean, you
But let's
can
go
say-
on into it. Look. Trust me, you want to keep on moving. Right here. This is where you want to keep on moving. You don't want to argue here.
Keep it moving.
Go ahead.
For your sake.
So what I was saying is that I hear you mention a lot about Black women specifically. I'm Hispanic. Okay. Now you talk about generations and generations and things like that, but you also have to look and take into consideration culture, of course, and my culture. So I'm first generation Hispanic. My parents are from
Your
their
disagreement is modern women aren't mediocre.
Exactly, because not all modern women are equal. We're not all the same.
Okay, so would you consider yourself to be average, above average, mediocre, below average?
No, right now,
Yes.
Right now, at where I'm at right now, I would say average, because I'm
Okay.
not where.
So I need you to understand something. You're
Average.
28.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know about that.
28 with 2 children, and one of us
Mm-hmm.
an infant, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're 5'5", almost 300 pounds.
Mm-hmm.
If that ain't below average, I don't know what is. And you call it average. Where in the world is a woman 5'5" and almost 300 pounds with 2 children and unmarried anything about average?
You're talking about physicality, though.
No, I'm
like,
yes, because yes, I am. That's right, because it matters to men.
yeah, and I'm sure it does. I can pull guys like nothing. I mean, that doesn't matter.
Oh my God. Stop it. You're almost 300 pounds. Talking about you can pull guys.
Thing. I can fix that.
You're going to pull a hamstring trying to walk. I don't understand why 300-pound women get on it. Look.
Acting like they sexy.
Man.
First of all, I'm not 300 pounds. I told you I was
280, so 10%.
The last time I
Ma'am, you weigh twice you weigh twice what you weigh twice. You can overtalk me. That'll never work. You weigh twice what a woman should weigh. And the point is, you ladies like yourself come in and give yourself a higher estimation. I don't know any man that's a productive, competitive, successful man that would say you're an average woman. You're below average.
Now let me make.
If that's what you believe, but that's
what
not
makes.
I want to tell you why I'm playing this. Okay, the fact that these women. Okay, I just hold on. Let me gather myself. It's the mere fact that these women, are they delusional? Are they not looking in the mirror? Are they really dealing with dudes that make them feel this way, that they get on camera and they're like, yeah, I'm 5'5" and I'm 300 pounds and I have 2 children and I have an infant. And think that what do they think is going to happen in this moment with somebody who is as thin as he is, talking about the shit that he talk about? You think that you're going to win this battle? You're proving everything that this man is saying is true. Now, I don't agree with everything with him. I don't care about marriage and people having children and getting married or not and shit like that. I don't give a fuck. I say just live your motherfucking life and manifest whatever the fuck you want. These women are not aligned. That's the point. Because it's more of this. I'm pushing the wrong button. Because it's more of this shit. I've watched all of this shit. This I know. I don't see most of these shows. And the thing is, if you say that you're fat and you know that you're fat, these are not even fat women with makeup on and their hair done coming on this live. You know this. Why do you still come here to Kevin Samuels? Are you so narcissistic or psychopathic that you put yourself on camera because maybe you think that somebody gonna want you?
I'm supposed to settle for a regular type dude.
How tall are you?
I am 5'3".
Dress size?
I am a medium.
Dress size? Number?
A 10.
How much did you weigh last time you weighed yourself?
157.
Fresh face out of the shower, just your natural face. On a scale from 1 to 10, what would you rank your
My
looks?
natural face.
Okay, fresh face out of the shower, your natural face. You can't use 7. What would you rank yourself? 1 to 10.
A 6.
Okay. A 6 is right above average. A 5 is average, right? You're 5'3", 100, a dress size 10, so that's above average weight. 5'3".
Why do you think this man did this? There's something underlying about Kevin Samuels, aka Kitten Hills, that y'all would not pay attention to. But Kevin Samuels clearly is a gay man, okay? And he's a Pisces. And so this is a man who has been around the block Okay. So I thought I had a bigger picture, but it don't matter. And because he's a man who has been around the block, what that means is he knows that out there in high value, as he called it, world, the wealth frequency, he knows the women don't look like this. He never expressed it this way, right? He never said things this way, but he knows that the women don't look like this. Do you remember that event I showed y'all a while back? I have to show y'all it again, where Lena Waithe had the event in New York City, right? And I showed you how everybody looked at this event. Most of the people, you could see they took care of their bodies. Even if the woman was thick, she took care of her body. And if a woman did not take care of her body very much, she stood out doing like a sore thumb in this space, right? So he knows what he's talking about as far as beauty and beauty standards. Even the way these women carry themselves can tell you, if this isn't a bitch was in a relationship right now, she would be fucking annoying.
You should be roughly dress size 4. 4'6", 125 pounds. Even if I believe you're 157, 160, you're almost 33 pounds, 33% over your ideal target weight. And you have, listen. If you're average to cute looking, if you're below average health from a weight standpoint, and you have 2 children, overall, does that make you below average, average, or above average? Factor all those things in together.
Average.
So why should you get anything upper? Then why should you get above average? What do you mean settle for? You should get what you are.
I see millionaires with average women all the time.
No.
They don't have big chest tattoos either.
No.
And 2 other kids. Man, I'm just saying, okay, I want to, I mean, let's be honest. Why should an average woman say she's settled?
I have tattoos, I've had piercings, whatever. I'm not going on a Kevin Samuels motherfucking show to tell me what I look like, because I know what I look like. And I'm building myself to look like what I truly want to look like. You understand? And even then, I was a slender woman. So it's like, when I would watch this, right, what would concern me is, what did these women think he was going to say when they got on camera with him? What?
Settling for an average man. Maybe
Ain't
that
nothing
makes
wrong with that. Wait.
No, you said so I should just settle. No, you said that. Listen. You said so I should just settle for an average guy, and I'm like, you're an average woman. Why should you not get?
I would be settling. I mean, he could. I mean,
Why would you be settling, and he wouldn't? So what would he be doing?
Y'all don't like to hear it. But this is the part that he talked about that I agree with. I'm not judging on that level. What I'm realizing is, if we're going to get into frequency and manifesting, there's a lot of women that they just don't have personalities. Yeah, I know what I'm talking about. They don't have a personality. This is why we have so much people copying. This is why we have so much people trying to be in competition and go do what somebody else does, and they don't last doing it. You know, I saw that the one TV writer girl that I follow, I saw that this lady was copying her. And I actually did the research, and I was like, bitch, you just started doing this TV show shit, because when I look at your page, you wasn't even doing none of this. You was just promoting the fact that you was a TV writer and that you worked on a TV show. So how did we get here? Okay. Also, we do have to look at this. We have to look at these bodies. We have to look at their hairstyles. We have to look at the skincare. These things do matter. And if you out here looking like this, it's time to make some changes. I'm just going to keep it a buck with you. You see how this lady look right now? I'm not saying that I look like this, But deep inside of me, it felt like that. It felt like I was looking at my body like that. I looked at my face and I said, oh no, my face. But see, I did come from being sick, so my face was puffed up. But I fixed all that. I fixed all that up good. So let's keep going.
Would he be upgrading?
He don't got no money. So if he don't have no money,
You ain't fine enough for no money.
I'm not fine enough for money.
No. You're
Average
6.
women,
You're 5.
they
You're 5. You said
billionaires.
you're 6, ma'am. You said you're 6. You don't get money. You get second shift at the plant. Did you go to college?
No, I didn't.
Okay, ma'am. So
I have my own business.
congratulations. Don't care. Ma'am, you got 2 children. And you said you are 6. I give you, okay, 5, 6. Your numbers together would be average. So why? So an average man would be upgrading to get you?
Look,
Kevin Samuels.
I didn't say all that.
I'm asking, ma'am, because
Kevin Samuels was humbling a lot of these mammies. See? He was humbling them. Let me tell you something. I've met bitches that look like this. And their attitudes and their ways are horrible towards people. And she hates any pretty woman, any woman with makeup, any woman. She's a very jealous fucking woman, right? I don't know this woman. I can't speak for her. But I've seen women who look like her. These women, you know, they needed that. It's not women like me. You know, I can look in the mirror at my life. I can look at myself. But see, when you're a beautiful woman, you get away with a little bit more. I'm going to be honest. You get away with a little bit more. You do. But these women, they were not hitting like that. Somebody got it.
Right. But that's not necessarily easy. It's harder.
What's going on, everyone, and welcome back to Stoic Context.
But I'm working as a nurse now, but I switched careers later because I wanted to make more money for my daughter.
And what did you do before you were a nurse?
I was a social worker.
All right. The jobs that remember the high value men avoid these women. So what's the problem? What's the question? You stepped away. You divorced your husband or separated because he just wasn't motivated enough for you and your child. So what's the
right? Yeah, and I feel like I think I'm a solid 7.
The reason why he was going after women with the children, and how, first of all, he was in the South, okay, and he was going after women with the children because what he was doing was he was making them face their own choices. Kevin Samuels, to me, has some Scorpio in him. I don't think he was just I know he's a Pisces, but I'm sure if we looked at his chart, he has some Scorpio in his chart. I think he was the year to Biggie, which is a Scorpio. But there's something about the way Kevin Samuels was telling these women, look at the choices that you have made with your life. And you're thinking that, what do you think you're going to get from these choices? Now, those of us that are the creative code, those who are quantum leapers and all this and that, we get it. We get what we understand. You know what I'm saying? We understand if we want to quantum leap this, that, and the third, we can do that and life can go on, blah, blah, blah. But with these women, he was giving them a very, very big wake-up call about themselves and their lives. Like, bitch, I'm a man that has been with men, right? And who have been in high places as well. He did not talk about it, but he has. Okay. And so therefore he's like, I know they don't fuck with women like y'all. They don't even look. There's a show, Steve Harvey episode where there's 2 men who were like filthy rich, supposedly 2 black guys. It was both of them skinny, kind of light skinned, whatever. And a lot of the 2 women were disgusting. They had that weave look. They had like the thick booties. They was feeling themselves a little too much. And so they was really trying to play this guy at the table, and it was so crazy because when I saw this show, I was like, man, if I was sitting down, I know I would have talked about business. I know I would have talked about money. As soon as I would have heard him say that, I know me, I would have been like railing in on the business talk and the money and how is that a profit? And I would have asked so many fucking questions, you know. But that's just me. And so they all, these two women, I think they were twins, did what they did. And dude was like, when he told them how much money how they had and what business they had, the women came on the show and they was all wiggling and they was all sitting next to the guys and trying to smile and shit. Like once they found out versus how they acted when they felt they didn't think they had any money. And they played them and they were like, dude was like, you know, I thought everything you did was unbecoming of a woman, and Steve Harvey threw his coffee down. Like, and it was funny. Like, and the way they got played, it's like they did not expect themselves to get played. Kevin Samuels was trying to get black women or women, black Hispanic Latin women mainly, to really understand y'all need to humble yourselves because y'all bitches don't look as good as you think you do. I'm gonna be honest with you. As I've been riding the wealth frequency and I've been losing weight and shit, I've been looking at myself and I've been like, ooh, I've been having to humble my damn self. Like, you know, like, okay, let me do some look maxing over here. You don't understand what I'm saying? To get to the what I need to get to. You know what I'm saying? Girl, that's what he doing.
Okay, so
maybe
there are
8.
no. Okay, how tall are you?
I'm pretty tall, like 5'6".
What dress size do you wear?
I wear size 11.
And how much did you weigh?
Last time I checked, it was like 145, 150.
That's bullshit.
That's bullshit.
I'm serious.
No.
No.
I'm serious.
Excuse me. Okay.
You're not gonna be no size 11 weighing no 125.
I understand male, female sizing down to the science. You cannot be a size. You said 5'6"?
Yeah, like
and
5'6".
dress size 11?
No.
Yes.
So it's either a 10 or a 12. So you're closer to a 12. There's no way you could be.
I fluctuate a lot because like during the
Okay.
summer.
All right. Okay. So what you're not gonna do is not gonna talk. So you're 5'6". When's the last time you weighed yourself?
Like about almost a year. So
yeah, exactly. Overweight women don't weigh themselves.
That's true.
You're not no.
But I'm not overweight.
Okay, look,
I really.
Lady.
Oh my goodness, he's right about that, y'all. I weigh myself every day. I weigh myself like every morning. And every 2 days. If I miss a day, it's like the second day. He's fucking right about that. When I had gained all that weight, even when I bought the scale, I did not get on that scale. And then the time I really start focus on losing the weight, and then I got sick, and then they had put me on the scale, and I was like, wait a minute, 178. You know what I'm saying? When I was 189, so it was the scale. I was like, oh, what the fuck? 178. I'm losing weight. And then when I saw that, that's after that I started being on that scale. He's right about that.
Look like I'm. See, here's the thing. Can you hear me speaking?
Yes, I can.
That means if you talking over me, you're doing it on purpose. What is it you want to know from me?
I really just wanted a real honest opinion. That's all I wanted to know. An honest opinion, because you can't go to a lot of men and
An honest opinion about
their
what?
opinion to make my situation. Am I being too harsh? Am I living?
I think you better go back to your husband, because if this is the way you talk to men, you lucky you had a man deal with you in the first place. Where's the child's father?
He's around.
Where's the child's father?
He's in their life. He
Where's the
lives in
father?
this. He lives in the same town as her, which is outside of Chicago.
Where's the child?
She lives with me.
So where's the child's father? In Chicago?
Yes.
What does he do for a living?
He's a loser.
What does he do for a living?
He drives Uber.
So you got pregnant and had a child by a loser.
Yeah,
and then
because
you
I had her
decided to
young.
separate from the guy who was brave enough to be the stepfather. What does he do?
He's a janitor. He
He's
works
a
very
jan-
hard.
he
He's
was- yeah, but
he's a good guy.
but you separated from the good guy.
Yeah, because
Right, and okay,
Kevin, I'm trying to tell you for real.
No, all right. So you're 31 years old. How old is your child?
She just turned 12 in July.
So you got pregnant at 18 or 19.
Yeah.
All right.
I got pregnant young.
So you honestly think you're the shit?
Oh.
No, I don't
You have
think
the
I'm
master's
the shit,
degree and a 12-year-old kid, a nurse who had a baby by a loser who drives Uber,
Right.
and you had the nerve to get rid of a hardworking man for what? You think there's going to be a better one out there for you?
No, Kevin, I
Okay,
I
then what?
think I don't know if
I'm
I
trying to
explained it
understand.
right.
Okay, I asked this question.
These women don't have no self-reflection. I don't have to go no further. Okay, we done here. These women don't have no self-reflection. Why does he keep doing that? I'm supposed to do this. No, go back around. I don't want to do it. Anyway. These women don't have no self-reflection. And that's what he was exposing. That's what he was putting on the front street. Y'all don't have no self-reflection. Y'all sitting here running your mouth like you get what I'm listen. I'm not trying to say he's all right and exact, and I'm not trying to Kevin Sam you right. That's not what I'm doing here. I'm speaking about something bigger. Okay? There's something bigger that is here. When you have women who are overweight, because we're bringing it back to that topic. When we have women who are overweight and they're walking around in this world and they're having what you call fat logic, and they're like, ba, 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 this, that, and the third. You understand what I'm saying? About why they fat and all this stuff and what it is to be fat, and actually think that it makes fucking sense. This is where we have a major problem. Okay? When you have people who are saying out of their mouth, oh, if we're going to be skinny or, or they're wanting to starve us and this and that, how is being skinny being starving yourself? So you're saying that because I'm slender, I'm starving myself?
I'm so sick.
Because I'm slender and I take care of my body, that's a problem? Do you understand what I'm getting at here? And so when you sit here and you made all these choices that you have, see, this is the thing that gets me upset. You made the choice to not put down the hamburger. You made the choice to order not 1 foot long from Sonic, but 2 chili cheese dogs with everything on it from Sonic. With a large onion ring. I'm talking to myself here. And then on top of that, you learn that you can get chili cheese goddamn onion rings, let alone chili cheese fucking fries large. This is what you ate. And this is what you continue to fucking eat. You even made your Starbucks fat, extra sugar, extra this, espresso, all this type of shit. All of this shit. And then let's not talk about the food that you eat at home. And you sat there and you looked at your body, you saw it get bigger and bigger and bigger. And you gonna get mad at a motherfucking bitch like me who was eating crazy like this that said, man, fuck this shit. I'm out, I'm losing my damn mind. Let me do this. Get sick. Let me really get my life together. Choices. You get mad at a bitch because she had children by the same goddamn dude and she did all that in her 20s and she ain't had no babies in her 30s or no in her motherfucking 40s. You get mad at that. You get mad at a woman who not only that, who actually took her ass back to school and still keep taking herself to school and still keep focused on herself and making herself happy. I can go on and on and on. This is what the fuck y'all get mad at. And y'all have a nerve to scream fat phobia? Y'all have a nerve to scream fat phobia? Y'all have a nerve to scream, you know, like what? Really? Y'all motherfuckers serious?
Of skinny people, and I mean that genuinely.
Thin people take everything.
I've said it once, I'll say it again. I hate skinny people.
You guys are just mad because you're literally the beauty standard. You have everything going your way, and I could still fuck your man.
Hello and welcome to Twitter Tells, and it's a thick one today, and I don't mean the healthy type of thick. I mean obese. Hey guys, before we start, we have an intense story time Saturday. 2 here in this person's hashtag. Super fat, infinity fat, death fat.
I love that lipstick.
Sounds like you have mental problems, man.
But this group also has names for people who do not fit into their fat classification. That's right, they refer to people like me as the thins, non-fats, and a new one that I have never heard, the thin mints. So because I am now part of the wonderful world of TikTok, and if you didn't know that on this app, it is infested with PC type individuals ready to make sure I was being a little goofy, very sarcastic. I mean, it's pretty difficult to take these people seriously. They have a fatness spectrum.
Okay, this is the fatness spectrum. A small fat is a size 18 and lower.
It was a huge, I don't know, something that happened in my brain when I posted it and I was like, holy shit, I'm not fat. I am no longer obese. It's so weird because normally when I'm just walking around doing my daily things, I still think of myself as that insecure fat chick. But then when I watch my videos or I see pictures of myself, because I was someone that would sprint away from pictures. Pictures were a big no. That would just spiral me into a very, very deep negative self-talk to myself when I saw me in pictures. So from someone who was like that, and then I see myself in pictures, or if I like rewatch my video when it's all edited and everything, and I'm like, holy shit, that's me. It's such a weird feeling. Even though I was trying to be, funny in that little TikTok, it was a huge power move. But a lot of the body positive warriors didn't like that descriptor, whether it was correct or not. A young woman named Athena said, you could have called yourself muscular. And I told her, well, there's a lot of things that everyone could have done, but I
video. Let's try the people. Let's go.
I am obese and I'm not offended by this video.
I am obese, we got the chins going on, and no, I am definitely not offended by the term non-fat. In fact, I'm like kind of offended that that's even like a thing.
I am an obese person. What? Do I not look? Hold on, let me show you. So, this is me, this is my measurements at the moment, and as you can see, this BMI right here, it's over 30, which means that I am technically obese. And as an obese person, I would like to tell you that the term non-fat does not offend me at all.
Hear them talk. Let's go. Let's go, y'all.
Hi, just a friendly reminder that diets do not work. Okay, thanks. Bye!
Hey, I hope everyone's having a good day so far. For today's video, we're gonna look at some of the
people.
And it's just gonna be a quick compilation because some of them.
Fellow fat people, what's something that you do that you're pretty sure really pisses off thin people?
Breathing. Sit down on public transportation. How dare
What makes them think
person
that
who's
we
not
even
earned
think about
the
that?
privilege of a seat
That's the
on the
crazy
subway
part. They think
dare to
we
plonk
care.
their giant ass down on the 2 train and stay there the entire ride when all the more deserving thin people around have put in the work
to deserve that seat, and you are just there taking up space and being lazy, and that is unacceptable, even though you have the giantest backpack known to man, and you got on first.
It is not that motherfucker.
So that one, yeah, that one.
Hey, fellow fat people, what?
Okay, let's see if I can list everything. Exist, dance with a pad on, and kick my leg up, eat food,
What kind of pad?
put oil on fish when I cook it so that it doesn't stick, use oil in the feta recipe, eat 3 eggs in my scramble instead of 2, eat 2 sandwiches that were smaller instead of 1 big one, eat 2 mini granola bars, saute my lettuce.
Why are you sauteing your lettuce?
Exist again, but my desire to not lose weight, my desire to not cater to fat-phobic people, the fact that I accept my body, the fact that I talk about my life, the fact that I have boundaries, the fact that I insist that I'm a person, my emotions, and like having them and expressing them. I mentioned dancing. I feel like there's way more, but pretty much every single thing I've done on this app, someone's been mad about it.
If you've ever looked through Marissa's page, she actually gets a lot of positive feedback on her fat activism and her videos in general. More positive than negative, surprisingly, but you can tell that what she focuses on is the negative. That's why she has this list on the top of her head. And everyone is prone to negativity bias, but pair that negativity bias with a victim mentality and then sprinkle some narcissism in the mix, and it's easy to convince yourself that the whole world is against you and it's all because of your size.
Fellow fat people, what?
Literally being hot, happy, sexy, and content living their worst nightmare.
I don't hate myself. That's it.
Fat people, what's something that you
I have no problem whatsoever wearing revealing clothing in public. I don't give a I had a fellow fluffy friend who would wear lingerie to the club and just in public all the time. And I was like, why do you do that? And she was like, why not? And so now when I want to get dressed up and get real cute, I'll wear lingerie outside. Pair it with some cute jeans or some shorts. I don't give a I am so comfortable with my body. I love my body. Can't stay out of the fucking mirror. And it pisses people off so much. Because they think I'm doing it for attention. And in reality, I just really like how I look.
Literally this right here. So in the summer, this is how I dress, all right? Now, obviously, this is sleepwear, okay, or like hanging out at housewear. But I always have a little bit of stomach showing. It's hot in Kentucky, and you would think I am committing a crime. You would think I'm taking a rock and beating it against small children because of this. It's just not. I don't want to be uncomfortable.
I don't know why some people get angry about seeing crop tops or shorts on other people, regardless of their size. But I know that they do because I also get mean looks or comments when I dress that way. So I don't think it's about being fat or thin. I think some people are just more modest than others. So wear the crop top or the lingerie top and just stop expecting everyone to like it.
Hey, fellow fat people, what's something that you do that you're pretty sure really pisses off thin people?
Have sex. Especially have sex with conventionally attractive people. Date people with thin ex-girlfriends. Wear a bikini. Be a sexual being.
Trying to get not fat. Nothing pisses off a gym rat more than seeing a fat person on a treadmill or an elliptical. And nothing pisses off a skinny person more than watching a fat person try and eat a salad.
I really disagree here. I know there are some people who feel the need to taunt heavier people in the gym, but the idea that thin people are collectively pissed when they see an overweight person on a treadmill or eating a salad is not rooted in reality. But I'm sure it's easier to believe this than to accept that you are the one holding yourself back most of the time.
Hey, fellow fat people, what's something that you do?
If I had to choose one, I'd say not trying to lose weight. I think thin people are flabbergasted when they meet fat people who are not trying to lose weight.
Like, what
I
makes
stopped
people
trying to be them. And I can already hear the misconceptions in that statement. But I didn't stop exercising and I didn't stop eating healthy or any of the other assumptions that we make when someone's thin. What I did stop doing is restricting my food so much that I would faint and my hair would fall out and my period stopped. I stopped earning my food by over-exercising. Does that mean that I gained weight? I went from about a size 8 to a size 14. But because of our attitudes around body size and weight gain, this is seen as a failure. That me recognizing my mental health was doing so poorly that it was manifesting physically isn't seen as a win. It's seen as a lack of discipline. And it seems to upset a lot of thin and straight-sized individuals when a person in a bigger body says, I actually accept myself this way. I might even like it. Accepting myself in all sizes has nothing to do with your thinness.
It really doesn't. And in 2022 America, I don't think anyone is flabbergasted when they meet an overweight person not trying to lose weight. We're always hearing how being overweight is the average and thin people are the outliers. But it's not convenient to acknowledge that you're the majority when you're also the ones trying to create this us versus them dichotomy. And to top it all off here, it's the fat acceptance and fat liberationists who are managing to make everyone else's weight loss a direct attack on them and the bodies that they exist in. So much so that people want trigger warnings if you're going to talk about weight loss or calories, or if you want to share before and after photos of yourself. Language discussing body size or weight loss is actually being banned on social media platforms, but they're going to pretend that it's thin people obsessing over their bodies. That's going to be it for today. Thank you for making it to the end with me if you're still here. I really appreciate all the positive feedback I got on my last video where we went on a walk together. I want to add more personal touches like that on here. The whole idea of people convincing other people to neglect their health, it puts me in a negative headspace. And that's why I started adding the positive endings to these videos. So the more I can balance out their BS, the better I feel. And I'm just trying to find new ways to do that. And I hope everyone has a nice workout today or a nice rest day. I'll see you in the next one. Take care until then.
I truly do not care if you want to intentionally lose weight. I've said it time and time again on my page. It's your responsibility, though, to do it in a safe and sustainable way and to recognize you're not better than people who don't want to do that.
What, you think you're better than me? Nobody's better than me!
Hey everybody, hope you're all doing really well. Our video today is going to have a little bit less editing than we're used to on here, but I wanted to get something out despite my schedule this weekend, so let's look at these TikToks.
See, this is a problem because I'm not offending skinny people. What's happening here is skinny people are offended by fat people. Skinny people are offended when fat people stand up for themselves against their bullying.
I feel happy for anyone who stands up for themselves. And if somebody was body shaming her in front of me, I wouldn't be okay with that. But I have a feeling that if someone body shamed me for being bony or having no butt, that she would probably just get satisfaction from it.
Skinny people are offended because fat people know their worth. Skinny people are offended because fat people are advocating for their own human rights and to be treated like a human being. Skinny people are offended because they're the ones being called out on their own oppressive behaviors.
Again, please know that mentally well people aren't feeling this way, and thin people aren't actually taking it to heart that you find it oppressive for them to just exist and share their bodies or their workouts on social media. This, once again, all just sounds bitter, and not all the activism I see from these creators is stupid, but this definitely is.
So no, me advocating for fat people and wanting to be treated like a human and not to be bullied and that's not offensive. The reason why skinny people are offended is because they're the ones doing the oppressive behavior. Skinny people are offended because they're being held accountable, because they're being called out. So advocating for fat people, that's love, buddy.
Okay. Well, if that makes me a villain, then so be it.
The only person suffering for all this is her. She sounds so much like a conflict theorist, and what do we see Marissa participating in the most? Conflict. both internal and external.
This ridiculous diet and number has had a chokehold for over a century. It was made famous by this biddy, Dr. Lulu Hunt Peters.
Starting off strong here with the sexism and the ageism.
The first best-selling diet book touted the 1,200 calorie a day diet. This came out in the early 20th century, about 1920s, and was wildly popular. Now there's kind of like two forces at play here. The biggest, and the one that has lasted the longest, is beauty standards, right? This is when you really started to see like slim, slender, corseted bodies, right? Very frail, very small, be popular. And how do you achieve that? By not eating. The other piece to this that added on its popularity was the time of its release. The 1920s was right after World War I. We're sliding into the Great Depression. And while rationing was not law, it was highly encouraged. So not only can you be slim and look good, you can be patriotic too.
Per the science that is Hayes, wouldn't the stress and trauma of living through World War I mean that everyone would become overweight regardless of how much they were rationing or consuming? Anyways, I would appreciate anyone's expertise for a second. I see so much of this content referencing and focusing on 1,200 calories a day. I've never done a special diet really, but I didn't think that 1,200 calories a day was an actual recommendation that anyone was given to maintain for long periods of time. I thought 1,200 calories a day was prescriptive sort of diet used to achieve weight loss and not an actual lifestyle people sustain. If anyone knows better, please let me know, because all I think when I see this is, what the hell do they think they're debunking? Like, whose bubble do they think they're bursting here? But maybe I'm the one missing something. Before the next TikTok, I want to look at a clip that we've seen before.
But just for your information, I don't think that I eat any more than the average thin person. In fact, I'd guess that I probably eat a more healthy, balanced diet than a lot of them. And I probably move my body just as much, but because I look the way I do, you won't believe that. There's probably not much I can do to convince you of that fact.
In that video, my commentary was basically that I did not appreciate the way fat acceptance likes to mystify nutrition and exercise, and I just think it's pretty dishonest to say the least. So this is a video from that same person. It's them in 2014 as compared to 2022. If you can't see the screen, they were much smaller in 2014. They could easily be described as thin, and now they're pretty far from thin. I'm not good at guessing weight, and I don't want to, but their caption basically says, in 2014, I didn't think I would ever recover, and now in 2022, I'm fully healed and broken up with diet culture. I want to talk about this because I mentioned before that the way recovery from food problems gets used in this community to justify size, it looks a lot like this. The shift in body size is attributed to developing a healthy relationship to food, so anyone who's questioning that can easily seem like an asshole. And I guess I'm risking that right now, but this person's own TikToks are presenting an inconsistency in their own interpretation of how this current body size was achieved. That's just my perspective, and I actually think this particular creator seems really different than a lot of the others. They don't body shame, and they value treating people with respect, unlike a lot of the other activists in this space. But I still feel pretty unsettled by a lot of their fat activism. The caption here says, everyone I know is fat phobic and it's annoying, which is kind of like saying everyone I know wants to be healthy and it's annoying. Imagine it's the 90s and she's like, all of my friends think secondhand smoke is dangerous. It's so annoying. It's not annoying, it's smart. And if your friends feel insecure that you're backing up when they light a cigarette, it's not your job to step into the smoke to spare their feelings. Same thing applies here.
I'm not going to argue with that because I'm not a scientist, and I think most people find it a lot easier to make excuses than they do to just do the thing that makes weight loss happen.
Can I get a, oh brother, this guy stinks? It is almost novel to come across like a pure weight loss video because so much of it has been rebranded as like fat loss and body recomposition that when I encounter like a pure weight loss, right, just cut your calories video, it's almost like, Throwback! Someone tagged me in this video though, and it gave me a goddamn headache. Checks off so many boxes. The first and most notable is dangerous advice masked as it's just what worked for me. That crowd goes hand in hand with the people who successfully lose some weight and decide to become a weight loss coach and go on to make an entire career without having a damn credential behind them to do so. Though I argue that these folks are more dangerous because they're like, I'm not giving advice, I'm just putting out there what worked for me, which is willfully ignorant when we know thinness and weight loss is idolized.
No, this is not even close to willful ignorance. Willful ignorance is actually a really powerful defense mechanism we all have. Marketers love using our willful ignorance to sell us ideas or products that maybe they couldn't without our personal motivation to remain uninformed about certain things. Think about the phrase, "What I don't know won't kill me, but what I do know might." When you feel psychologically motivated to remain in the dark about something, that is willful ignorance. The fat acceptance movement would probably collapse without it.
So when you say, I successfully did this thing, and there are people who are desperate to do that thing, they will do any advice that is made available to them. And in this particular case, this guy is fasting every other day. He does not eat every other day. Keeps talking about making a massive calorie deficit between that and exercising every single day, because it's as pure as calories in, calories out. You know, it's a perfect science, which is literally not sustainable. You cannot do that forever. You won't do that forever. See, the other worrying aspect to this is that we view something like that as dedication and willpower. Because weight loss is viewed as a net success, we don't care how that person achieves it, and then we idolize that person. We put them on a pedestal. Wow, you're so dedicated. You have so much more willpower than I could possibly have. And we never look at how they got there, if they can sustain it. We just admire them for doing it in the first place. Intermittent fasting, whether it's for hours or a whole day in this case, is not backed by registered dietitians. It's not. And to be honest with you, I don't care if your doctor told you it was a good method, because doctors do not get as much education on nutrition, metabolism, digestion, all of those things as a registered dietitian does. I truly do not care if you want to intentionally lose weight. I've said it time and time again on my page. It's your responsibility, though, to do it in a safe and sustainable way, and to recognize you're not better than people who don't want to do that.
Well, you think you're better than me? Nobody's better than me!
I think what she's most hung up on here is him saying, I think more people are eager to make excuses than do the work. And there's a lot of truth to that, and not everyone likes hearing the truth. She wouldn't need to sign off here with, and you're not better than people who don't want to lose weight, if she wasn't feeling insecure, because nobody said that. So how about it doesn't make you a better person to prioritize everything else in the world, from TikTok to taste pleasure, over your own health and fitness? And maybe everyone doesn't have to consider your personal insecurities before posting on their pages.
Maybe the species that communicate with each other through the filter of your comfort are less evolved than the ones that just communicate. Maybe your problems are your own to deal with, and maybe the public giving a shit about your feelings is a one-way ticket to extinction.
I want to end today on a piece of activism that I actually like from this community, because regardless of what your body goals are, I like the idea of helping each other feel more confident.
That's my purse. Don't be afraid to shout it. That's my purse! Try it again. That's my purse! I don't know you!
So that creator's video inspired another creator we've watched on here before, and I like this kind of body positive content because it's not misleading anyone about what's healthy. It's just meant to help people feel more confident, which is good in my book. That's gonna be the end of the video for today. Thank you so much for making it to the end. If you're still here with me, let me know what you thought down below, and subscribe to the page if you're new here. I asked a question on my Instagram the other day, and I wanted to ask it here because I'm really curious. I officially learned who Amberlynn Reid was the other day, and I kind of wanted to know what people found most compelling or interesting about her. So if you're someone who follows her content, could you share your opinion or perspective with me?
Like, I'm gonna try to listen to this bullshit.
You think we're all fat because we don't know.
We've never tried. You don't think we ever did a little Google search?
Hey, thank you for stopping by for another video. My name is Nadia. I hope you're having a good day so far and that
you want.
Of course she is. She is stitching a video from a creator on TikTok who has branded himself the grocery store guy. His name is Bobby Parrish, and his whole thing seems to be about teaching people sort of what not to eat.
This is the new peppermint mocha swirl here at Dunkin' Donuts. It has a record-breaking 186 grams of added sugar, but grams are kind of hard to visualize sometimes. So visualize this, my friends. It's the same amount of sugar as not that many munchkins, that many. 93 munchkins that are powdered sugar. Need another frame of reference? It has that much sugar. That is 46.5 teaspoons of white cane sugar in a freaking coffee. They're trying to make us hooked on their food, so we're fat, sick, and nearly. That way we keep buying their crappy food and we keep buying their prescription medication. My friends, this is insane. This is a prime example of profits over people.
That is the video in question today. I am not really a fan of his account as a whole, but there is not much to argue with in this video unless you're one of these dietitians whose whole job centers around telling people what they want to hear.
As you make choices around food and beverages this holiday season, I encourage you to not only choose what sounds good, what's going to bring you satisfaction, but what also is going to make you feel pleasant.
This sounds really kind, but the way she's about to be confusing as heck is not actually kind at all.
Bobby tries to make you believe that if you drink one of these things, you're going to be running back every single day to have one over and over because now you're hooked on it. But the great thing about intuitive eating is that we learn how to listen to our internal cues and listen to our body. And that means if you want one of these Dunkin' drinks every day, sure, you are more than welcome to it. And you might find that the more that you get in touch and in tune with your internal cues, you're going to want a variety of food and beverages. I can promise you that you're not going to become addicted to these beverages just because you drink one.
So to summarize her, Bobby is wrong because these drinks won't get you hooked on them and drinking one every day. That's just him fear-mongering. But also, we're all in luck because eating intuitively means that we can drink one of these every day if that's what our body tells us. But our bodies won't tell us that after we've eaten intuitively long enough. Oh, but also, if that is what our body is telling us, that's okay.
Proper confused? Oh, baby, I'm confused.
Congratulations on saying nothing. All she's effectively done is communicate that whatever feels good is the correct choice for our diet. And she's backed that bit of advice up with her credentials.
And I'm here to tell you that this holiday season you can have whatever the fuck you want.
This next video is really similar in the delivery, and wouldn't you know, it's another intuitive eating counselor.
This is something that a lot of people get wrong about intuitive eating. I think that you have to be ready to give up weight loss entirely in order to do this. And the thing is, it's really hard to give up the idea of weight loss after a lifetime of thinking that it's the only way to be happy. It's also really hard to give up the idea of weight loss when the entire world is still telling you you need to lose weight. But I'm here to tell you, you don't have to be done with weight loss. You just have to put it aside.
Okay, so if we've ever thought that intuitive eating wasn't for us because we also have weight loss goals, then this is good news, right? She's gonna explain how we can do both.
When you start getting knowledge, like the fact that weight loss doesn't work over the course of 5 years or more for 95% of people, and you start getting the tools as well, you start to develop body neutrality, body image resilience, then the desire to lose weight will dissipate over time. Because you never really wanted weight loss in the first place. It was about something else. Thus, we just want to feel confident and healthy in our bodies. And intuitive eating helps you learn that you can do that without weight loss.
Oh, so we don't have to give up weight loss to eat intuitively. We just need to have the desire for weight loss programmed out of us.
Brilliant!
And the further insight here is that we didn't even know what we wanted for our own bodies, but she does. I remember joking a while back when I first started witnessing how bizarre these dietitians act on TikTok that it seems like they were being sponsored to be this bad at what they do. And then we find out this year that dietitians on TikTok are actually being paid by the food industry to endorse ingredients and food products as healthy, despite decades of research showing the opposite in some cases.
We analyzed thousands of videos on TikTok and Instagram, and we found that the multi-billion-dollar food industry has launched campaigns to sway consumers by essentially paying dietitians to do their marketing for them.
What these dietitians did not make clear was that their videos were paid for by American Beverage, which is a lobbying group for beverage companies, including Coca-Cola and PepsiCo.
The sugar industry has also turned to dietitian influencers to help them with their marketing. Dietitians wouldn't tell us how much they get paid for these videos, but we heard it can range from anywhere from a few $1,000s a video to tens of thousands of dollars a video.
I could afford with the money offered to me from Greens Powders, not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, not 5, not 6, not 7, 8 of these little bags that I've been wanting if I took those deals.
And it is undeniable that these dietitians influence other dietitians in the space, as well as influencing the vulnerable people who come across their misinformation.
I feel like I've seen posts from big body positive adjacent accounts that say stuff like, the fatties are all mad at me and I betrayed them because I'm getting healthy now and I'm losing weight. And like, I just don't believe that shit actually happens.
So this is pretty funny to me because I would have said the exact same thing if I had never learned about fat acceptance, because it does seem almost unbelievable to take offense to someone else's weight loss. Whether it's a body positive influencer, a celebrity, or just a random person losing weight, they care a lot.
What do we do when our fat faves lose weight? Let's talk about it.
So many body positive advocates are now posting about intentional weight loss. And honestly, this should be a huge red flag to us. This is why the difference between body positivity and fat liberation is so incredibly important. And in addition, when you build an entire platform off of being body positive and it's like, your body's perfect the way it is, it doesn't need to change, yada, yada, yada. And then now you're posting videos like, why I'm on Wegovy, why I'm on Ozempic. That goes against everything you built your platform on, shockingly. And also, can't you do those things but silently, like to yourself and not super out loud online? Just a question, just thinking here.
Listen to the way Aubrey Gordon, one of the hosts of the Maintenance Phase podcast, describes her friend's decision to lose weight.
So she got weight loss surgery. I told her I was happy for her, and I was. She'd made a decision about how to engage with her own body. But her body wasn't the only thing that changed. She gushed over her new straight-sized clothing and relished the femininity she was now allowed by those around her. At her thinnest, she started talking about how much she hated her thighs, at the smallest they'd ever been. That was how I lost her. She disappeared into the warm sunlight of thinness. I cannot judge other fat people, but I can, and do, feel lonely when they too disappear into thinness.
Disappear into thinness is not the language of people who are unbothered. Fat activists consistently express their disapproval of other people's weight loss. But this TikToker is going to ignore all of that and levy the theory that this is just a myth we've created to further distance ourselves from plus-size people.
I don't know why it's brought up. I think it's just to like distance themselves from fat people, which I understand. Society loves to distance itself from fat people, but like I don't love that they just act like fat people are like some angry mob that's like, you betrayed me. I just don't fucking believe it.
It's not fat people, as she puts it. It's fat activists, and it is not fair for her or anyone else to equate the two. It's honestly a bit validating that the group she's a part of behaves so irrationally that she can't or won't acknowledge the reality of that behavior. Because I think a lot of us feel confused about the absurdity of the activism in this space. And I think in the age of Ozempic, it's actually setting the stage for fat acceptance to become even more absurd.
If I see one more video being like Kelly Clarkson and her revenge body, I'm gonna actively lose it. I mean, I already am.
If enough people are acknowledging someone else's weight loss positively on social media, it seems to summon a fat activist.
I just don't believe that shit actually happens.
It is not getting revenge on an ex or a partner by becoming thin or losing weight. You know, you could talk about Kelly Clarkson and her amazing voice without talking about her body. I know.
I recently asked on my community page if you have ever tried to revenge body someone, and I was surprised that there was a pretty close split between yes and no. And there were two main takeaways I got from reading your comments. One, the majority of people who said that they had started off a weight loss or fitness journey to spite someone basically said that it shifted really fast into being about self-improvement for their own benefit. But that spite was definitely what got them going. And two, a lot of the comments I read from people who said that they have never tried to revenge body someone also said that they thought whatever got us motivated was good, regardless of whether it was petty or not.
And I thought we had all agreed that, like, Revenge Body, the show by what's-her-face, one of the Kardashians, it was a stupid idea and fatphobic and harmful and centered in diet culture. I thought we had all agreed on that. No? Yeah, we did? Or no?
I don't know anything about this show, so if you do have opinions on the show Revenge Body, I would love to read them down below. But apparently there is a Revenge Body type arc on the show Friends, and I came across a fat activist talking about it.
But this is not the take on Monica and Chandler's relationship and how it evolved from the past to present to future of Friend. Let us remember that when Monica and Chandler meet in high school and Monica's fat, Chandler is like absolutely disgusted by her and is talking to Ross about how much he thinks she's gross.
Monica and Chandler don't matter so much as the perspective being shared here, because apparently Monica's whole inspiration to get thin came from the rejection of her future husband.
Hi, I'm Ross's little sister.
Okay, not that. I just don't want to be stuck here all night with your fat sister.
Monica then loses all this weight to spite him, knowing he'll want to get with her the next year when he sees that she's skinny now, and so she literally does that to spite him. We know from the beginning that Chandler's love and interest and attraction to Monica is all conditional on her body size, and so unless we live in this Fantasy Friends universe where nobody ever gains weight back and it's easy to lose and keep off forever, their relationship is going to be conditional on her staying skinny. And I'm sorry, but like, that's not true love.
She's basically saying that Chandler is wrong for ignoring Monica when she was fat and only wanting her when she was thinner. And I guess I'm curious how you all feel about this. Is it wrong to not be interested in dating someone you're not attracted to? Because I don't really think so. I do have a big issue with people treating other people poorly just because they're not attracted to them. And it's actually disappointing to me that fat acceptance doesn't focus their attention here, as opposed to trying to shame others for not being attracted to plus-size people.
It is not getting revenge on an ex or a partner. What you're saying when you say that is that you believe that fat people are not attractive or not hot enough, and so to actively really make your partner regret breaking up with you or make your ex regret breaking up with you, you become thin, aka attractive by Eurocentric beauty standards.
I think what she said here really gets to the point of what bothers them so much about other people being praised or desired for their weight loss, including Monica.
Is that you believe that fat people are not attractive or not hot enough.
Implying that a thinner body is more attractive or hotter than a larger one seems to be the real issue here.
You think she's prettier than me?
While I do understand that it's hurtful to hear that someone might not find us attractive, I don't think it's wrong, and it's certainly not the civil rights issue that fat acceptance has tried to make it.
There are real people, a lot of them, that really truly believe that the reason fat people are fat is because we don't know how to lose weight. And I just, really? I mean, I'm sure there's a minority of fat people who had never tried, never looked anything up. But for the rest of us, you don't think we ever maybe looked it up? Did a little Google search? It's so hard for me to fathom how somebody could truly believe that. In our world, you think we're all fat because we don't know. We've never tried. Didn't try hard enough.
This style of argument where you're expressing disbelief that someone could actually think a certain way is an argument from incredulity. This is a type of logical fallacy where we dismiss something as true because we can't believe it or understand it. There are two main forms for this fallacy, and actually both TikToks from her today show each version.
And I just don't believe that shit actually happens.
There's a subtle difference here. In the first video, she is dismissing something as possible just because she doesn't believe it. And in the second video, she's implying that it would be almost absurdly stupid to think that weight loss is possible and that the people who are fat just don't know how to do it. And what is most similar about both of her arguments is that they start and end with a fallacy. She doesn't actually support the arguments. She doesn't actually explain why it would be stupid to think that someone doesn't know how to lose weight. Just strongly implies that we would be stupid to hold this idea.
You don't really believe that.
It's been a while since we did a logical fallacy video, and I really like talking about them, so I wanted to add one to this compilation, and we are gonna finish it with a weight loss progress.
Would you date him?
No, he's fat.
And that hurt, you know?
A lot of people have shared weight loss progresses under that sound, which sort of indicates to me that rejection is a motivator for a lot of people.
Imagine the day they see you again. And you are just, well, better.
She is 100 pounds down, and from what I can tell, it was achieved all through exercise and diet. She threw up a caption about how this wasn't because some guy didn't want her, but would that really matter? If the goal of her fitness journey was to avoid the emotional pain of rejection, does that make it any less productive or beneficial? Obviously, I've been thinking way too much about this, so please let me know your thoughts down below. I think we're gonna call this one here today. Thank you so much for coming to hang out on this video with me, and especially thank you if you made it all the way to the end with me. Don't forget to like the video if you enjoyed it, or to tell me what you disliked about it if you didn't. I am working on a couple videos right now, one being about the glorification of obesity, so I will have another one up very soon. It's a holiday week for a lot of us, so if that is you, I really hope you enjoy your holiday. And if you're not celebrating anything, I hope you're taking care. Something about the end of this year is already feeling intense, at least for me. We will all talk again very soon, so be well until then. Bye.
We argued that bodybuilding could benefit from including the display of fat bodies alongside muscular ones.
Hey, welcome or welcome back. I hope you are having a good day so far. Today, we're gonna do a fat acceptance compilation style video where we're just gonna look at a little bit of everything and talk about it.
I think it's become way too normalized. I just think that you shouldn't be allowed to comment on other people's bodies.
Marissa is back. I, for one, have really been missing her unique perspective on the world.
You shouldn't be allowed to comment on other people's bodies. Imagine if that was the law. This person would be arrested, and my life would be peaceful.
Someone commented on this TikTok of hers and said, "You saying they would be arrested is wild."
Why is that though? Because realistically, it's just the other side of the other extreme. Oh, you're allowed to harass people because of their body, versus, oh, you should get arrested for doing that. Why can you not accept that extreme but the other?
Look in her eyes as she is saying this, and you can tell she really doesn't see what sounds so crazy about a world where you can be arrested for commenting on someone else's body. She is legitimately confused what's wrong with someone else being handcuffed and put into a jail cell for saying something that she doesn't want to hear.
Boy, we missed you.
I guess one person's dystopian nightmare can be another person's paradise.
Hello?
In one of our last videos, we were responding to a fat activist who was complaining about how hard it is to go to the gym because people are so mean to them there.
You get made fun of at the gym, people stare at you.
Today, though, the complaint is about people being too nice at the gym. Brought to us by Jock Scientist.
Is there something you have learned about your dad in the course of this campaign that you didn't?
Hello?
The setup here is her resting with a bar over her lap, and the caption says, "Plus-size people just resting between sets at the gym like literally everyone else does."
Hello?
Then we've got the hello, which is supposed to be that stranger who comes up to you and says, "Don't give up, you got this, buddy, you'll get there one day." And then we cut back to her where she's making this what the F face, like, how dare someone have the audacity to come up and try to encourage me at the gym just because I'm plus size.
If fat phobics actually cared about our health and our well-being, they would be doing what you're saying, they'd be celebrating us.
Yeah.
But what they do is they make fun of us at the gym.
And her caption on this says, "What, I can't be supportive?" Yeah, because I'm sure you say this to the mega buff dudes. Hashtag toxic fitness culture. And all over this comment section, there are people saying that they can't wait to go do this to the super buff people working out at their gym. Like there's an opportunity to be condescending that they had not considered, and now they are eagerly awaiting that opportunity. That is not the same energy as the person who saw you working out at the gym and came up and said, "Hey, you go, you got this."
One thing about me, I'm gonna eat. I don't care how many calories is in it. I don't care if it's equivalent to 12 slices of grub. I'm gonna eat.
Okay, this might be a me thing, but I really wish we didn't try to normalize the whole chewing with your mouth open and talking at the same time thing.
I'll never be a size 2. I don't care. My body does too much for me every single day. When it says, "Hey girl, have a little full-ass meal. Can I have like 700 calories?" I'm like, "Yes, girl. Yes, you can. Thank you for asking so nicely." What doesn't seem healthy to me? All the undiagnosed EDs that go unnoticed. I'm gonna write a book about it one day. Might even be me. I'm gonna enjoy my coffee with 30 pumps of cream.
The setup here, it's either like you're free like her and you indulge whenever you want, or you have some sort of undiagnosed restrictive ED.
Every cream cheese bagel, every pork sausage on my breakfast sandwich, every donut, every coffee with cream and sugar has led up to this moment. See that? I just finished my 100th berries class. Let's go!
Restriction is destruction is the caption she's got on this. And she is specifically talking about food here. And something I think is really interesting about this is she is still restricting herself. It's what happens to a lot of people when they're recovering from something with a behavioral component. Like we can end up replacing one addiction for another, or one form of restriction for another. To be completely opposed to ever restraining yourself around food is replacing one set of boundaries for another.
Yeah, can I get the croissant donut and a maple bar?
She's made this TikTok in response to someone saying, "It's all fun and games until the food causes disease in your body."
And can I also get, I'm thinking I might want an extra one, so maybe the, like an apple fritter? Yeah, I'll have a medium mocha. 1856, can I have a name?
And so in response, she's got herself ordering some pastries at a bakery with the caption, "I don't care," and sticks her tongue out at the end. Somehow she feels superior for this position. Like true liberation is knowing that apple fritters are worth the diabetes.
Actually, babes, then you don't support body positivity. That's the whole Why?
She is replying to a very reasonable comment someone left her that said, "Why would you promote being unhealthy?" I totally agree with body positivity as long as it's healthy. And she has chosen to answer this in maybe the most annoying way possible.
Actually, in its original creation, it had nothing to do about health. You know what I'm saying? And also, how do you know someone's health by just looking at them?
She is saying that health not mattering is the whole point of body positivity. And the delivery here is like this is some kind of enlightened status to achieve. Not like this is a really terrifying reality for everyone claiming membership to these groups. They openly admit they don't care about your health, and they prove that on a daily basis.
Huh? And I would love to see, and I would hope, because I'm assuming things here, and that you're still masking. Huh? Are you still masking? Anyways, I'm just really tired of the retired argument about like health, because again, what's your definition of health? Whose type of health? Are you going to therapy? Are we talking about emotional health? Are we talking about everyone's full-bodied well-being? So you don't support body positivity if you're going to play health politics. Thank you. Bye.
I cannot imagine how it would feel to care at all whether this person thought I was body positive or not, or whether anyone else thinks you're body positive for that matter. Thinking about the headspace that you have to be in to be willing to sacrifice your health, the health of the people around you, for membership to a club. That is sad.
I'm growing depressed.
This TikTok says, "I love calling myself fat in front of thins, TM, because they always knee-jerk say, you're not fat, so then I can innocently ask them, what's wrong with being fat, and watch them short circuit." This woman was on a boat ride with her dog, living life in the sun. And she turned that into an opportunity to belittle thin people for the sake of some fat activism. And I'm gonna say it again. Imagine if people were walking around calling other people the fats, TM.
Coming as an absolute shock to me. Somebody on the internet has taken something out of context using about 6 seconds worth of a video and making a lot of assumptions about me.
There is nothing to take out of context here. It's all text on a screen. So the context is she said what she said and maybe didn't realize that it sounded just a tad deranged until people on the internet called her out. And to help us understand why it's completely normal, actually, to set traps for people in conversation, she's gonna express herself through the form of TikTok skit.
So let's just do a quick little skit. You remember skits like preschool, and talk about how this interaction is actually going down versus the absolute insane way you think it's going down.
Oh my god, I'm so fat. You're not fat, you're beautiful.
Glad you brought this up, because actually as a fat activist, you're being really fat-phobic and problematic, and I really don't think that that's something that we should be perpetuating in society. I think that we'd be like consoled for being fat, because like that's actually why I brought this up.
So that first skit is a dramatic reenactment of her words being misinterpreted. The next one is supposed to be what she actually meant.
I'm sorry, in what universe is my fat ass gonna fit in those jeans?
You're not fat.
No, but like, sure I am. What's wrong with that? I guess nothing.
I really love that in her head, one of these is clearly more reasonable than the other.
They're the same picture.
Like, they're not both weird power fantasies about putting someone else on the spot and making them feel uncomfortable. And it is definitely a fantasy, because in her reenactment of how this is apparently supposed to work, she asks the thin person, what's wrong with being fat? And then, and these are her words, the thin person will start processing years of being told fat equals bad, but they'll have no real reason to cite, and thus will start questioning everything. Not only is that not how that would go down in reality, but it's also a really weird use of her imagination.
I love when people say this, because literally nothing I have ever said on my entire page has been misinformation.
Today, she is responding to someone saying, keep spreading your misinformation, love. And she gives us a very classic type of Marissa response. I've never been wrong.
Everything I have said is from scholars, academics, and actual medical people who know what the they're talking about. You're the one who's spreading misinformation, so thanks.
That's an appeal to authority. She's not defending herself with any legitimate arguments. Instead, she's pointing to people and institutions that agree with her. And if we want to find scholarly support for almost any position, it is really not hard to find that online.
Fat studies is one of the smaller and newer fields that is really quite worrying. Fat studies explicitly rejects the claim that obesity is unhealthy.
This is Helen Pluckrose. She is an author and journalist who was involved in something called the Grievance Affairs. She collaborated with 2 other people to submit a number of fake articles to academic journals. The point was to see if their BS articles would make it through the peer review process and be published, and some of them actually were.
So we wrote this paper with the help of a former bodybuilder and academic, Richard Baldwin, who kindly donated us his name. And we argued that the only reason people admire bodybuilders who have built their body with muscle and not obese people who have built their body with eating huge amounts of food is because there's prejudice against fat people. And so bodybuilding could benefit from including the non-competitive display of fat bodies alongside muscular ones. And that paper just has an awful lot of silliness.
The fact that this was actually published with support is concerning. It is the Marissas of the world that have created such a demand for these types of grievance studies. I would call this the engineering of oppression. It's kind of like printing your own money, because oppression is a currency in a lot of these social justice spaces.
And I take that one quite personally because I've been trying to engage with fat studies as I don't precisely have thin privilege myself.
I would actually really love to see her debate one of these fat acceptance activists because, like she just acknowledged, she's a plus size lady herself. She has reason to want fat acceptance to succeed, and even she is still more concerned about the harm that they're causing.
And it's very difficult to talk about the health problems, and for people who are trying to lose weight or trying to get healthy, this kind of activism going on in the background, preventing them getting the right advice and the right medical treatment is I think, is going to be much more of a problem than is currently recognised.
I feel exactly like she does. Fat activism is not victimless. People have been and are being fed a lot of misinformation in regards to their health from a group that openly brags about not caring about health.
When the point stopped being how do I fit into society standards of what health and beauty are, and it became what can I do to create and meet my own definitions of health and beauty, it changed everything for me.
It's all so absurd and really sad at the same time. And rather than slowing down, it seems to be becoming more mainstreamed, more normalized. They literally have Unilever on their side right now.
There's a lowercase fat liberation and an uppercase fat liberation. Lowercase fat liberation is the stuff I do in my life every day to create fat positivity, like putting as much butter as I want on my toast.
That is Virgie Tovar being sponsored by the same corporation that makes Klondike bars. That's where I'm gonna end this one for today. Thank you for making it to the end with me. If you're still here, give this video a like if you liked it, and let me know what you thought down below. We'll talk again soon. I have lots I want to talk about on here. Take care until then. Bye.
In May 2022, a major fashion brand did the unthinkable. They reduced the range of plus-size clothing they're selling in stores. It's a major blow to plus-size fashion TikTokers everywhere. but one in particular took it upon herself to expose Old Navy's deep deception and betrayal towards the fat community. Today, we hear all about the damage inflicted by Old Navy and try to work towards healing the harm that's already been done.
But between 18 months and 3 months, which is what these are.
So go look at the video that I stitched, and then I think they also have one before that as well that's along similar lines. But basically they are comparing like 3-month shorts to like 4T shorts. And the only difference is basically a little bit in the length, which means clothing manufacturers, even in children, they expect you to get taller, but like not at all wider when it comes to women's clothing. Which, if it has been like this my entire life, honestly, that explains a lot of my trauma, because I couldn't wear youth sizes as a kid because I've always been a fat person. And I always had to shop in like the women's section, even before they had like cute clothes for plus size people.
But like, we're shaming baby clothes now? This is how low we've gotten that we have to talk about the lack of inclusivity in baby clothes? And what really got me about this video is that she only mentioned baby girls' clothing, even though I'm pretty sure brands aren't radically tailoring the girls' clothes differently than the boys' clothes. It's toddler clothing. It's supposed to be one size fits all based on age, but if it doesn't fit, get a different size. Why is that a big deal? But she uses this weird complaint to go on a rant about how she has trauma, that she's never been able to shop in the little girls' clothing section at the age she should have been because she was always fat. I think you should deal with this childhood trauma instead of projecting it onto toddler clothing 25 years later. And I feel like this video is a good jumping off point to give you background you need as to who this woman is and where her priorities lie.
And Suzanne decided to start looking into what was happening.
In my reporting, talking to employees, both former and current employees, they all pointed to the same thing. Without exception, they all pointed to the extended sizing as the problem.
Suzanne went to Old Navy stores and saw the problem firsthand.
You would see racks of clothes, let's say women's dresses, and there would be a size 2 and size, 18 through 28, but nothing in the middle. And they ended up with too much of the very small and the very large sizes, not enough of the middle sizes, which tend to be the most popular. So to clear out the excess, they had to put a large amount of clothes on sale, 50% off. And right now, retailers are not discounting very much because there's still these supply chain issues. There's still product shortages. So it really stood out as like, whoa, what's going on here? Why are all these clothes on sale at Old Navy?
So the reporter goes on to say that every store is going to be different, right? So some stores in certain areas are going to sell more of the plus sizes and certain stores are not, because that's just not their demographic. So I'm curious as to which stores she saw this problem in, because the people in my comments, I think one person experienced this problem. Everyone else has had the problem where the plus sizes are sold out either in store or also online, or their store does not have the plus sizes, like literally has never even stocked them since the beginning of the body quality campaign in August of 2021. So I'm very confused as to how plus sizes are the problem, but you admit that some stores wouldn't have this problem. And if we're talking about how it's an inventory and ordering issue, and part of the problem is ordering from the warehouses, kind of seems like an Old Navy inventory ordering issue and not a plus size expansion issue. I'm also very confused as to how Athleta can stock and have up to a size, I believe, 3X, and they're still under Gap Inc., and yet they don't have this problem. Full disclosure, I've never really shopped at Athleta, but a lot of people have been in my comments saying that they haven't had this problem since they launched a size expansion. But again, this is part of why I'm pushing back on Old Navy's excuses, because they don't really seem to add up, and I really think that we can do better and ask for better.
The original comment said, "So weird because my stores sell out of plus sizes quickly and there are plenty of straight sizes available." This woman says she doesn't know anyone that has seen an overabundance of large sizes at Old Navy to the point where all the clothes were put on sale, but her audience isn't big enough to get a proper survey of all or even most of Old Navy's stores when it comes to their plus sizes. You've gotten, maybe 10 to 20 comments of people saying they've never seen X size plus size clothing at their local Old Navy, but Old Navy has all the purchase history and all the inventory information for every one of its stores. But you think that the 20 comments you got are enough to prove that Old Navy is lying about having excess plus size inventory? And there's also this statement.
So I'm very confused as to how plus sizes are the problem, but you admit that some stores wouldn't have this problem?
Yes, stores in different cities or neighborhoods have different clientele with different needs, which means some stores might sell out of a size 28 very quickly, while some may never sell a size 28. Why is that unbelievable? She's acting like that's completely out of the range of possibilities. Also, this different clientele issue could explain why Athleta has less problems stocking plus sizes than Old Navy. But also, she said that Athleta has no problem stocking up to a 3X. 3X is a lot smaller than the size 30 that Old Navy is discontinuing. So what's happening is Old Navy is reducing the sizes they're offering in store. They used to offer up to a size 30 in all stores as of last summer, but now they're reducing it in some of their stores to only go up to about a size 16 or 20. But Old Navy is still offering up to a size 30 if you buy it online. But she also said that Athleta has no problem stocking up to a 3X, but a 3X is a lot smaller than the size 30 that Old Navy is discontinuing in stores. A 3X is probably the equivalent of about a size 20. So mentioning that Athleta is doing fine going up to a size 3X kind of supports Old Navy's decision to reduce their plus sizes. Because if Athleta has no stocking problems and seems to have reasonable profits going up to a size 3X, it seems reasonable that Old Navy would see that as a reason why a size 20 might be a good max size for their stores. So it really does seem to add up.
So going back to their PR statement, something that they said in there was, so is body quality still a thing? But really the thing that they highlight the most is the price being the same. So something that they did as part of this launch was that plus sizes, since they used to be different styles, different offerings, they also used to have a different price point, right? Straight sizes, how it usually works is they will average the cost of fabric and cost of everything across the sizes that they offer. So like extra small through like extra large usually. So what they did for body quality was the extra small through either the 4X or 30, whatever in that particular item was the top size. They averaged the cost throughout the whole thing. So there was no disparity between the plus sizes and the straight sizes. So I just find it really interesting that they're saying body quality is still a thing, but people who work at the store are being told to take down all of the signage in their stores.
So what this means is that the smaller people that shop at Old Navy, particularly the women, have been subsidizing the larger sizes because there's no price difference between a size 0 and a size 30. But this woman is complaining about inclusivity because some plus sizes aren't being held in stores anymore. Not even that Old Navy isn't offering those sizes anymore, just that they will only be available online. So body equality is still the same. You're still getting a subsidized price for your clothing, but you just have to buy those clothes online now. How are you complaining about this? This seems like a great deal.
Yes, there is. So if you go to the link in my bio, I started a hashtag back on the rack, and there is a petition linked with that. There is also a pre-form email that you can copy and send. There's a link that you can send it directly to Old Navy. You can also comment on all of their social medias, let them know how this directly impacts you, make videos tagging them. It's all part of the push that I am trying to help make to get plus sizes back in store. And this is all things that we can do to take our power back.
There's a petition. They've made a petition to get the plus sizes back in stores. Oh, I cannot tell you how much I want to see these responses. I would pay money to see these submissions. She said she wanted to tell the Old Navy how this affects them, but I know these forums are full of the most entitled responses ever.
Hi, Old Navy. I just want to let you know that your store is not carrying a size 26 in stores will cause a major disruption in my life. Your store is in my local mall, which is over 2 miles away, so it's already a bit of a trek. But the only other store that offers my size in the mall is Torrid, which is on the complete opposite side of the mall from the door that I enter. I've attached a map so you can get a full picture of how far the Torrid is from my favorite entrance. It's at least a half a mile from one store to the other. Your lack of clothing choices in my size will cause major distress in my life, so please bring them back. Or at the very least, send me a scooter so the walk won't be as bad. Sincerely, an oppressed size 26.
The commenter said that the petition should be started to show our numbers, but y'all already had the chance to show your numbers. It was during the time the clothes were available at the store. And now Old Navy already has all the numbers they need to show that certain sizes aren't worth selling. It's time to move on.
Remember the statement that Old Navy keeps saying that they're only cutting back plus sizes in 75 stores in the US? I may have done something bad. This is what it looks like if the plus size are carried there. See how it says shop plus women's here, and see how this one has nothing. I made an Excel spreadsheet and I'm going through each state, and you can see there's a good number that don't carry plus sizes. So far, I have only gotten through 6 states, but there's a total of 100 that do not carry plus sizes. More than 75. It's gonna take me a while, but should I keep going?
No, absolutely not. No, you should not continue this. I've said many times before that fat activists put so much time into doing things that don't help fat people at all. They rarely talk about things like food deserts, but instead spend their time making extremely privileged complaints about plane seats and cute clothing instead of doing anything that actually benefits the majority of fat people. And this woman is the true blue embodiment of that. With the amount of energy she's putting in to take down Old Navy, she could, I don't know, look into starting her own plus-size fashion brand in her town. But instead, she's spending hours and hours documenting information to try to prove her own conspiracy that Old Navy is lying about their plus sizes being unprofitable. What is she hoping to get out of this? I'm honestly very curious, because it's not like Old Navy doesn't already have this information. She's chasing a conspiracy and claiming it's about social justice. So, no, I don't think you should continue. It's time for a brief intermission on the Old Navy saga to discuss another important matter. In my research for this video, I came across something. This woman made a video replying to me over 3 months ago, and I never saw it. And I probably would have never seen it if all of this Old Navy drama had not happened. On its own, this response is not very interesting, and I would have never dedicated a full video to it, but since we're already here and talking about her, let's look at it. Also, the first minute is completely uninteresting, so I'm not going to show it.
And a clip of mine from my TikTok video has been used in a fat liberationist cringe TikTok compilation over on YouTube. And that's like the entirety of their channel. And the thing is, I knew that something like this would eventually happen because it's happened to so many people that I'm mutuals with, either on YouTube or through Twitter. And I have a different reaction than I thought I would have. Definitely the hate comments came before I knew that the channel existed. There was a day a few weeks ago that I noticed within a couple hours I had like 6 different people commenting like really hateful things, and that's not usual for me. Usually I don't get any hate comments, or I'll get like a random 1, maybe 2 in a day, and then I won't get any for like a month. So like it's very random. So the fact that I had like 6 people within a couple hours of each other made me know that something was up. I just didn't know what. And then earlier today, I saw one of my mutuals post that they had heard about this YouTube channel, and I went and looked through their videos, and sure enough, there's a clip of me on there. So clearly, this is where that hate came from. So previously, I thought to myself, if that happened to me, I would be really freaked out that like someone was using my content, they were sending hateful people over to comment on my stuff, and I would be freaked out and like scared and intimidated by, you know, all of these people sending hate my way. I feel the opposite today. And you know why? It's because I'm thinking to myself, what kind of a person spends their time dissecting other people's videos, taking clips of them, compiling them, and they have a lot of videos about this, just to prove us wrong and like say that we need to be thin and healthier. Like, who wants to dedicate their time to that? Who has that much time?
I do. I have that much time. And it's well worth it to me. But it's okay. I'm judging you for spending your time making spreadsheets and petitions to force a business to provide clothing in your size, and you're judging me for making these videos. So I guess we're just gonna go tit for tat on that one. And she said I make these videos to prove people wrong, which is kind of true. I make these videos to show how hypocritical and misinformed fat acceptance is. But she also said that I make my videos to try to say people need to be thin and healthy. I've never said that, which leads me to believe that she never watched any of my videos in their entirety. She judged the book by its cover and assumed I said something like that.
I don't care about anything that much.
It seems like you care about Old Navy that much. Are you trying to insult me by saying I'm too passionate about what I do? I guess I'll take it. Now, if you've watched most or all of my videos, you may be questioning who this woman is, like I was when I first saw this response video, because I could swear I've never put this woman in any of my videos before. I don't recognize her. So I was confused. But I looked at the hashtags on this video and she put hashtag #BeBellyCrew. And there's only one video where I ever mentioned anything about B-bellies. But simply acknowledging parts of your body is not body checking. And fat activists only have a problem with this type of body checking when you're referencing body parts that are considered conventionally attractive, like being thin or having a small waist. But let me show you this trend that other fat women have done on TikTok. It's women talking about having a B-belly, which is a specific shape of their stomach that shows from a profile view.
I'm in the shape of a B. It goes out, it goes in, and then right back out. Because I'm a bad bitch.
I'll show it to you again. So I have this upper part, and then a lower part, and then this like waistband line in the middle.
Now, I don't really care if people want to bond over the shape of their stomachs, but considering this woman considers a skinny person simply talking about the shape of their body's body checking, why haven't I seen her make a video scolding these people for talking about the shape of their bellies in a positive way? She never watched the video. I don't even think she turned the audio on the video. I think she saw that she was in my video, she saw the clip I took was about B-bellies, and then she made this entire response about me and my channel based on that. But all I did was use her as an example of what a B-belly was. I didn't even criticize her at all. She came to all these conclusions about my channel, that I'm telling people that they need to be healthier and that people need to lose weight and fat people are X, Y, and Z, all based on one clip of hers that I put in one of my videos that she didn't even watch in context. I was confused when I saw this woman made a video about me, and I'm honestly even more confused now. You have all this time to make spreadsheets chasing a conspiracy, but you don't have 10 minutes to watch my full video before insulting me?
I don't think. I would never spend my time doing that. And the other thing is, like, I'm doing real world things to make the world more inclusive. I'm in a research study currently that's going on that includes fat people. I was in one a few months ago that was studying fat bias in medicine. I'm helping 2 different brands extend their size range. Like, what do you think that person's doing? I'm on the right side.
Alright, she believes she's in the right when it comes to the content she makes. We can agree to disagree about the ethics of each other's content, but her mentioning all these things she does to benefit the world gives me very I go to church every Sunday so I can do no wrong vibes. You know who I'm talking about? The person who reads their Bible every night and brags about being an avid churchgoer and generally feels superior to everyone else because of it. Yeah, I get those vibes from her. She asked what people think I do in my free time, with the implication that I couldn't possibly be doing that much good in the world. But why does that matter? What if I don't do any altruistic good in the world off of YouTube? What if I work as a barista and I wake up at 5 a.m., I go to work, I come home, I feed my pets, I call my parents, I watch TV, and I go to bed. Rinse and repeat. I don't participate in medical trials, I don't volunteer at soup kitchens, none of that. Does that mean that my content and my opinions should automatically be taken less seriously than yours? Do you really believe that no matter what other differing opinions someone has, your thoughts are more correct because you do more good in the world? That's the only way I can justify why you thought it was necessary to bring up your off-TikTok activities, like your campaign for inclusivity and your participation in medical trials, when talking about how you're more, quote, in the right than me. You came to the conclusion that my YouTube content produces nothing good for the world, and so I must not contribute anything good to the world, and therefore your thoughts and opinions are automatically more right than mine, by default. And you also said all of this after clearly not watching even one of my full videos? Damn. Okay. Maybe stop wearing your altruism like a badge of honor. People might start to think your conspicuous kindness is all for show.
As I have said to many a troll who have been suggesting this to me, where else do you want us to go? Because as someone who wears a 26/4X pants, I can tell you I have 2 stores, Lane Bryant and Torrid, and I am lucky enough to have one of those in a very short distance from me, and then Torrid is a little bit further. But if I wasn't lucky enough to have those 2 near me, I would have nothing. If you don't know what that means no last minute interviews, no last minute dinners, no last minute events. You have to plan your entire life 2 weeks in advance to be able to order something online for that. You have to pre-plan your entire life ahead of time. Everyone wants to say, oh, well, it's still available online. It's so easy. You want to say it's so easy until you're actually put in that position. If you have never been in a fat body, please stop giving us advice.
Ooh, the entitlement is strong on this one. So your lifestyle of chronic overeating and lack of pre-planning is a reason why the rest of the world has to accommodate you? This reminds me of the financial diet video I did where the guest said that fat people are oppressed because if clothing stores don't have someone's size in stores, they may not be able to prepare for a last-minute interview the night before. The horror! Imagine living under the oppressive expectation of having one prepared interview outfit in your closet at all times. The injustice of it all makes me sick. And this woman is no better. If Old Navy doesn't have my size in store and I want to go out for a night with my friends, I'll only have 2 local stores to get clothes at. Only 2! How can you not see how oppressive that is? Hi, Old Navy. I have an update on my previous message. There's good news and there's bad news. The good news is that my mall also has a Lane Bryant, so there's actually 2 stores for me to shop at. The bad news is that it's even further from my favorite entrance. I've attached another map so you can see where it is. So this still means I'm going to need you to bring back my size in stores. I've also attached the scooter model I need you to send me to get to Lane Bryant while your store restocks my size. It's a red one with white stripes and...
Can you not see the endless amounts of hauls that plus size people did over the past year? because a lot of us supported it. A lot of us. So that's also part of why I think this is a crock of crap.
And now this is more of her inability to think past her own bubble.
Well, I saw at least 8 plus-size Old Navy hauls in the past 9 months on TikTok, so I don't believe Old Navy is struggling. It's not possible. That's at least $1,200 we gave them, so they have to be lying to us.
She also said in another video that this whole campaign against Old Navy was about accessibility.
And communicate to Gap Inc. that plus-size people matter and need accessibility.
She said this is about accessibility, but her entire TikTok page is about reviewing plus-size clothes. I'm not against clothing sizes carrying any specific sizes, but I am against the idea that not carrying any size in store is an accessibility issue. There's clearly enough plus-size clothing in existence that her channel stays alive, and you get to move about in your daily life with clothes on your back. Seems like clothing is pretty accessible then, don't you think? How many clothing options are you entitled to so that your rights as a plus-size person aren't infringed upon? I would really like to know. And the fact that she calls this whole campaign an accessibility issue is a new level of entitlement for fat activism. We're talking about an abundance of access to clothing, not something we need to survive. If I had a friend come to me and say that it was an accessibility issue, that they only have access to 2 fully stocked grocery stores nearby, whereas another friend has access to 4 grocery stores in their neighborhood, I would call them entitled. Simply not having access to something that another person has is not an accessibility issue. And in that case, we're talking about fresh food. Something that is far more necessary for survival and health, and a lot harder to have delivered for most people than the Old Navy clothing that some people will now have to buy online instead of in store. Having access to 3, 4, 10 clothing store options is not a human right.
Hi, Old Navy. Thank you for leaving this comment letting me know that you have finally updated your website, and so now it should accurately reflect what you said in your PR statement about over 90% of your stores still carrying plus sizes. However, I would pose a few questions to you, and I would love for you to take some accountability in this situation. Do you think it's possible that some people may have been referencing the website over the past year to check and see if their local store carried plus sizes, and if the website was incorrect, maybe that led to them thinking their size wasn't carried there, and that led to them not shopping in your store? Have you thought about the fact that not mentioning body quality on your social media since the end of 2021 led to a lack of visibility within the plus size community? Have you thought about the fact that so many of us in larger bodies on TikTok were buying your clothes and pushing out content, really supporting you, and no one at Old Navy acknowledged that, and you could have utilized that and partnered with some larger creators here in order to market this launch a little bit better? Do you think that if there was an issue with the inventory sizes extra small through extra large, you could have rectified that in a way that didn't impact the plus sizes at all? Do you think that if there were some select stores that weren't doing well in selling the plus sizes, that perhaps you could have picked up the marketing in those specific markets, or looked at the online sales in those markets that you have had since 2004 to see if maybe people in those areas are actually ordering the plus sizes, they just didn't know that it was available to them in store? I think a lot of these are really valuable questions, maybe things that you haven't even considered, but I think it's time for some accountability. And I read the transcript from the Q1 2022 Core Numbers meeting. A lot of things were thrown out there: inventory, supply issues, fleece, activewear, kids and baby not doing well, but the only thing pulled, plus sizes.
She asked, one, if people may have been referencing the Old Navy site that has inaccurate information about plus sizes, but she can't really know how long the site has been out of date. It may have been accurate for most of those dates since last summer, or it could have been out of date the whole time. We can't really know. She also said that if some stores that plus sizes weren't selling well, they could have picked up the marketing in those stores. She really can't understand that some products aren't going to sell well in some markets. Some places tend to have lower obesity rates, so less people are going to buy size 24s. In offering those sizes in those areas, which includes the shipping and handling costs of shipping those clothes to a store to provide for a near non-existent demographic, may not be profitable. It's like opening a mall kiosk in Minnesota to sell sunscreen in December. You're probably not going to do very well. She also said that there were reports that other clothing departments weren't doing well, like fleece and baby clothes. But those departments, first of all, probably aren't new, so they probably sold well at some point, so they could make them profitable again down the road. Second, she said they are only pulling plus sizes, but again, they aren't discontinuing the plus size line. They just aren't bringing them into some stores. They're still available online. And third, as she already acknowledged, the plus-size clothing line had to be more expensive than the other lines because of the fact that the cost of the clothing was averaged between all sizes. Remember how a size 0 cost the same as a size 30? Yeah. That means the price for all the clothes in the women's line were probably increased, meaning that the plus-size line had to be extra successful to justify the increased cost to the entire line. And it must not have been. The clothes didn't sell as well as people expected. So you can't compare the women's plus size line to the baby clothes line as a one-to-one comparison. They're very different. And she's upset about Old Navy not keeping their site updated and not mentioning the body quality campaign or partnering with people on TikTok to sell their products, and that Old Navy should take accountability for all of that. But what she's mad about is the fact that Old Navy may or may not have marketed their products well enough. How can you hold a brand accountable for bad marketing? Not offensive marketing, not misleading marketing, just bad marketing. Why would they need to be held accountable for that? And if Old Navy did mess up the marketing of their line or made a mistake when it came to shipping amounts or other things when it came to the plus size line, that's still not a reason to try to force them to bring the line back. There are countless products or services that tank in profits due to bad marketing, but that doesn't mean consumers that liked that product get to demand that they stay around. The brand messed up. Like, there was this bakery I used to love that had a very bad location on an off street in this tiny location that was very difficult to find. They had great food and great prices, but nobody knew it was there, and eventually they closed. Maybe if they had put up signs on the main streets directing people to the store, or just marketed themselves better, the store would have stuck around. I don't know. And I was disappointed when they closed, but it's not my right to demand that the store stay open because I liked their products and they should be held accountable for their own bad marketing. No, they messed up. They'll deal with the consequences of it, and we deal with our disappointment as consumers. But we're not entitled to have those products back. This entire saga is this woman grasping at straws to make the whole campaign against Old Navy seem legitimate. She makes all these claims like the numbers aren't adding up and all the articles written about this topic are biased towards Old Navy.
In the article, they say that they didn't actually talk to anyone who is like higher up at Old Navy or Gap Inc. who owns Old Navy. They talked to like a couple customer service people who work there who attributed the low returns last quarter to the size expansion. It was mostly about bringing awareness to the fact that the numbers just don't add up. If Old Navy released sizes 0 through 30, all plus sizes in all of their stores as of August of 2021, then all of their stores should have on their website that they carry plus sizes. They do not. As far as them pulling the sizes out of store from the low performing stores, then tell me, why do the Old Navy employees not even know if their store is getting pulled? Wouldn't they know if their store is low performing if they haven't been able to sell the plus sizes? Because I have a lot of Old Navy employees in my comments telling me, oh, we haven't heard if we're one of the ones getting rid of it. I hope we're not. So they keep updating their website and then flipping it back, and then updating their website and then flipping it back. If it was solely based on their numbers, they would have that already, and they would have updated it one time, and it would have been really simple. Doesn't really seem to be that simple, which leads me to believe there may be some other shenanigans involved, which is why I made the spreadsheet, to bring more awareness to it. So I was thinking about Old Navy like all day yesterday after I posted that video, and I kept thinking about Wall Street Journal's angle, right? Because that first article that came out seemed to be very biased, which was why no quotes in the first article were sourced from anything legitimate, right? And it seemed like they were very much pushing a certain angle, which is why they were talking to just people who worked there, like in-store. So I'm very confused as to how plus sizes are the problem. But you admit that some stores wouldn't have this problem?
She's trying every single angle imaginable to make it seem like pulling the plus sizes out of stores is a grand conspiracy against fat people. All the sources seem biased towards Old Navy. The website hasn't been updated recently, so that means there's some shenanigans going on behind the scenes. The numbers don't add up. It's all a way of fabricating outrage. She said the store employees don't even know what sizes they're stocking anymore, but why would an Old Navy sales associate need to know what sizes they're stocking anymore? It's really not relevant to their jobs. There's no need to sit down everyone in the company and explain the strategy of, we're reducing the plus sizes in the future to increase the profits for the next quarter and blah blah blah. Sales associates don't need to know that to do their jobs. So why are you turning it into a massive cover-up for employees to not know exactly what sizes the store is stocking in the future? She also said that the journalists were getting random people's opinions. What do you think you're doing? Asking your small audience their experiences at Old Navy and using their responses as proof that the company is lying about their motives? It's the same thing. This is full-on conspiracy theory behavior, but I don't get where it comes from. This woman clearly believes that Old Navy is lying about the plus sizes being profitable, right? She keeps saying that removing the plus sizes doesn't add up, but what motivation does Old Navy have to remove a profitable clothing line? Because they purposefully want to keep plus size people from shopping in their stores? That doesn't make any sense. Why would a corporation hurt their own revenue in order to go out of their way to harm fat people? Especially after putting in the huge investment to expand the plus size line to begin with. I feel like she thinks there has to be a conspiracy behind this to justify all the work she's putting in. Like, if Old Navy did just get rid of the plus sizes in stores because they were unprofitable, then she couldn't justify all the work she's putting in to force them to bring it back. But if Old Navy is lying and the line was profitable and they got rid of it, then that justifies all the work she's putting in to force them to bring it back. That's the only way I can justify why she's convinced that Old Navy is lying about the plus size line not being successful. And this woman is far from the only fat activist on TikTok talking about this Old Navy drama. She's the most involved, but she's not the only one. This video was a lot. Why? Why is having clothing in every brand made in your size and selling them in stores a human right? Having an unlimited amount of clothes to shop for in person is an issue of accessibility. Being able to shop for a night out on a whim is an accessibility issue. I will never be able to wrap my head around that. Why is any of this a big deal? Isn't selling the clothes online accessible enough? Being able to buy things online used to be a luxury, but now I guess it's too popular to be accessible, so now it's inaccessible? What kind of reverse 2006 bullshit is this? I'm done. Hello everyone. Today we're going to break down the extreme victim complex of Marissa Matthews. If you don't know who Marissa Matthews is, She's a fat activist TikToker from Canada. And yes, as an American, I do mention she's from Canada to try to separate myself from her. We're not the only ones out here saying crazy shit. She's also from Ottawa, which happens to be where Chantel, aka Foodie Beauty, is also from. So I don't know what they're putting in the water in the Canadian capital, but someone should probably look into that. But today we're going to break down Marissa's terrible arguments, her obnoxious tone, and her awful friendly reminders. Let's go.
Hello there, everybody. This is just a friendly reminder again, because some people are so fucking incompetent that they will not listen to marginalized bodies, but then we'll just talk over them. So let me just reiterate this. The body positive movement is not about your fucking insecurities that are rooted in fat phobia. The movement is about fighting systemic oppression and systemic fat phobia and systemic ableism. It's not about your bloated stomach. It's not about your fucking stretch marks. It's not about your fucking insecurities that are rooted in fat phobia. So get off your fucking high horse and listen to marginalized bodies when we tell you that you've co-opted the movement that was never meant for you. So if you're not on my page to listen and learn, then get the fuck out of here, because I don't want to hear about your thin fucking tears. If you want a movement to help you with your insecurities, then go find 10 of the other movements that exist for it. Stop co-opting one for marginalized bodies.
Let's address a few specifics to start out. She said, body positivity is not about your insecurities that are rooted in fat phobia, and then went on to say that it's for systemic fat phobia and ableism. Fat phobia and ableism are separate issues, and the fat acceptance movement doesn't fight against ableism, and in fact, they tend to reinforce it by pushing the idea that body positivity is only for a specific demographic. Because there are countless disabilities, I would argue most, that are invisible to the eye. And yet, people like Marissa and other fat activists spend their time saying people with eating disorders and body dysmorphia are fat phobic, and body positivity is for fat people and marginalized people, while ignoring there are a large amount of thin, disabled people that would fall under the marginalized umbrella that they claim to fight for. She also said body positivity is not about your stretch marks, which is strange because what do stretch marks have to do with fat phobia? Why are people not allowed to say they're body positive after coming to terms with their stretch marks? And Marissa's also been known to have some weird ideas about body dysmorphia by liking comments that say things like only a select number of people actually have body dysmorphia and the rest who claim to are all fat phobic. She's part of that crowd. She also said, if you're not here to learn, then leave. I'm not here for your thin tears. Could fat activists please stop using terminology from actual marginalized groups? Thin people, or people of any size, saying that body positivity should be open to anyone is not thin fragility or the thins oppressing you. And if you get to spend time duetting and subtweeting thin creators and their behavior, then you've opened your page and your comments to criticism. I'm sure I'll say this multiple times in this video, but you don't get to spout BS and then get mad when people take issue with it.
Just a reminder that if a fat person is talking about fat shaming and how it's not okay and how people shouldn't do it, and your only response is, well, it goes both ways. Skinny shaming's a problem too. Newsflash for you, you're not helping and you're being fat phobic. You're silencing fat bodies and you're making it about yourself. Everybody knows that skinny shaming happens, okay? But the thing is that people not always know that fat shaming happens or that fat shaming can follow through and become discrimination and fat oppression. And saying to a fat person when they're talking about their own experience, and all you have to say is, but it goes both ways. Skinny shaming's a problem too. You are taking their voice away, you are talking over them, and you are silencing them. It's not okay, and you become part of the problem when you do that. So next time, just listen and then make your own goddamn video.
I've seen many videos of fat activists saying that skinny people are always bringing up skinny shaming when fat people bring up fat shaming in an attempt to silence us. But from what I've seen, this is a misrepresentation of what actually happens. It's mostly fat activists making videos that heavily minimize the hurt that can come from skinny shaming or any type of body shaming that isn't fat shaming, and then when people in the comments point out that body shaming of any kind can be really harmful, they fire back saying that we're not here for your thin tears. Simply saying that all body shaming is a problem is not silencing fat bodies and perpetuating oppression, Marissa. But it is yet another way to perpetuate her eternal victim complex. Something these types of videos remind me a lot of is the men's rights / manosphere space of podcasting and YouTube and TikTok. Those videos are supposedly about helping men date and improve themselves, but most of the time they end up just talking crap about women and making up weird scenarios that aren't very common, but they do it to try to bring women down a peg while talking for an entire hour. That's what these videos remind me of, because fat activism is supposed to be about improving the lives of fat people, right? But so often it turns into just ways to shit on skinny people in a way that they find more socially acceptable than outright saying, I hate skinny people, screw all of you skinny bitches, bye. They make up these scenarios and then say, we're not here for your thin tiers, to try to take thin people down a peg, even though that isn't what fat activism is about. Is it? So now we get on to Marissa's dating life, which could be summed up as, dating is difficult, but also really simple because I'm that f***ing awesome. First, we have this gem of the video. If you know, you know. And if you don't know, go watch the video. But here's a quick clip as a reminder.
The strong, independent woman that I am, who knows my worth, knows how I should and deserve to be treated, and how I don't take shit from anyone. He asked me to hang out. That means that he needs to initiate the day of type of thing, you know? And he didn't. It was like 2:30 and he still did not say anything about hanging out that evening. Now, with that said, that means that I'm not gonna sit around. So when he asked me, what's up? I said, oh, I'm sanding some jewelry and watching TV. He's like, oh, cool. He's like, how about you? He's like, not much. I'm like, okay, cool. So then it's like 7, 8-ish, and I send him this lovely message of me setting my boundaries, not being rude at all, but letting him know that the way he was treating the whole situation I did not approve of. So I said, I thought we were hanging out today, LOL. So he didn't answer that, so I said this. I'm not one to wait around all day for a guy, so I'm no longer available to hang out tonight as you never clarified or confirmed anything yet. And now here's where I state my boundary. If there's a next time, I'm going to need things to be a little bit more concrete. Example, a guaranteed time, not just a general time frame, because my time is valuable and I don't appreciate it being wasted. Because essentially you did waste my time. I'm not mad, just stating my boundaries, so if you can respect them, then cool, and if not, then oh well for you. So I sent that last night. I wake up, he read it, but didn't say anything. So I type, nothing? Not even 2 minutes later, he deletes me. Aww. Poor little boy child who doesn't know how to handle an independent woman who knows her worth. And because I'm a petty motherfucker, I messaged this on Bumble. I don't get it. You wanted to hang out with me. We chatted well and we had plans. We didn't end up hanging out because you didn't initiate the plans that we had. So I set a boundary because I know my worth, and then you blocked me? Make it make sense. Make it make sense, buddy, but seriously, make it make sense. And he has since unmatched me. Ladies, know your worth. Stand up for yourself. It's okay.
Every time I watch this video, I have more to say about it. It just has so many layers. If there was a cringe Hall of Fame, this video would be a contender for the top spot. It's just, there's so much wrong with it. Just incredible. Amazing, Marissa. Thank you for making this. But this video shows that Marissa doesn't know what boundaries are, which I will discuss more in depth later. But when we look at what happened, this guy didn't initiate the date the day of. She sent a text saying that she stated her boundaries, and then the guy didn't respond. And then she calls him a man-child for deleting her. But here's the thing. Boundaries are a negotiation, Marissa. Your boundary was as follows. Please initiate the next date in this way, or don't initiate another date at all. It's an ultimatum. It's like if I went on a first date and told them that if we go on another date, they have to get rid of their pet because I don't like cats or whatever. If they say no, they're not going to get rid of their pet, and we don't go on another date, I don't have a right to turn around and call them a butthole. I stated my boundary, and they made their choice. Simple. And by not responding to you, he chose option number 2, not to hang out with you. Sure, he could have messaged you directly saying he doesn't want to hang out anymore, but I'm pretty sure you would have taken that just as badly as you did him ignoring you. You still would have called him a man-child. And honestly, the message you sent waved more red flags than a communist revolution, so I'm not surprised that he just noped right out of there as fast as possible. And still, none of this video has to do with you being fat. and more to do with your horrible way of communicating with people. So she made that video saying that dating while fat is very hard. But then she makes this video.
Hi guys. So there's this stereotype and stigma when it comes to fat people about not being desired sexually or romantically. And this is a stereotype. I have talked about this before. I have talked about my active bedroom life. And like, for example, this week, 4 different guys. Next week, I've got 2 on the line. And like, when I talk about this, a lot of people are like, well, it's not right to brag about all these one-night stands you're having. And one thing that I don't think that people comprehend, because it goes along with the stigma that fat people are not desirable, is that all of these people that I saw this week and that I'm going to see next week are not one-night stands. These are guys who I have relations with, who I have seen more than 5 times before. So they are not one-night stands. Because guess what? People do come back to see fat people because we are desirable. So go unlearn your fat phobia. Thank you.
So she made this video talking about how desired she is as a fat woman, which, like, cool, great. I reacted to this video before, and some people said I was slut-shaming because I said it was cringy, or that I shouldn't shame people having multiple partners. But I never did that. I said it seems highly unlikely that she's casually dating 6 different people, because the point of this video was to imply that these relationships were more than just sexual. And if that's the case, she's implying that she's casually dating all of these men, which would take a lot of time to do. And if these relationships were just sexual, why does she feel the need to emphasize that she has seen them more than 5 times? Like, who cares? I personally don't care how many sexual or romantic partners you have, or how serious they are, but bragging about it online is cringy, no matter how you interpret it. And because she was just saying how hard it is to date as a fat person, it makes the entire thing seem even more like a public display of validation to quell her own insecurity. She captioned this video, "Some Fat Woman Problems for You." So again, she's saying that dating and hooking up is hard as a fat woman because you're seen as a sexual object instead of a person or whatever. But she was just saying that she has a very active and fulfilling sex life and that fat women really are desirable. So like, pick one. So Marissa makes a lot of sex-positive content like this, which isn't bad on its own, but what is bad is her lack of knowledge on what boundaries, and most importantly, consent are.
Hello there, this is just a friendly reminder that somebody's existence is not consent for advice. If someone did not ask you, that means that they do not want your advice. If they wanted it, they would ask. Thank you.
I don't know who needs to hear this, but if somebody did not ask for your opinion, then they don't want to hear it. So shut the f*** up. Just because you have an opinion about somebody doesn't mean that they want to hear it. If they didn't ask, they don't want it.
Hello everyone, I am going to talk about boundaries on my page for a second because I think that I need to clear some things up for some people. I'm not tagging the person because this doesn't just apply to them, it applies to a lot of people. So I would just like to clarify that me setting a boundary for my TikTok page does not mean I'm aggressive. It literally means that I know my worth and that I know how I want to be treated on this app. And it means that I know how I don't want to be treated on this app, which is like and if you think that that is an aggressive thing to do, then you have an issue with the boundary that I've set. That's a you problem, not a me problem. So if I don't want to be criticized for fucking eating food, including grilled lettuce, I have every right to say that I don't want to be judged for that. So then when you do judge me on that, I'm going to call you out because you are crossing a boundary that I have set. It's not that difficult, people. It's not that difficult to let people eat what they want. It's not that difficult to let people live their life how they want. It's not that difficult to not fucking say anything. It's called keep scrolling for a reason. I am sick and tired of getting judged for every fucking thing that I do. It's annoying and it's exhausting.
Hence why I have set boundaries to avoid the exhaustion that you guys place on me sometimes. So if you think that me setting a boundary and not wanting to be judged is aggressive, then that's a fucking you problem. That's not a me problem. Thank you. Bye.
I know my worth and I know how I want to be treated on this app. Girl, the internet doesn't give no dams and zero fucks about how you want to be treated on this app. That type of talk, that I know how I want to be treated and others should respect it, is used for personal relationships with friends or romantic or sexual partners or even colleagues, not with strangers on the internet. And she goes on and on talking about how she doesn't want other people's opinions on her page, but if you don't like it, make your page private. You make yourself a public figure by making a public profile and sharing information, and people are going to comment on it. And yes, some people may be rude, but that's the price you pay for being a creator. And that isn't people crossing your boundaries or a lack of consent. And she said her boundary is that people aren't allowed to give opinions about her life and her content, but what she really means is people aren't allowed to give opinions that she doesn't like on her videos and content. Because if she makes a video making a sandwich, for example, and I comment saying the sandwich looks like soggy trash, she's going to respond saying that I'm crossing her boundary because I've commented on her life and she doesn't want my opinions. But if I comment saying the sandwich looks great, she's going to be like, oh my god, thanks. In fact, Marissa has an entire art business where she shows people her jewelry and her drawings and things like that on her page. And she seems to have no problem with people saying nice things about her art, but anything negative is crossing her boundary. So essentially her boundary is no negative comments. And not even negative comments, no comments she doesn't like on her public profile. But you don't get to make those boundaries on a public profile, Marissa.
Okay, so let's talk about consent for a second, okay? Because especially since you're a nurse and you seem to not comprehend that, let's cover it, okay? So I never asked for your opinion on my body. Meaning, if you give it to me, it's harassment, okay? Because I never consented to you giving me health advice. Meaning, when you do, it's unwanted, not needed, not wanted, and I never said yes to it. So, don't do it, and stop crossing people's boundaries, especially if you're a fucking nurse. Me saying, no, I don't want your unsolicited health advice is me saying no. And then you ignoring that, and then proceeding to give me the unsolicited health advice that I don't want anyway? Yeah, that's harassment. So don't fucking do it. And yeah, quit your job.
Yes, she did just compare someone talking about her body in an internet comment to assault. And not only that, but if you actually read the comment, the nurse said she was shaming fatty foods, not body shaming. I don't know how Marissa was able to continue existing on the internet after what I can confidently say is one of the worst and most offensive takes I've ever heard, but here we are. To be clear, commenting on someone's body over the internet cannot be compared to assault any day of the week. It can be rude, it can be unkind, but it isn't assault.
I don't give two fucks. I do not care if their original comment was fatphobic anymore. You know what I care about? The fact that I blocked them and I said no to them, and then they created multiple accounts to continue talking to me and harassing me. What I care about is I said no to them and I blocked them. And then they ignored that. They ignored me saying no and then continued to harass me and justify their fatphobic comment, even though they weren't apparently being fatphobic. So, stop justifying them and stop justifying their original intent, because guess what? When you do that, it makes you no fucking better than them. So, for the millionth time, me saying no and then someone ignoring that and then making multiple accounts, that's harassment. It's illegal. So shut the fuck up and leave me alone and stop justifying somebody else harassing me. Thank you and good night. Do not come again.
I put this video here because if you look at the hashtags, she added consent. And the caption reads, "Stop deleting videos of me educating people on consent, oh my god." She said she's trying to educate people on consent, but not only is she misrepresenting what consent is, like she's done in previous videos, but she's also accusing TikTok of aiding in what she claims is non-consensual behavior towards her by deleting her videos, and that makes TikTok no better than them. So yeah, TikTok deleting what I presume was a rude and angry comment or video towards one of her commenters turned into her saying a corporation is aiding in her assault. Keep it classy, Marissa. But since we're educating people here, let me give you some unsolicited advice, Marissa. There is an unequal power balance when it comes to a creator and follower or creator and commenter. It's very different from two people on a dating app or two people meeting in person. A public social media profile is inherently not private. Period. You can't enforce personal boundaries. The creator, aka you, Marissa, have a lot more power when it comes to your page. You can reply to comments, delete comments, turn off comments entirely. Your commenters don't even have a direct line of communication to you, unlike someone that you met on a dating app, for example. And if you went on a first date, you can set up boundaries with this person via direct message or face-to-face. Online, there is no direct connection between people, so on a TikTok page, when someone comments something that you don't like, you can't say it's non-consensual, because 1, even if you've made a video stating your boundaries on your page, there's no guarantee that anyone actually saw it, and 2, you have the ability to enforce strict boundaries on your channel by turning off your comments entirely. The thing is, you don't do that because most likely you need the engagement on your channel to grow, and you like the validation that comes from your positive comments. That's the trade-off you get as a creator. You can either turn off your comments or make your page private and risk your channel growth and your engagement, or you make your channel public and open yourself up to criticisms and, yes, even insults. But Marissa seems to think that her public page is required to be her safe space.
Holy shit, so this account was supposed to be my ranting account in my safe space. Now I think that I need to make another one because every other comment on this account is now invalidating me in some way, and that's not why I made it, and that's not why I'm here. Like, do I really need to make another account so that I'm not invalidated every fucking day for existing in my body? Is that what I'm gonna have to do now? If I'm only 26, how am I supposed to go another 50 years doing this? How?
If you want a safe space where nobody can invalidate you, make a private account. And I mean that. Just make your account private. It would save a lot of people a lot of energy. Why did you make this account public if you were worried about getting comments you don't like? The only people that can make public profiles safe spaces are the ones who don't really share their opinions, and especially not controversial opinions. But that isn't your page. So you know you're going to get a lot of criticism and some trolls just based on the content that you create. That's just what happens when you share your opinion on the internet. And you plan on doing this for the next 50 years? TikTok? For 50 years? Here's some more unsolicited advice. Don't plan a future on social media. Most people will fall off eventually, and you really should have a backup plan. Especially when you rep for a movement that will slowly kill itself off when the heart disease and joint pain sits in. But just so we're all clear about how stupid Marissa's boundaries are on her channel that she gets so upset about, here's a clip of her being mad that someone posted about their weight loss in her comments.
Okay, now you're being a bitch. Now you're being a stuck up little. I deleted your comment about your weight loss experience that I never asked for. I do not care about anyone's weight loss. You're freaking out, and you're mad because I set a boundary. Okay.
So not only does she deal with issues by calling people names, but she refuses to let people even talk about weight loss in a positive way. The comment, if you didn't read it, says, "You deleted my comment because it made you feel uneasy that you didn't hear what you wanted. Sorry you're upset with yourself." And Marissa yelled that the commenter seems mad, but the commenter doesn't seem mad, Marissa. You do. You seem very pressed that someone left 2 comments. One talking about weight loss in a positive way, and one saying that they felt sorry that a comment about weight loss is that upsetting to you. And you called them a stuck-up bitch. But sure, they're the mad one. That's what happens when her ridiculous internet boundaries are crossed. In summary, Marissa has no clue what consent or boundaries are. As the commenter of one of my videos said, in response to this video where Marissa said that a nurse was committing non-consensual behavior by commenting on her videos, one of my commenters said, she knows consent is a trigger word, so she's trying to use it to paint the nurse as a villain and herself as a victim. It's disrespectful to actual harassment victims and deeply manipulative. And that sums it up right there. Marissa twists the idea of what consent and boundaries are to make herself seem like the victim and everyone around her, be it a nurse or TikTok or anyone in her comments she doesn't like, as the villains. Which is a reoccurring theme for Marissa and her content. She's the poor, helpless victim, yelling into her camera that she's being silenced and oppressed for her body size, and everyone else is evil for even having the gall to criticize her even a little bit. But Marissa spends all this time talking about consent and boundaries because, according to her, her channel is educational. She's here to teach about body positivity, consent, sex, and more. But she keeps being silenced for simply being a fat person.
TikTok, how is me educating someone on the fact that not every single person in the entire world is going to be attracted to you? How is explaining that bullying and harassment? Like, how? So am I just like never allowed to defend myself anymore? Is that it?
So she said she made this video to educate and defend herself, but if you look at the hashtags on the video she tried to post, it says hashtag stupid people, hashtag closed-minded. TikTok? She's just trying to educate people while calling them stupid and closed-minded. Let this woman post her video.
Just another day and another friendly reminder that if you say that you believe in body autonomy, then that applies to all people, including fat people.
So this video was innocent enough, short, sweet, and with no point. But if you look at the comments on the video, someone asks, what does body autonomy mean? And Marissa replies, does Google not work? Quite a simple, innocent question for your vague video, and her response is just Google it. I thought you were here to educate, Marissa. Or is that only when your frequent bouts of anger haven't gotten the best of you? And this is a pretty common occurrence in Marissa's content. What most people would interpret as valid questions or constructive criticism, Marissa sees as hate, because this woman doesn't know what actual hate is. And because of her tone and her confusion on what educating someone is, Marissa has been banned from TikTok multiple times, and has had countless of her comments and videos flagged. Probably because she says some highly questionable things to the people that interact with her channel.
Hey TikTok, you're acting up again. What the f is this?
Seriously, what the f is this? So I can't comment for 3 days. And guess what that comment was? That was me responding to the girl who was harassing me and then turned it around and said I was harassing her. I'm in the mood to call someone a fatphobic fuck. So here I am, calling this person a fatphobic fuck. So that comment right there was me clarifying and distinguishing the difference between bullying and systemic oppression and discrimination. Okay, now you're being a bitch. Now you're being a stuck up little. Why are you silencing me, TikTok? You keep on doing this. You already have deleted my account, which it was this one. Yes, I already got it back. But if you keep on doing this, I'm gonna get my account deleted again because you are silencing me for doing that. I'm not actually violating anything.
An uneducated mother who is just shouting left, right, and center to try and make sense, yet you aren't still, even though you're using fancy words. So take a second, get the ruler out of your fucking asshole, and try and listen to fat people.
All of my videos are literally me being fat and standing up for myself. That's not a violation.
Wow. The level of delusion. You do a lot more than be fat and stand up for yourself. Calling people and motherfuckers all the time while trying to educate doesn't mean you're the victim and TikTok is trying to silence you. Saying that type of stuff is, if not an outright violation of guidelines, uncalled for and extremely rude. But this is in fact how Marissa educates her viewers, with what seems like crude insults. And then she'll get her videos flagged by TikTok and then be upset about it and claim that it's fat oppression and discrimination.
So this happened again. Apparently, the people who bully me and the people who So then, because her injury and hate comments are allowed to exist on the site, we're allowed to keep commenting. Well, there sure is a lot of stuff about people on every video telling these people to leave me alone. It's a violation? Yeah, no. Fix your app. Fix your app, because it's pathetic. Why shouldn't it get a violation when we're literally telling people to not bully me? Tell me how that makes sense. Make it make sense. But it doesn't. It doesn't make sense. Me telling people to not bully me shouldn't be a violation. For fun.
It does make sense. It makes a lot of sense when you think about it. Because when you are name calling and calling people stupid, fat phobic pieces of shit, it can seem like bullying and harassment, regardless of your size. Marissa thinks she's such a victim and that TikTok is discriminating against her because she's fat. But it's not because you're fat, it's because of your actions. But of course, nothing bad that happens to Marissa can ever be her fault. And this seems like a good time for even more unsolicited advice. Marissa has this problem of responding to every hate comment she gets on her channel. She never lets them go, has to respond to all of them. But as I said earlier, there is an uneven power dynamic between creator and commenter. You as the creator have all the power to control pretty much everything on your page. Who's allowed to post, what comments are allowed on your page. You can even delete comments. The only thing you can't control is what people comment. And yes, obviously people can troll and be mean in your comments, but that's something you just have to deal with if you make anything on the internet. And the best thing you can do is ignore it. If you take any digital marketing class, one of the first things they will tell you is don't feed the trolls, because they'll always be there. If someone says something you don't like, ignore it. And if it's really bigoted, delete the comment. But Marissa feeds her trolls more than anyone I've ever seen. And these aren't just snacks. She feeds them whole hearty meals, like truckloads of food. She can't let any comment she doesn't like go. I feel like Marissa thinks that she's very confident and edgy for responding to so many of the criticisms in her videos, but all it does is tell people that their words are really getting to you, and that you're reading all of your comments. And then they can keep continuously ignoring you by commenting things that you don't like. The advice I have for you, Marissa, is ignore the comments. I promise you'll receive less of them. But all the clips I've shown aren't even the worst Marissa has to offer. For that, we have to go to this infamous video. I don't think I can even show the whole thing on YouTube because it's pretty bad, but I'll show the parts I can.
Closing with this whole scenario, yeah, every single person who has ever bullied me, I don't think that they deserve to live or to breathe. And that includes every single person on ED Twitter who has bullied me or mentioned me or reposted anything of mine. All of you, I personally think you should drop dead. I personally think that you do not deserve to breathe air for bullying another human because of their body size or simply because you just don't like them. Like, that is so pathetic to do that. So, no, call me controversial, but I don't think that you deserve to live if you intentionally harm someone who is already mentally ill. No, I don't think you deserve to live. So if I haven't blocked all of you, go record that, go screen record that, and go post it on Twitter as well. Make me famous. I don't care anymore. But yeah, in all honesty, just for closing, so everybody knows my thoughts, I think they're all pieces of shit. They don't deserve to live. And in Marissa land, bullies would be sent to an island with the serial killers. Y'all would be able to fend for yourselves. But we don't live in Marissa land, unfortunately, so...
Yes, she did just say all of that. I'm pretty sure this was the catalyst for her getting banned from TikTok, like, the third time? But regardless, she got her account back. She wished death upon a bunch of people on a live platform, and from what I can tell, she never apologized or even addressed it. You wished death and torture on people, ma'am. You should probably say something about that. But anyway, after that vile display, some people started to question how Marissa addresses people.
Okay, so one thing that I just like find really funny and just like stupid at the same time is when people comment on my video something along the lines of, I really supported you until you said this, or I really supported you but like I don't like what you're saying, so now I'm not gonna support you. Cool. Guess what? Newsflash, I do not give two fucks if you support me or not. By all means, I am really happy that I do have the supporters and followers that I do. But if for some reason you wake up one day and you don't like the fact that I talk about fat oppression, or you don't like the fact that I want all fat bodies to be treated equally, or if you don't like that I'm advocating for basic human rights of fat people, and you don't want to support me because I'm calling that out, or you don't want to support me because I'm addressing thin privilege, guess what? You can leave, and you don't need to announce your departure because I don't give two fucks. This space is not for you if you don't like that. So thanks, bye!
So she's doing that thing again where she misrepresents what people are telling her, or just straight up ignores it. I don't think the people that have stopped supporting her are doing it because she's talking too much about fat oppression and thin privilege. She's done that since the beginning of her page and talked about it almost exclusively in that time. So why would people stop supporting her all of a sudden when she's talking about the same subjects? Well, because it's not the fat stigma talk that's making people leave. It's her condescending attitude and patronizing tone towards her followers. And lesson number 2 from digital marketing: don't alienate your followers. If you have a noticeable uptick in people telling you that they aren't supporting you anymore, you should probably do some reflection as to why that is instead of blaming everyone else. There's even a comment on this video that says, I wish you could be a little less condescending. Really enjoy your content and look forward to it daily. And Marissa's response was, I don't have to be nice and pleasant all the time. I'm allowed to think other people are stupid and I'm allowed to show emotions. This person didn't say you weren't nice or weren't allowed to show emotion. They said they would prefer if you could be a little bit less condescending. A very kind comment, but she couldn't even accept a little bit of criticism. So instead of self-reflection, Marissa decided to embrace her crass, rebellious spirit.
Okay, so another thing I just find that really weird and like kind of funny because people are so stupid is when people are like, oh my god, Marissa, you pretend to be such a good person. And it's like, where the fuck have I ever pretended? I know I'm an asshole. I know I'm an asshole. I can be a fucking a lot of the times, and I am okay with that because I accept myself and I don't feel bad about that. Because in my opinion, when I'm an asshole, it's warranted. It's deserved. Like, I don't go out of my way and just say fuck off to everybody. I say fuck off to the people who cross my boundaries or who are dicks to me and who don't respect me or harass me or bully me or whatnot. But sometimes I can be a dick and I'm well aware of that and I'm okay with it. Because I don't think someone can be good, like a good person 100% of the time. I don't think that's realistic. I think I'm a kind person a lot of the times, but I can be a dick to those people who are a dick to me first.
Ooh, she's in her edgy phase. She speaks her mind and doesn't give a damn about anything. She's a confident badass out here bragging about how much dick she gets for social validation on an app made for children. She says she's not mean unless someone is mean to her first or crosses her boundaries, but as we've seen in the rest of this video, she doesn't know what criticism or boundaries really are. Which means she's most likely just going out and being a dick because she thinks that anyone skinny that sneezes in her general direction is violating her breathing boundary and deserves to be put in her place. And yes, nobody can be nice 100% of the time, but people aren't asking you to be nice all the time. Honestly, even 2% of the time would be an improvement, Marissa. I mean, actually, let's just go for 1%, and we'll go from there. But props for trying to kind of almost be self-aware, I guess.
Hi, just a reminder that if you comment on my tone and you tell me to correct it, or to change it, or to worry about it because I'll be coming off as this, or I'll be coming off as that, how have you not known by now, or learned by now, that I do not give two fucks and I don't want you tone policing me? Because telling me how to talk and in what tone to talk in is tone policing. And telling me that I need to have a more digestible and more performative tone as opposed to my fucking sarcastic tone that I really fucking enjoy using? Yeah, that's called tone policing. So that I come off as more comfortable and more performative for you. Because you want my voice to have this type of message. And you're associating my negative tone with negativity. So stop tone policing.
She says she doesn't want a performative tone, but are you not using a performative tone right now with the heavy condescension and sarcasm? Like, is your voice stuck like that or something? And she says she's mad because people are associating her negative tone with negativity. As opposed to what? And she tries to make her viewers seem like the bad ones for believing this? Ugh. Marissa, have you ever heard the phrase or the idea that most communication isn't the words, it's the tone? Like, if you said nice things to a pet, like your dog, in a tone that you use all the time, even if they were nice words, they wouldn't like it, because you have a very negative tone. Yet, you expect people to not associate your very negative tone with you being a negative person. She's basically like, if you interpret my rude and condescending tone as me being rude and condescending, that's a you problem. But just so you know, it's not just your tone that's bad. It's also the words. Like, your words are bad too. So, there's that. And again, she's doing that thing where she's deflecting all of her criticisms. People have told her that her tone is off-putting, but she's not going to take any responsibility for alienating her own audience. Marissa, you are free to speak in whatever tone you want, but you have to deal with the consequences of it. And the very real truth is, your tone is the reason your channel is dying. I don't know if I can find the old video, but there was a post she made around March of 2021 that said she was celebrating having 4 million likes on her channel. But fast forward to recently, she only has about 5.5 million likes. So she got about 4 million likes in her first year on TikTok, and only about 1.5 million in the second. Part of this downfall is that a lot of her followers just stopped watching because she seemed mean. And another part of it is that her channel has been banned multiple times on TikTok, so it most likely tanked her page in the algorithm. But both of these problems are a direct result of the tone problem that she refuses to address. And to connect this all back to the previously mentioned dating issues, all the responses Marissa makes, be it on TikTok or Bumble or wherever, make it seem like she can't properly cope with any negativity in a healthy way. She can't handle even the slightest amount of rejection, the slightest amount of criticism, nothing. And it all shows that she can't take accountability for anything she does or ever reach any sort of compromise, which obviously makes her seem like a very unattractive potential partner. So I have no problem believing she would struggle to date. But let's get on to Marissa and her activism. So if you've wandered around my channel or channels like mine for a bit, you are sure to have seen many instances of fat activists saying they are oppressed for being fat and comparing being fat to actually marginalized groups. And Marissa is no different.
Currently arguing with some skinny bitch on some other influencer's post. And it's just so funny how ignorant skinny people are. Like, the influencer made a mistake, educated herself, yet so many people in the comment section are still not getting it. Like, this who I'm arguing with, she's making all the regular fat-phobic assumptions that all overweight people are unhealthy, you know, and that the BOPO movement is for everybody. And I've told her that it's a movement for marginalized bodies to fight systemic oppression. Yet she doesn't believe me or still thinks that she should be allowed in it, even though she's not in a marginalized body. And the last thing she said is so funny. And so she says that being fat should not be normalized. Yet she wants to be in the BOPO movement, yet she doesn't agree with anything the movement stands for. How hypocritical!
First of all, can we get rid of the term marginalized bodies? Nobody that is oppressed, aside from fat activists, want to be referred to as marginalized bodies. Fat activists are always talking about being dehumanized for being fat, but referring to yourself as a body is incredibly dehumanizing. And the idea that to be body positive, you have to believe obesity should be normalized is wrong. This gatekeeping BS that unless you believe our fat acceptance ideas, you don't get to be body positive is stupid. Being fat or believing in fat acceptance always seems like the first gate one has to get through to be body positive. But they also say it's for all marginalized bodies. What if you're a skinny black woman, but you don't believe being fat is healthy? Are they allowed to be body positive? Probably not.
Hello, everybody. So this is just a friendly reminder that when a fat person is talking about their own marginalization and their own oppression and their own discrimination that they've experienced, that does not equal or equate them comparing their marginalization to others. Because them talking about it is not comparing unless they actually compare it, you know? Like, they actually have to say, oh my god, my oppression is worse. But fat people, from what I've seen, don't do that. What we do is we talk about our own oppression. And then everybody else listening or watching, as a way to invalidate us, they say, oh my god, stop comparing, when the words, oh my god, our oppression is so much worse, has actually never come out of our mouths. So just to clarify, us talking about our own oppression is not comparing. Just stop putting words in our mouth. Yes, this is bedhead. Thanks.
So she said that we, fat activists, are not comparing oppression in the fat activist movement to actual marginalized groups. But
straight people do not need pride. They're welcome to come and support and educate themselves.
I want to elaborate on the fantastic point this video makes. This creator is basically saying that in the way that straight people support LGBTQ people, thin people should support fat people instead of co-opting the movement and making it about them. I also want to add to that I think that the way that fat phobia shows up in a lot of people who aren't fat is kind of similar to the way that homophobia shows up in a lot of straight people.
If you lump all fat people in one group together as though they are not very different individuals, that's fat phobic. Just like lumping all black people in one group and saying, I don't like black people, is racist.
I could keep going with these videos. There are many, many more out there and many more on my channel. So when Marissa says nobody is comparing oppression, she's obviously wrong. But she also said, quote, people comment telling us to stop comparing even though we never said, OMG, our oppression is so much worse. But even in that sentence alone, she misrepresented what the commenters are saying. The commenters weren't claiming that you said being fat is worse than being queer, for example. They're claiming that you're saying that they are on the same level of oppression, which they aren't. And that's why they're mad, which is why they say stop comparing and not stop saying being fat is worse than being XYZ. So even in her own argument, she can't disguise the fact that she's misrepresenting what people are saying. And in an earlier video, she said that body positivity was for marginalized bodies, including fat people, and that is lumping being fat in with being queer or black or disabled, and is absolutely comparing. If you say otherwise, you are being intellectually dishonest. Especially because you and other fat activists go around using terms like thin tiers and whitewashing to explain phenomena that you say are part of fat oppression, and co-opting this type of terminology from other civil rights movement doesn't lend to the idea that you aren't comparing being fat to other marginalized groups. But because Marissa thinks she's oppressed for being fat, she thinks that anything bad happens to her is discrimination based on her size. And we've established that Marissa doesn't know what boundaries, consent, or educating people are, and we've also established she has no ability to do any introspection when it comes to her awful behavior, which is why she's been banned from TikTok multiple times and blames it on fat phobia instead of herself.
Hi everyone, I hate to be making this video again, but my maid is now disabled for another week, and when I did not do anything except exist in my fat body and not want to be harassed by bullies.
So please, can you please email TikTok? The link is in my bio. Wait, stop scrolling! My account just got banned and I need your help to get it back! Hi guys, I hate to be having to make this video again, but as you know, I have been blocked from posting on my main account for 2 weeks now. I was supposed to be able to post again tonight, and I went to go look just now. I got another notification saying that I can't post until the 19th, and then another one shortly after saying the 21st. This is without any violation. That's literally almost 4 weeks total. I haven't posted in 2 weeks. How the am I getting banned from posting when I am not even posting anymore? Who of my followers is reporting me still? This is pathetic, it's discrimination, it's oppression, and it's silencing marginalized bodies, and it's not okay.
The reason her ban was extended was most likely because TikTok was still getting reports from users that flagged her videos for harassment or bullying. TikTok was doing reviews on those claims, which is why they kept pushing back the date of her reinstatement of her account. But as always, Marissa has to be the victim in this situation. And this type of occurrence of having an outside force impose problems in your life and then turning around and calling it oppression is such a classic example of a major victim mentality. And with Marissa, it seems like the bigger the problem is, the more it affects her life, the more she has to blame somebody else for the problem, even up to and including systematic oppression. But you weren't banned for existing in a fat body, Marissa. You were banned for being rude and possibly saying some horrible stuff to someone like, go die. If you want to be edgy and confident and call out all your haters on your page and say some objectively vile shit in the process, do you. But don't cry victimhood when the consequences of your terrible decisions come back to bite you. But Marissa's victimhood extends far beyond simply being fat, which leads to Marissa's terrible treatment of service workers and her victiming in the wild. Marissa doesn't just act like a victim on TikTok. She also takes her entitlement and delusion offline so she can terrorize the rest of the world.
I fucking hate getting up out of bed to go on my daily walk to Tim Hortons to get food. And I make it in time, plenty of time before they close, yet they're not fucking serving food anymore. Do you understand how fucking frustrating that is? As a depressed person who doesn't want to fucking make food, I had more energy to get up, to go outside, to go for a fucking walk, to get food because I couldn't make any. And then the Tim Hortons that I go to literally is not selling food. You bet I said fuck you to the guy and left. I fucking hate this pandemic. I fucking hate people. Shit! You Trudeau. You dog. Fuck everybody. Today.
Nothing grinds my gears like treating service workers like crap. And wow. Just wow, Marissa. So you went to a convenience store during a pandemic because this video was posted in the summer of 2021. They weren't making food that late in the day due to store policy, and you told them, F you. First of all, this wasn't the employee's fault. You're yelling at what is probably a minimum wage worker who has no control over what time of day food is or isn't made. Why would you yell at them? This is full-on Karen behavior right here. And second, you had enough energy to get up and go to Tim Hortons, but you didn't have enough energy to cook? Like, being depressed sucks, but how do you have energy to go outside and go for a walk to a fast food chain but no energy to, I don't know, make a bowl of cereal? The sheer entitlement and privilege in this video. To have enough energy and money to go out and buy food because you don't want to make it at home, to then yell at a minimum wage employee who won't make you food, to then blame your prime minister for it? Like, what does Trudeau have to do with this situation? And then to make yourself the victim in this situation because you're depressed and you can't make food at home or go to a different store? This is all giving very Karen, very anti-masker behavior. In the words of your own movement, do better, because this was f***ing disgusting. But this isn't the only instance of Marissa making herself a victim out in the wild.
I'm not done ranting yet because people are dumb. So after biking, all the way to Canadian Tire to get a new seat for my bike because it's broken. They won't allow me in the store because I have a backpack and they want me to leave my backpack and my belongings at the front. How am I supposed to buy stuff if I don't have my purse on me? Like, what are these dumb fucking rules? Do people not realize that a lot of women do not wear purses anymore? Especially when you're riding a bicycle? I can't wear a purse when I'm riding a bike. That's why I have a backpack, because it fits everything that I need. Like, am I supposed to go in the store and hold everything that's not in my backpack? I actually might do that. Just take everything out of my backpack and walk in with my backpack empty. They can have that and I'll just hold all my items and be an asshole? Probably. Why do people have these dumb rules? What is so bad about having a backpack? What is so bad about a woman having a backpack as a purse?
So you asked how you were going to pay for your stuff without your backpack. Here's an idea. Take the form of payment you're going to use out of your backpack and put it in your pockets. I'll hold for applause over my brilliance. But for real, whatever cash or card you're going to pay with, just put them in your pocket or bra, leave your bag up front, and keep shopping. It's not that big of a deal. A slight annoyance, but oh well. But this whole Canadian Tire saga continues.
Okay, so since I cannot wear my backpack into Canadian Tire and Walmart does not have bike seats, I'm gonna have to go back in. My question is, if I put my backpack under my shirt and in my pants, I need you to let me know if like the fatness coincides with like my own fatness. Yeah, 1 second. Okay, so this is what it looks like. Is it too lopsided? Am I gonna need to take my water bottle out and hold that? That's what it looks like from the side. So does it combine with my other fatness, or do I just look like I have a backpack under my shirt?
Oh my god, look at those pockets! That she could potentially store some sort of currency, that she could pay for her items without being attached to her backpack. My plan would have worked. But seriously, do you have cocaine or something in your bag and that's why you can't be apart from it? Because all of this effort to try to hide your bag under your shirt so you can carry it into a store seems so unnecessary given the circumstances. It's like a child that's told they can't have a piece of candy until they eat their carrots and decide to throw a tantrum and refuse to eat, or try to quietly feed the carrots to the dog instead of taking a few bites of food. Like, grow up. This is embarrassing behavior. And if you look at the caption in the first video, she said that Canadian Tire just lost her business. Ma'am, they don't want you back. And maybe they can't afford a security guard. This is still just more Karen behavior. And if you look at the caption in the second video, it says, "Can you tell I don't like being told what to do?" That is psycho girlfriend behavior. To pass off making a big deal out of really small issues as cute and quirky instead of the massive red flag it is worrying. This is the step that happens right before, "My boyfriend bought me the wrong necklace, so I ignored him for a week and broke his computer. Hehehe, I'm so quirky." In all of these problems, the bike incident, the Tim Hortons incident, they're all minor inconveniences. Privileged people problems. Oh, you have to drop off your purse before walking around a store? Oh no! You have to walk to a different Tim Hortons or make food at home? When will the tyranny end? Do something about this, Trudeau! Marissa seems to search for problems in life. That's the only reason she seems to be able to find negativity in absolutely everything, and why she seems to always make problems for herself. She seems to like spending all day being angry over things that well-adjusted people with normal coping skills would be annoyed about for 30 seconds and then continue on with their day. It's that same victim mentality that she insists on wearing on her sleeve all day, every day. It seems exhausting.
Why are men so f***ing stupid? Like, as I'm swiping on Bumble, this one guy, like, the second thing that he says to me is, "Do you have Snapchat?" And it's like, yeah, I have Snapchat, but I don't use it to entertain men. Because if you want to talk to me and you're over 25 years old, then you're gonna have to text me.
And yet, another example of Marissa making problems for herself. Why is it so offensive to ask for your Snapchat? We already know from previous videos that you use Snapchat to message people you meet on Bumble. But on this particular day, it's a problem? Your expectations change every day, but then you expect literal strangers to meet those expectations. You could just say, I prefer text instead of Snapchat, instead of calling someone stupid for simply asking. The entitlement of this woman, ugh. Being around someone that has this much of an issue about everything has to be so tiring. Nothing is ever satisfactory, and everything is everyone else's fault. But her victim mentality has cost her a lot.
Okay, so sometimes I like sit here and I'm like, oh, I think to myself, oh, I wish I like was more friends. Like I was better friends with more people on TikTok. And then I think that a lot, okay? And then TikTok drama happens. And it's like, huh, I will never have that problem at the moment because I don't talk to anyone from TikTok that much to have that problem, so.
Wow, I can't imagine why being friends with you would cause drama, or why people wouldn't want to be friends with you. Heaven knows, really. This entire video reminds me of the chill girl. You know, the one that hates drama but is somehow always in the center of it. But maybe you don't have friends, Marissa, because you make videos like this.
I don't know if this is an unpopular opinion or not, but I'm gonna put it out there that I do not like people who get bored.
And I do not like people who get bored.
Like, I just don't vibe with people who get bored. Or who don't like spending time with themselves. Much to do in this world, there's so much to see. And if you get bored, then I automatically don't like you. Because to me it says one of two things. One, it says that you don't know yourself. You don't know yourself enough to occupy yourself. Now, whether that has to do with not knowing who you are or lack of self-discovery, I'm just not interested in associating myself with someone who's not self-aware like that. And then the second thing it says about a person who gets bored easily is that they're really not smart. Like, you don't have enough intellect to figure out a way to occupy yourself. Also, 9 times out of 10, these people expect others to entertain them.
You just said that everyone who has ever said they are bored is stupid with a bad sense of self, and you wonder why you have no friends. And she said people should be okay spending time with themselves, but maybe spending too much time with yourself is what led you to living in your own head with no outside voices or opinions that could temper your crazy. Just a thought. And the sheer amount of arrogance it takes to say that anyone who gets bored doesn't have the intellect to occupy themselves? And people who are happy with themselves don't get bored? Because you're such a big-brained 21st century Einstein, Marissa, that's so content and well-adjusted. Yelling into your phone to strangers that say they're happy they lost weight or saying that obesity isn't healthy. That's beefy-brained behavior right there, Marissa. Honestly, why aren't they studying you to discover what the next generation of human intelligence looks like? I guess we can already see it though, right? Reduced emotional regulation, less critical thinking, fewer social skills, smaller vocabulary, but a quicker temper and more delusion. And those are truly the traits humanity needs more of. She also made this video where she said she had some long-term friends that cut her off out of nowhere, even though they helped her with her mental health for a long time. And some people in her comments were saying that maybe they got drained constantly helping her, and of course Marissa wouldn't accept that answer. But even with all of this, Marissa is still blaming her size. Someone commented that, is this because we're fat? And Marissa said, I don't know, maybe they're both thin and they never supported my TikTok stuff, so even when her friends ditch her, she can't do any introspection to think, maybe I wasn't great to them. Maybe I was condescending. Maybe I wasn't there for them enough. And so when they moved, they didn't want to keep in contact with me anymore. No, they didn't support her because she's fat. Obviously. The world just hates fat people. That's why everyone's ditched me. Like, girl, people don't hate you because you're fat.
They hate you because you seem like a mean, unpleasant person that believes their shit doesn't stink and doesn't understand the process of action and consequence. You'd have as many people dislike you if you were a size 0 or a size 30. It's just easier for you to attribute all your problems to your body size than accept that you're disliked because of your own personality. But let's get on to Marissa's inability to let negative criticism go. We've already established that she hates pretty much everyone in her comment section, but she also has a lot of beef on Instagram as well. Being as she's very unliked, she gets a lot of mean DMs. But instead of ignoring them like a normal person, she responds to them. And not only that, she then posts screenshots of the DMs to her story. Someone sent her a message referencing a video, presumably sex-related, and Marissa responds by bragging that she slept with 4 guys this week and all of them want to date her. What the f***? This is so sad. I'm physically cringing so hard I can't feel my hands. Why would you post this? This is so sad. And then to post it on your story like you did something? Oh my god. I already said that the Bumble story belongs in the Cringe Hall of Fame, but this screenshot alone is up there too. And what even is this? And the reply was at 4 a.m. Girl, get a life. So not only does Marissa have conflict on Instagram, but Twitter as well. Anyone who knows anything about Twitter knows that someone as memeable and rude as Marissa is going to get dragged through the gutter. And Marissa is known for searching her own name on Twitter to see what people are saying about her. She's known for posting tweets about herself on Instagram because she searches her name where she knows she might find some people saying things about her she doesn't like, and then posts screenshots of those tweets to her story. And then there's this entire feedback loop where people know she's searching her name, so they make more mean posts about her to get a rise out of her, and then she posts it on her story, rinse and repeat. Anyone with even the slightest shred of self-esteem would know that Twitter is where internet trolls thrive, so you wouldn't engage with them, right? It's one thing to feed the trolls on TikTok, but it is a whole other thing to do it on Twitter. And yet, Marissa can't seem to not do it. She can't let anything go. Someone said something about her, and she has to give her opinion on it. And I don't want to minimize the fact that people, even strangers, saying unkind things to you on the internet can be hurtful. But anyone who plans to have a following and give their opinion on the internet should understand that there are always going to be trolls and people that don't want to engage in good faith. No matter how clear I am in my own videos, there are always going to be people and comments that seem to go out of their way to not understand what I'm saying. But those people will always exist. And as a creator, you have to find healthy ways to deal with these people. Be it understanding that this is bound to happen and just forgetting about it, to ignoring them, to not looking at your comments, to comment filters, whatever. But Marissa has taken the unhealthy approach and decided to engage in pretty hostile ways with anyone who has good or bad faith criticisms of her. But all of this Twitter drama leads me to my next point, which is Marissa's mother. Now, I normally wouldn't find a need to talk about someone's mom, but Marissa's mom is actually a somewhat frequent guest in Marissa's TikToks, and some of her behavior there and on Twitter help explain why Marissa is who she is. So remember that earlier video where I showed Marissa saying some horrible things about what she would like to do to people in Marissa land? Well, people on Twitter obviously dragged Marissa for this. And not only did Marissa spend a bunch of time arguing with these people before eventually deleting her Twitter altogether, but her mother jumped into the fray to defend her daughter, after she said that her haters should be sent to an island with serial killers, and her mother defended that. And not only that, but her mother did some really sad, cringy stuff in trying to defend her daughter.
This tweet says, "Imagine carrying a baby for 9 months and then it comes out looking like Marissa Matthews." And her mother responded, "I was blessed." Were you? Really? This one says, Marissa Matthews, she's a hate activist on TikTok who spends most of her time yelling at anyone who disagrees with her. And her mom responded, "Just like you spend most of your time bullying people." Nice one, nice burn. Even though this tweet wasn't even mean and is actually quite accurate. This tweet, I don't know what the original one was, but this was a reply to that one, and it says probably something with Marissa Matthews again, and her mom responded, "Typical bully." But if you'll notice, she commented this a week after it was posted. How are you going to make a response that bad 7 days late? 7 days. That's like a decade in Twitter years. You're a decade late to the party. The moment has passed. Why are you here? This is exactly how I imagine a middle-aged white mom would act on Twitter, and exactly why they shouldn't be there. Marissa's mom also started threatening people with lawsuits, and there's nothing more lame than threatening teenagers on Twitter with a lawsuit in order to defend your daughter. Like, wow. And if you could sue over being dragged on Twitter, many celebrities would have gotten even more rich by now. You're just adding fuel to the fire with this one. So after all the awful things Marissa has said, her mother still defends her. So it makes sense why Marissa has no responsibility of her own actions. She can seemingly say anything, up to and including that people should be assaulted, and her mother will defend her. It really explains a lot. Even this exchange shows a lot. Someone posted, "Marissa Matthews, if you see this, just stop searching up your name on Twitter, okay? You've put yourself out there a lot, so people are going to talk about you. Just ignore them if it's really that bad." So this was probably the nicest things I've seen anyone say about Marissa on Twitter. Someone gave Marissa very good advice to stop searching herself and let the whole Twitter drama go, because by engaging in it, she was just making it worse. But do you think Marissa's mother could see this as the kind, necessary gesture that it was? Absolutely not, because of course she couldn't. She raised Marissa Matthews. She responded, "Or people can stop bullying her." Even her mom can't take kind advice. So we can clearly see where Marissa gets her victim complex and lack of accountability of her own actions, and her inability to ignore any negative criticism about her. She got it from her mama. Generational failure right there. So on top of all the rudeness and lack of self-awareness, Marissa also believes, like most fat activists, in some weird things surrounding body size.
Hey everybody, welcome back to my new series where here I am teaching you about things that are fat-phobic that you may not have known are fat-phobic. So this is going to be a short one. If you look at a thin person and then automatically assume based on their body size that they're healthy, that's fat phobia. And in turn, you look at a fat person and you automatically assume that they're unhealthy, also fat phobia.
So based on what she said, it's fat phobic to assume anyone's health status based on their body size. Small, large, whatever. But if I see someone that's thinner and I think to myself, they look healthy, how is that fat phobic? And if I see someone that's 500 pounds, how is it fat phobic to think they look unhealthy? Nobody, and I mean nobody, that is 500 pounds looks comfortable in their bodies. And one thing to note about this line of thinking, that assuming someone's health status by their size is fat phobic, is in and of itself kind of ableist. Fat phobia implies some sort of discrimination, right? An unjust treatment based on someone's body size. But fat activists are always saying that the movement fights for disability rights and that no one owes the world health. But they also say, you're discriminating against me for thinking that I'm unhealthy. But if you believe that health does not equal worth, then why is it offensive or discriminatory for someone to assume you're unhealthy? People that do activism for disability rights are always trying to get people away from using euphemisms that try to deny that disabled people have disabilities. they don't like people using terms like differently abled instead of disabled, because they want people to know that having a disability or health condition shouldn't be seen as something that lowers someone's value, and that someone's health and the way they're treated should be separate issues. And yet, it's considered offensive to fat activists to say that being morbidly obese is unhealthy. But why? If I say that someone with depression is unhealthy, that wouldn't be seen on its own as discrimination. But if I deny them a job because they're depressed, that's seen as discrimination. It's the action I take based on their health status that's the discrimination, not simply acknowledging that they have a health problem. You would only find it offensive to say that someone is unhealthy if you believe that someone is worth less because they're unhealthy. So, Marissa, why do you think someone being unhealthy takes away from their value? Now we're on to the unproductive roasting part of the video, because I've gone through a lot in the production of this video, and I have more to say. So to start out, let's go into Marissa's video of pan frying lettuce. She calls it grilling, but there's no actual grill from what I've seen. She's basically just sauteing lettuce that she puts on a sandwich, which is pretty weird. And people are rightfully like, what the hell is this? Isn't lettuce on a sandwich supposed to make it crunchy? And then she responded with this.
People always ask if the lettuce is crunchy when I grill it, and yes, let's listen. Okay, we got some grilled lettuce with balsamic glaze on it. Still crunchy.
You know what would have made it even more crunchy? If you hadn't stir-fried it. And then someone asked her in her comments what the point of grilling it was, and she said, for flavor. Saying grilling lettuce on a stove is adding flavor has to be one of the most white people things I've ever heard. You know how you could add flavor? Spices, sauces, not oil and lettuce in a pan so you can eat a wet-looking sandwich. And now we're on to Marissa's terrible, terrible angles. So Marissa has a habit of complaining that her videos aren't doing as well as they used to. It could have something to do with the fact that she tells people to die, or that she's rude, or is accused at TikTok of aiding in commenters doing non-consensual things to her, essentially calling them accomplices to assault. Or it could be because she's fat. Who really knows? But I have a theory. Her content isn't good. And also, she doesn't know how to film herself properly. Exhibit A through D. Marissa's terrible angles. You're on an app that's known for people getting big for simply looking good, and yet you haven't seemed to figure out how to shoot videos from an even semi-decent angle. Nobody looks good being filmed from below parallel, and yet she insists on shooting herself looking like a middle-aged mom who just received a text. Know your angles, and this isn't one of them. So that's the end of the video. As of late March, Marissa privated her entire TikTok account. She might have even deleted it by this point, and she's using what was her second account as her main account now. But from everything I've seen, her career on the internet is going downhill real fast. Like, I don't think she'll be around much longer. Honestly, channels talking about her is kind of the reason she's staying alive. In a lot of ways, she's kind of like Amberlynn Reid, just creating drama to keep herself kind of almost relevant. But yeah, I hope you enjoyed the video. Please give it a like. If you made it this far, you've seen a lot, so just like the video while you're here, and I will see you in the next one.
Life does not answer effort. Life answers words. The right words, spoken daily, draw wealth like a magnet. I will give you 10 sentences that have never failed 10 keys that unlock the vault of supply. In this lesson, you will learn the 10 sentences of wealth declarations rooted in divine law that cannot fail. If you have tried to earn more and only met with struggle, you will see why. If you have spoken words without power and seen no result, you will discover the missing link. These 10 sentences are not wishing, not hoping, not empty repetition. They are the language of spirit, and when you speak them, wealth must come. By the end of the teaching, you will not only know these sentences, you will know how to make them live. Perhaps you have tried affirmations before, repeating words without change. Perhaps you have worked hard, but your money slipped through your fingers. Perhaps you have prayed but received only silence. I know that discouragement. The world has trained you to beg and doubt. But divine law has no delay and no lack. It responds to words spoken with authority. These 10 sentences are the very commands that open the way. And if you will say them daily, with faith, you will see the proof with your own eyes. In this teaching, I will give you 10 sentences of wealth, and I will show you how to speak them so they work. I will reveal why words of fear cancel words of faith, why some affirmations fall empty while others strike like lightning. You will hear stories of those who used these sentences and saw money come in perfect ways. I will show you how to guard your lips so you do not uproot your good, and how to fill your atmosphere with expectancy until supply rushes to meet you. Stay with me, for each of these 10 sentences is a key. One may open a door for you today, another may dissolve a burden tomorrow, and when you speak them all together, daily, you will see the law move in ways you never dreamed. The treasury of heaven is already yours. These words will open it. Here's something most people completely miss. Life is not shaped by effort, by struggle, by chance. Life is shaped by words. Every word you speak writes itself into your subconscious, and the subconscious is a faithful servant. It carries out exactly what it is told. If you say lack, lack appears. If you say wealth, wealth appears. If you say fear, fear multiplies. If you say faith, faith brings your supply. Your life is nothing more and nothing less than the harvest of your tongue. I say it with all certainty. Your word is your wand. You cannot escape it. You cannot outrun it. You cannot plant thorns and expect roses, and you cannot fill your lips with worry and expect abundance. That is why people pray and see no answer. Their lips speak fear while their heart cries for supply. Their affirmations in the morning are canceled by their complaints at night. They declare one truth and then uproot it with 10 lies. The law never fails, but men and women fail to use it rightly. Let me give you a picture. A woman once said carelessly, "I wish I lived in a trunk." It was only a phrase, a joke to her, but the subconscious takes no joke. It writes down every word as law, and what happened? Soon she lost her home and found herself living in a trunk. Another woman, however, chose her words differently. She had only $8, but instead of saying, "This is not enough," she blessed it. She said, "I give thanks for this money, and I see it multiply under grace." That $8 became hundreds, then thousands. Same law, same world, different words. One cursed her life with idle speech, the other blessed her life with words of faith. Do you see what this means? It means you hold the power of life and death in your tongue. It means you are never at the mercy of appearances, never at the mercy of the economy, never at the mercy of circumstance. You are always at the mercy of your own words. What you decree, you will see. What you declare, you will experience. And if you are careless with speech, you will reap carelessly. But if you are deliberate with speech, if you guard your words and speak only wealth, only supply, only abundance, then your whole life will blossom with those conditions. Perhaps you ask, "But Florence, I've said positive things before, and nothing changed. Why?" Because words without faith are only sounds. Because words mixed with fear are double-minded. Because you cannot plant roses and pour poison on them and expect them to grow. You must speak with authority, with rhythm, with conviction, and then refuse to contradict yourself with careless chatter. Say it once with faith, and it will move the mountain. Say it daily with joy, and it will engrave the record in your subconscious until nothing can erase it. So let this truth settle in you. Every word you speak is a seed. Every sentence is a decree. Every phrase is a prophecy. You are already speaking your future every time you open your mouth. And if you don't like the harvest, change the seed. Stop speaking lack. Stop rehearsing fear. Stop repeating complaints. Begin to say, "God is my supply. Money flows to me in perfect ways. I am rich in spirit and therefore rich in life." Speak it until you believe it. Speak it until your atmosphere vibrates with it. Speak it until the outer conditions catch up with the inner decree. This, beloved, is why I have prepared for you 10 sentences. 10 simple declarations that cover every corner of supply: work, pay, debts, gratitude, dominion. Say them every day, and you will see your world change. But before I give them, I must show you one of the greatest of all affirmations, a single sentence that has opened doors for countless souls, a decree so powerful that it has turned poverty into plenty in days. That I will give you next. Now I will give you a decree so clear, so powerful, so certain in its action, that if you speak it daily, with conviction and in thanksgiving, it can outwork years of struggle. It is the millionaire's sentence. The words are these: God is my unfailing supply, and large sums of money come to me quickly, under grace, in perfect ways. Say it with me again. God is my unfailing supply, and large sums of money come to me quickly, under grace, in perfect ways. Why do these words carry such power? Because they unite every principle of divine law into one sentence. They begin by naming God as supply, not man, not employer, not economy, not family, not circumstance. When you declare, God is my unfailing supply, you lift your eyes from the visible channel to the invisible source. You declare that your wealth is not limited by persons or positions, but flows from spirit itself, endless, immediate, and secure. Then you name what you desire: large sums of money. Not trickles, not scraps, not leftovers, but abundance. You set the law to a high mark, and the law responds to the picture you hold. Then you speak of speed quickly. This cancels delay, it cancels sluggishness, it cancels waiting for someday. And finally, you anchor it in truth, under grace, in perfect ways. This removes strain, removes chance, removes selfishness. It ensures that your wealth arrives with no harm, no debt, no trouble, no loss, but in perfect channels that bless both you and all involved. Do you see how each word of this sentence is chosen with precision? It is not a wish, it is not vague, it is not careless, it is exact, it is complete. It is a master key that unlocks the treasury of heaven. Let me tell you a story. A woman once came to me in despair, needing $3,000. By appearances, it was impossible. She could see no way. But I told her to begin giving thanks as though it were already hers. She began to say, I give thanks that the $3,000 is mine now, under grace, in perfect ways. She said it daily, with thanksgiving, with faith, with expectancy. And soon, enough, the exact amount came to her, through channels she never could have imagined. The decree had done its work. The millionaire's sentence had moved unseen currents, shifted hidden channels, and brought the supply into her hands. This is the power of a true affirmation. It is not idle words. It is not parroting without faith. It is a decree spoken in alignment with divine law. When you speak it, the subconscious records it. When you speak it with joy, the subconscious accepts it. When you repeat it daily, the subconscious engraves it as fact. And once it is recorded as fact, the outer world must align with it. For the outer always obeys the inner, and the subconscious always obeys the word. So I say to you, do not neglect this sentence. Do not treat it lightly. Speak it daily. Speak it when you rise. Speak it when you walk. Speak it when fear tempts you. Speak it before you sleep. Fill your atmosphere with it. Engrave it upon your heart. Let it be the rhythm of your breath until it becomes the law of your life. And remember this, thanksgiving seals the decree. Do not speak it in desperation, as if pleading for rescue. Speak it in gratitude, as if it were already done. Say, I give thanks that large sums of money come to me quickly, under grace, in perfect ways. The thanksgiving proves your faith. The thanksgiving accelerates the harvest. The thanksgiving multiplies the return. This, beloved, is the millionaire's sentence. Say it, and you will no longer chase money. Money will chase you. Say it, and you will no longer strain for supply. Supply will flow to you. Say it, and you will know beyond doubt that God is your unfailing source. And yet, I must warn you, it is not enough to say the words once and then forget them. The subconscious is impressed by rhythm, by persistence, by repetition charged with feeling. You must learn why repetition matters, why the non-stop rhythm of the word is what engraves it as law. That is what we will uncover next. Here is a truth most people never understand. One decree spoken with authority can move a mountain, but it is the steady rhythm of repetition that that engraves it into the very fabric of your being. The subconscious mind is like a phonograph record. Every word you speak cuts a groove upon it. And once the groove is deep enough, the record will play itself again and again without effort. That is why repetition matters. A single affirmation, spoken once with conviction, plants the seed. But repetition waters it, tends it, protects it, until the harvest is inevitable. Many people speak a truth once and then abandon it. They say, "I affirmed wealth yesterday, why has nothing happened?" They forget that the subconscious has been fed years, perhaps decades of contrary words. It has grooves of fear, grooves of lack, grooves of failure carved deep by idle talk and careless speech. Do you think one seed will erase an entire field of weeds? The seed must be planted again and again until it takes root. The word must be spoken daily until the old grooves are erased and the new record plays without interruption. I recall the story of the apple seller, whose expression alone changed his entire business. For days he sold nothing, his face grim, his mind dark with fear. Then he shifted. He spoke within himself a new decree. "My apples are irresistible, my good is flowing." He repeated it with expectancy. His face lifted, his energy shifted, and customers came at once. The repetition of a new word erased the old thought, and the demonstration followed. That is the law. Repetition builds faith. Each time you speak the word with joy, you convince yourself more deeply that it is true. The first time you may doubt, the second time you may waver. But by the 100th time, spoken with thanksgiving, the truth becomes part of you. You no longer merely say it, you know it. And once the subconscious knows, the outer world must obey. Now let me make a distinction. Repetition is not parroting. It is not mouthing empty words without feeling. That is vain repetition, and it bears no fruit. True repetition is rhythm charged with faith. It is speaking the word as though it were already done, with the joy of possession, with the certainty of law. Each repetition is like another strike of the hammer that drives the nail home. Each decree spoken with thanksgiving drives the truth deeper into the subconscious until it is anchored beyond erasure. So, I tell you, do not be weary of repetition. Do not say, "I am tired of these affirmations." Would a farmer tire of watering his field? Would a singer tire of rehearsing the notes? Repetition is not burden, it is power. It is persistence that makes the groove, and the groove that creates the record. And once the record is made, the demonstration plays itself. This is why I tell you to speak the millionaire's sentence daily, and why I give you 10 sentences that together cover every corner of supply. Say them every day until they are written not only on your lips, but on your heart. Say them until they rise unbidden in your thoughts. Say them until your subconscious sings them back to you without effort. Then you will know that your atmosphere has changed. And when the atmosphere changes, the outer world must change with it. So remember, words are the seeds. Repetition is the rain. Without repetition, the seeds remain dry. With repetition, the field grows green. Speak daily, speak joyfully, speak persistently, and your wealth must come. Now that you know why words create wealth, why the millionaire's sentence opens the door, and why repetition engraves the truth into law, you are ready to receive the 10 sentences themselves, the 10 declarations of wealth that, when spoken every day, will turn the atmosphere of your life into the atmosphere of abundance. And that, beloved, is where we go next. Here is the first sentence, the foundation of all the others, the declaration that anchors your faith and cancels fear at the root. God is my unfailing supply, and my supply is endless, immediate, and in perfect ways. Say it aloud now, slowly, feeling each word as though it were a stone placed into the foundation of your house. God is my unfailing supply, and my supply is endless, immediate, and in perfect ways. Why is this the first sentence? Because the greatest error of man is believing that money comes from people, from jobs, from circumstances. People may be channels, but they are never the source. Your employer is not your source. Your business is not your source. Even your savings are not your source. God is your source. Spirit is supply itself, and spirit cannot fail. Spirit is endless. Spirit is immediate. Spirit is perfect. When you anchor yourself in this truth, you are no longer a beggar depending on the favor of man. You are a child of God claiming your inheritance. Do you see the power of each phrase? God is my unfailing supply. That means supply cannot run dry. The source never weakens, never breaks, never delays. My supply is endless. That means there is no limit. Wealth cannot be exhausted, cannot be capped, cannot be withheld. My supply is immediate. That means it is present now, not someday, not years away. Spirit does not delay. Spirit is eternal now. My supply is in perfect ways. That means it arrives without harm, without debt, without burden, through channels that bless all involved. This one sentence, if spoken daily, will dissolve the root of all fear and open channels you never imagined. I remember a woman who was pressed with financial need. She feared that no one could help her, that her circumstances were hopeless. I taught her this sentence, and she began to say, God is my unfailing supply, and my supply is endless, immediate, and in perfect ways. She spoke it when she woke. She spoke it when she feared. She spoke it before she slept. Soon, her fear dissolved, her faith lifted, and money began to arrive, from channels she never expected. Friends offered help unasked. Work appeared unlooked for. Gifts came unearned. She said to me, Florence, I have never known such peace. I now see that God, not man, is my supply. Her demonstration came not from begging, but from declaring. That is what I want you to grasp. When you say this sentence, you are not pleading with God to create something new. You are declaring what is already true. In divine mind, your supply is complete. In spirit, your wealth is already given. You are not trying to make God do something. You are aligning yourself with what has always been. The declaration does not create supply. The declaration opens your eyes to it, dissolves fear, clears channels, and allows the wealth already prepared to flow into your hands. So I ask you, how often have you thought of your job as your source? How often have you feared because a client left, or an employer wavered, or a contract failed? Do you not see how fragile that is? If you lean on man, you tremble when man shifts. But if you lean on God, you rest secure, for spirit cannot fail. That is why this first sentence is the anchor. It shifts your focus from the visible to the invisible, from the limited to the limitless, from the uncertain to the certain. Make this your daily decree. Say it in the morning to set the tone of your day. Say it at night to erase the fears of the world. Say it whenever lack whispers, and watch lack dissolve before it. Say it until your subconscious knows it as fact. Then, no matter what appearances say, you will walk in peace, knowing that your supply is endless, immediate, and perfect. And once you have anchored yourself in this truth, you are ready for the second sentence, one that accelerates the flow, one that calls for speed and grace, one that sets the law into swift motion. That, beloved, is the next key I will give you. The second sentence is one that startles the fearful mind, for it dares to speak boldly, it dares to demand speed, it dares to call for overflow without apology. The words are these: large sums of money come to me quickly, under grace, in perfect ways. Speak it aloud now, and notice how it feels upon your tongue. Large sums of money come to me quickly, under grace, in perfect ways. Do you feel how it stretches your imagination? Do you feel how it cancels the little trickle, the slow drip, the constant scraping and saving? It replaces the consciousness of pennies with the consciousness of plenty. Most people are afraid to call for large sums. They whisper their prayers timidly, asking for just enough to get by, asking for a little help. But that is not the language of spirit. That is the language of fear. Spirit is not little. Spirit is not stingy. Spirit is abundance without measure, wealth without end. To ask for scraps is to insult the giver. To call for overflow is to honor the source. That is why this sentence is necessary. It shifts your consciousness from survival to abundance, from delay to immediacy, from fear to faith. Notice also the rhythm. Large sums of money. Not a coin, not a trifle, not a trickle, but large sums. This builds a picture in the subconscious. A picture of size, of magnitude, of overflow. Then, come to me quickly. This is the command against delay. Many souls affirm abundance, but place it always in the future. They say, someday I'll be rich, someday supply will come. And someday never arrives. But when you declare, quickly, you anchor it in the eternal now. You call it into the present. You cancel procrastination. You set the law into swift motion. And finally, under grace, in perfect ways. This guards the decree. It ensures that the money arrives without harm, without strain, without debt, without loss. It ensures that the blessing blesses all involved. I remember a student who dared to use this affirmation. She spoke it faithfully, daily, with thanksgiving. Even while her purse was empty, she said, "Large sums of money come to me quickly, under grace, in perfect ways." And within days, she received a gift she could not have imagined money that solved her problem at once. Another spoke it and received an inheritance released sooner than expected. Another spoke it and saw her business contract multiplied beyond reason. The words acted like a magnet, drawing forth supply from channels hidden and swift. Perhaps you ask, is it not greedy to call for large sums? I tell you no. Greed is fear, grasping, taking what is not yours. But abundance is your divine right. The supply of spirit is infinite, and for you to claim your portion does not diminish another, it multiplies for all. To live in lack serves no one. To live in abundance blesses everyone. With wealth you can give, you can serve, you can expand the kingdom of joy. It is not greed to draw water from an infinite well. It is obedience. So make this your daily decree. Do not be timid. Do not apologize. Say it with authority. Large sums of money come to me quickly, under grace, in perfect ways. Speak it until the fear of asking is gone. Speak it until you feel peace, not tension. Speak it until you believe that overflow is natural, that quickness is lawful, that grace is your guarantee. And then watch. Watch how the channels open. Watch how the unexpected flows. Watch how quickly spirit can move when you dare to speak the word. And when you have learned to call forth large sums, you must also learn to align your wealth with your work, your service, your daily expression. For money without right work breeds unrest. But when work, service, and pay align under divine law, abundance flows without effort. That, beloved, is the third sentence I will now give you. The third sentence is this: I have a perfect work in a perfect way. I give a perfect service for perfect pay. Say it with me slowly, letting each word settle in your soul like a seed planted deep in good soil. I have a go. Perfect work in a perfect way. I give a perfect service for perfect pay. Why is this sentence essential? Because many long for money but hate their work. Many pray for supply but curse their service. They separate wealth from expression, supply from purpose, money from meaning. And this division creates conflict, and conflict blocks the flow. You cannot despise your work and prosper in it. You cannot complain about service and expect reward. You cannot call for pay while resenting the channel through which comes. That is why this decree is necessary. It unites them all: work, service, pay under the law of perfection. Notice the balance of the words. I have a perfect work. Not just any work, not drudgery, not toil, not labor that weighs you down, but perfect work, work that suits your soul, that fits your gifts, that brings joy even as it brings supply. In a perfect way. Not forced, not strained, not pursued through endless struggle, but unfolding with ease, with rhythm, with harmony. I give a perfect service. Not selfish taking, not empty labor, but true service, giving value, blessing others, pouring forth what Spirit has placed in you. And then, for perfect pay, the law of compensation cannot be broken. What you give rightly, you must receive rightly. Service without pay is imbalance. Pay without service is robbery. But perfect service and perfect pay together form the circle of supply. I recall a student who longed for work but found nothing. She was discouraged. She felt unworthy. She feared she would never prosper. I taught her to speak this sentence daily. I have a perfect work in a perfect way. I give a perfect service for perfect pay. At first she doubted, but she persisted. She spoke it in the morning, she spoke it at night, she spoke it whenever fear tempted her. And soon a position appeared so suited to her talents, so filled with joy, that she said, "It is as though it were created for me." Her pay was fair, her service was valued, and her heart was at peace. This is the fruit of the third decree. Do you see the pattern? The first sentence anchors you in endless supply. The second accelerates flow with large sums. The third aligns your inner gifts with outer channels, so that what you love becomes what you are paid for. It lifts work from toil into expression. It lifts pay from struggle into reward. It makes life a circle of joy, service, and abundance. Now perhaps you say, "But Florence, my work is not perfect. My pay is not perfect. My service feels unseen." That is precisely why you must decree. Do not describe what is. Declare what must be. Say, I have a perfect work in a perfect way. I give a perfect service for perfect pay. The words will shift your consciousness. The consciousness will shift your atmosphere. The atmosphere will shift your conditions, and soon your outer world will mirror the decree. Speak it until you believe it, and your work will transform, or new work will open. Speak it until you feel peace, and the right pay will appear. Speak it until you rejoice in service, and the law will reward you with abundance. So let this be your daily declaration. You are not made for toil. You are not made for drudgery. You are made for perfect work, in a perfect way, giving perfect service for perfect pay. Say it, and it must appear. And once you have aligned your work and pay, you must also release the burden of debt, for debt is a chain that binds many souls. The fourth sentence dissolves that chain, and that, beloved, is where we will go next. The fourth sentence is this: all that is owed to me is paid, all that I owe is paid. I walk free in God's abundance. Speak it now, clearly and firmly. All that is owed to me is paid, all that I owe is paid. I walk free in God's abundance. Feel how the words untangle knots in your spirit, how they lift weight from your shoulders, how they dissolve the fear of debt and replace it with the peace of freedom. Debt is one of the greatest burdens of humanity. It presses upon the mind like a chain. It whispers fear in the night. It robs joy from the day. Many souls live under its shadow, rehearsing constantly. I owe this, I owe that, I will never be free. And the more they speak it, the deeper the chain cuts. For the law does not distinguish between a fearful word and a faithful word. It fulfills whatever is spoken with feeling. If you declare debt, you multiply debt. If you declare freedom, you draw freedom. That is why this decree is vital. It replaces the language of bondage with the language of liberty. Look closely at its rhythm. All that is owed to me is paid. This cancels the belief that others can withhold your good. It affirms that every debt, every unpaid wage, every promise unfulfilled is already released to you in divine right order. All that I owe is paid. This cancels the fear of creditors, bills, obligations, and lack. It declares that you are not a slave to man, but a child of God, free from bondage. And then, I walk free in God's abundance. This seals the decree, lifting you above fear into peace. You are no longer chained to debt. You are walking already in the wide place of supply. I remember a student crushed beneath the weight of a lawsuit. She trembled, fearing ruin. I told her, you must not fear the debt. You must not bow to it. Speak this. I cast this burden on the Christ within, and I go free. Speak. All that I owe is paid. All that is owed me is paid. I walk free in God's abundance. She obeyed. She released her fear. She stopped rehearsing defeat. She began to walk as though she were already free. And what happened? The case dissolved in her favor. The debt was cleared. She looked back and said, the very chain that bound me was the sign of the miracle that set me free. Do you see? Debt is not permanent. It is only a shadow, a record, an appearance. And appearances can be erased by the word the world tells. You, debt is iron, unbreakable. Spirit tells you it is vapor, vanishing before truth. And the truth is this: in divine mind, you are already free. All accounts are balanced. All debts are dissolved. All chains are broken. You must speak it until you believe it, and when you believe it, the law will fulfill it. So, if you are under debt today, do not repeat the story of bondage. Do not rehearse fear. Do not magnify the bills with your speech. Begin now to declare, all that is owed to me is paid. All that I owe is paid. I walk free in God's abundance. Say it when you open your mail. Say it when the world tempts you to fear. Say it until peace replaces anxiety. Say it until joy rises. And soon you will find channels opening, money arriving, debts dissolving, balance restored. And once you have spoken freedom from debt, you must learn the companion truth, the release of burdens. For even when debt is cleared, many souls still carry worry, still carry fear, still carry invisible loads that block supply. The fifth sentence is the law of release, the casting off of every burden. That, beloved, is where we will go next. The fifth sentence is one of the most powerful, for it strikes at the very root of worry and fear. The words are these: I cast this burden on the Christ within, and I go free. Speak it now with a deep breath and feel as though you are laying down a heavy load. I cast this burden on the Christ within, and I go free. Why is this decree essential? Because fear and worry block the flow of wealth more than any other force. You may affirm abundance in the morning, but if you spend the day carrying the weight of fear, how will this bill be paid? What if nothing comes? What if I fail? Then you close the very channel you opened. Worry is inverted faith. It is faith in evil, faith in loss, faith in failure. And the law, ever obedient, gives you what you continually dwell upon. That is why you must release it. You must cast it, not carry it. Notice the rhythm of the sentence. I cast this burden. You do not wrestle it. You do not reason it. You do not analyze it. You simply cast it, throw it off, release it from your grasp. On the Christ within, not into the air, not onto another person, but onto the indwelling spirit, the eternal presence within you that is wisdom, peace, and supply. And I go free. Freedom is immediate, not delayed. The moment the burden is cast, you are light, you are free, you are open to receive. I remember a woman who came to me, heavy with debt and lawsuit, so anxious she could not sleep. I told her, say this sentence whenever fear comes. I cast this burden on the Christ within, and I go free. At first, she repeated it many times in an hour, for the fear kept rising. But she persisted. She spoke it until her heart grew light, until peace replaced anxiety. And soon the lawsuit dissolved, the debt was cleared, the channels of supply opened. She said, it was not the burden that defeated me, it was my clinging to it. When I cast it away, God carried it. That is the mystery of this law. Spirit cannot carry what you insist on holding. If you grip the burden, Spirit respects your choice. But the moment you release it, the moment you cast it, the Christ within takes it up and dissolves it in perfect ways. You must trust the process. You must refuse to pick it back up. Too many throw down their burden in prayer and pick it up again in worry. That is not casting, that is postponing. True casting is final. True casting says, this is no longer mine. It is in God's hands. I am free. Do you see how practical this is? The next time a bill arrives, do not tremble. Lay your hand upon it and say, I cast this burden on Christ within, and I go free. The next time fear grips you, say it aloud until peace returns. The next time you rehearse a problem, stop and declare, this is not mine to carry. I release it, I go free. Each time you do this, you degrade, dissolve another block, you open another channel, you make space for supply to flow. And once you have learned to release burdens, to live light and unchained, you will see a new magnetism arise. You will find yourself drawing your own good, not chasing it. The next decree calls forth that magnetism, the law of irresistible attraction. That is the sixth sentence I will give you now. The sixth sentence is one that fills the air with drawing power, one that awakens the magnetic law of spirit and pulls to you all that belongs by divine right. The words are these: I am an irresistible magnet for my wealth. My own comes to me. Say it aloud now with strength, as though you were declaring to the entire universe. I am an irresistible magnet for my wealth. My own comes to me. Why does this decree work? Because every soul has a portion, every soul has a storehouse, every soul has wealth prepared in divine mind. What is yours cannot be lost. What is not yours cannot be held. But when you speak this word, you activate the law of attraction. You declare to the subconscious that your wealth must find you, that your channels must open, that your portion must appear. It is not force, it is not strain, it is magnetism. A magnet does not chase iron, it draws it. So too, you do not chase your wealth, you draw it. The decree is this: I am an irresistible magnet for my wealth. My own comes to me. Do you see how bold it is? You are not asking timidly. You are not begging vaguely. You are declaring with absolute authority that what belongs to you must come, that nothing can resist, that nothing can stand in the way. A magnet does not argue. A magnet does not plead. A magnet simply draws, and you, by your word, become a magnet of spirit, drawing to yourself every dollar, every opportunity, every gift, every blessing that is yours by divine right. My own comes to me. Those 4 words are filled with law. They mean you do not need to chase what belongs to another. You do not need to envy what others possess. You do not need to grasp or fight or struggle, for what is yours cannot be withheld, and what is not yours cannot be kept. There is no competition in divine mind. Your portion is prepared, your channels are waiting, your wealth is yours alone. Speak it until you know it. My own comes to me. And you will find that what once seemed out of reach will begin to move toward you, as surely as iron filings rush to a magnet. Let me tell you a story. A woman once came to me, weary and fearful. She said, "Florence, I need money, but every door is shut. I have no work, no family to depend upon, no way to receive." I taught her this affirmation. I am an irresistible magnet for my wealth. My own comes to me. She spoke it with rhythm, with joy, with persistence. She said it until she could feel the truth of it vibrating in her bones. And soon, money came to her large sums. From unexpected channels, people she had not heard from in years remembered her. Opportunities that seemed dead opened again. She said to me, "I did not run after money. Money ran after me." The law had answered her word. This is why I tell you, do not chase, do not strain, do not beg. Speak your magnetism. Declare your attraction. Say it daily. Say it boldly. Say it when you feel lack trying to whisper. Say it when doubt rises. Say it when you wonder if your portion will ever appear. Each time you speak, you strengthen the current. Each time you repeat, you increase the pull. And soon your atmosphere is so charged that wealth cannot resist, it must come, for the decree has made you irresistible. Do not be deceived by appearances if they look barren. A magnet does not see iron and then decide to work. It works whether or not the iron is visible. Your word works whether or not the money is in sight. Trust the unseen. Keep speaking the decree. And remember this, your own comes to you. Not someone else's, not what belongs to another, but your own, prepared for you, reserved for you, perfectly fitted to you. This removes envy. This removes fear. This removes competition. It sets you free to rejoice when others prosper, knowing that their prosperity does not diminish yours. The storehouse is infinite, and your portion is certain. So hold this sentence close. I am an irresistible magnet for my wealth. My own comes to me. Say it until you feel the pull within yourself. Say it until the atmosphere around you vibrates with it. Say it until you can no longer imagine chasing wealth, for wealth is already chasing you. And when you know this magnetism, you must also know another truth. Nothing is ever lost. Even if something appears to slip away, even if you think you have lost your portion, Spirit always brings its perfect substitute. That is the 7th sentence, and it will open your eyes to the law of substitution, where there is no loss, only exchange for the greater. The 7th sentence is this: there is no loss in divine mind. What is mine by divine right is never taken from me. Speak it slowly, letting it dissolve the shadows of fear within you. There is no loss in divine mind. What is mine by divine right is never taken from me. Why is this decree so necessary? Because loss is one of the greatest lies of appearances. The world says, you have lost. You had it, and now it is gone. You are weaker, poorer, diminished. But I tell you, in spirit there is no loss. What appears as loss is always substitution. If something departs that was not yours by divine right, something better takes its place. If something is withheld, it is only so that its perfect equivalent may arrive. Nothing truly yours can ever be stolen. Nothing prepared for you can ever be denied. What is yours by divine right will remain, and what departs is only making space for something greater. Think of it. The law of God is perfect, and perfection admits no waste. If an opportunity closes, it is because a better one is opening. If a relationship ends, it is because the true one is prepared. If money slips away, it is because another channel is waiting. Divine mind does not subtract its substitutes. It never takes without giving. It never empties without filling. It never diminishes, it only multiplies. This is why you must speak this decree, especially when appearances scream of loss. I recall a student who clung to a man, whom I will call A, B, and she loved him, but he was not hers by divine right. He mistreated her, neglected her, and still she held on. When at last he departed, she was filled with grief. I told her, do not fear. Say instead, there is no loss in divine mind. What is mine by divine right is never taken from me. If A, B is not the one, his equivalent will appear. She spoke it faithfully, though her heart ached. and soon another man entered her. Life kind, loving, faithful, the true companion prepared for her. They married, and she said, Florence, had A.B. stayed, I would have missed the man who was truly mine. Loss was revealed to be substitution. The false departed, and the true arrived. That is the law. When you lose something, do not cling in fear. Do not say, all is lost. Say instead, there is no loss in divine mind. What is mine by divine right is never taken from me. Its perfect equivalent now appears. Then watch. The space left empty will soon be filled. The vacancy will soon be occupied by the true. The closed door will soon reveal another, wider and brighter. Do you see the peace this brings? You no longer fear change. You no longer mourn appearances. You no longer tremble when something departs. You rest secure, knowing that spirit never subtracts, only substitutes. You know that nothing can leave your life except that which does not belong, and nothing can enter except that which is yours. What freedom this is! You are no longer chained to loss, no longer ruled by fear, no longer deceived by appearances. You stand anchored in truth. There is no loss in spirit, so I charge you, speak this sentence whenever you face endings. When a job closes, say, there is no loss in divine mind. When money slips away, say, what is mine by divine right can never be taken. When relationships end, say, its perfect equivalent is on the way. Do not mourn, rejoice. For endings are signs of new beginnings, and what appears as subtraction is always multiplication in disguise. And once you know that loss is an illusion, you are ready to embrace the greatest multiplier of all, gratitude. For gratitude is the magnet that multiplies whatever you bless. That is the 8th sentence, and it will unlock abundance beyond measure. The 8th sentence is this: I give thanks for the wealth that is mine now, and it multiplies under grace. Speak it aloud and feel the current of joy rise within you. I give thanks for the wealth that is mine now, and it multiplies under grace. Why is gratitude so powerful? Because gratitude is the vibration of already having. It is the language of possession. Fear says, it is not here. Worry says, it may never come. Begging says, I need, I want, I lack. But gratitude says, it is mine. I see it, I feel it. I rejoice in it now, and the law answers to your vibration. When you speak as though you already have, the subconscious accepts it as fact, and the outer world aligns itself to prove it. Gratitude is faith made visible. Gratitude is expectancy made audible. Gratitude is the magnet that multiplies. Consider the rhythm of the decree. I give thanks for the wealth that is mine now. Not tomorrow, not next week, not when circumstances shift, but now. You anchor your wealth in the present moment, for spirit only knows the eternal now, and it multiplies under grace. Multiplication is the law of life. One seed becomes a harvest, one affirmation becomes a demonstration, one act of gratitude becomes a flood of blessings. And under grace ensures that the multiplication is pure, effortless, free of harm or strain. The world said, this is impossible, but gratitude said, it is already mine, and the law answered with multiplication. That is always the way. The law does not argue, it does not delay. It simply reflects the vibration of your words and the condition of your heart. If you speak lack, lack grows. If you speak gratitude, supply multiplies. Gratitude takes what looks small and clothes it in majesty. Gratitude looks at a seed and sees a harvest. Gratitude looks at a coin and sees a fortune. Gratitude looks at an empty cup and already tastes the overflow. Do you see now why Jesus lifted the loaves and the fishes and gave thanks before they multiplied? He did not weep over their smallness. He did not curse their insufficiency. He looked at them with thanksgiving, and in that vibration of abundance, they became enough to feed thousands. That is the mystery of gratitude. It transforms appearances. It multiplies the little into the much. It erases lack by seeing only supply. I tell you this plainly. Every time you call something not enough, you curse it. You shrink it in your own sight. You choke its growth. You bind its potential. But every time you give thanks for it, no matter how small, you enlarge it. You water it. You release its hidden increase. If you have $10 and say, this is too little, you will find it shrinking further. But if you hold those $10 in your hand and say, I give thanks for the wealth that is mine now, and it multiplies under grace, You will see channels open, gifts flow, opportunities arise, and your 10 will become 100, your 100 1,000, your 1,000 a fortune. I once counseled a man who complained constantly about his pay. He said, "It is not enough. It will never be enough." I told him, "As long as you despise what you have, it will despise you. Begin to bless it. Give thanks for coin, for every dollar. Speak over your pay. I give thanks for the wealth that is mine now, and it multiplies under grace." At first he resisted, but then he obeyed. Each payday, instead of cursing, he blessed. Each bill he held, instead of groaning, he gave thanks. Soon his pay increased, his opportunities multiplied, and he came to me astonished, saying, "It was as though the moment I blessed it, the tide turned. This is not sentiment, it is law." Gratitude shifts the subconscious from lack to plenty, and the subconscious must act out what it is fed. If you live in complaint, your subconscious builds walls against abundance. If you live in gratitude, your subconscious builds channels for abundance. Gratitude is the key that multiplies. So I tell you, practice this daily. Give thanks for every penny, for every bill, for every meal, for every opportunity. Give thanks before the wealth appears, for thanksgiving before manifestation is the surest sign of faith. Say it when you rise. I give thanks for the wealth that is mine now, and it multiplies under grace. Say it before you sleep. Say it when fear whispers, "This is not enough." Cancel fear with gratitude. Replace complaint with thanksgiving. Turn smallness into greatness by blessing what you hold. And soon you will see for yourself that gratitude is not only a feeling, it is a magnet, a law, a multiplying force that turns the little into the much. And now, having learned to bless and multiply, you must also learn to open the way, to invite Spirit to clear paths you cannot see. The 9th sentence is the decree of open channels, and it is the bridge between what you declare and how it arrives. That, beloved, is where we will go next. The 9th sentence is this: Infinite Spirit, open the way for my right wealth under grace in perfect ways. Speak it aloud and let its rhythm expand your horizon. Infinite Spirit, open the way for my right wealth under grace in perfect ways. This decree matters because most people strangle their own good by insisting on how it must arrive. They say, it must come through this job, through this person, through this channel, through this plan. And when that narrow path fails to open, they despair, thinking the law has not worked. But the law never fails. The failure is always in our limiting of it. Spirit has 1,000 ways where you can see none. Spirit has channels hidden, resources unknown, instruments prepared long before you spoke your word. And when you declare, Infinite Spirit, open the way, you release the law from your small conditions. You free it to work in vast, surprising, effortless channels. Infinite Spirit. These words place your request in the limitless, not in the narrow. You are not calling on man, not calling on money, not calling on appearances. You are calling on the infinite, the boundless, the inexhaustible. Open the way. These words are command, not plea. They dissolve obstacles, they clear paths, they create doors where walls once stood. For my right wealth. Not stolen wealth, not forced wealth, not wealth that belongs to another, but what is yours by divine right. And finally, under grace, in perfect ways. This ensures that the wealth comes without harm, without debt, without trouble, without burden. It comes smoothly, harmoniously, in ways that bless everyone touched by it. I remember a student who was searching desperately for an apartment during a housing shortage. By appearances, it was impossible. Every door was closed. Every option was taken. But she spoke daily. Infinite Spirit, open the way for my right place, under grace, in perfect ways. She held to the decree, refusing to describe lack, refusing to dwell in fear. And soon, a place appeared for her, one so perfectly suited, so exactly right that she said, only Spirit could have arranged it. What looked impossible became possible because she released the how and called on the infinite. This is how the 9th decree works with wealth. When you declare, Infinite Spirit, open the way for my right wealth, you dissolve narrowness, you cancel stubbornness, you stop blocking the flow by clinging to one channel. You open the gates for money to arrive through paths you never imagined, through gifts, through forgotten accounts, through opportunities, through chance meetings, through channels hidden until the decree called them forth. Do you see how freeing this is? You no longer strain, no longer scheme, no longer wear yourself out trying to force wealth to arrive by one plan. You release the plan, you call on infinite spirit, you rest in certainty that the way is being opened, and then you watch with joy as the law reveals paths you never dreamed of. So, practice this sentence whenever you feel blocked, whenever appearances show no channel, whenever fear tempts you to say, there is no way. Cancel the lie with this truth. Infinite spirit, open the way for my right wealth, under grace, in perfect ways. Speak it until you feel the doors swing wide. Speak it until peace replaces anxiety. Speak it until the impossible becomes easy. And once the channels are open, once the wealth begins to flow, you must hold the crown truth, the final decree. That money is not your master, but your servant. That you are to walk in dominion and never bow to gold. That, beloved, is the 10th sentence, the seal upon all the others. The 10th sentence is this: I walk in dominion, money serves me. I never serve money. Speak it aloud with poise, as one who rules and not as one who begs. I walk in dominion, money serves me. I never serve money. This decree is vital because even after wealth begins to flow, many souls still fall into fear. They say, what if I lose it? What if it disappears? What if I cannot keep it? And in those words, they bow to money, they make money their master, they chain themselves again to the very thing they sought to be free of. You must remember always, you are not created to serve money, you are created to rule with money as your servant. Spirit is your source, wealth is your instrument, and you are the master. Consider the rhythm of the words. I walk in dominion. This is not crawling, not clinging, not cowering. It is walking, upright, calm, steady, as one who knows their authority. Money serves me. This sets wealth in its rightful place as a tool, a channel, a servant that obeys your decree. Money is meant to carry out your vision, to support your work, to bless your life, not to rule your heart. I never serve money. This cancels greed, fear, desperation, and slavery to gold. When you speak this truth, you cut the chains of idolatry and stand free, knowing that your supply is spirit, not paper, not coins, not banks, not men. I recall a student who was prospering, but fear clung to her. She said, Florence, I am earning more now than ever, but I am anxious. I worry it will be taken away. I check my accounts constantly. I cannot rest, I told her. You have let money rule you. You must reverse the order. Begin to say, I walk in dominion. Money serves me. I never serve money. Speak it until you feel peace. She obeyed. Slowly, her anxiety dissolved. She began to see money as her servant, not her master. She gave more freely, she lived more calmly, she trusted more fully, and her wealth not only remained, it increased, for she was no longer strangling it with fear. This decree is the crown, because without dominion, wealth becomes a tyrant. With dominion, wealth becomes a friend. Without dominion, riches enslave. With dominion, riches obey. You must decide whether you are the ruler or the ruled. And the law is clear. Spirit made man in dominion, not in bondage. The Christ within you is ruler, not beggar. When you walk in dominion, you are aligned with truth. So speak this daily, especially when money begins to flow. Say, I walk in dominion, money serves me. I never serve money. Say it when fear tempts you to hoard. Say it when anxiety whispers about loss. Say it when greed tries to push you into overwork. Cancel every lie with this truth. Money is my servant, never my master. And then you will live free, rich in spirit, rich in supply, rich in peace. And now, beloved, you have received the 10 sentences. 10 decrees that cover every part of supply, endless wealth, quick abundance, perfect work, freedom from debt, release of burdens, magnetism of your own, assurance against loss, gratitude that multiplies, open channels, and dominion over wealth. These are your keys, your tools, your commands. Speak them daily, and they will transform your world. But remember, the work is not finished by knowing. The work is finished by guarding. Once the word is spoken, you must protect it, multiply it, and live it. That, beloved, is the next section, and I will now show you how to guard and multiply the words of wealth so that nothing can uproot your harvest. Here is something most people overlook. They speak affirmations in the morning, and then, with their lips, they uproot them by night. They declare wealth, but later they complain of lack. They affirm freedom, but later they speak of debt. They call for abundance, but then they rehearse fear. And the subconscious, which records every word as law, becomes confused, double-minded, torn between truth and falsehood. And what is the result? Delay, frustration, mixed demonstrations. This is why you must guard the lips. Jesus spoke it with eternal clarity. By thy words thou shalt be justified, and by thy words thou shalt be condemned. Every word is a seed, every word carries force, there is no idle speech. Even the jokes you think harmless, even the careless phrases you toss into the air, they are all seeds. The subconscious does not distinguish jest from decree, sarcasm from prophecy. It records, it accepts, it executes. If you joke about poverty, you invite it. If you complain about bills, you multiply them. If you sigh, nothing ever works for me, the subconscious answers, as you wish. That is why you must set a watchman at the gate of your mouth. I once counseled a man who faithfully affirmed abundance. He spoke the sentences, he gave thanks, he declared freedom. But at dinner each night, he poured out his fears to his family. He told them how business was bad, how opportunities were scarce, how money was tight. He did not realize that he was planting weeds in the very field where he had sown golden seed. I told him, stop rehearsing failure, guard your lips, speak only what you want multiplied. Do not let complaint pass your tongue. He obeyed. He ceased the careless talk. He refused to describe lack. He spoke only of abundance, even when appearances denied it. And soon his affairs shifted. Opportunities returned, money flowed, and he prospered. The watchman at the gate had saved the harvest. Do you see how serious this is? Many of you are faithful in your affirmations, yet careless in your conversations. You water the field in the morning and poison it by noon. You declare truth in secret and deny it in public, and then you wonder why your demonstration tarries. But the law is exact. Every word counts. Every phrase multiplies. Every idle sentence builds or destroys. So what must you do? You must guard the lips. Refuse to speak of lack. Refuse to describe trouble. Refuse to give voice to fear. If appearances rise, do not name them as final. If bills come, do not rehearse their weight. If obstacles appear, do not magnify them with your words. Instead, bless them, call them dissolved, declare them as signs of supply. Hold your tongue when tempted to complain, and instead say within yourself, God is my unfailing supply. Large sums of money come to me quickly, under grace, in perfect ways. This is guarding the lips, not silence and fear, but speech and truth. It is not enough to plant the 10 sentences. You must protect them. You must refuse to let thorns of idle talk choke them. You must stand as a watchman at the gate of your mouth, allowing only words of truth to pass. And when you do this, your harvest will come quickly, unhindered, unspoiled, full. So let this be your daily practice. Before you speak, ask, do I want this multiplied? If yes, speak it boldly. If no, be silent. Let every word be seed for wealth, not seed for lack. And soon your entire atmosphere will be filled with the fragrance of abundance. And once you have guarded your lips, you must also learn the law of multiplication through gratitude. For guarding prevents loss, but gratitude brings increase. That is the next decree we must unfold together. Guarding your lips keeps the harvest safe, but gratitude multiplies it. Gratitude is not merely courtesy, not merely polite words. It is a force, a vibration, a law. The decree is this: I give thanks for the wealth that is mine now, and it multiplies under grace. When you say those words, you ignite increase. For gratitude is the proof of faith. Gratitude is the sound of expectancy. Gratitude is the language of possession. You cannot thank for what you do not believe you have. You cannot rejoice in what you doubt will come. So when you give thanks, even before the manifestation is visible, you are declaring to the subconscious, it is done. I have received. And the law, obedient to that vibration, rushes to prove you right. I recall the story of a woman who had only $8 to her name. By appearances, it was small, insignificant, even laughable. Most would have said, this is not enough. Most would have cursed it, despised it, feared it. But she understood the law. She took those $8 in her hand, and she blessed them. She said, "I give thanks for this money, and I see it multiply under grace." She gave thanks with joy, not with bitterness, and she acted as though she already had abundance. Soon, those $8 became hundreds, then thousands. Gratitude had multiplied her seed. Do you see? Complaint shrinks, gratitude expands. Complaint closes the hand, gratitude opens it. Complaint curses the soil, gratitude waters it. Every time you call something too little, you bind it. Every time you bless it with thanksgiving, you release its hidden increase. Jesus knew this law. When he looked at the loaves and fishes, he did not say, "This is not enough." He lifted them and gave thanks. And in that thanksgiving, the vibration of abundance was released, and the food multiplied to feed thousands. Gratitude turned lack into plenty. So I tell you, do not despise the little you have. Do not call it small. Do not curse it with complaint. Take it in your hand, whatever it is, a coin, a bill, a meal, a gift, and bless it. Say, "I give thanks for the wealth that is mine now, and it multiplies under grace." Say it until your heart feels light. Say it until the atmosphere around you hums with joy. Say it until you can no longer see little, but only seed. For every small thing, when blessed, becomes great. One man complained constantly about his pay. He said, "It is never enough. It will never be enough." And so it never was. I told him, "You must bless it. You must give thanks for it. You must see it multiply under grace." He obeyed. At first he forced the words, for his heart still muttered complaint. But he persisted. He blessed his pay each week, saying, "I give thanks for the wealth that is mine now, and it multiplies under grace." And soon his pay increased, opportunities opened, and money flowed more freely. Gratitude had loosed the channels, so I charge you, practice gratitude not after you receive, but before. Gratitude before manifestation is the seed of manifestation. When you give thanks in advance, you declare that the matter is settled, that the law is working, that the supply is yours already. This is faith made audible. This is abundance made visible. And the law must answer. Make this a daily habit. Thank for every coin, every bill, every gift, every opportunity. Thank for the wealth unseen as though it were already in your hand. Thank until your spirit is lifted. Thank until your atmosphere shifts. Thank until you feel the multiplication already stirring. And soon, you will see it with your eyes, for gratitude multiplies without fail. And once you have learned to multiply with gratitude, you must also learn to live in the end, to act as though you already received, to walk in expectancy, to prepare the ditches before the rain falls. That is the final practice, the closing step of this section, and it is where we go next. The third key to guarding and multiplying your wealth words is to live in the end. The decree is not always spoken in words alone, it is spoken in your actions, in your choices, in the way you carry yourself. The sentence of this law is this: I act as though I already received, and I live in the joy of possession now. Why is this so powerful? Because spirit responds not only to what you say, but to the vibration in which you live. Words plant the seed, gratitude waters it, but action proves your expectancy. When you act as though you already received, you engrave the record even deeper in your subconscious, and the outer must conform. The subconscious does not argue. It accepts pictures, it accepts rhythm, it accepts patterns. And if your words say, "I am rich," but your actions say, "I am poor," the subconscious sees conflict and delays the harvest. But when your words say, "I am rich," and your actions match, the whole of your being is in harmony, and supply cannot be withheld. Consider the woman who longed for an apartment during a severe shortage. Every door was closed, every search ended in failure. Yet, she refused to be defeated. She said, "Infinite Spirit, open the way for my right place, under grace, in perfect ways." And she acted as though it were already prepared. She bought blankets for the bed she did not yet have. She lived in expectancy, not in doubt. And soon, the apartment appeared so perfect, so suited, that she said, "No human plan could have arranged this." Her living in the end prepared the way. Another woman desired travel abroad, but had no money for the trip. Reasoning would have said, "It is impossible." Appearances would have said, "Wait, save, postpone." But she refused to accept delay. She prepared as though it were already done. She even bought a trunk in faith, while others laughed at her. They mocked her, saying, "Why buy a trunk when you cannot afford the journey?" But she smiled and said, "I am preparing for my trip." Soon enough, the money appeared, the way opened, and she traveled. Her expectancy was the magnet. Her preparation was the proof. Her action was the seal. She lived in the end, and the end came swiftly. Do you see? Faith without works is dead. Words without expectancy are empty. Gratitude without embodiment is weak. But when you speak the decree, give thanks for it, and act as though it were already true, the whole universe bends to obey. You are no longer split between desire and fear, you are one with the vision. And the law must give you what you are united with. So I tell you, begin to live in the end today. If you are affirming wealth, walk as though you are wealthy now. Lift your head, square your shoulders, spend with poise, give with generosity, bless with joy. Do not wait until the millions are in your account. Act as though they already are. If you are affirming right work, prepare yourself as though you already have it. Dress for it, study for it, sharpen your tools for it. Live as though it were already yours, and soon it will be. This is not pretending. This is not fantasy. This is law. Spirit always answers expectancy. Spirit always fulfills the picture held in consciousness. If you live in fear, you receive fear. If you live in doubt, you receive delay. But if you live in the end with expectancy, joy, and preparation, you receive exactly what you have acted as though you possessed. So let this be your decree. I live in the end. I prepare the ditches. I rejoice in the now. My wealth is already mine, and I act as though it were so. Say it, live it, embody it, and you will see the demonstration arrive swiftly, under grace, in perfect ways. And now, beloved, having learned to guard your lips, to multiply with gratitude, and to live in the end, you are fully armed to protect and expand your harvest. You have spoken the 10 sentences, you have learned to safeguard them, and now we must bring this great message to its close with a charge, an affirmation, and a call to rise higher. That is where we go next. Beloved, you have now received the 10 sentences of wealth, the 10 keys that open the treasury of heaven. You have spoken with me, you have walked with me through each decree, you have seen how words are not idle but alive, how every phrase is a seed that must bear fruit, how fear multiplies fear, and faith multiplies supply. You have learned that your lips are the pen that writes the story of your life, and that if you will only guard your speech, release your burdens, bless what you have, and live as though it were already yours, wealth must come. It cannot be withheld, it cannot be delayed, for the law of God never fails. Let us gather them in one rhythm, one cadence, so that you hear their power as a whole. God is my unfailing supply, and my supply is endless, immediate, and in perfect ways. Large sums of money come to me quickly, under grace, in perfect ways. I have a perfect work in a perfect way. I give a perfect service for perfect pay. All that is owed to me is paid. All that I owe is paid. I walk free in God's abundance. I cast this burden on the Christ within, and I go free. I am an irresistible magnet for my wealth. My own comes to me. There is no loss in divine mind. What is mine by divine right is never taken from me. I give thanks for the wealth that is mine now, and it multiplies under grace. Infinite Spirit, open the way for my right wealth. Under grace, in perfect ways, I walk in dominion. Money serves me. I never serve money. These are not empty words. They are living decrees. They are spiritual laws spoken into form. If you will take them into your mouth daily, if you will charge them with faith, if you will repeat them with joy and expectancy, they will engrave themselves into your subconscious, and the outer world will be forced to reflect them. Life must obey the word. Money must obey the word. Wealth must obey the word. But remember, your work is not to chase, not to beg, not to strain. Your work is to speak, to guard, to give thanks, and to live in expectancy. The moment you take your eyes off appearances and fix them on truth, the moment you refuse to curse your portion and instead bless it, the moment you live in the end instead of waiting for it, you are free. Your supply is already prepared, your wealth is already yours. Your demonstration is already complete in divine mind. You are simply speaking it into form. So I give you one final affirmation to seal this message in your heart. Say it now. I speak the words of wealth. I guard them. I rejoice in them. And money comes to me quickly, under grace in perfect ways. Speak it until your heart sings. Speak it until your atmosphere glows. Speak it until the outer world aligns with the inner decree. And when it does, and it will, you will look back and say, these 10 sentences have turned my life from poverty to plenty, from fear to faith, from struggle to supply. But beloved, do not stop here, for there is one more decree, a hidden master affirmation that lies beyond the 10. It is the secret that not only brings money, but multiplies it beyond measure, that accelerates supply until it comes suddenly, swiftly, as though overnight. In my next message, I will reveal that hidden decree. Do not miss it. Click now and discover the master key that makes wealth not only arrive, but overflow. The word has been spoken. The law is set in motion. The harvest is certain. Guard it, bless it, live in it, and soon you will hold it in your hand. There is a law most have forgotten. Everything responds to its right name. Animals, people, even money. Call a dog and it runs to you. Call money and it does the same. Yet most people never speak its true name. They speak fear instead. They speak doubt instead. And then they wonder why money does not appear. Tonight, I restore to you the forgotten law of naming. In this lesson, I will show you how to speak to money as law, how to call it by its right name so it cannot escape you. You will learn why careless speech keeps money far away, why the tongue either multiplies or dissolves supply, and how a single shift in naming turns poverty into plenty. By the end, you will not only know the word to call money, but the spiritual law that forces it to obey. You may have tried budgeting, scrimping, even begging God for supply, yet the bills keep mounting and the worry grows. You may have said words of affirmation with no result, because your mouth still called money by the wrong name in idle talk. But tonight, you will see why idle words carry as much power as affirmations, why every careless statement is a seed, and how to uproot those false names and plant the truth. You will feel the freedom of knowing that money is not your master, it is your servant, and it answers to your command. In this teaching, I will uncover the forgotten law of naming, why words attach vibration to money, why the subconscious repeats whatever name you give it, and how to speak so that supply must rush to you. I will show you the declarations that drew money into my students' hands sometimes in days, and I will give you the exact phrasing to write, to speak, and to guard upon your tongue. We will expose the false names, scarcity, difficulty, expense that bind money away from you, and we will replace them with truth. Stay with me, for at the end of this lesson, I will reveal the single phrase that dissolves debt like smoke, a phrase so bold that most fear to say it, but once spoken, it changes everything. Here's something most people completely miss, though it is as plain as the sunrise and as old as the scriptures. Everything in this universe responds to its name. Call a child, and he turns his head. Call a dog, and it comes running. Call a friend across the street, and she lifts her hand to wave. Do you think money is any different? It is not. Money is not dead matter. It is energy, vibration, substance clothed in form. And when you call it by its right name, it must answer. But here is the tragedy. Most people never call money by its name. They call it by false names, scarcity, expense, burden, difficulty, and then they wonder why it hides. For the law is simple. By thy words thou shalt be justified, and by thy words thou shalt be condemned. If you condemn money with your tongue, it will withdraw from you. If you justify money by naming it rightly, it will come at your call. Why is this so? Because the subconscious mind is like a phonograph, recording every word you speak, every phrase you repeat, every label you attach. It does not argue, it does not reason, it does not say, "Ah, she was only joking." It simply records and plays back in form. One student of mine, tired of managing her home, often said in jest, "I wish I lived in a trunk." She laughed, her friends laughed, but the subconscious did not laugh. It wrote the record. And soon enough, her home was gone, and she found herself with nothing but a trunk. Do you see the power of naming? What you name, you claim. What you call, you recall. Every word is a seed, and every seed must bear fruit after its kind. Now, imagine what happens when you attach the wrong names to money day after day. It's hard to get. It never stays. It slips through my fingers. I can't afford it. Every one of those sentences is a decree, Everyone is a seed planted in the soil of your subconscious. And what harvest can such seeds bring but lack, debt, and delay? The tongue is the rudder of life, and if you turn it towards scarcity, you steer straight into poverty. But the reverse is also true. If you call money by its right name, if you say, money is divine, money is obedient, money serves me under grace in perfect ways, then the subconscious accepts that record, and life must play it back as supply, abundance, and ease. Perhaps you say, but how can words carry such power over something as real as money? I answer you with a question. How can a dog, flesh and blood, respond to the sound of its name? How can a man stop in his tracks when his name is called across a crowded street? It is vibration. It is recognition. The name is a signal, and the ear is tuned to hear it. Money, too, is substance with vibration, and it recognizes its name. If you call it poverty, it will shrink away. If you call it abundance, it will draw near. That is why I tell you, never again say, I can't afford it. Say instead, it comes to me under grace. Do not say, money is hard. Say, money is obedient. Do not say, it never stays. Say, it multiplies and increases as it serves me. So tonight, write this truth upon your heart. Everything responds to its name. If you have been careless in naming money, repent of it now. Cancel every false decree, every idle word, every careless joke, and replace them with truth. Call money by its right name. Speak to it as a friend, as a servant, as a faithful companion, and it will answer. For the law cannot fail. What you name, you claim. And when you claim money rightly, it cannot hide from you any longer. What I am about to tell you may strike you as sobering, but it is the very reason why so many souls live in lack while repeating affirmations half-heartedly, wondering why their prayers seem unanswered. It is not that the law fails, but that their tongue has been working against them all along. You see, careless naming blocks supply. Every time you say, I can't afford it, you have called money by the name of impossibility, and the subconscious has recorded it. Every time you sigh, money slips right through my fingers. You have called it fleeting, and the law has echoed your decree. Every time you groan, there's never enough. You have baptized money with the name of scarcity, and the harvest of scarcity has come faithfully. The subconscious mind is an obedient servant. It does not know a jest from a decree. It does not know exaggeration from prophecy. It only hears, it only records, it only plays back. And so the words you toss about lightly, the phrases you speak in moments of irritation, the jokes you make to amuse others, these careless names are the very chains that bind your supply. I once knew a woman who, though she was comfortably provided for, loved to jest that she would end her days in the poorhouse. Her friends laughed, she laughed, but the law did not laugh. It engraved the record, and in time, her fortune was lost, her comforts vanished, and she found herself living exactly in the conditions she had prophesied for herself in jest. She had named money poverty, she had named money loss, and money obediently answered to those names. Another student of mine continually spoke of how everything is so expensive, nothing is within my reach. She did not realize she was pushing supply further and further from herself. When I instructed her to cancel that false naming and to speak instead, what I need appears, and I can afford it under grace. The tide turned. Soon she found herself supplied in unexpected ways, receiving gifts and opportunities she had never imagined, simply because she had renamed money. Do you see now why I say careless naming blocks supply? The law does not discriminate between deliberate affirmations and idle chatter. Both are seeds, and both must bear fruit. If you speak truth for 5 minutes in the morning and falsehood for the other 23 hours of the day, which seed will outnumber the other? Which harvest will fill your fields? That is why the scriptures warn that every idle word must be accounted for. There are no harmless words. Every name you give money either calls it into your hand or drives it away. Perhaps you ask, but how can I change when I have been careless for so long? Have I not already written countless false records in my subconscious? Yes, you have, but do not fear. For the same tongue that wrote the false record is the tongue that can erase it. Declare with me, I now smash and demolish every untrue record of poverty, lack, and debt in my subconscious mind. They return to the dust heap of their native nothingness, for they came from my own vain imaginings. I now make my perfect records through the Christ within records of wealth, abundance, and supply. Speak this with conviction, and you will feel the atmosphere shift. the old grooves beginning to break, the new record beginning to play. So I charge you tonight, guard your speech as you would guard treasure. Never again call money hard. Never again call it scarce. Never again name it with words of fear. For careless naming blocks supply, but careful naming multiplies it. Call money by its right name, and it will come gladly, swiftly, obediently, until your cup overflows. Now, beloved, let me show you the glorious reversal, the divine antidote to all the careless naming that has shut doors and barred windows in your life. For if false words bind, then true words must free. If wrong names push supply away, then the right name draws it swiftly to your hand. The law is never partial, it works in both directions with equal force. The tongue that condemns is the tongue that justifies. The word that shuts is the word that opens. And this is why I tell you, the right name opens the channel. Speak rightly of money, and the way is cleared, the pipes are unblocked, the floodgates swing wide. Speak wrongly, and you stand in your own way. The key is not toil, not bargaining, not chance, it is naming. I recall a woman who came to me burdened by debt and wearied by struggle. She confessed that her daily speech was filled with phrases like, "I'm always behind, there's never enough, money runs from me." I told her, "You are naming money as your enemy, and money, obedient servant that it is, must answer to the name you give it. Reverse your naming, and you will reverse your condition." She resisted at first, for she had made a habit of her lamentations. But when she finally began to declare, "Money is divine. Money comes to me under grace, in perfect ways. Money serves me and multiplies as it blesses," a great change took place. Within weeks, she received not only the funds to clear her debt, but also unexpected gifts that lifted her into freedom. The law had not changed, her naming had. So I ask you, what name will you now give to money? Will you keep calling it scarce, elusive, difficult, rebellious? Or will you call it divine, obedient, plentiful, ever-present? The world scoffs at such things, for they think words are empty air. But I tell you, words are substance, words are vibration, words are seeds. Just as a farmer knows that wheat seed brings wheat and thistle seed brings thistles, so must you know that words of lack bring lack, and words of plenty bring plenty. If you want wheat, you cannot plant weeds. If you want money, you cannot plant poverty. The right name is the seed of the right harvest. Perhaps you wonder, but what if I speak rightly and see no change at first? Do not be discouraged. Seeds do not sprout in a day, and records long engraved take time to erase. But every time you speak the right name, you are cutting a new groove in your subconscious. Every time you look upon the mirror and declare, "Money is obedient, money comes to me now under grace," you are striking a new vibration. And vibration builds upon vibration until at last the whole atmosphere hums with your decree. And then, suddenly, the visible changes to match the invisible. Do not quit before the harvest. Keep naming, and the harvest must come. So here is your charge. Never again call money by a false name. Refuse to say, "I can't afford it." Refuse to declare, "It never comes." Refuse to murmur, "It slips away." Replace those names with truth. Money is here. Money is obedient. Money multiplies. Money is my servant, and it comes to me by divine right. Write these words. Speak them. See them reflected back at you on your mirror, and watch the channels open. You will marvel at how swiftly supply flows when it is no longer chained by your tongue, but loosed by your decree. The right name opens the channel, and once the channel is open, no man, no circumstance, no condition can shut it again. Here's something most people never realize until it has already chained them hand and foot. Debt is not first written in ledgers or signed on paper. Debt is spoken into existence by the tongue. Every sigh of, "I can't afford it," every lament of, "I owe and I'll never catch up," every complaint of, "There's always more month than money." These idle words are the chisels that carve debt into the stone of your affairs. The subconscious, that faithful servant, takes down each phrase like a stenographer, recording without judgment, replaying without pause. And when enough of these records pile up, they form the conditions you now call your financial reality. The bill collector, the empty purse, the mounting balance, these are but the echoes of words long spoken and never revoked. I once counseled a man who lived in perpetual debt. He worked tirelessly, earned well, yet could never get ahead. When I listened to him speak, I understood why. His conversation was filled with phrases like, "I'm always behind. I owe everybody. I'll die in debt. His subconscious had been fed this diet for years, and his affairs mirrored it perfectly. I told him, "You are naming yourself debtor, and life is merely honoring the name you gave." He was startled, for he thought his speech harmless. But when he dared to change his words, when he began to declare daily, "God is my supply, I live in abundance, I pay all men, and all men pay me. I am free from debt by divine right, under grace, in perfect ways," the tide turned. Opportunities arose to clear what was owed. Unexpected checks came, his income increased, and within a year, he was free. His condition had been debt, but the root had been words. When the words changed, the condition had no choice but to follow. Do you see, beloved, why idle words are never idle? They are seeds, and seeds must sprout. The field of your life cannot remain bare. It will bear fruit after the kind of seed you sow. Sow lack, reap lack. Sow debt, reap debt. Sow abundance, reap abundance. The farmer who plants thorns cannot protest when his field pierces his feet. The man who sows idle words of poverty cannot complain when his affairs bleed him dry. The harvest is only the echo of the seed. Now perhaps you say, "But I was only joking, only exaggerating, only expressing my feelings." The subconscious does not laugh. It does not weigh sincerity. It does not check for irony. It only records. It only plays back. That is why the scriptures declare, "By thy words thou shalt be justified, and by thy words thou shalt be condemned." It is not the word you mean, but the word you speak that shapes your world. This is why debt so often multiplies, not because money is lacking, but because men multiply the wrong decrees with their lips. So I say to you now, cancel every word of debt you have spoken. Retract every careless phrase. Say aloud, "I erase every false record of debt in my subconscious mind. They return to the dust heap of nothingness, for they came from my own vain imaginings. I now record the truth. I am free, I am supplied, I am prosperous, I am abundant." Repeat it until the new record is louder than the old. Look upon your mirror word and declare, "Money is my servant, not my master. Money comes to me, not debt. Money multiplies, debt dissolves." And as you speak, the atmosphere will change, the harvest will shift, and the chains will break. For idle words create debt, but conscious words create freedom, and the choice is always yours. What I am about to show you is subtle, yet it has ruined more demonstrations than open disbelief. For while many guard themselves against outright fear, they let their tongue wander in jest, speaking lightly of lack, joking about ruin, laughing at poverty, as though the subconscious could be tricked by a chuckle. But the subconscious does not laugh, beloved. It does not know jest from decree. It only hears the vibration, records the phrase, and plays it back in form. A joke of poverty carries the same weight as a prophecy of poverty. A careless jest becomes a careless harvest. Many souls who think themselves faithful are still bound, not by their serious declarations, but by their playful ones. I once knew a woman who lived in comfort but constantly amused her friends by saying, "I suppose I'll end in the poorhouse yet." She laughed, they laughed, but life did not laugh. The record was cut. Years later, her fortune dwindled, her comforts vanished, and she lived in conditions that mirrored her jest. She had spoken her own prophecy under the mask of humor. Another student often exclaimed, "I'm so broke, it's a joke." Her friends took it lightly, but her affairs grew ever tighter, until she finally came to me weary with lack. I told her, "Stop calling poverty a joke. Name money rightly. Call it abundant, call it obedient. Call it yours by divine right." When she obeyed, when she struck those false phrases from her tongue, the tide began to turn. The joke lost its power because it was no longer spoken. You see, jesting is often more dangerous than deliberate confession, because it slips past your guard. You would not dare to say with solemnity, "I will end in poverty," but you might say it with a laugh. And the subconscious, ever faithful, makes no distinction. It engraves the decree and brings it into form. The law is no respecter of persons. It is no respecter of tone. Whether you laugh or weep, whether you speak in earnest or in play, the vibration is recorded and must return. That is why the scriptures warn us that every idle word must be accounted for. Even the lightest jest is not idle in spirit. So I tell you plainly, never jest with lack. Do not call yourself broke, even in play. Do not exaggerate your burdens for humor's sake. Do not weave poverty into your jokes or sprinkle despair into your laughter. For jesting that binds is jesting that plants seeds you do not wish to harvest. Replace it with joy rooted in truth. If you must jest, jest with abundance. Say, I'm so supplied that even my shadow multiplies coins. Say, money rushes to me so quickly I must laugh to keep up. Let your humor be in harmony with truth, and it will plant only good. Guard your lips, beloved, for every word is law, whether whispered in sorrow or shouted in jest. And once you know this, you can no longer plead ignorance. Choose your words as you would choose jewels. Do not throw them away for a laugh that costs you dearly. Speak with joy, yes, but joy rooted in truth, not mockery of your own abundance. And you will find that laughter, instead of binding, becomes liberating, because it is aligned with law. Beloved, what I tell you now may be the greatest safeguard of your entire demonstration. For once you grasp it and practice it faithfully, you will never again sabotage your own prosperity. It is this: you must guard your tongue. For the tongue is both sword and scepter. It wounds when used carelessly, but it rules when wielded with mastery. The tongue is the rudder of life, as James declared, and though it is a little member, it turns the entire ship. If your ship has been steering toward the rocks of lack, if your voyage has been plagued with storms of debt and waves of fear, do not look first to the winds or the waters. Look to the rudder. What have you been saying day after day? What have you been declaring about money? For the tongue has set the course, and the tongue alone can alter it. Guarding the tongue does not mean silence, only it means discipline. Many think they must muzzle themselves completely, but I tell you, the tongue must not be chained but trained. Train it to bless and not to curse. Train it to speak life and not death. Train it to call money by its right name, to prophesy abundance instead of lack, to declare obedience instead of rebellion. When you say, I can't afford it, you have unleashed a curse upon your supply. When you say, money comes to me under grace, in perfect ways, you have unleashed a blessing. Both are decrees. Both are orders to the subconscious. Both are seeds in the soil of spirit. Guarding the tongue means catching yourself in the very moment of false speech and turning it instantly to truth. Cancel the careless decree and replace it with the righteous one. I recall a student who had practiced affirmations but saw little result. She came to me discouraged, saying, I repeat the words you have given me each morning, yet my purse is still light and my bills heavy. I asked her, and what do you say the rest of the day? She paused, then confessed that she often complained to friends, I'm broke, I can't manage, everything costs too much. I said, there is your answer. You plant roses in the morning and weeds in the afternoon. Which do you expect to flourish? She wept, for she saw her own sabotage clearly. From that day on, she guarded her tongue as a watchman guards the gate. Whenever she was tempted to speak lack, she stopped and declared instead, God is my instant, constant, and lavish supply. And soon, the evidence appeared. The roses she planted with her tongue began to cover the weeds, and her life blossomed. Do you see, beloved, how simple the law is? You need not toil endlessly, you need not beg or plead, you need only guard your tongue. Every careless phrase is a leak in the vessel of your prosperity. Every guarded phrase is a plank in the ark of your abundance. If you wish to live free from want, build your ark word by word. Let your speech be your fortress. Keep watch at the door of your lips, and admit only the truth of abundance, only the decree of supply, only the names that call money rightly. So I charge you now, make a covenant with your tongue. Say, I will no longer speak of lack. I will no longer joke about poverty. I will no longer call money by false names. My tongue is consecrated to truth. It speaks life, not death. It speaks abundance, not lack. It speaks obedience, not rebellion. And as I guard my tongue, my life shall be guarded also. Practice this covenant, and you will find that your words become a hedge of protection, a river of supply, a fountain of joy. For the tongue is mighty, and when it is mastered, money must obey. Here, beloved, we come to one of the most marvelous secrets of the subconscious mind, and it is why I have told you to write the word on your mirror and not merely in a notebook tucked away. The mirror is not an idle piece of glass. It is a portal to the hidden chambers of your soul. When you gaze into it, you do not simply see your face, you see the image of your own identity. And the subconscious, ever faithful, ever obedient, accepts whatever image you hold of yourself as truth. If you look into the mirror each morning and sigh, calling yourself tired, poor, unlucky, the subconscious writes it down and engraves it as your law. But if instead you look into that glass and see yourself with the word of abundance shining before your eyes, the subconscious cannot resist it. It joins the word with the image, fuses the decree with the self, and says, "So this is who I am. This is the law. This is the record to be played." And soon the outer world must match the inner decree. The mirror works because it is repetition without effort. You may grow weary of affirmations if you try to repeat them for hours, but the mirror does the repeating for you. Each time you pass by, even if you do not pause, your eye catches the word, your mind absorbs it, your subconscious records it. Drop by drop, the groove is cut until it becomes a river. And when the river of thought flows strongly enough, it carries with it every circumstance of your life. That is why I tell you, write the word where you must see it daily, where you cannot escape it, where your very reflection becomes one with it. For what you see joined to yourself, you will become. I once knew a woman who took this instruction to heart. She wrote a single word, wealth, in bold letters on her mirror. Each morning and evening, she saw herself reflected beside it. She did not strain, she did not beg, she simply let the image sink into her heart. Within a week, an unexpected check of $50,000 came into her hands, a gift she had never imagined. The world called it chance, but I knew it was law. She had written wealth upon her mirror, and the subconscious had written wealth upon her life. Perhaps you wonder why the mirror carries more force than other methods. It is because the mirror unites word and image. To speak a word is powerful, but to see it joined with your own face magnifies it. The subconscious is most deeply impressed when the spoken word, the seen image, and the felt emotion are joined together. The mirror unites them. When you look and speak and rejoice in the word you see, you create a trinity of impression that the subconscious must obey. It cannot argue against an image so vivid, a sound so clear, a feeling so strong. So I tell you, beloved, treat your mirror as your altar. Approach it not with vanity, but with reverence. Write the word boldly, look upon it daily, speak it with faith, feel it with joy. And as surely as the dawn follows the night, you will see your affairs begin to reflect what your mirror has already declared. For the mirror is not glass only. It is the gateway of the soul, and what you write upon it, you write upon your life. Beloved, what I tell you now is as vital as the seed itself. For no matter how true your word, no matter how bold your decree, no matter how faithfully you look into the mirror, if you scatter your seed through idle chatter, you weaken the harvest before it has time to grow. Secrecy is not weakness. Secrecy is protection. A farmer does not dig up his seed every morning to show his neighbors. He does not tear open the soil to prove something is planted. He covers it, he waters it, he guards it until the first shoot breaks through. So it must be with your word. When you write that name upon your mirror, let it be your holy covenant with God. Do not parade it before doubters. Do not hand it to scoffers. Do not invite the cold winds of envy to blow across it. Keep it sealed. Keep it sacred. Let it rest hidden in the soil of your subconscious until the time of manifestation. I once counseled a woman who was eager for prosperity. She learned an affirmation and began to speak it, and soon enough she felt the stirring of faith. But she could not resist telling her friends. She spoke of it at every gathering. "I am speaking the word for money," she would announce, as though their approval could add strength. Instead, what did she reap? Raised eyebrows, mocking smiles, questions like daggers. Do you really believe that works? How much have you gotten yet? Isn't it foolish to expect such things? Each word of doubt struck her subconscious like frost upon a tender plant. Her faith withered. The decree lost its vibration. Nothing came. But later, when she learned the power of silence, when she held her decree close like a treasure, she saw the harvest ripen. Secrecy had protected the seed, and the seed bore fruit. Even the Master, after miracles, often charged those healed, "See thou tell no man." Why? Because a harvest too tender to withstand the voices of unbelief must be shielded. Premature testimony invites interference. Once the fruit is visible, no word of doubt can erase it. But before the sprout appears, one careless suggestion can weaken the root. Secrecy is the fence around your garden. It is the hedge that guards your word while it takes root. So, do not confuse secrecy with fear. Fear hides because it doubts. Secrecy guards because it believes. When you keep silent, you are not doubting, you are protecting. You are saying, This word is too precious to cast before unbelieving ears. It is mine and God's until the world can see the harvest. And once the harvest appears, then let your testimony shine, for then no one can deny it, and your words may strengthen others. But until then, protect your decree. Therefore I say to you, write your word, speak it before your mirror, rejoice in it, but keep it between you and God. Hold it in the secret place until it bursts into form. For secrecy protects the seed, and the seed that is protected multiplies, while the seed that is exposed to doubt may never take root. Guard your decree as you would guard treasure, and in due season you will see the fruit no man can take from you. Beloved, let me now place into your hands the secret that makes the soil of your subconscious quicken with life, the very rain that brings forth the sprout from the hidden seed. It is thanksgiving. Without it, your word remains as a seed lying dormant in dry earth. With it, your decree breaks forth into visible form, and the harvest comes with speed. Most souls pray with long faces, beg with heavy tones, or affirm with weary repetition, as though the heavens must be persuaded to yield. But true thanksgiving is not the sigh of one who waits. It is the song of one who knows. Gratitude is the proof of possession. When you rejoice before the evidence appears, you are declaring to the law, "It is already mine." And the law, obedient and unfailing, answers, "So be it." I once desired a rose tree. I did not storm the heavens with pleading. I did not count the cost or calculate the store. I simply pictured it, gave thanks for it, and felt the joy of already possessing it. The very next day, a friend sent flowers, and by what the world would call a mistake, the florist delivered a rose tree instead of the lilies she had ordered. Was it a mistake? No, beloved. It was law. Gratitude had fertilized the seed, and the harvest was swift. Another time, a student of mine came to me with only $2, desperate and afraid. I told her, "Bless this money. Call it your magic purse. See it bulging, overflowing, jammed with bills. Give thanks for it as though it were already full." She obeyed, she rejoiced over that little purse, and soon after she received a gift of $6,000. Gratitude turned her $2 into thousands. Thanksgiving was the fertilizer that brought her demonstration into form. Why does Thanksgiving hold such power? Because it signals the subconscious that the work is already done. Fear says, "What if it never comes?" Faith says, "I know it is mine." And Thanksgiving is the sound of faith. It is the vibration of possession. When you thank God in advance, you close the gap between desire and manifestation. You align yourself with the higher law where all good already exists, and you draw it down into visible form. Thanksgiving is not an afterthought. It is the creative act itself. So I say to you, never let a day pass without rejoicing in the word on your mirror. Do not wait until the money arrives to give thanks. Thank God now. Smile at your mirror, point to the word, and say, "I praise and thank thee that this is already true. My supply is here, my abundance is here. My prosperity is established under grace and in perfect ways." Feel the joy rise within you as though you were already holding the evidence in your hand, and soon enough you will. For joy is the sound of the harvest ripening, and gratitude is the rain that brings it forth. Therefore, beloved, treat Thanksgiving as the daily watering of your seed. Each word of praise moistens the soil. Each song of joy brings forth the sprout. Each smile of faith calls the sun upon your field. And when the season is fulfilled, you will gather sheaves not of struggle but of grace, not of toil but of abundance. For Thanksgiving is the fertilizer of miracles, and the heart that rejoices will never know lack. Now, beloved, let me draw the circle complete. For you must see with clarity that the word written on your mirror is not meant to remain as something outside of you, separate, foreign, waiting at a distance to come nearer. No, the true secret of demonstration is this: the word and your very self must become one. Until you see the word as your own name, until you claim it as your very identity, you will treat it as something to be chased, something to be begged for, something to be hoped for. But when the word becomes flesh in your consciousness, when you can look into the mirror and say with unshakable calm, "That is who I am," then the unseen hastens to clothe itself in form. For the subconscious does not resist identity, it embraces it, it magnifies it, it insists upon it. Whatever you name yourself, life will echo back to you. This is why the mirror is such a holy tool. It forces you to look upon yourself with the decree beside you. It fuses your reflection with your affirmation. You do not merely say, "Money serves me." You see yourself with those words written above, and the subconscious records. This is me, this is who I am. A man who sees himself as poor will never be rich, though he toil day and night. A woman who sees herself as lacking will repel abundance, though others pour gifts at her feet. But the one who looks upon herself and says, I am abundance, I am prosperity, I am the channel of divine supply, will see every circumstance bend itself to that picture. The identity and the word become one, and once they are fused, they cannot be torn apart. I recall a student who was weary of failure. She had spoken affirmations before, but always in a way that made them sound separate from her. Money will come. Prosperity is near. Supply is possible. And the law answered weakly, for her words carried no identity. I instructed her instead to stand before her mirror and declare, I am prosperity. Money serves me now. Abundance is my name. At first it felt strange to her, even presumptuous. But day after day, as she gazed into her own reflection, the strangeness faded and the identity grew. Soon, she no longer hoped for prosperity, she lived it inwardly. And in short time, outwardly, her affairs rearranged themselves. Opportunities came, debts dissolved, her purse overflowed. The word had ceased to be a phrase, it had become herself. So I ask you, what name are you wearing? When you look in the mirror, do you call yourself poor, struggling, unlucky? Do you attach to your own soul the names that bind money away from you? If so, you must strip them off like filthy garments and clothe yourself in truth. Write the word boldly, stand before it daily, and declare, this is me, this is my name, I am abundance, I am prosperity. I am supplied by divine right. Do not say it as if you were pleading for a visitor to arrive. Say it as one announcing a fact. Say it as one who knows. For when you know, the law has no choice but to reflect your knowing in the world around you. Identity is the strongest decree you can ever speak. You may affirm for hours that supply will come, but the moment you declare I am supply and believe it, the demonstration rushes to appear. The world outside must conform to the world within. As you see yourself, so shall it be. So let the word on your mirror and the image in your glass become one. And when they are fused, when no separation remains between the decree and the self, then you will live in a world where abundance is no longer a hope but a fact, not a visitor but a name, not a dream but your very identity. Beloved, here we arrive at the great shadow that has robbed more men and women of their supply than any outer thief. And it is this: fear. Fear is not an idle feeling, a passing mood to be brushed aside as harmless. No, fear is inverted faith, a false decree clothed in trembling, a prophecy spoken against your own good. Every fear is a command sent to the subconscious. Every dread is a seed planted in the dark soil of your imagination. Every what if is a name you give to evil, and the law, which knows no jest and makes no exceptions, must record it. Fear is a false naming, and when you call money with the voice of fear, you do not call it as friend or servant, you call it as enemy, as absence, as lack. And money, faithful to the name you give, obeys. I once knew a man who so feared a particular disease that he studied it constantly, rehearsed its symptoms in his mind, and spoke of it often to those around him. He did not realize he was naming it again and again, baptizing his body with its image. The subconscious, ever obedient, etched that record deep, and in time his body manifested the very illness he had feared. He called it into form by the false decree of fear. Another woman, though longing for supply, was haunted by the words, "It will never come. I will be left without." Every glance at her purse was a fearful decree. Every sigh over her bills was an invocation of lack. And so lack remained with her faithfully, answering to the name she had given it. Do you see now why fear must be treated not as a feeling but as a command? Each time you say, "I fear I won't have enough," you are handing poverty its marching orders. Each time you declare, "I'm afraid this will fail," you are inviting failure to sit at your table. Fear is not silence. Fear is speech, and speech is law. Therefore, fear is the false decree that shapes false conditions. But here is the mercy of the law. Just as a false decree can shape poverty, so a true decree can dissolve it. Fear may have built walls, but faith can shout them down. Fear may have sown weeds, but faith can plant wheat that chokes them out. Fear may have recorded a false name, but faith can erase and rename. You need not remain bound by the decrees of yesterday. You can cancel them in an instant. Speak boldly. I erase every false decree of fear. They are powerless. They are nothing. I now declare only truth. I am supplied. I am abundant. I am fearless in the law of good. When you speak this, you cut a new record, and the false one begins to fade. So I tell you, do not treat fear lightly. Do not let it masquerade as harmless. Recognize it as the false decree it is and cancel it on sight. Replace it with faith, with truth, with bold words of supply. Refuse to call money by names of dread and begin to call it by names of joy. For as surely as fear has answered you with lack, faith will answer you with abundance. The choice is yours, and the law will fulfill whichever decree you give. Beloved, now that we have unmasked fear as the false decree, let us rise into the luminous truth that casts out fear forever, for fear cannot stand in the presence of its opposite. That opposite is faith. And I tell you plainly, faith is not strain. It is not tension. It is not a fevered effort to believe what you secretly doubt. Faith is the calm recognition of truth, the steady agreement with God. Faith is the hand that signs the contract heaven has already drawn up. It does not create the supply, it agrees that the supply is already finished. It does not force the harvest, it declares that the harvest is already ripe. Faith says yes to what God has already decreed. You see, the whole world teaches that life is uncertain, that money is hard, that men must strive and sweat to gain a crumb. But faith looks above appearances and says, I agree with the law of abundance. I agree with the truth that God is my supply. I agree with the eternal design that what is mine by divine right cannot be withheld. That agreement is the vibration the subconscious cannot resist. It records the decree and rushes to play it back in form. This is why idle affirmations often fail. The lips speak the words, but the heart still agrees with fear. The subconscious always obeys the deeper agreement. I once counseled a woman who lamented, I say my affirmations, but nothing comes. I asked her, what is the agreement of your heart? She confessed that each time she spoke of abundance, she also thought of her unpaid bills, her empty purse, her fear of loss. She was speaking supply but agreeing with lack. I told her, do not merely recite words. Shift your agreement. Say, God is my unfailing supply. I am one with his abundance. I thank thee, it is done. And do not speak it as though you are trying to force it. Speak it as one agreeing with what already island. She obeyed, and the miracle followed. Unexpected funds came, her bills were cleared, and her joy returned. The law had answered her agreement. Faith is not blind, it sees with the inner eye. Faith does not deny the appearance, it declares the higher truth. When the outer cries, there is not enough, faith answers, there is always enough. When the purse feels light, faith says, my purse is a magic purse that can never be emptied, for God fills it continually. When the world mocks, it cannot be done. Faith answers, with God all things are possible. This is not fantasy, it is agreement. And once you agree with God, the whole of heaven agrees with you. So I tell you, begin today to listen to the agreements of your heart. Are you aligning with fear or with truth? Are you calling money scarce or obedient? Are you naming yourself poor or supplied? Cancel the false agreements and speak the true. Declare, I agree with God that money is mine by divine right. I agree with God that supply is endless. I agree with God that abundance comes to me under grace in perfect ways. Say it until it becomes your nature. Say it until your tongue and your heart speak the same language. For when faith becomes your agreement, the law must rush to fulfill it, and you will live in the ease and freedom of one whose word and God's word are one. Beloved, now that you see faith as agreement with God, let me show you the law that makes it practical and immediate, the law that takes a false desire, a wrong picture, a crooked name, and replaces it with the true. It is the law of substitution. The mind cannot think two thoughts at once. The heart cannot hold two decrees at the same time. When fear tries to plant its seed, when the old record begins to play, when the tongue is tempted to speak lack, you do not wrestle with it, you do not reason with it, you do not argue endlessly. You simply substitute. You replace the false decree with the true one, and by repetition, the true will erase the false, just as light dissolves shadow. I once had a student who longed desperately to marry a man she called A. B. She prayed, she affirmed, she pleaded, yet the relationship never bore fruit. She grew weary and came to me asking why her demonstration was delayed. I told her, You are decreeing for what may not be yours by divine right. Release the false picture. Substitute it with this affirmation. Infinite Spirit, I call in my true mate, the one who belongs to me by divine right, who will make me supremely happy. She obeyed, though it stung her to let go of the name she had clung to. But soon, A, B, drifted out of her life, and another man appeared, her true mate, who gave her joy far greater than she had imagined. The law of substitution had worked. She gave up the false name and received the true one. This is the same law you must use when fear whispers, I can't afford it. Do not argue with the thought. Do not brood over it. Substitute immediately. I can afford it under grace. God is my supply. When you are tempted to say, money never stays with me, substitute at once. Money multiplies and increases as it serves me. When your lips are about to murmur, I am always behind, replace it instantly with, I am supplied ahead of time, under grace, in perfect ways. Every substitution is a new seed, and every new seed weakens the root of the old one. Think of a phonograph record. Once it is etched, it will play the same tune endlessly, but if you cut a new groove, the old song is drowned out and the new melody fills the room. The subconscious works the same way. Every false decree has etched its groove. But when you speak the new word, when you substitute faith for fear, abundance for lack, obedience for rebellion, you are cutting a new record. Soon enough, the old one crumbles, and the subconscious can play only the melody of truth. So I say to you, never argue with fear. Never plead with lack. Never try to fight shadows. Substitute instead. Replace the false name with the true one. Replace the crooked decree with the straight. Replace the wrong image with the right. Do this again and again, and you will find your inner life filled with light, your outer life filled with abundance. The law of substitution is the mercy of God, for it allows you to erase in a moment what you may have spoken for years. Use it faithfully, and you will see how quickly the crooked paths are made straight and the false names are forgotten, while only truth remains. Beloved, now we come to the moment when all these truths must be set to work against the last and greatest obstacle that so many face, the towering wall of lack. For lack rises like Jericho, with stones of fear stacked upon stones of doubt, mortared together with years of false decrees, until it seems no power can bring it down. But I tell you, lack is not substance. It is shadow. It is a false picture built on false words, and when the true word is spoken with faith, the wall cannot stand a moment longer. The children of Israel did not take Jericho by hammer and chisel. They did not climb ladders or throw themselves against the stones. They circled in silence, gathering power. And when the moment came, they lifted their voices in a shout, and the vibration of that shout toppled the walls flat. So must you do with lack. Do not batter yourself against it with toil. Do not bleed your hands upon its stones with endless struggle. Stand before it in silence, gather the power of your decree, and then shout the truth until the wall crumbles into dust. I once instructed a woman hemmed in by endless postponements. Every door she knocked on seemed locked, every promise broken, every opportunity delayed. It was as though life itself conspired to hold her back. I told her to declare, the walls of lack and delay now crumble away, and I enter my promised land under grace and in perfect ways. She wrote it, she spoke it, she pictured herself stepping over the rubble into the land of her good. And soon enough, the very opportunity she had been denied was offered freely, and all delay dissolved. The wall had fallen. Not by force, not by manipulation, but by decree. This is why I tell you, never accept lack as permanent. Never look at the wall and call it immovable. Never name it as your master. For the moment you do, you strengthen it. Instead, look upon the wall and say, you are nothing, you are false, you are already fallen. Call it crumbled, call it dust, call it gone, and the subconscious will obey. Speak abundance into the very face of scarcity, and scarcity will yield. Perhaps you say, but my debts are so high, my purse so light, my bills so many. All the more reason to shout the decree. For the greater the wall, the greater the triumph when it falls. Do not wait for the evidence to change before you speak. Speak now, declare now. Shout now, the walls of lack now crumble away, and I enter my promised land. Repeat it until the vibration fills your being, until you can see with the inner eye the wall already lying flat at your feet. Then watch as life rushes to confirm your vision. So I say, Beloved, break your walls, not with struggle, but with sound. Do not lift your fists, lift your voice. Do not bruise your body, command with your tongue. For the wall of lack is not substance but shadow, and the shadow cannot resist the light of a fearless decree. When you call money by its right name, when you shout abundance against the stones of scarcity, the walls must fall, and you will walk freely into the land prepared for you. Beloved, once the walls of lack have crumbled, you must understand the deeper truth that keeps you free, for it is not enough to tear down barriers if you do not know what to build in their place. Many are delivered from immediate want only to fall back again into struggle, because they have never learned that money has its rightful place in the divine design of their lives. Money is not your master. It is not an enemy to fear, nor a tyrant to dread. It is a servant, an instrument, a tool created to express the good that is already yours. When it flows rightly, it clothes you, feeds you, houses you, blesses you, and allows you to bless others. When it is misnamed, misused, or misunderstood, it becomes a false idol that enslaves. But in the divine design, money has only one role: to serve. Each soul carries within it a perfect blueprint, a divine pattern that includes not only your work, your relationships, your health, but also your supply. It is not random, it is not uncertain, it is not a gamble. It is written into the plan of your life as surely as the oak is written into the acorn. And when you call money by its right name, when you see it as divine substance flowing under grace, you align with that design and money takes its rightful place as your obedient servant. The chaos ends, the anxiety dissolves, the endless chasing ceases, and you find yourself supplied in ways that are natural, effortless, and permanent. I once counseled a student who had been chasing money with desperation. She took jobs she hated, clung to people she did not love, bent herself out of shape, all because she believed money was her master. She said, "If I do not obey money, I will perish." I told her, "You have reversed the truth. Money is not your master. You are its master. You must call it back into its place." I gave her the affirmation, "Money is divine. Money is obedient. Money serves me, and it cannot enslave me." She wrote it, she spoke it, she placed it on her mirror. At first her mind rebelled, for the old belief was strong. But day by day, the new record was cut, and soon she found herself no longer desperate, no longer enslaved. Money began to come without toil. Opportunities arose that aligned with her gifts. She discovered the joy of being in her divine design, where money flowed as naturally as water down a stream. So I ask you now, what place have you given money in your design? Have you enthroned it as master, letting it dictate your choices, your moods, your relationships? Or have you named it rightly, as servant, as instrument, as supply that obeys your word? Until you restore it to its rightful place, you will know no peace. But the moment you declare, "Money is divine, money is obedient, money serves me under grace in perfect ways," you step into alignment with the eternal blueprint. And then, beloved, money will no longer torment you, no longer flee from you, no longer bind you. It will serve you joyfully, abundantly, faithfully, as part of your divine inheritance. Remember this always. Money has no will of its own. It is not good or evil in itself. It is shaped by the names you give it, directed by the decrees you speak, guided by the agreement you make. In the hands of fear, it becomes a chain. In the hands of faith, it becomes a key. In the divine design, it is your obedient servant, and you its fearless master. Call it rightly, and it will answer. Place it rightly, and it will remain. For money in its divine place is not a torment but a blessing, not a master but a friend, not a tyrant but a faithful helper in the great game of life. Beloved, now that you know money's rightful place in your divine design, I must take you deeper still, to the very edge where most turn back in fear, for here stands the word the world has stamped with a warning. Forbidden. How many treasures have been hidden behind that word? How many souls have been held in bondage by it? The world whispers, "Do not speak of money with reverence. Do not command it. Do not name it. To do so is forbidden." And so men and women, trembling under false teaching, live as beggars when they were born as heirs. But I tell you the truth, what the world calls forbidden is often only hidden, waiting for the faithful to uncover it. The mysteries of the kingdom are not cast before the scoffer. They are revealed to those who dare to believe. The forbidden is not denied, it is concealed, and when you walk by faith, it is unveiled. Think of the story of Ali Baba, that ancient parable dressed as a tale. The treasure of the mountain was not yielded to brute strength. No hammer could break it, no rope could pull it, no force could open the sealed cavern. It yielded only to the decree, "Open Sesame." The world calls it legend, but I call it law, for everything responds to its right name, and treasures are unlocked by the tongue. Your own abundance is often sealed behind walls the world calls impossible, forbidden, unattainable. But when you speak the right word, when you call money by its name under grace and in perfect ways, the door rolls back of its own accord, and what was hidden is revealed. I recall a student who trembled as she came to me. She had been taught all her life that to speak boldly of money was a sin, that to claim abundance was pride, that to command supply was forbidden. Her lips quivered when I told her to declare, "Money is divine, money is obedient, money serves me," she whispered. "Is it not wrong to speak so?" I said, "You are not commanding God. You are commanding the law, and the law is God in action. You are not seizing what is not yours. You are claiming what has been yours from eternity, what was written into your divine design. The only thing forbidden is to live beneath your inheritance." She obeyed, though she felt fearful at first. She wrote the word on her mirror. She spoke it in secret. She gave thanks before seeing. And soon, the very debts that had weighed her down dissolved in miraculous ways. The law had answered, because she dared to live beyond the forbidden. So I ask you, what has fear forbidden you to claim? Has the world told you it is forbidden to be rich while others are poor? Has it told you it is forbidden to expect ease instead of struggle? Has it told you it is forbidden to command money instead of chasing it? These are the lies of fear, the chains of ignorance. Cast them off, for the law is no respecter of persons, and all that the Father hath is yours. The supply of God is endless, and the door is never truly shut except by the names you dare not speak. Therefore, beloved, tonight I call you to live beyond the forbidden. Write the word upon your mirror. Call money by its rightful name. Do not tremble before shadows. Do not bow before false warnings. For the treasures of the Spirit are not locked against you. They are sealed only until faith arises to claim them. And once you dare to name them, once you dare to command them, once you dare to live beyond the forbidden, the storehouses of heaven fling open, and you step at last into the liberty of your inheritance. Beloved, we have walked a long path together in this teaching, from the moment you first heard that money answers to its name, through the sobering truth that careless words can bind supply, into the secret of the mirror where word and self become one, across the shadowed valley where fear masquerades as prophecy, and at last into the radiant heights of faith, substitution, and divine design. And now the only thing left is to seal the word, to press it so deeply into your heart that no doubt can uproot it, to crown it with thanksgiving so pure that the heavens must respond, to close this lesson not as an echo in your ear, but as a living decree on your tongue. For words heard may inspire, but words spoken transform. Until you speak, until you claim, until you declare, the law lies waiting. But once the word is uttered with faith, the law rushes into action, and your world begins to change. So let us do it together, here and now. Stand before the mirror of your imagination and see yourself reflected beside the decree. Say with me, money, you are divine. You are obedient. You come to me now, by divine right, under grace, in perfect ways. You serve me, and you cannot enslave me. Speak it again, not as one begging, but as one commanding. Speak it not as one hoping, but as one knowing. Speak it until every fiber of your being hums with the vibration, until the subconscious records it in letters of fire, until the unseen bends itself to obey. For this is the final step, sealing the word. Without it, the seed remains loose in the wind. With it, the harvest is guaranteed. And here is my challenge to you. Do not let this teaching remain a pleasant thought, a curiosity tucked away for another day. Write the word on your mirror tonight. Do not delay, do not discuss. Do not scatter it in chatter. Write it, guard it, bless it, and let it face you every morning and evening until it becomes your name. Look upon it and see yourself one with it. Call money by its right name, and watch as the channel opens, the walls fall, the debts dissolve, and the supply rushes in as though it had been waiting all along. For it has been waiting not for God, not for men, not for chance, but for your decree. And when your demonstration comes, and it will remember to testify, not in idle boasting, but as proof that the law is true. Say, I called money by its name, and it answered. For this testimony will strengthen you for the next decree, and remind you that life is not a battle of struggle, but a game of words, and the player who speaks rightly always wins. And now, beloved, I leave you with one more truth to carry you forward. There is a phrase short, common, spoken by almost every tongue each day, that cancels miracles as swiftly as they come. Most people use it without knowing, and with it they drive supply away, even as they call it. In my next teaching, I will reveal this forbidden phrase, the one word you must erase from your tongue forever if you wish to hold what you have called. Do not miss it. For once you know it, you will never sabotage yourself again. Until then, stand before your mirror, speak your decree, seal your word with thanksgiving, and rejoice. For money answers to its name, and the name you give it tonight will shape the harvest of your tomorrow. Stop. Whatever you are doing, stop. I speak not to your reasoning mind, nor to your fear, nor to the part of you that still believes wealth is earned through toil and tears. I speak to your soul, which has known all along. You were never meant to struggle for money. You were meant to speak to it. Money is not your master. It is not your opponent. It is not a finish line at the end of suffering. It is your obedient servant, awaiting your command. When the tongue aligns with truth, money obeys. Not slowly, not someday, not after worthiness has been proven, but instantly, joyfully, and without resistance. One sentence, spoken in spiritual authority, turns lack into overflow. One sentence, when drenched in divine recognition, bends the seen and the unseen. I say it now with power. Money is not my master. It is my obedient servant. This is not poetry. This is not metaphor. This is law, divine law, irrefutable, eternal, perfect. And it is ready to work for you. The law I speak of is older than your doubt, older than your bank account, older than fear itself. It is the law of the spoken word, coupled with the law of instant manifestation. The moment the decree is pure, the moment the tone carries faith instead of fear, heaven responds, "Thou shalt decree a thing, and it shall be established unto thee." That is not suggestion. It is legal authority in the court of spirit. When a king speaks, the word becomes law. When a beggar speaks, the wind ignores him. Which voice do you wear when you speak of money? Do you murmur like a victim or decree like a victor? Money does not respond to hope. It responds to command. You may have tried visualizing, affirming, hoping, praying. But if your voice wavers, if your tone trembles, if your word is dipped in doubt, then all your declarations collapse like paper against steel. You must speak not to the problem, but into the atmosphere, as if the problem never existed. That is the great secret. You do not move money by describing your lack. You move it by announcing your rank. Imagine a well-trained animal. It does not move because you need it to. It moves because you issued a clear, confident, consistent command. It hears tone, it hears posture, it hears certainty. So does money. If you say, "Please come," money will hesitate. If you say, "I don't know how," money will reflect your confusion. But when you say, "I command it now," with the conviction of heaven behind you, all of creation hears and obeys. Say it with me again. Money is not my master, it is my obedient servant. Let the old theology collapse. Let the gospel of effort die. Let the law of divine alignment rise in you now. Now we speak the sentence, not as a chant, not as a wish, not as an experiment, but as a verdict, as a spiritual ruling passed down from the throne of dominion. The sentence is this: money, I now speak to you. You are divine substance, and you obey my voice. Let no one rush past these words. Let no seeker dare dilute their power. These are not poetic flourishes to entertain the mind. They are holy instructions for commanding matter through spirit. For wealth is not a number, but a vibration. It is not paper, but presence. It is not earned, but declared. The tongue is the key, and this sentence turns the lock. Let me show you why this sentence works. First, it names money rightly, not as a human master, not as a wicked temptation, not as an idol to fear, but as what it truly is, divine substance. It is not from banks. It is not from bosses. It is not from clients or contracts or economic conditions. It is divine. It is spiritual. It is born from the invisible realm of law, shaped by voice, and formed through the mold of consciousness. Until you call it divine, you will always fear it. Until you call it obedient, you will always chase it. Second, this sentence removes personification. You do not ask money how it feels. You do not wonder if it will cooperate. You do not shrink before its silence. You command it. You speak to it as a master speaks to a tool. You do not romanticize a hammer. You lift it and strike. So it is with money. You do not worship it. You direct it. And third, this sentence asserts spiritual control. not through emotion, not through desperation, not through strained begging, but through clear, calm, unshakable authority. This is not theater. This is alignment. This is the tone of the soul that remembers who it is. You are not a hopeful borrower in a long line at the gate of provision. You are the gate. You are the word that opens it. You are the voice that names the amount, declares the timing, and commands its obedience. So now we practice, not just once, but with rhythm, with breath, with the stillness of law behind every word. Breathe in fully. Let the breath reach down to your belly. For shallow breath is the signature of fear, but deep breath is the foundation of certainty. Now, on your next exhale, speak with me slowly and without apology. Money, I now speak to you. You are divine substance, and you obey my voice. Again. Money, I now speak to you. You are divine substance, and you obey my voice. And once more, with every cell in agreement, with your inner court silent before your decree. Money, I now speak to you. You are divine substance, and you obey my voice. This is not performance. This is law. This is not magic. This is dominion. Speak it daily. Speak it before looking at numbers. Speak it before signing contracts. Speak it before checking balances. Speak it until the world bends. Speak it until matter moves. Speak it until the room feels different and your atmosphere shifts from survival to surplus. Speak it not as a suggestion, but as the sentence that shifts all reality. Let us now destroy the idol of hustle, the illusion of strain, the grinding myth that has worn saints down to their bones and taught the spiritually royal to live like beggars. For too long, humanity has labored under the lie that money is made by sweat. That value must bleed out of the brow. That abundance is earned only through sacrifice and exhaustion and the brutal badge of effort. But I tell you now, this is not divine law. It is human programming. This is not spiritual truth. It is carnal hypnosis. And you must decide today whether you will serve hustle or serve harmony, whether you will cling to the sweat-soaked creed of the world or enter the peaceful current of the kingdom, where money comes by decree, not by distress, where wealth flows by vibration, not calculation, where spiritual substance answers voice, not effort, not education, not experience, not endless striving. We begin by replacing the language of bondage with the language of alignment. No longer shall you say, I have to hustle, for the word hustle implies that wealth is elusive, that supply is suspicious, that money is hiding and must be chased down with brute force and anxious cunning. But money is not hiding, it is listening. Money is not a fugitive, it is a soldier awaiting instruction. So we say instead, I have to harmonize. I align with the current of divine flow. I get in rhythm with the law that governs increase. I move with the melody of spiritual abundance, and I let it carry me. When I speak in tune with truth, supply comes not with a fight, but with ease. No longer shall you say, I earn it. This phrase must be torn from your vocabulary like a weed from a garden. It is the chant of the spiritually amnesiac, the mantra of those who have forgotten that all things are given freely to the one who remembers their inheritance. Replace it immediately with, I align with it. Money is not earned, it is permitted. It is not achieved, it is received. And it cannot find you if your speech betrays a consciousness of toil. You do not earn sunlight. You open the curtain. You do not earn gravity. You surrender to its pull. So it is with divine supply. You do not earn it by labor. You receive it by law. And now I cancel every whisper, every inner echo, every generational sermon that said, money is hard. It is not. Money is obedient. Money is responsive. Money is malleable in the hands of the one who speaks with authority. Declare it with me now. Money is obedient. I am the voice it obeys. Say it again until your nervous system believes it, until your ancestors shout in your bloodstream, until every neural groove that worshipped hard labor is overwritten by grace. Money is obedient. I am the voice it obeys. Visualize it now. Truly see it with your inner eye. A contract written in the old tongue of effort, written in sweat and fear and exhaustion, written by your parents, your teachers, your childhood, signed in silence by your younger self. And now, in your imagination, I hand you the pen. I hand you the fire. Tear it, burn it, dissolve it in the presence of spiritual truth. Watch the ash of that false agreement drift away as you speak the new covenant. I now sign my name to ease. I now enter contract with overflow. I now decree that wealth comes not through suffering, but through spiritual symmetry. You are not a workhorse, you are a commander. You are not a laborer in the field of striving. You are a mouthpiece of divine multiplication. Let the labor illusion fall. Let the hustle god die. Let your hands rest and your word rise. The great error of man is not in his desire for wealth, but in his position toward it. He speaks as the seeker. He speaks as the outsider. He speaks as one knocking at a door he does not believe he has the right to enter. And so his voice is faint. His words are riddled with permission-seeking tones. His declarations end in question marks. And the substance of wealth, waiting like a soldier to be instructed, hears no clear command and thus remains still, unmoved, unassigned. But I say to you, rise now in consciousness, for you were never meant to speak as the one who is hoping. You were born to speak as the one who is hosting divine supply. You are not a beggar before the gates of wealth. You are the gate. You are the voice. You are the mouth through which heaven invades the material. You are the sender, not the seeker. You are the decree, not the doubt. And so I give you the command. Speak not from hunger, speak from heaven. Speak not as the mouth of your bank balance, but as the oracle of divine law. Say with me now, I no longer ask. I authorize, let that sentence rise in you until it changes your posture, until your shoulders lift, until your breath slows with certainty, until the words stop trembling out of your mouth like requests and begin roaring out of your soul like rulings. For your silence is not humility, it is delay. Your timidity is not holiness, it is disobedience to divine law. You were made in the image of a God who speaks galaxies into form. You were made in the image of a Christ who said to the storm, "Peace, be still," and the wind obeyed. And if you are made in that image, your voice must now reflect that same divine certainty. I challenge you now, not tomorrow, not after the next paycheck, not when the anxiety subsides, but now, to stop echoing the contents of your bank account and start echoing the contents of the kingdom. Stop quoting your expenses and start quoting your inheritance. Stop reporting the lack and start reporting the law. Stop praying as one who is trying to be chosen and start decreeing as one who has already been crowned. The only difference between the one who stays broke and the one who multiplies wealth is not talent, not timing, not intelligence, but tone, authority, voice. One speaks as the applicant, the other speaks as the appointer. And the substance of money does not move for applicants, it moves for appointers. Money does not respond to supplication. It responds to summoning. Money does not rise for requests. It rises for rulings. Say this with me now, not from theory, not from curiosity, but from truth that you feel even now rising in your spine. I am not applying for money. I am appointing it. Say it again. I am not applying for money. I am appointing it. And say it again until your voice deepens, until the false humility shatters, until the consciousness of wealth takes up residence in your tone. I am not applying for money. I am appointing it. You are not here to chase money. You are here to channel it. You are not here to beg for overflow. You are here to authorize its release. And every time you speak from source, the entire structure of the unseen bends to bring into form what your voice has permitted. This is not arrogance, it is alignment. This is not delusion, it is dominion. And the world will tell you to be realistic, but I tell you, speak from revelation, for revelation is the only realism recognized in the kingdom. Stand up, Lift your head. Command with clean tones. Speak from within the treasury of divine abundance. For you are not outside the gate. You are the one heaven has appointed to unlock it with your voice. Now speak these words with me, not as if repeating a mantra, hoping to convince yourself, but as one who recognizes that the moment your tongue moves in rhythm with divine truth, the invisible forces of wealth, increase, and supernatural order rearrange themselves to obey, because divine law is not slow, nor is it forgetful, nor is it hypothetical. It is immediate, living, spiritual fire, and your voice is the match that lights the altar of manifestation. Let your breath steady, let your spirit stand upright, and say these with full voltage, full faith, and full finality. Money recognizes my voice. It does not hesitate when I speak. It does not delay when I declare. It hears the frequency of faith woven into the fabric of my words, and it moves because I move. It comes because I call. It answers because I have ceased to whisper and begun to roar. Money recognizes my voice because my voice is backed by law, and law is never ignored. Money is not confused about its instructions. It does not wait to be earned. It waits to be spoken to. And I am speaking now. I speak as the one heaven trusts to govern gold. I command increase, and it obeys. I do not suggest it. I do not beg for it. I do not hope that it finds me someday, somehow, by accident or by the pity of fate. No, I command it as the rightful heir of all things divine, as the legally authorized mouthpiece of abundance, as the voice who carries the echo of Eden's original design. I command increase, and because I have removed every fearful tone from my mouth, because I have stopped asking the wind and started ordering the waves, it obeys. Not tomorrow, not eventually, but now. It obeys now. I am not chasing, I am choosing. I no longer run behind opportunity, panting with desperation and shame. I sit in the seat of dominion, and I choose what belongs to me. I choose what aligns with spiritual law. I choose overflow, not because I need it, but because I am the one appointed to distribute it with clean hands and a commanding voice. I am not a spiritual orphan seeking scraps. I am the beloved steward whose voice reshapes the treasury. My word governs my wealth. Not the economy, not the algorithm, not the stock market or the salary range or the predictions of financial analysts or the fears of my past. My word governs my wealth. It builds the structure. It assigns the flow. It calls the numbers. It opens the vaults. It writes the checks. It multiplies what exists and manifests what has not yet been seen. My word governs my wealth because my word is in alignment with divine law, and divine law never returns void. Now speak these affirmations again, slowly, truthfully, and with the boldness of one who knows. You are not repeating words, you are shifting reality. Now stop, breathe, let your soul catch up to the sound you just released. Because this is no longer a theory you're entertaining or a curiosity you're testing. This is now a spiritual engagement, a divine transaction, an invisible covenant being forged between your word and your world, between what you declare and what dares to appear, between your mouth and the miracle it has just magnetized. This is not just a video, and this is not just a teaching. This is an altar of agreement, and your voice is the offering placed upon it, burning with sacred fire, sending up smoke signals to the unseen realms that one of God's own has remembered her power, remembered his law, remembered the ancient truth, that your wealth is not out there waiting. It is in here, sleeping, until your voice awakens it. So I ask you now, not as a passive viewer, but as a participant in divine dominion, have you ever dared to speak to money like a master, not a servant? Have you ever opened your mouth with no apology, no doubt, no hesitation, and declared out loud with all authority that you are not waiting for wealth to like you, to approve you, to slowly make its way into your account, but that you are the one who commands it, who hosts it, who assigns it, and who multiplies it by decree? Have you ever treated your voice like the vault it truly is? like the ignition key to the treasury of spirit? If so, then this moment is your public declaration. Write it below. Declare it in the comments like you mean it. Say, I just gave money a command, not a wish, not a weak hope, a command. And if this lit something in you, if the fire has started to crackle in the corner of your soul, then subscribe and return here daily. Because this is not a one-time activation. This is vocal dominion training. This is how you become unshakable, undeniable, and unfailingly funded by the voice of truth. Everything in the universe operates by law, unseen, unstoppable, unfailing law. And the law I now bring before your soul is the law of divine agreement, the metaphysical principle that nothing comes into being, nothing manifests, nothing becomes visible until it has been agreed upon in the invisible realm, until two forces, your word and divine truth, come together and say the same thing, until heaven and earth shake hands through the bridge of your voice, until the truth that is always waiting finds a voice bold enough to give it permission to become flesh. It is written, if two of you shall agree on earth as touching anything they shall ask, it shall be done for them. Matthew 18:19. And while many believe this refers to two people agreeing in prayer, I tell you now, with the full weight of spiritual law, that the most potent agreement is not between two bodies, but between your external voice and your internal belief, between what you speak aloud and what your subconscious silently echoes. Your word must not only be declared, but echoed in the silent chambers of your inner temple. You must not just speak prosperity from your lips. You must remove every whisper of contradiction from the basement of your soul. You must become the second witness to your own decree. The law of divine agreement demands that your inner and outer world say the same thing. Your conscious command and your subconscious expectation must marry in truth, or the seed will not sprout, the vault will not open, the flow will not begin. Your doubt is not neutral, it is spiritual interference. Your hesitation is not harmless, it is a silent veto. And your fear is not passive, it is an unauthorized cosigner on the check of your life. So I ask you now, not with sentiment, but with sacred urgency, what have you been agreeing with in silence? Have you allowed the voice of fear to sit beside your affirmations and nod along? Have you declared increase aloud while secretly expecting delay? Have you said, I receive with your mouth, but said, it won't happen with your hidden mental script? You cannot serve two voices. You cannot water the seeds of overflow while rehearsing the weather forecast of famine in your mind. The soil will spit out contradiction. The spirit will not honor confusion. The law does not bend to double-minded declarations. You must agree within and without, above and below, morning and night. So this is the charge. Align your entire being to the truth you are speaking. Let no cell in your body disagree. Let no part of you remain loyal to lack. If you speak, then let your spine agree. Let your breath agree. Let your bank agree. Let your schedule agree. Let your gaze and your posture and your expectation agree. And when that alignment is reached, when the tuning fork of your spirit resonates without static, then heaven rushes to confirm, money rushes to appear, substance begins to gather, and what was spoken begins to shape itself around you in visible, tangible, irreversible supply. Now listen closely, for this is the pivot point where most fall back into the trap of visible facts, where they rehearse the numbers they see instead of releasing the numbers they are called to create, where they describe lack with great precision, but forget they were never assigned to report the appearance. They were anointed to rewire it with their word, to override it with their decree, to address the number not as a fixed reality, but as a servant of their vibration, a blank figure awaiting instruction from a master consciousness, a shapeless mist waiting to be commanded into form. If you have $7 in your account and you say with trembling voice, I only have $7, you have just cast your vote for stagnation. You have stamped that amount with permanence. You have anointed it with power it never possessed. Because you did not speak to it, you spoke about it, and there is no spiritual authority in commentary, only in command. You must stop narrating the balance and start addressing it like a territory waiting to be filled. You must say, this account now receives divine increase. This number now multiplies under grace. This figure expands to match my spiritual inheritance. Do not say, I hope it grows. Say, I decree expansion now. Say, divine substance, fill this space. Say, I assign wealth to this account. Say, money, obey my voice and pour into this balance in perfect order, divine surplus, and visible confirmation. If you speak about the number, you give it the power to reflect the past. But when you speak to the number, you authorize it to mirror your next reality. Let me tell you the truth that changed everything for a woman I once knew. She came to me with tears in her voice, panic in her breath, and a story that began with, I've only got 14 cents. That was the number in her account, 14 cents, and a wall of bills, and a mountain of fear. But I did not comfort her in that number. I did not teach her how to stretch it. I taught her to speak to it. I said, you will bless that account. You will thank divine substance for its presence. You will not curse it. You will not describe it. You will command it. And she did. Every morning and every night she said, this 14 cents now multiplies under the law of spiritual substance. My account is filled with divine surplus. I do not count coins, I count on God. And on the third day, a check arrived, unexpected, unsolicited, a divine surprise. And her 14 became 4,000, and her voice became a vault, and her fear became praise. So I ask you now, will you be the next one to stop describing and start decreeing? Will you open your banking app not with dread, but with dominion? Will you look at the number on the screen and remember that it is not the truth? It is the echo of past belief? Will you speak to it like a sculptor speaks to stone, not by explaining what it is, but by commanding what it shall become? Will you say, this number is now flooded with divine deposits? This balance now reflects heaven's math. This figure now bends to the law of my voice. I do not echo the number, I rewrite it. Money is not loyal to the past, it is loyal to your present decree. Speak not about what you see, speak to it as one who owns the vaults of heaven. For your mouth is the manager of your money, and your word is the architect of your increase. And every number you see is just a servant waiting for orders, so give them. There is a secret root that hides beneath so many mouths that speak of money, a hidden vine of fear that twists around the tongue and chokes the decree before it can take form, a fear not of lack, but of increase, not of being broke, but of being blessed beyond measure, not of having too little, but of handling too much. And that fear is subtle, cloaked in spiritual-sounding language, disguised as humility, wrapped in generational guilt, and inherited from voices who told you somewhere along the way that wealth was dangerous, too loud, too prideful, too much to carry without slipping, that money would corrupt your soul or stain your innocence or turn your heart away from God. And because of these silent imprints, you declared abundance with your mouth while fearing it with your nervous system. You wrote affirmations with your hand while bracing for judgment in your chest. You visualized overflow, but flinched at the image of yourself actually holding it. But hear me now, and hear me deeply. Spirit never withholds increase from you. Your own hidden fear does, and that fear is not holy, not virtuous, not protective. It is deception in disguise. It is sabotage dressed as caution. It is the inner saboteur posing as your conscience, whispering things like, what if I can't manage it? What if people resent me? What if I lose myself in the process? But let us now speak fire to those lies. Let us cancel them with the breath of truth. For you are not a fraud in overflow. You are a steward of divine inheritance. You are not unworthy of more. You are assigned to receive, multiply, and circulate good in the world. You are not too fragile for financial elevation. You are the exact vessel heaven crafted to carry surplus with spiritual strength and holy responsibility. Now say this with me, in rhythm and in revelation. I erase the inner fear of wealth.
I cancel the agreement with not enough. I remove the shame that once wrapped itself around money. I am safe with abundance. I am trusted with overflow. I am called to carry riches with clarity, humility, and divine power. Speak it again. Speak it until the knots untie. Speak it until your nervous system stops flinching. Speak it until the body of your past finally bows to the authority of your voice. Now close your eyes for a moment and see it with me. You, standing before an enormous vault door, not locked, not guarded, but open, wide, silent, waiting. Waiting for you not to knock, but to step forward, not to ask permission, but to walk in. You see stacks of divine provision, contracts, checks, houses, investments, opportunities, and instead of shrinking, you feel calm, grounded, tall. You do not run, you do not stutter, you do not hide, you speak. You say, I receive this, I was made for this. I do not panic in the presence of blessing, I preside over it. I do not tremble before treasure, I govern it. This is my birthright, and I no longer apologize for wearing it. Let that image become your new default. Let that feeling of peace in the presence of wealth become your new nervous system signature. Let that calm, clear, centered posture become your spiritual muscle memory. Because you must know this: you were never meant to be overwhelmed by overflow. You were meant to be anchored in it. You were never meant to fear large amounts. You were designed to assign them. You were never meant to whisper around wealth. You were born to speak it into proper place. And so the fear must go. The guilt must dissolve. The shame must be washed clean in the river of truth. You are not a beggar who stumbled into blessing. You are a divine authority who finally remembered your inheritance. Now stand tall, breathe deep, and say aloud, Spirit trusts me with large amounts. Heaven has no fear about my wealth, so I have none either. I no longer fear the more, I manage it. I no longer fear the millions, I multiply them. I no longer fear the harvest, I gather it. In me, money finds its right place, and in me, abundance is safe. There comes a moment where the soul must graduate from asking into commanding, from hoping into declaring, from tiptoeing around divine provision into speaking directly to it with the voice of one who has authority, not borrowed, not begged for, not inherited from another human voice, but granted by spiritual law itself. Because money, my dear, does not obey need, it obeys voice. It does not move for desperation, it moves for declaration. And it does not rearrange itself for silence. It responds to the command of the one who finally remembered their role as spiritual initiator, not material victim. This is the moment where you stop calling yourself unlucky, where you stop apologizing for wanting more, where you stop rehearsing the story of, it's not coming yet, and instead, you stand tall in your God-given dominion, and you command the inflow, not as one who is entitled, but as one who is empowered by divine covenant. You must begin to speak to your inflow as you would to a room of employees who have fallen asleep on the job, not with rage, but with authority, not with fear, but with finality, not with doubt, but with a voice so clear it parts the atmosphere. You must say, I give money no option but to arrive. You must say, all channels are now open to me. Every divine appointment, every unseen avenue, every overdue opportunity, every delayed contract, awaken now and obey my word. You must begin to treat your spoken decree as an issuing of spiritual payroll, because heaven does not respond to your emotional frustration, it responds to your vibrational instruction. Speak now, not as one waiting for permission, not as one hoping for scraps, but as one who has stood before the throne of truth and heard these words. Ask, and it is given. Speak, and it shall be done. Decree a thing, and it shall be established. This is not poetry. This is not metaphor. This is law. This is how the unseen is moved into the seen. This is how spiritual energy becomes visible form. This is how divine substance turns into money in your account. But it will not come because you cried. It will not come because you feared. It will not come because you explained your need again and again. It will come because you finally understood the command structure of the kingdom, because you spoke not as a passive recipient, but as a priest of provision, as a general of goodness, as a steward of overflow who does not stutter when ordering what heaven already assigned them. So I ask you now, and I do not ask softly, will you speak as if overflow is owed to you by divine inheritance? Or will you keep speaking like one applying for a miracle instead of activating it? Will you speak with the confidence of covenant, or will you continue hoping your tone will someday sound right to God? Will you use your mouth as an open wound or a spiritual invoice? Because let me tell you, one carries pain, the other carries payment. One keeps you rehearsing lack, the other builds you a ledger of increase, and one delays what was already yours, while the other commands it into your hand now. Say it with me, and do not whisper, money, I command you now. Flow to me in divine order. Arrive in full supply. Manifest by spiritual law. I give you no option but obedience. I remove all resistance. I speak and you obey. I decree and you respond. My word is your master key. Again, I give money no option but to arrive. I no longer stutter. I no longer apologize. I no longer fear. I speak with the fire of divine authority, and the gates of wealth must open under my voice. Now breathe, feel the shift in the air, feel the atmosphere around you tremble with attention, because your decree just entered the archives of spiritual instruction, and heaven is not confused by it. It is commanded by it. You didn't just speak poetry, you issued payroll. You didn't just hope aloud, you exercised law. You didn't just play with sound, you pulled levers in the unseen. And now, the inflow has no choice but to answer. Let the affirmations now rise, not from your lips alone, but from your belly, from the throne room of your inner temple, from that sacred dimension within where no fear can breathe, where no past failure can echo, where no false authority holds rank, where only truth reigns and only law governs, and where your voice is not a passive instrument of feeling, but an activated rod of command. Because when I say affirm these words, I do not mean whisper them as a ritual. I mean thunder them through every cell of your being until your bones believe, until your breath adjusts to wealth frequency, until your bank account becomes irrelevant because you already moved in spiritual credit. Say it now. I give money divine instruction, not casual suggestion, not polite request, instruction, divine instruction, backed by the authority of spirit, sent out like a decree sealed with fire and holiness, landing not in fantasy but in invisible law, where it immediately begins to rearrange the energetic landscape of your reality. This is not fiction. This is how form bends to faith, how vibration becomes visible. Say, I magnetize wealth by my decree, not through strategy, not through struggle, not through some new tactic that manipulates the outer world, but through the decree that vibrates from divine alignment, because wealth is not pulled through fear, it is magnetized through spiritual certainty, and your word is the magnet, your tone is the force field, your repetition is the current that calls supply from silence into substance. Now say, the unseen rearranges itself at my command. And do not speak it as though you are guessing. Speak it as one who has stood at the edge of lack and shouted abundance into the void and watched it obey. Speak it as one who has stared down delay and refused to blink. Speak it as one who does not wait for the world to change, but whose word changes the world. And now, say this final phrase slowly, with fire and finality. My tongue is the lever that opens all vaults. Not some vaults, not once in a while. All vaults, all gates, all doors, all financial pathways, all client contracts, all investments, all divine assignments marked with your name. Your tongue opens them because your tongue is not flesh and blood. It is spiritual weapon. It is legal key. It is architect's tool. It is divine hammer. Your tongue opens what others think is locked because you were never meant to beg at the gates of provision. You were always meant to command them. Do you feel it? The rhythm? The current? The heat in your spine and the clearing in your chest? That is not emotion. That is evidence. The shift is real. The rearrangement has begun. The vault has heard your voice. Now that the decree has been spoken, now that the tongue has been loosed in truth, now that the atmosphere has been pierced with the frequency of divine wealth, I ask you, will you now return to silence, or will you take your rightful place as one who speaks daily, one who trains the world to obey spiritual rhythm, one who does not beg the heavens but aligns with them? Because this is not entertainment for the ear, it is warfare for the voice. And if you leave here today with stirred emotion but a closed mouth, then you have done nothing but rehearse the pain of lack. But if you take what you've just spoken and repeat it tomorrow, and again the day after, and again when the voice of doubt returns, and again when the numbers in your account mock your faith, then you will prove the truth, that wealth does not belong to those who wait, but to those who instruct. That money does not cling to those who complain, but to those who command. And that divine substance responds not to need, not to logic, not to education or hustle, but to voice, consistent, holy, rhythmic voice. So I ask you now, not gently, but with fire, will you speak daily or keep waiting silently? Will you train your atmosphere to obey, or will you once again let it train you to shrink? Will you be the author of increase or the victim of delay? If this voice you now carry is sacred, and it is, then let the sacred be used daily, unflinchingly, without apology, until the ground beneath you is no longer made of effort, but of answered decree. Until money moves before you finish your sentence. Until wealth appears because your mouth has made the atmosphere ready. Comment below, money, I now instruct you, not tomorrow, not when I feel better, not when I understand more. Now speak it, and in speaking, shift, declare it, and in declaring, rise. Let heaven record it and let earth obey it. There is a law, not hidden but ignored, not new but eternally present, not invented by man but built into the fabric of divine reality itself. And that law is this: what you speak already exists, and your voice does not create the supply, it reveals it. It pulls back the veil. It does not summon what is not there. It opens the curtain on what has always been prepared. This is the law of instant supply. And the world will try to tell you time and again that you must wait, that you must earn, that you must be found worthy, or work your way up, or struggle through enough trials until finally the breakthrough arrives. But I tell you now, by the truth of spiritual law, that none of this is necessary, that none of it is true, that all of it is man's illusion, and that divine source has never been in lack, has never delayed, has never rationed its substance, but waits, silently and completely, for the one who dares to speak in present tense faith. For the one who dares to say, "It is here," before the outer confirms it. For the one who no longer consults the senses for permission, but moves in the rhythm of invisible truth and speaks to what the eye cannot yet verify. For it is written, "Before they call, I will answer, and while they are yet speaking, I will hear." Do you understand what that means? It means there is no such thing as a delayed response in the realm of spirit. It means that your supply is faster than thought, swifter than the mind, more immediate than logic will ever permit. It means the moment your decree is spoken in full alignment with divine law, the thing has already begun moving toward you, or more precisely, it has already been standing at the door, waiting for your voice to open the latch. You do not build the house. It is already built in heaven. You do not fabricate the supply. It has been waiting for assignment. You do not beg the rain. You remove the umbrella. Your word does not invent the thing. It unveils it. Your decree does not force God's hand. It harmonizes with what God has already authored. And so, if you are waiting, if you are lacking, if you are still caught in the loop of wondering when, then the question is not, when will it come, but rather, when will I open my mouth as if it's already here? I have said it before, and I will say it again and again and again until your spirit burns with it. Money does not move for need. It does not move for stress. It does not move for good intentions or quiet suffering. Money moves for law. Money moves for vibration. Money moves for instruction. And instruction is not thought. It is voice. It is sound. It is the alignment of breath, word, and spiritual rhythm, declaring boldly, "It is here." And the moment you dare to declare it as here, despite appearances, despite balance, despite fear, the moment you name the unseen as your reality, you release the floodgates. You don't ask water to come. You remove the dam. You don't hope for a signal. You press the key. Your supply has always been instant, and your word has always been the only thing standing between silence and sound, between lack and overflow, between theory and possession. Speak it, not because you feel it, not because the room agrees, not because the numbers say yes. Speak it because it is law. Speak it because it is already done in the invisible. Speak it because your silence has expired and your command has been due for far too long. The law does not need evidence. The law only needs voice. You must now do the unthinkable, the illogical, the spiritually lawful thing that most never dare to do. Not because it is difficult, but because it is so simple, it offends the reasoning mind. You must now declare it present, not hoped for, not prayed over in a posture of lack, not deferred to someday when conditions align. You must declare it present now. You must say it with your whole spirit, with the vibrational certainty of one who no longer makes room for delay, as one who is not bargaining with God, but harmonizing with divine law. And you must do it not once in desperation, but repeatedly in dominion, not to prove something to the world, but to prove something to the soil of your own subconscious mind, which is always waiting for a voice of instruction and will obey whoever speaks most consistently. When you say, "I do not wait for money, money waits for my word," you sever yourself from the outdated timeline of toil and trigger the immediate unfolding of spiritual substance into form. When you say, "It arrives now," not from anxious wanting but from spiritual knowing, you align with the frequency that collapses the illusion of time and removes the veil between what is prepared in heaven and what is ready for reception on earth. You are not waiting. You are commanding. You are not hoping. You are claiming. You are not stuck. You are silent, and silence is the only curse left. You must decide right now whether your tongue will serve the past or establish the future, whether your voice will echo your fear or shape your fortune. And I say to you with boldness, with sacred fire, declare it present. The invisible is not far. It is here. It is not asleep. It is responsive. The moment your words match its frequency, the moment your decree stops reporting your condition and begins reporting divine completion, the material must obey. Because material is not your source. It is your servant. And it cannot resist spiritual command when that command is spoken with no compromise, no hesitation, and no apology. Stop saying, "I need it to come." Say, "It is here." Stop checking accounts. Start checking tone. Start watching your phrasing. Start noticing whether you're narrating delay or declaring dominion. Begin every sentence as if the vault is open. Walk through the room as if the check has cleared. Sit at your desk as if your name is already on the door. And speak to the invisible with such steady rhythm that it has no choice but to take shape. Here is your divine formula. Use it. Let it become breath. Let it become rhythm. Let it become the melody of your being. I do not wait for money. Money waits for my word. My decree moves divine supply. My tone carries the wealth of God. My sentence is wealth's instruction. And I speak as one whose word is law. Say it until it replaces every tired script. Say it until the room agrees. Say it until the atmosphere trembles. Say it until your bank account aligns. Say it until your nervous system calms. Say it until your house knows the sound of spiritual certainty. Because it is not the thing that moves first, it is your voice. And once your voice moves, once your word is settled, once your decree is set, the substance has no option but to materialize. Do not delay with your declarations. Do not wait to feel ready. Do not wait for better circumstances. You are not a reporter of your bank statement. You are the author of your spiritual account. Declare the shift. Declare it now. And do not look back. Now we turn to the final thread that has quietly stitched itself into your spiritual garments, invisible but destructive, woven into the very lining of your identity. Delay language. These are the subtle phrases, the innocent-sounding sentences, the culturally accepted murmurs that flow from your mouth like water, but act like glue. One day, I'll be rich. It's not here yet. Maybe it's just not my time. If it's meant to be, it will come. These are not phrases of neutrality. These are not harmless expressions. These are unconscious agreements with stagnation. They are contracts with the timeline of the fallen world. They are veiled refusals to activate the law of now. And every time you speak one of these delay scripts, you extend the distance between your decree and its delivery, not because the substance isn't ready, but because your voice is holding the manifestation in spiritual quarantine, quarantined by caution, quarantined by fear of disappointment, quarantined by learned helplessness that has worn the mask of humility. You must cancel them now. You must cast out these delay demons by name, by breath, by tone, and by fire. You must say, I cancel every phrase that agreed with later. I revoke every sentence that allowed delay to take root in my subconscious garden. I evict every whisper that told me to wait my turn, to lower my expectations, to temper my declaration with worldly realism. I cleanse my tongue of every word that acted as a doorstop to divine speed. Yes, you must cleanse the mouth before you claim the mansion. You must purify the phrasing before you command the provision. And you must realize that every time you casually postpone your prosperity with a sentence that begins with someday or hopefully or when it finally happens, you are pushing away the very supply that is trying to land in your present moment. Instead, speak like this. This is my season of immediate response. Speak. What I speak shows up now. Speak. Divine wealth has already arrived, and I am the one who declares it seen. Speak. Delay is no longer my doctrine. I believe in the now. Speak. I am no longer mentally waiting for what is already spiritually available. Speak until the old language system breaks, crumbles, burns, and melts into the new architecture of divine immediacy. Visualize this. Your tongue dipped in golden oil, anointed for command, coated in light, slippery with speed, gliding into dimensions of supply that are unlocked only by those who no longer flirt with later, who no longer consult appearances, who no longer budget faith to please logic. See your tongue like a flaming rod, searing away every phrase that once seduced you into delay. Let it be done. Let it be over. Let it be cleansed. From this moment forward, you speak from the realm of now. You speak as one who governs time, not as one who negotiates with it. You speak not as one who wonders if it's their moment, but as one who declares that it is. Do not let your mouth be a museum of old belief. Do not let your tone carry the hesitation of the orphaned past. Let your voice be freshly anointed, tuned to the frequency of already done. Let every word you speak be pregnant with the vibration of immediacy, and let your sentence be law. Now that the poison of delay has been purged from your mouth and your memory, you are ready to speak not only to the presence of wealth, but to the motion of wealth. For money does not exist merely to be seen, stored, or saved. It exists to circulate, to move, to multiply by movement, to reflect the nature of spirit itself, which never stagnates, never hoards, never hesitates. Divine substance is not a pond, it is a river. And until you command it to move, it remains still not by limitation, but by your own silence. You must now rise into your role as the commander of current, as the voice that calls circulation into being. You must not speak about flow. You must speak to the flow. You must not wonder if wealth will arrive. You must direct it, like Moses lifted his rod to part the Red Sea, not asking the waters to kindly shift, but commanding their obedience with the vibration of faith backed by divine appointment. Speak now. Money, flow in rivers, not in drops, not in delays, not in trickles, not in crumbs, but in cascading, continuous, confident rivers of ease and multiplication. Say it again. Money, flow in rivers. And again. Money, flow in rivers. For the tongue is not just the organ of speech. It is the rudder of your wealth, the captain of your circulation, the baton of your financial orchestra. Do you not know that your accounts obey your instructions? That your clients, customers, and contracts are invisible servants waiting to be assigned a task? Do you not see that your bank balance is not awaiting your labor? It is awaiting your legislation? That every deposit begins with a decree. Every increase begins with a voice that dares to vibrate higher than the fear, higher than the forecast, higher than the financial history that has tried to train your tongue to be polite when it should be prophetic? So I ask you, will you train your voice to carry current, or will you continue to echo the economy? Will you declare your divine flow, or merely describe your financial drought? Will you speak into motion, or will you mentally rehearse stillness and call it being realistic? This is the dividing line, beloved. This is the moment where your mouth becomes either the faucet or the filter, either the speaker of streams or the solicitor of sympathy. Speak. I move the market with my mouth. Yes, say it again. I move the market with my mouth. Not through manipulation, not through strategy alone, but through spiritual alignment. For when your speech matches divine substance, when your command is spoken with clean motive and consecrated boldness, money hears you, not just as a person, but as a principle, not just as a voice, but as a vortex of authority. You are the one the flow has been waiting for. You are the mouthpiece of spiritual liquidity. You are not the bucket begging for rain. You are the cloud releasing overflow. So speak circulation as command, not suggestion. Do not narrate your way into lack. Do not commentate on your constriction. Stand in the middle of the dam and break it with your word. Break it with your breath. Break it with your tone. Say it. I speak flow now. I speak movement now. I speak financial rivers now. And don't just say it once. Say it daily. Say it hourly. Say it until your subconscious becomes fluent in liquidity, until your spirit no longer entertains the voice of lack, until your entire vibration becomes synonymous with movement, flow, and increase. This is the moment you become the stream. Now speak these words with a tongue that no longer trembles, with breath that no longer hesitates, with posture lifted and soul aware that the vaults of heaven are voice-activated and law-bound to respond, not to begging, not to budgeting, not to the emotional winds of doubt, but to bold and rhythmic decree spoken from one who knows that they are not trying to become rich. They are returning to the wealth of their original divine identity. These are not mere affirmations. They are spiritual instructions, financial legislation, vibrational coordinates that summon divine order into earthly matter. Speak not as one rehearsing, but as one releasing law. Say, I am funded by divine decree. Do not whisper this. Let it move through your vocal cords like thunder wrapped in velvet. Let it stir your cells. Let it disrupt every false agreement you ever made with lack. Say it again. I am funded by divine decree. And now this. My command is clear and supply obeys. Speak it like the architect of your next miracle, like the commander of your next contract, like the priest of your own inner treasury. For clarity is not a luxury in the spiritual realm, it is currency. Confused speech produces confused results, but clear decree rearranges reality. Speak, my command is clear, and supply obeys. Let the memory of every former doubt be dissolved in the vibration of that sentence. Let it echo through every timeline where you once questioned if you were worthy, if it was allowed, if it was spiritual, if you had to struggle first. Let this sentence rewrite those timelines with sovereign sound. Now speak this. I am the voice of wealth alignment. Let it break the sound barrier between you and your provision. Let it go before you into every meeting, every inbox, every open door not yet seen. Let it fill the atmosphere around your business, your brand, your bank. You are not applying to be blessed. You are announcing your alignment. You are not wishing for overflow. You are releasing it by sound. Speak again. I am the voice of wealth alignment. And now, with the boldness of the lion and the rhythm of heaven's own declaration, close with this. The spiritual economy listens when I speak. Yes, let that be the final affirmation of this round. Let it enter your bones, your breath, your bloodstream. For this is not an economic cycle you are tapping into. It is a spiritual inheritance that responds to your voice and your voice alone. Not your resume, not your worry, not your weight, your word. Say it again. The spiritual economy listens when I speak. Now I turn to you, not to your doubts, not to your background, not to your fears, not to your bank balance or your budget spreadsheet or your anxious timeline. I turn to you, the spiritual listener, the one who has been holding the seed of dominion in their belly, but forgot that it blooms only through sound. This is the moment where theory ends and transaction begins. Not a transaction of money, but of energy, commitment, and dominion. You have heard the law, you have felt the shift, you have tasted the vibration of wealth responding to your tone. But now comes the true invitation, the sacred threshold that separates those who watch and wait from those who rise and speak. And so I ask you, soul to soul, spirit to spirit, command to command, did your instruction go out, or did it stay trapped inside you, hidden in the folds of fear and hesitation? Did you simply hear these words and nod quietly, or did you rise into your own voice like a prophet to your own house, like a governor to your own land, like a king to your own kingdom? Because nothing changes until your mouth does. Nothing rearranges until your tone is heard in the halls of spiritual order. The universe is not moved by your mood. It is moved by your mouth. So I charge you, not softly, not sweetly, but divinely, comment below and let the world, the spirit, the system, and the unseen forces that obey law and not luck know that your silence is over. Speak in writing, speak aloud, speak to your own hand or wallet or account if you must. But speak and declare, I rule money by divine voice. That's not a slogan. That's not a hashtag. That is a holy legal statement. It is the record you enter into the atmosphere that cannot return void. And if you've been moved, stirred, or activated by this divine transmission, don't just vanish into silence again. Subscribe, not because I am asking, but because your spiritual atmosphere must be sustained. You don't visit vibration, you abide in it. You don't attend dominion, you become it. This is not entertainment, this is recreation. This is the architecture of wealth, built one spoken decree at a time, over days, weeks, and months, until your entire life becomes the visible fruit of invisible obedience. This is your sacred invitation, not to watch again, but to speak as one who commands again and again and again until the mountain moves, the check clears, the deal signs, and the floodgates of overflow are no longer theory, but form. Now, we arrive at the sacred seal, the final activation, the final vibration, the moment where every word that has come before becomes flesh by the decree of your own tongue. For without your voice, none of this means anything. Without your sound, this is merely theory, and I did not come to hand you theory. I came to awaken the law in your bones, to strike the match of dominion in your mouth, to remind you that you are not the echo of your circumstances, but the echo of God's voice, made flesh and crowned with spiritual authority. And you, beloved soul, are not here to beg wealth. You are not here to plead for a breakthrough. You are not here to negotiate with appearances. You are here to declare, to govern, to assign, to command, and to speak as one sent, appointed, and anointed by divine law itself. So I ask you now, slow your breath, steady your spirit, loosen your jaw, and feel the throne beneath your ribs rise up to meet your voice, because you are about to speak not as a personality, but as a principle, not as a person, but as a portal. Not as a worker of the world, but as a word in the world, sent to rearrange the material by the authority of the invisible. And when you say this sentence, say it not like a hope, not like a chant, not like a wish, but like a command backed by heaven's full military force, like a royal edict sent forth with angels on assignment, like a spiritual memo that cannot be returned void. Speak with me now. Money, I now speak to you. You are divine substance, and you obey my voice. Again, slower, louder, and clearer, like every molecule in the atmosphere is listening for the vibration that makes them move. Money, I now speak to you. You are divine substance, and you obey my voice. And again, with your shoulders rolled back, your head lifted high, and your energy anchored in dominion. Money, I now speak to you. You are divine substance, and you obey my voice. Now we layer it with variations that enforce spiritual specificity, and these you may speak morning and night, standing or seated, under breath or aloud, because tone is more important than volume and conviction more vital than noise. Say now, money, I now speak to you. Come now. Say, money, I now speak to you. Expand without resistance. Say, money, I now speak to you. Multiply under grace and in perfect ways. And now, beloved, we end where the highest vibration always ends, with a decree not from fear or franticness, but from spiritual calm, which is the posture of the one who has spoken and knows that what has been spoken must appear. Speak this: my word is law, my wealth obeys, my time is now. Again, my word is law, my wealth obeys, my time is now. One last time. My word is law, my wealth obeys, my time is now. Let that ring through your bones. Let that take root in your subconscious. Let that override every whisper of scarcity, every echo of delay, every leftover script of unworthiness. Let this be the moment your tongue becomes the key that opens every vault, the wand that parts every sea, the staff that turns stone into fountain. This is not just a close, this is your coronation. Speak the sentence daily, not as ritual, but as royalty. Write it, chant it, declare it, whisper it, shout it, live it. Because now you know, one sentence makes money respond immediately, not because the sentence is magic, but because the law behind the sentence is eternal, and the voice that dares to speak it becomes the cause of all increase. You are that voice. You are that cause. It is done.
The secret of wealth is not found in the bank. It is not found in labor. It is found in the first words you speak each morning. One command, spoken in faith before breakfast is cleared, can change your entire day and your entire fortune. In this message, I will give you the exact command to speak each morning that unlocks wealth before noon. If you have eaten your breakfast in silence, if you have started your days with worry or complaint, today you will learn why nothing has shifted and how to reverse it with one decree. By the close of this lesson, you will hold the breakfast code of wealth, and you will know how to use it without delay. I know how mornings can feel tired eyes, heavy thoughts, the dread of another day chasing bills or work that never seems enough. You sit with your coffee, and your mind fills with lack before the clock strikes 9. And you wonder why the hours only repeat the same story: struggle in, struggle out. But I tell you, your morning is not meant for worry. It is meant for command. Spirit waits on your first words, and those words decide the harvest of the day. When you learn to replace complaint with decree, when you stop whispering defeat and begin declaring abundance, you will see how swiftly the day obeys. Today, I will show you the breakfast command that makes wealth move before noon. Here is what we will uncover together. First, I will show you why most mornings are wasted, how idle speech and silent dread set the tone for lack all day long. Then, I will give you the exact decree to speak at your breakfast table, the command that opens channels of supply before the sun is high. Next, I will share true demonstrations men and women who turn their fortunes by changing their first words of the day. And finally,
I will teach you how to make this rhythm a habit so that every morning plants seeds of abundance and every day brings proof of supply. Stay with me. For one sentence spoken in faith before breakfast can end your cycle of struggle and unlock the wealth that already belongs to you. Here's something most people completely miss, and yet it determines whether the breakfast command will ever work for them. The tongue is the morning gate. It is the watchman of the day, and whatever you let pass through it first sets the rhythm of the next 12 hours. If you let gossip slip through, the gossip multiplies. If you let complaint pass, complaint rules the hours. If you let fear speak, fear draws its own proof. But if you guard the gate and let only truth, only faith, only command pass through, then the whole day must obey that decree. The morning gate is not a figure of speech, it is the law of creation. Scripture says, "Set a watch, O Lord, before my mouth. Keep the door of my lips." That is no mere poetic prayer, it is instruction in metaphysical law. The lips are the door, the tongue is the gate, and the watchman is your awareness. If you leave the gate unguarded, thieves rush in, thieves of lack, thieves of fear, thieves of despair, and they will not only enter but rule the day, because what you release through the gate at sunrise becomes the law the subconscious follows until sunset. Think of it like a fortress. The morning is your fortress of power. You wake, and the gates swing open. If you post no guard, the enemy walks in unchallenged, and the day is lost before it begins. But if you post a watchman, if you challenge every word, if you refuse to let complaint pass, if you cut off gossip at the tongue, if you deny fear a single sentence, then your fortress holds, your day is safe, and the harvest is yours. The watchman must be awake at the gate. I remember the image given in The Secret Door to Success, the watchman guarding the doorway of thought. He does not let just anything pass. He asks, is this thought true? Does it bless? Does it multiply? Does it align with spirit? If the answer is no, he shuts the gate, so it must be with your tongue at breakfast. Before you speak, ask, does this decree wealth or lack? Does this open the storehouse or close it? Does this build my day or break it down? If it is idle, cancel it. If it is fear, deny it. If it is truth, release it. Do you see how practical this is? Most people treat the tongue as casual. They think they can say anything in the morning and then fix it later with an affirmation. But the day is already stained. The gate is already breached. The first word has gone out, and the subconscious is already at work building its form. You cannot allow the first careless word to undo your decree. You must post a guard. So I ask you, who is standing watch at your morning gate? Is it fear, ready to let complaint pour out unchecked? Is it gossip, eager to chatter before faith can speak? Or is it faith itself, sword in hand, guarding the door, allowing only decrees of abundance to pass? Tomorrow morning, choose your watchman. For the gate will open, the tongue will speak, and the day will obey. Guard the gate, and the day will serve you. Leave it unguarded, and the day will rule you. The choice is always yours. This next part changed everything for me, and it will change everything for you if you grasp it and put it into practice. For perhaps as you listen, you say, Florence, I understand what you're telling me, but my mornings are already filled with heaviness. I wake with worry in my chest. I feel dread before I rise. I sit at the table already weary of the day. Does that mean I am doomed before the clock strikes 9? And I answer you, no. For even if you begin your morning in fear, you can reset the tone by decree. Spirit has given you the power to cancel every idle word, to smash every false record, to overturn every wrong impression, and to replace it with truth. The morning is not lost until you let complaint stand unchallenged. But if you will rise and say, that is not true, I erase it, then at once the record is broken, and you may write anew. The subconscious, as I have told you, is like a phonograph plate. Every word, every sigh, every thought is etched into its grooves, and it will play back exactly what has been recorded. But the marvel is this: a stronger vibration can shatter the record. A louder decree can demolish the groove. A word spoken in authority can erase the old and create the new. So if you rise and say, I am tired, I am poor, I am afraid, do not despair. Do not let that record play unbroken. Speak again at once. That is a lie. That is not the truth of spirit. I erase it. I replace it with the decree of abundance. God is my unfailing supply. Large sums of money come to me quickly, under grace, in perfect ways. This is my day of good. This is my day of wealth. This is my day of joy. Speak it until the heaviness lifts, until the tone changes, until the new record plays louder than the old. I remember a woman who would wake each morning in dread. She said to me, "Florence, I rise with fear, and before I have eaten, I have already spoken defeat. I feel I have lost before the day begins," I told her. "Then begin again. Cancel it, reset it. Say, 'That is not true,' I erase it, and speak the decree of truth." She obeyed. Each morning, though fear rose first, she canceled it aloud and replaced it with decree, and slowly the fear lost its grip. The subconscious, once filled with grooves of dread, was etched with new records of joy, and soon her days changed, her supply increased, her burdens lifted. Not because she never feared, but because she refused to let fear write the final record. So let me ask you, what record is playing in your mornings? Do you allow the old grooves of lack and worry to run unchecked? Or will you rise, cancel them, and cut a new record with your decree? Spirit waits on your word, not your feelings. You may feel tired, you may feel heavy, but if you speak the decree, the feeling must bow. The subconscious does not obey moods, it obeys words. And when words of truth are spoken, moods shift, heaviness lifts, and the day is reset. Therefore, do not let a single morning pass without resetting the tone. If idle words slip out, cancel them. If fear rises, deny it. If heaviness lingers, speak over it until it breaks. Your morning is the blueprint of your day, and you hold the pen. Write lack, and you live lack. Erase it and write wealth, and wealth must come. The law is exact. The law is faithful. Reset the tone, and the day will obey. Now we come to the heart of this message, the very sentence that unlocks the storehouse of riches and makes wealth move before the sun is high. I have shown you why most mornings are wasted, why idle speech and silent dread poison the day, why the tongue is the gate and must be guarded, and how even wrong beginnings can be reset by decree. But all of this is preparation for the command itself, the word that Spirit always obeys, the word that turns a simple breakfast into an altar of abundance. And here it is. God is my unfailing supply. Large sums of money come to me quickly, under grace, in perfect ways. This is not a suggestion, not a wish, not a timid prayer. It is a decree. It does not beg, it does not plead, it does not hope. It declares what is true in spirit and commands it into form. When you speak it, you align yourself with the eternal source of supply. You cut off the false belief that jobs or markets or men are your provision. You declare that God alone is your unfailing supply, and in that moment, channels begin to open. When you say, "Large sums of money come to me quickly," you break the illusion of delay, you collapse the false chain of time, you plant the seed of immediacy. And when you add, "under grace, in perfect ways," you protect yourself, ensuring that your wealth comes clean, comes pure, comes in harmony, blessing all and harming none. This is the safeguard against greed, against grasping, against misstep. It keeps your decree in line with divine order. I remember the story of a woman who came to me with only $2 left in her purse. She was desperate, but she obeyed the law. She spoke the command. She blessed her purse instead of cursing it. She said, "This purse is a magic purse. It can never be emptied. Each time money goes out, more comes in. It is crammed, jammed, bulging with bills and gold and silver." She repeated it daily, faithfully, at her table. Not long after, $6,000 came to her in the most unexpected way. Did she labor for it? No. Did she beg for it? No. She commanded, and the law obeyed. The $2 were not her supply, they were her seed. Her words turned the seed into harvest. Now I ask you, what do you say over your purse, over your wallet, over your bank account? Do you sigh, "It is empty again"? Then empty it will remain. Do you say, "It is never enough"? Then never enough will be your portion. But if you will speak, "This purse is crammed, jammed, bulging with abundance. God is my unfailing supply. Large sums of money come to me quickly, under grace, in perfect ways," then your purse must obey, your account must obey, your day must obey. For the subconscious is the faithful servant, and it cannot argue with your decree. So tomorrow morning, Do not let complaint be your first words. Do not let fear be your breakfast companion. Sit at your table, lift your head, and declare aloud, rhythmically, with conviction, God is my unfailing supply. Large sums of money come to me quickly, under grace, in perfect ways. Say it once, and the seed is planted. Say it daily, and the harvest grows steady. Say it boldly, and the supply rushes swiftly. For the law does not delay when the word is spoken in faith. Let this be your breakfast command. Simple, clear, exact. Not 100 words, not a long plea, just one decree, steady and strong. Speak it, and the invisible will move. Speak it, and channels will open. Speak it, and wealth will come before noon, not by toil, not by chance, but by the law of your word. What I am about to show you may seem mysterious to the reasoning mind, but it is the most practical thing in the world when you understand the law. Many ask me, Florence, why must I speak the command at breakfast? Why does it work so quickly, sometimes even before noon? Surely wealth takes time. Surely channels must arrange themselves. Surely opportunity must develop. And I answer, no, spirit is instant. Supply already exists. The only delay is in your own consciousness, and when you speak at sunrise, when you plant the seed in the soft soil of the morning, the harvest can break through with startling speed. The law is this: faith accelerates, fear delays. Every fearful thought puts brakes on the wheel, every word of doubt builds a wall, every sigh of complaint slows the current. But faith is the quickening. Faith is the spark that collapses time. Faith pulls the unseen into the seen without obstruction. That is why the decree, spoken firmly at breakfast, can bear fruit before the day is half over. The subconscious, wide open at dawn, takes the command as absolute and begins at once to arrange channels, to open doors, to draw in opportunities. The world may tell you that wealth must crawl through years of labor, but Spirit says, it is done. Speak, and it is so. I recall a woman who came to me in terror. She was facing a lawsuit for $3,000. She had no means to pay and no time to wait. I told her, do not describe the trouble. Do not repeat the fear. Speak the decree. Say, I give thanks that this situation is now adjusted in divine order. What is mine cannot be lost. My supply is here now, under grace, in perfect ways. She obeyed. She spoke it, and she held fast to it without wavering. That very week, a relative she had not heard from in years sent her the exact sum she needed, and it arrived at the very hour the payment was due. Was it coincidence? No. It was the law of faith. It was the quickening of spirit responding to her decree. This is why I call it the 24-hour principle. The subconscious, when impressed with absolute certainty, can bring about demonstration in a single day. Not because spirit moved slowly at other times, but because the human mind rarely holds steady long enough to let the seed sprout. People decree in the morning and cancel it by lunch with fear. They speak faith at breakfast and speak doubt by dinner. They plant and uproot, and so nothing grows. But if for one day you hold steady, if for one day you speak only truth, if for one day you guard your tongue and refuse to cancel your decree, the harvest must appear, for the soil has been left undisturbed long enough to bear fruit. So I ask you, what would change if tomorrow you dared to speak the command once, boldly, clearly, without hesitation, and then guarded it until noon? What if you refused to let a single idle word pass? Refused to bow to a single appearance? Refused to whisper a single fear? Do you not see that in such a case, the law must obey you? For spirit is instant, and your million is not waiting to be created, it is waiting to be claimed. Therefore, do not be surprised when supply arrives quickly. Do not doubt when doors open suddenly. Do not say, it is too soon. There is no too soon in spirit. There is only the now, the eternal present, the moment when faith speaks and the universe moves. Speak in the morning, hold steady through the noon, and watch as what you once thought would take years arrives in a day. Now I must warn you of something that many overlook, and it is the reason their morning decree fails to bear fruit. They speak the command with boldness at breakfast. They declare, God is my unfailing supply. Large sums of money come to me quickly, under grace, in perfect ways, and for a moment their whole being vibrates with truth. But as the day unfolds, they begin to speak idle words. They complain about the weather, they grumble over bills, they mutter that nothing ever works for them, they tell their friends about their fears, and in that instant the decree is cancelled. The command planted the seed, but the idle word uprooted it. The harvest was growing, but the tongue cut it down. And then they say, "Florence, why did it not work for me?" And I tell them, "It worked, but you killed it with your own lips." The tongue is a sword. It can set you free, or it can bind you. You cannot speak abundance at sunrise and lack at noon and expect riches to appear. The subconscious does not sort your words into piles of truth and joke. It does not say, "She meant this one, but not that one." No, it records every syllable and builds accordingly. Every word is a command, whether of faith or fear, whether spoken in earnest or in jest. That is why Scripture warns that every idle word must be accounted for, because every idle word creates. I remember Shin's illustration of the phonograph record. Every word, every sentence is etched like a groove into the subconscious, and once it is etched, it will play back in your life. You may forget what you said, but your life will remember. The only way to break the groove is to speak a stronger decree, a command of truth that smashes the old record and writes a new one. So if you have spoken lack after your decree, do not despair, but do not ignore it either. Cancel it at once. Say, "That is not true." I erase it. I replace it with abundance. Do not let one idle word stand. Be vigilant, for the harvest of your million is too precious to let weeds choke it. Think of it like this. You are guarding a seedling in your garden. You plant it with care in the morning, but if you let animals trample it, if you let weeds overgrow it, if you pour poison on it with your own hand, how can you blame the soil when it does not grow? Your decree is that seedling. Protect it. Watch over it. Guard your tongue as you would guard treasure, for it is treasure indeed. So tomorrow, when you speak the breakfast command, be watchful until noon. Refuse gossip, for gossip plants weeds. Refuse complaint, for complaint poisons the soil. Refuse fear, for fear cuts the root. And if any slip should pass your lips, cancel it instantly with a decree of truth. Let no careless sentence go unchecked. For the hours between sunrise and noon are holy ground, where your seed is taking root, and you must protect it with all diligence. This is why I say protecting the command is as important as speaking it. Without protection, the harvest may never appear. But with protection, with vigilance, with faith guarding your tongue, the decree grows strong, the supply rushes in, and before the sun is high, proof is at your door. Now let me show you the great mercy and the great certainty of the law by bringing before you the proof of demonstration, for I never speak in theory. What I teach is not speculation, not philosophy, not wishful thinking, it is law, and law is proven in practice. When a decree is spoken in faith, when it is guarded and not cancelled, when it is held steady through the morning hours, results appear, sometimes so swiftly that the reasoning mind is startled into silence. The subconscious obeys the command, and spirit arranges channels that no human wit could foresee. Take, for example, Clara, a woman who desired a fan she had seen in a shop window. She had no money to buy it, no expectation of receiving it, yet she vibrated to it. She did not beg, she did not plead, she affirmed, she declared, she aligned herself with abundance. She said, "That fan belongs to me by divine right." She let the decree do the work. Not long after, the fan was given to her, without her asking, without her striving. Was it coincidence? No. It was the law demonstrating itself in small form, and the small proof is as sure as the great. For if spirit can bring a fan, spirit can bring a fortune. The principle does not change, only the scale does. Another woman came to me with only $2 left in her purse. I told her not to curse it, but to bless it. I gave her the decree. This purse is a magic purse. It can never be emptied. Each time money goes out, more comes in. It is crammed, jammed, bulging with bills and gold and silver. She spoke it daily at her breakfast table, refusing complaint, refusing fear. And not long after, she received $6,000 from an unexpected channel. What had changed? Not her bank, not her job, not her family, her word. Her decree opened the door, and spirit rushed supply through it. And let me remind you of the woman who faced a lawsuit for $3,000. Terror gripped her, but she obeyed the law. She spoke the decree of divine adjustment. I give thanks that this situation is now adjusted in divine order. What is mine cannot be lost. My supply is here, under grace, in perfect ways. She spoke it with faith. She guarded it through the morning, and at the very hour payment was due, the exact sum was delivered through an unforeseen channel. That was not chance. That was the law in demonstration, the proof that the word works when spoken and protected. So I tell you, do not treat these as quaint stories. They are patterns, they are blueprints, they are maps. What has happened for others must happen for you if you will use the law as they did. Speak the decree at breakfast, guard it until noon. Cancel idle words at once, hold steady in faith, and the proof will come. It may arrive as a gift, as a check, as an opportunity, as a channel you never imagined. But arrive it must, for the law cannot return void. And here is the beauty. Each demonstration, however small, builds faith for the next. The fan becomes the fortune, the $2 becomes the 6,000, the small adjustment becomes the great deliverance. Proof multiplies proof, until doubt is shattered and, not believe, but know that Spirit obeys your word. And once you know, you are free. Now I must lift your eyes even higher, for though we speak of wealth, though we speak of money moving before noon, the law of command is not chained to coin or to currency. Spirit is infinite, and the spoken word reaches into every chamber of life. The same decree that opens the storehouse of supply will open the door to health, to love, to right work, to joy, to every form of abundance. For money is only one symbol of good, and it is dangerous to limit the law to money alone. If you learn only to command dollars, you may have a full purse and yet a sick body, a rich account and yet a barren heart, $1 million and yet an empty life. But if you learn to command in every area, to use the tongue as the key to the whole kingdom, then you are rich indeed, rich in health, rich in love, rich in purpose, rich in peace. I have given to many the decree. I have a perfect work in a perfect way. I give perfect service for perfect pay, and I have seen it transform their lives. Men and women who toiled in drudgery, who labored without joy, who gave their strength to tasks that starved their souls, began to speak this decree each morning, and soon new opportunities opened. Doors that had long been shut swung wide, positions that suited their gifts appeared, and the work that once drained them was replaced by work that expressed their spirit and rewarded them fully. They did not beg for a chance, they did not knock in vain, they commanded, and the law obeyed. The same law holds in the realm of health. I recall a woman plagued with a skin disease that no doctor could cure. She had tried remedies, she had begged heaven, but nothing changed. When she came to me, I told her, stop rehearsing the sickness, stop telling the tale of your pain. Begin to decree. Divine love floods my consciousness with health. Every cell of my body responds to the healing word. I am whole, perfect, strong, and free. She obeyed. She spoke it daily. She spoke it in the morning before fear could speak. She spoke it until her heart softened and forgiveness rose within her. And as bitterness melted, so did the disease. She was healed, not by chance, not by medicine, but by the spoken word, by the decree of health that spirit could not refuse. And love, yes, even love responds to the command. Many cry, Florence, I want this particular person. I want this man. I want this woman. They cling, they beg, they pray amiss. But I tell them, do not bind yourself to what may not be yours. Do not demand what may not belong to you. Speak instead. I am now linked with my right mate by divine selection. What is mine cannot be withheld. What is not mine cannot satisfy. And when they release the false claim and speak the decree of truth, the right one appears, the true mate enters, the harmony descends. I remember a woman who prayed for one man who never turned his heart to her. But when she changed her decree, when she released him and spoke for her true mate, the right man came, and her joy was beyond what she had imagined. So I say to you, do not confine the breakfast command to money. Speak it, yes, and watch wealth arrive before noon. But add to it decrees for health, decrees for love, decrees for work, decrees for joy. Say, God is my unfailing supply of health. Divine love floods me with harmony. I have a perfect work in a perfect way. I walk in joy, and joy surrounds me. Let every morning plant seeds in every field, and you will reap a harvest so full, so complete, that no part of your life will be barren. For money alone cannot satisfy. But the law, when used in every area, will bring you the full banquet of spirit health for the body, love for the heart, work for the hands, joy for the soul, and wealth for the purse. This is true abundance. This is divine right riches. And it begins, as always, with the command you speak in, the morning. Now that you have seen the command, and you have seen how it reaches beyond money into every corner of life, I must show you the one enemy that rises up each morning to rob it of its power if you do not cast it down. That enemy is not the world, for the world has no power over the word. That enemy is not men, for men are only channels of spirit. That enemy is not chance or luck, for there is no such thing in divine law. The only enemy is fear. Fear is the great thief. Fear is the shadow twin of faith. Fear is faith in evil instead of faith in good, belief in lack instead of belief in supply, trust in sickness instead of trust in health. And when you let fear speak through your lips in the morning, you give it command, and it begins its work of destruction. Think of what fear really island. Fear is not an absence of faith, it is faith misdirected. It is faith in the wrong picture, faith in the opposite of truth. When you tremble at bills, you are believing in their power to bind you. When you dread sickness, you are believing in its power to master you. When you sigh over loneliness, you are believing in the absence of love. And every belief is a command, every command is a seed, every seed must bear fruit. That is why Job declared, "The thing I feared has come upon me." He did not say, "The thing I hoped for." He said, "The thing I feared." For fear is magnetic, just as faith is magnetic. It draws its own harvest, it calls its own proof, it crystallizes into its own form. Remember the story of the disciples in the storm. They were in the boat, and the waves rose high, and the wind howled, and fear filled their hearts. They cried out, certain they would perish. And what did Jesus say when he awoke? "Why are ye fearful, O ye of little faith?" Then he spoke, "Peace, be still," and the storm obeyed. The outer storm was only the picture of their inner storm. Fear had called it forth. Fear had magnified it. And when faith spoke, the storm ceased. The same law holds in your mornings. The storms you face, the unpaid bill, the sudden delay, the empty purse, the heavy silence, these are but reflections of the fear within. And when you erase the fear, when you speak peace, the outer storm must cease. Do you see then why I say fear is the only enemy? You may speak the breakfast command with boldness, but if fear creeps in before noon, whispering, "It is not working, nothing is coming, it is too late," then fear cancels what faith planted. Fear uproots the seed. Fear commands delay. Fear is not passive, it is active, it is creative, it is destructive. It will build just as surely as faith builds, but it will build what you dread. That is why it must be cast out at once. So let me ask you plainly, what are you afraid of this morning? Are you afraid that your money will not last? Are you afraid that the decree is too good to be true? Are you afraid that you are not worthy, that others may prosper but not you? Every one of these fears is inverted faith, and every one is a thief standing at the gate of your day. If you do not rebuke them, they will walk in and they will rob you. But if you stand and say, "Fear, you are nothing, you cannot operate, you have no power, you cannot delay me, you cannot deceive me, you cannot touch me. I walk in faith, and I cannot fail," then fear flees, for fear cannot stand against a word of truth spoken with authority. Therefore, understand this clearly. The breakfast command is sure, the law is faithful, supply is certain. The only obstruction is fear. Cast it out each morning, deny it each time it whispers, refuse to give it a syllable of speech. And when fear is gone, faith stands tall, and the decree you spoke will have no hindrance, no delay, no obstruction. It will move swiftly, and before noon you will see the proof. Now that you see fear for what it is, the only true enemy of your supply, the inverted faith that calls forth what you dread, you must be armed with the weapons that erase it the very moment it rises. For fear is sly, fear is subtle. Fear slips into your morning like a shadow before the sun has fully risen, and if you do not drive it out at once, it will take root and grow until it covers the whole day. But spirit has not left you defenseless. There are tools, sharp and simple, that cut fear down like grass before the scythe, and if you use them faithfully, fear will lose its grip and your decree will stand unchallenged. The first tool is denial. Fear must be denied, spoken against, rebuked to its face. Do not reason with fear, for it is unreasonable. Do not debate with fear, for it does not argue in truth. Do not weep before fear, for it feeds on tears. Stand firm and say aloud, Fear, you are nothing, you have no power, you cannot operate. You are a shadow, and I command you to be gone. Say it with authority, even if your body trembles, even if your mind whispers otherwise. The spoken denial lifts you out of the vibration of fear and plants you in the vibration of truth. I once told a man who had lived in constant worry, whenever fear speaks, answer it aloud, do not let it finish its sentence. He obeyed, and within days the torment that had haunted him for years melted away. He had not out-argued fear, he had denied it, and the denial erased it. The second tool is affirmation. After you deny fear, you must replace it with truth. You cannot leave the house empty, for fear will return. Fill it at once with faith. If fear says, you will fail, answer, I walk in faith, I cannot fail. If fear says, you will lose everything, answer, God is my unfailing supply. Nothing can be lost to me. If fear says, you will be alone, answer, divine love goes before me, preparing the way, and I am irresistible to my own. The affirmation must be spoken with rhythm and certainty, like a hammer driving the nail of truth deep into the subconscious. The subconscious does not argue. It obeys. Fill it with faith, and faith will bear fruit. The third tool is thanksgiving. Gratitude is the sound of faith fulfilled, and it dissolves fear like sunlight dissolves fog. When fear whispers, nothing is happening, say instead, I give thanks that my supply is here now. I give thanks that divine order is established in my affairs. I give thanks that every channel is open, every door is clear, every blessing rushes to me now. Thanksgiving lifts you out of doubt, for you cannot tremble and give thanks at the same time. Fear and gratitude cannot dwell together, one must bow to the other, and fear always bows when thanksgiving is spoken. The fourth tool is love, for perfect love casts out fear. Fear cannot remain where love abides. If you fear a person, bless them. If you fear a situation, surround it with love in your thought. If you fear loss, declare, divine love is the substance of my supply. It cannot fail, it cannot fade, it cannot be taken from me. I recall a man bound by worry all his life. One day, he passed a sign that read, why worry? It will probably never happen. He laughed aloud, and in that laugh, love and joy entered, and the fear that had held him for years dissolved. Joy is love in motion, and when love moves, fear flees. So here are your weapons: denial, affirmation, thanksgiving, love. Use them swiftly, use them boldly, use them every morning before breakfast if fear dares to show its face. Do not let fear sit at your table, do not let it whisper in your ear, do not let it enter unchallenged. Erase it at once, replace it with truth, flood it with gratitude, dissolve it with love. And when fear is gone, faith will stand steady, and your decree will hold fast, and your supply will come without obstruction. Now I must lead you into one of the deepest truths of the law, a truth that many stumble over because they are still bound by their eyes, still ruled by the shadows of circumstance, still judging by what they see instead of by what island. It is this: you must learn to live above appearances. For appearances are not truth, they are the echo of old words, the shadows of past decrees, the temporary pictures drawn by yesterday's fear or doubt. They have no life of their own, yet most people bow to them as though they were final. They rise in the morning, see the unpaid bills, the empty purse, the letter of demand, the heavy body, and they say, this is reality, this is the truth. And in saying so, they chain themselves to the very shadow they despise. But Spirit whispers, judge not according to appearances, but judge righteous judgment. For righteous judgment looks beyond the surface, beyond the shadow, beyond the echo, and holds fast to the unseen truth. Think of the Israelites standing at the edge of their promised land. They looked into the land and saw giants, men taller and stronger than themselves, and they trembled. They said, we are as grasshoppers in their sight, and so we are in our own. And because they bowed to appearances, they turned back and wandered in the wilderness for 40 years. Yet the land had been given to them already. Spirit had promised it. The giants were only shadows, tests of vision, phantoms raised by fear. Had they held fast to truth, had they said, God is our supply, and no giant can stand against his word, they would have entered at once. So it is with you. Each morning, giants rise before you, giants of debt, giants of sickness, giants of loneliness, giants of fear. If you bow to them, if you say, I am a grasshopper, you will wander in circles. But if you decree, these giants are nothing, my supply is here now, my health is here now, my love is here now. God is my unfailing supply, then the giants must vanish, for shadows cannot stand before light. I once counseled a woman who sat each morning staring at a pile of bills. She sighed, she fretted, she muttered, I'll never be free of this burden. And so the burden grew, for she gave it her power. I told her, turn your eyes away. Do not bow to the picture of lack. Speak the decree. I give thanks that every bill is paid in full, under grace in perfect ways. I see only abundance. I see only plenty. I see only supply. She obeyed. Each morning, she chose to see beyond the paper giants. She refused to judge by appearances, and in time, her bills were paid, her debts were cleared, and her days were filled with peace. The giants had been illusions, and when she stopped feeding them with fear, they crumbled. Do you see then that appearances are the greatest test of faith? They rise to ask you, whose report will you believe? Will you believe the report of the eyes, or will you believe the report of spirit? If you judge by sight, you will live by shadows. If you judge by truth, you will live by supply. Every morning, when appearances try to seize your tongue, when the purse looks empty, when the door looks closed, when the body feels weak, you must answer with decree. You must say, I refuse to judge by appearances. I stand on truth. I live above shadows. My good is here now, under grace, in perfect ways. Living above appearances does not mean ignoring life. It means refusing to let shadows dictate truth. It means choosing the higher reality, standing in the eternal now, decreeing what spirit has already finished. When you live this way, your breakfast command cannot be shaken. The outer may roar, but the inner holds steady, and soon the outer bows to the inner. The giants fall, the bills are paid, the health blossoms, the love appears, the supply flows, because truth has been spoken and appearances have lost their power. So tomorrow morning, when the giant of lack tries to meet you at your table, do not bow, do not sigh, do not call yourself a grasshopper. Stand tall and declare, God is my unfailing supply. Large sums of money come to me quickly, under grace, in perfect ways. My day is abundance, my day is wealth, my day is joy, and the giant will vanish, for it was only shadow, and shadows cannot stand against light. Here is something most people fail to understand. Fearlessness is not a gift that drops from heaven into your lap fully formed. It is not a rare virtue given only to the chosen few. It is a habit. Just as one learns to rise at the same hour, or to walk with steady steps, or to write with a sure hand, so one learns to live without fear by practice, by rhythm, by daily decree until it becomes the natural breath of the soul. Many say to me, Florence, I cannot help my fear. It overwhelms me. And I tell them, you can help it, for the tongue rules the heart. If you will train your tongue to deny fear and to affirm faith, if you will repeat it daily until it writes itself into the grooves of your subconscious, then fear will fade and faith will stand as your second nature. Consider the words of Christ when the disciples trembled in the boat. Peace, be still. These words were not spoken in panic, not shouted in terror. They were calm, firm, rhythmic, like the beating of a great heart that knows no defeat. And the storm obeyed, for nature itself recognizes authority. Do you not see that if you will speak with the same rhythm each morning, fear will obey you? You need not match the storm's fury with your own frenzy. You need only speak steadily, daily, habitually, until the word of peace becomes the law of your being. Peace, be still. Say it when your mind races. Say it when your heart trembles. Say it until it echoes within you like a heartbeat, until peace is no longer a command but your native atmosphere. I have taught many to use denials and affirmations as their daily drill, their spiritual exercise, just as a musician plays scales until his fingers move without thought. Say each morning, fear, you are nothing, you cannot operate, you cannot touch me. I walk in faith, I cannot fail. Say it aloud, rhythmically, until the words march through you like soldiers on parade. Then follow it with affirmation. God is my unfailing supply. Large sums of money come to me quickly, under grace, in perfect ways. My path is clear, my day is secure, my good is certain. Repeat it until it flows from you without effort, until faith becomes reflex and fear has no foothold. At first, you may need to remind yourself, to stop and correct idle words, to cancel and replace, but soon the rhythm will take over, and faith will be your default setting, your natural pulse. I recall a man who came to me, racked with anxiety. His mornings were a battlefield. He said, "Florence, I rise in dread, and fear has me by the throat before I touch my breakfast." I told him, "Then rise with your denial ready. Meet fear at the door. Say aloud, you are nothing, you cannot enter. And then fill the house with faith, fill the air with decree." He obeyed. Each morning he met fear with denial, followed it with affirmation, and ended it with thanksgiving. At first he stumbled, sometimes forgetting, sometimes letting fear slip through. But as days passed, the rhythm grew. Within weeks, fear no longer greeted him at dawn. Peace rose with him instead, and his days grew calm and prosperous. He had not received a new nature from outside, he had trained his own, built the habit of fearlessness by daily decree. So I tell you, do not wait for fearlessness to come as a sudden gift. Build it as a habit. Deny fear when it rises. Affirm truth until it saturates you. Give thanks as though your good were already in hand. Speak love until it floods you. Do this each morning, not once, not twice, but daily, steadily, until it is written into your subconscious like grooves in stone. Then fear will no longer trouble you, for it will have no place in your nature. Your tongue will refuse it, your heart will reject it, your mind will dismiss it, and when fear is gone, your decree will stand without obstruction, and your supply will rush in, for faith will be the law of your being. This is the secret of building fearlessness. Practice, rhythm, daily repetition. And once fearlessness is your habit, wealth will not come as a rare miracle, but as a constant companion, arriving each morning with the rising sun, answering the command of your fearless tongue. Here's a truth that will set you apart from the multitude if you dare to live it. Boldness accelerates, hesitation delays. The law is swift when it hears the voice of command, but it drags its feet when it hears the halting tones of doubt. Many people wonder why their demonstrations crawl, why their good takes so long, why their supply trickles instead of rushes. The reason is this: they are half-hearted. They speak the decree in the morning but question it by noon. They command with their lips but cancel with their hesitation. They knock at the door of abundance but retreat before it opens. And so their good is held back, not by spirit, not by lack, but by their own wavering. For the double-minded man is unstable in all his ways, and instability delays what boldness would have drawn at once. I have seen fearlessness act like fire under the seed of faith. A woman once came to me with only $8 left, her purse almost empty, her hope almost gone. She could have trembled, she could have clutched those dollars to her breast in panic, but instead she dared to follow a hunch. She spoke her decree with boldness. God is my unfailing supply. Large sums of money come to me quickly, under grace, in perfect ways. Then she acted as if it were true, fearlessly, without hesitation. That step of faith opened the channel, and in short order, she received far more than she needed. Her $8 were multiplied into thousands because she dared to move without fear, because she dared to speak and act as though her supply were already present. Her boldness quickened the harvest. Contrast this with the deep one who speaks the same words but clutches in fear, saying, "What if nothing happens? What if I lose what I have? What if I look foolish?" That hesitation is itself a command. The subconscious hears it as clearly as it hears faith, and it obeys, slowing the process, drawing in delays, creating obstacles. The command of faith plants the seed, but the hesitation withers it. And then such a person says, "The law does not work for me," not knowing it was their own timidity that robbed them. Do you see then why I say fearlessness multiplies speed? For when you are fearless, your whole being vibrates as one. There is no conflict, no cross-current, no double-mindedness. Your word is yes, your feeling is yes, your action is yes, and spirit responds at once, rushing in to fill the channel you have opened. The supply does not hesitate when you do not hesitate. The good does not delay when you do not delay. So tomorrow, when you speak the breakfast command, do not whisper it timidly, do not murmur it as though testing a theory.
Declare it as law. Say it as though all heaven were listening because it island. Say it as though the universe itself must obey because it must. Say it as though the supply were already at your door because it island. Boldness quickens, hesitation delays. Fearlessness multiplies speed, timidity multiplies waiting. Choose this day which you will serve. Therefore, let your decree be fearless. Let your word be bold. Let your action match your command. Walk as though your good were here. Speak as though your purse were full. Act as though your path were clear. And in so doing, you will see how swiftly the law moves, how quickly wealth answers, how fearlessness is the accelerator of spirit. For the fearless one does not wait for supply, he commands it, and it comes. Now that you see how fearlessness quickens the law, you must also learn how to keep the current moving. For wealth is not meant to come as a sudden flood only to dry up again. It is meant to be a stream, steady, constant, flowing, day after day. And here lies a truth that many resist, but it is the very secret of lasting prosperity. Wealth must flow, not hoard. Spirit is circulation. Life is movement. The river that is dammed becomes stagnant. The hand that clutches soon cramps. The purse that is shut too tight becomes a tomb for money instead of a channel for supply. The law of prosperity is the law of circulation. You cannot lock wealth in a chest and expect it to multiply. You must let it flow, and in flowing, it returns to you multiplied. I have said many times, giving opens the way for receiving. When you give in faith, when you release what you hold, trusting that God is your unfailing supply, you prove to the universe that you are not bound by fear. You declare by your act, I live in an abundant world. I trust the source. What I give returns to me multiplied, under grace, in perfect ways. And the universe answers with an open channel, with blessings rushing back, with supply that seems to come from nowhere. But when you hoard, when you say, I must keep every penny, for I may not have enough, you are decreeing lack. You are affirming that God is not your supply. You are planting the seed of loss, and the harvest must match the seed. I remembered the story of a woman who faced a decision to give when she herself had little. She followed the quiet nudge of intuition and gave in faith, though her reasoning mind trembled. And what happened? That gift returned to her multiplied, greater than she could have imagined, proving once again that the hand open to give is the hand open to receive. Contrast this with the man who clutched every coin, who hoarded in fear, who repeated to himself, I cannot afford to give. His purse grew tighter, his channels dried up, his days grew heavier, until even what he had was lost. For fear attracts loss, but faith attracts abundance. So I tell you, your breakfast decree will open the portal, storehouse, but you must let the goods flow. If you dam the river, it will rot. If you open it, it will freshen, it will multiply, it will water every field of your life. Do not be afraid to give. Do not be afraid to circulate. Speak your decree, then prove it with your hand. Bless what you give, bless where it goes, and bless what returns. For circulation is proof of trust, and trust is the substance of demonstration. Wealth is not to be hoarded in fear, it is to be enjoyed, to be shared, to be released with joy, knowing that as surely as the tide goes out, the tide comes in. Each morning, when you speak the breakfast command, add this thought, I give freely, I receive freely. My wealth flows in endless circulation. Nothing is withheld, and nothing is lost. Say it until it becomes your atmosphere, until giving no longer feels like loss but like sowing seed, until you know that the law must bring it back multiplied. For the one who clutches loses, but the one who flows prospers. Therefore live in the stream, refuse to hoard, refuse to clutch, refuse to speak of saving against fear. Instead, speak of giving in faith. For wealth is not a pile to be guarded, but a river to be enjoyed, and when you let it flow, it will never run dry. Here is something that troubles many souls, and unless it is understood, it can cause them to abandon the law altogether. The appearance of delay. They say to me, Florence, I spoke the decree. I guarded my tongue, I held my faith, but still, by noon, nothing appeared. Did I fail? Did the law fail? Is this not true? And I tell them, the law cannot fail, for the law is God in action. What you call delay is often not denial, but divine rearrangement. Spirit is arranging channels you do not see, shifting people, moving circumstances,
clearing the way so that your good may come in a form more perfect than you asked. Delay is not lack. Delay is not failure. Delay is protection, preservation, preparation. When you understand this, you no longer tremble at the hours that pass. You rest, you trust, you give thanks, knowing that every moment is bringing the supply nearer in the perfect way. Let me remind you of the woman who prayed and prayed for a certain man to marry her. She was convinced he was the one, and she begged heaven to give him to her. Yet the man never came, and she felt spirit had denied her. But when she shifted her decree, when she released him and said, "I am now linked with my right mate by divine selection. What is mine cannot be withheld. What is not mine cannot satisfy." Soon another man appeared, her true mate, one with whom she found harmony and joy beyond anything she had imagined. What had happened? Spirit had not denied her good, it had rearranged her desire, lifting her from a counterfeit to the genuine. The seeming delay was divine timing, preparing her for the true gift. The same holds in matters of money. A woman once decreed supply for a certain venture. She expected it by morning, but it did not arrive. She held steady, giving thanks that it was already hers, and a few days later, the money came through a channel she could not have opened herself. And with it came connections and opportunities far greater than she had asked. Had the money come in the way she first imagined, she would have missed the greater blessing. The delay was not denial. It was Spirit's rearrangement. So I ask you, can you trust the clock of heaven more than the clock of men? Can you hold steady when appearances whisper it is too late? Can you give thanks before the purse is filled, before the bill is paid, before the door is opened? This is faith, and faith is the magnet. When you trust divine timing, you prove your decree unshaken, and the good comes, not only as you asked, but larger, richer, more perfect. Think of the farmer. He plants the seed, and he does not cry at the soil because it does not sprout the next hour. He trusts the unseen process. He knows that even when nothing shows, life is moving beneath the surface, roots are forming, the sprout is pressing upward. He gives thanks for the harvest before it breaks the ground. So must you be with your decree. Do not dig up the seed with doubt. Do not call the field barren because it is not yet green. Give thanks, rest, trust the process, for the law is exact, and the harvest must come in the perfect way, at the perfect time. Therefore, when you speak the breakfast command and the hours pass without sign, do not cancel it. Do not cry. It has failed. Say instead, my supply is moving now. Divine timing is perfect. My good cannot be late. My good cannot be lost. My good is arriving under grace, in perfect ways. Say it until your heart rests, until your mind is calm, until your soul is filled with thanksgiving. For delay is not denial, it is rearrangement. And when the rearrangement is complete, your supply will stand at your door, perfect, full, undeniable. Here is the secret that turns a single demonstration into a life of continuous abundance: rhythm. For one decree, spoken in faith, can open a door, can bring a sudden harvest, can prove the law in a moment. But if you stop there, if you treat the decree as a tool for crisis only, you will find your supply comes in bursts, here today, gone tomorrow, flowing in one moment and drying up the next. That is not how Spirit designed it. Spirit designed prosperity to be a stream, steady and constant, like the sun rising each day without fail, like the tide returning without hesitation. And the way to step into this steady stream is to make your decree a rhythm, a daily beat, a song that fills morning, noon, and night until it becomes the very atmosphere you breathe. The morning decree is the seed. Speak it before breakfast, when your subconscious is soft and open, when the soil of the day is bare and ready. Say it aloud. God is my unfailing supply. Large sums of money come to me quickly, under grace, in perfect ways. Say it with rhythm, not rushed, not mumbled, but steady, like a drum beat that sets the pace for the day. Let each word fall into the subconscious like a seed into fertile ground. This is the planting. At noon, keep the watch. Do not let idle words uproot what you planted. Guard your tongue, as though it were the gate to a treasure house for an island. If fear rises, cancel it at once. If doubt whispers, deny it. If complaint tries to pass, replace it with thanksgiving. At midday, refresh the seed with a short decree. My supply is here now, under grace, in perfect ways. This is the watering. At night, close the day with thanksgiving. Sit quietly and say, I give thanks for the abundance of this day. I give thanks that my supply is certain, my path is clear, my good is secure. I rest in perfect faith. Fall asleep with these words, for the subconscious works all night, playing back whatever record you last placed upon it. If you fall asleep in complaint, you will rise in complaint. But if you fall asleep in thanksgiving, you will rise in faith. This is the harvest. I remember the story of the woman who blessed her purse as a magic purse. She did not say it once and forget it. She said it daily. She made it her rhythm. She wrote it into her subconscious until it became atmosphere. And soon her purse, once almost empty, overflowed with thousands. Why? Because rhythm multiplies power. Repetition carves grooves in the subconscious, and once the grooves are deep, the law plays them without effort. The tongue may rest, but the subconscious continues, carrying the rhythm until it becomes the soundtrack of your life. So let me ask you, what rhythm plays in your life right now? Is it the rhythm of worry, repeating never enough, day after day until lack becomes atmosphere? Or will you change the record, set a new rhythm, let faith beat in your chest each morning, let thanksgiving hum on your lips each night until abundance becomes your natural song? For you cannot escape rhythm, your life already has one. The only question is, what rhythm are you repeating? Therefore, do not treat the breakfast command as a one-time charm. Make it your daily music. Plant it in the morning, water it at noon, reap it in the evening. Do this not once, not twice, but daily, until it becomes who you are. For prosperity is not a burst, it is a rhythm. And when your decree becomes rhythm, your life becomes abundance without end. Here is the summit of all I have been teaching you. Wealth is not an event, not a miracle that happens once in a while to remind you of divine favor, not a sudden windfall that rushes in and then leaves you barren again. No, true wealth is a way of being. It is an atmosphere, an identity, a state of consciousness so steady that it cannot be shaken by appearances, so natural that you live in it as you live in air. To speak the breakfast command once is to plant a seed, but to live it daily, to let it shape your thoughts, your words, your choices, your very tone of being, that is to become prosperity itself. And when you become prosperity, you no longer chase wealth, you no longer beg for demonstrations, you no longer wonder if the law will work. You are the law in expression, and wealth obeys you as surely as your shadow follows your step. Most people live in cycles. They decree in crisis, receive a blessing, breathe a sigh of relief, and then slip back into the old pattern of fear and complaint. Their wealth rises and falls like a tide, not because spirit is changeable, but because their consciousness is unstable. They have not yet made wealth their way of being. They still think of prosperity as something out there to be reached for, instead of something in here to be lived. But spirit is not out there. The source is within you, and when you align with it steadily, you draw from it steadily, and abundance becomes the natural rhythm of your life. Think of health. A man may take a tonic in sickness and recover for a time, but if he returns to the habits that poisoned him, sickness will return. True health comes when health is lived daily, when clean air, clean food, clean thought, and clean word become habit. So it is with wealth. You may decree in a moment and see a blessing, but if you return to hoarding, to complaining, to fearing, to speaking lack, the stream will shrink. True wealth comes when abundance is lived daily, when giving, thanksgiving, bold decree, and fearless trust become habit. Then prosperity is no longer a visitor, it is a resident. I have often given the decree, I have a perfect work in a perfect way. I give perfect service for perfect pay. Many have spoken it and found a job, a payment, a temporary blessing. But those who made it daily, who spoke it until it became their breath, found more than a job. They found their life's work, their perfect expression, their right place in the world. The decree shaped their being until they were no longer workers chasing pay, but channels of divine service, and in that state, pay flowed as naturally as breath. This is wealth as a way of being. So I ask you, are you still chasing demonstrations, or are you living prosperity? Are you still waiting for supply to prove itself, or have you accepted that you are supply in expression? When you rise in the morning and speak the command, do you still feel like a beggar at the door, or do you feel like a king commanding his own? The difference is everything. For the beggar may receive a coin, but the king lives in a palace. The beggar may see a day of plenty, but the king lives in abundance unbroken. The beggar knocks timidly, the king decrees boldly. And when you understand that wealth is your way of being, you stop knocking and start ruling. Therefore, let the breakfast command not only be words on your lips, but the identity of your soul. Say it, yes, but also live it. Walk as though it were already true. Act as though the purse were already full. Speak as though every channel were already open. And soon it will not be pretense, it will be reality. For the law is exact, and when you live in abundance, abundance must appear. So tomorrow, do not simply recite the decree, become it. Do not simply speak wealth, be wealth. Do not simply command prosperity, live prosperity. And then you will see that wealth is not something you occasionally receive. It is who you are. It is the rhythm of your being. It is the natural state of one who knows the law and lives in it daily. Here is the final lesson of this section, and it is one that separates those who dabble in truth from those who live in it. The difference between sudden bursts and a continuous stream. Many discover the law, they speak the breakfast command, and to their astonishment, wealth rushes in quickly, almost miraculously. A check arrives in the mail, a debt is forgiven, a door opens, a gift appears. They rejoice, they say, it works. But soon after, the flow seems to dry up, the channels close, the purse grows thin again, and they wonder, why did it stop? Did I lose my touch? Did the law fail me? And I tell them, no. The law did not fail, they failed to build rhythm. They treated the decree as a tool for crisis, not as the daily song of life. They reaped a burst, but they did not plant for a stream. Spirit does not desire that you live from miracle to miracle, always waiting for the next emergency to push you back to faith. Spirit desires that you live in a river that never runs dry, a current of supply so steady that you never know lack again. Think of the Israelites in the wilderness. Each morning, manna fell from heaven, enough for the day, fresh, sufficient, reliable. They did not hoard, for hoarding spoiled the blessing. They received daily bread, and in that rhythm, they were sustained. That manna is a symbol of divine supply, faithful, constant, ever-present. And yet many still live as if manna were occasional, as if they must starve between bursts of blessing. But I tell you, the law is manna every morning, if you will claim it daily. I recall a woman who spoke the decree only when pressed by need. Each time, she saw a demonstration. Money arrived just in time, a way was opened, her fear was relieved. But she grew weary of the ups and downs, the feast and famine. She asked me, Florence, how can I live in steady abundance instead of these bursts? And I told her, make the decree your daily rhythm. Do not wait for lack to press you. Speak it in plenty as well as in need. Live as though supply is constant, and it will become constant. She obeyed. She spoke the decree at breakfast every day, guarded her words, gave in faith, rested in trust. And soon, she no longer had bursts and gaps, she had flow, a steady stream that supplied her without interruption. Do you see the difference? A burst is proof, but a stream is life. A burst excites the mind, but a stream calms the soul. A burst makes you shout in relief, but a stream makes you walk in peace. You are not meant to live in anxious waiting for the next miracle. You are meant to live in daily manna, in constant abundance, in a current of supply that never falters. And the key is rhythm. The breakfast command must not be your emergency measure. It must be your way of being. Speak it every morning, protect it every day, close it with thanksgiving every night, and the bursts will merge into a river. So I ask you, will you be satisfied with occasional proofs, or will you step into the continuous stream? Will you live on sudden bursts that thrill for a moment and then fade? Or will you live in a river that feeds you always? The choice is yours. Spirit is no respecter of persons. The manna is there each morning. The decree is the key. The stream waits to be claimed. Speak, believe, repeat, and you will no longer measure your life in bursts and gaps, but in steady flow, in ceaseless supply, in prosperity that is as constant as the rising Sunday. Now we have come to the seal of this message, and I would not have you leave with scattered thoughts or half-truths, but with the law written upon your heart like fire. You have heard me tell you that the first words of the morning set the tone of the whole day, that idle chatter at the breakfast table is no small matter, but the planting of seeds that must bear fruit. You have heard me show you how one command, spoken in faith before you rise from the table, can unlock wealth and bring proof before noon. You have seen that fear is the only enemy, the shadow twin of faith, and that unless it is cast out, it will rob your decree. You have learned the weapons to erase it: denial, affirmation, thanksgiving, love, and how to rise above appearances so that the giants of lack and delay cannot shake you. You have seen how fearlessness quickens the law, how boldness accelerates, how hesitation delays. You have seen that wealth must flow, not hoard, that circulation is the proof of trust, and that what looks like delay is often Spirit's rearrangement for your greater good. And finally, you have seen that prosperity must be lived daily, not in sudden bursts, but in rhythm, until wealth becomes your atmosphere, your way of being, your constant stream. So let me speak it plainly. You are no longer to rise in dread, to eat your bread in silence, to mutter complaint over your morning coffee. You are to sit at your table as a king upon his throne, as a queen upon her seat, and decree your good. You are to speak aloud, firmly, rhythmically. God is my unfailing supply. Large sums of money come to me quickly, under grace, in perfect ways. Say it until the air vibrates with it. Say it until your heart beats with it. Say it until the walls of your house echo with it. And then guard it as treasure, refusing every idle word, canceling every slip, denying every fear, replacing every doubt. Hold it until noon, and watch what moves. Do not be surprised when the phone rings, when the letter arrives, when the door opens, when the purse fills, when the channel clears. Do not say, "How strange." Say, "Of course. This is the law, and the law always works." Say it with me now. For the power is not in hearing alone, but in speaking. God is my unfailing supply. Large sums of money come to me quickly, under grace, in perfect ways. Each morning I decree, each day I receive, and wealth flows to me before noon. Speak it again. Speak it until the fear flees, until the doubt falls silent, until your whole being knows that it is so. For the word you speak is the life you live, and the command you dare to utter is the fortune you dare to claim. And here's my challenge to you. Do not let another morning pass in silence or complaint. Tomorrow, before your bread is buttered, before your coffee is poured, speak the decree. Speak it boldly, guard it fiercely, give thanks for it joyfully. Watch what comes before the sun is high. And when it comes, remember, it was not chance, it was not luck, it was not the world's favor, it was the law, exact and unfailing, answering your word. But I know what some of you are asking even now. Florence, what if I speak the decree and by nightfall nothing has appeared? What then? Did I fail? Did the law falter? And I tell you, there is a hidden law that explains why some decrees manifest instantly and others seem delayed. You must know it, for without it, your faith may falter at the very door of your good. In my next message, The Secret Door to Success, I will reveal this hidden law, and when you grasp it, you will never again tremble at delay, for you will see that even when nothing appears, the law is at work, preparing a greater good than you imagined. So do not stop here. Speak your command, claim your wealth, and then come with me to the secret door, where delay is broken, where success is certain, where abundance flows without end. If you are poor, it is because you have spoken poverty. If you are in debt, it is because your tongue has chained you there. But the same tongue can open the vaults of heaven and release riches into your hands. I will show you the daily word that breaks the back of lack forever. I will give you the exact daily word that unlocks financial freedom. Speak it, and you align with divine supply. Doubt it, and you chain yourself to struggle. You will learn how to stop calling money by its false name, hard to get, scarce, not enough, and instead call it by its true name, abundant, ready, and yours by divine right. If you have ever feared bills, debts, or lack, this message will turn the key in your prison door and swing it wide open to freedom. You have been told money is hard. You have been told freedom belongs only to the few. But I say to you, money is as obedient as your own shadow. It comes when called in the right spirit. The reason so many fail is simple. They speak fear instead of faith. They repeat words of lack instead of words of life. I will show you the one daily command that reverses this curse. Once you know it, you will never again bow to money, you will command it. Stay with me, for in this lesson I will open the law of divine supply. First, I will reveal the daily word you must speak to free yourself from financial bondage. Then, I will show you why ordinary prayers for money fail and how to pray the prayer that cannot fail. I will give you stories of men and women who turned their last dollar into rivers of gold by speaking the right word. And finally, I will arm you with affirmations so strong they will drive out fear and call riches to your door like faithful servants. Do not expect the usual teaching. Expect a divine interruption in your affairs. For if you stress about money, today that stress ends. If you are bound by lack, today you learn the law that looses you. The word you speak daily will be the word that writes your future in gold. Here's something most people completely miss, and because they miss it, they live their whole lives chained to lack. Every word you speak plants a seed. Your tongue is the planter, your subconscious is the soil, and your affairs are nothing more than the harvest. You may think that words are idle, that they are small, that they vanish into the air, but I tell you, not one word is lost. Each word goes forth like a seed into the invisible, and in time, it comes up in your visible world. The scriptures declare, life and death are in the power of the tongue. That means right now you're either planting life or planting death. Planting wealth or planting poverty, planting freedom or planting chains. Think of it this way. A farmer cannot plant thorns and expect roses. He cannot scatter weeds and hope for wheat. The harvest always matches the seed. So it is with your words. If your mouth is full of complaints, I can't afford this, I never get ahead, money is scarce, things are hard, then do not be surprised when your life looks like a field of weeds. You planted it. The soil of your subconscious does not argue. It does not select. It does not laugh. It simply grows whatever you drop into it. If you plant fear, you reap fear. If you plant lack, you reap lack. And if you plant truth, you reap freedom. Now, many protest and say, but I was only joking. I didn't mean it. The subconscious does not understand joking. It has no sense of humor. It hears only the words, receives them as commands, and obeys. I once knew a woman who used to say, half in jest, I am sick of this home. I wish I could live in a trunk. She thought it clever. She thought it meant nothing. But in time, her affairs collapsed, her fortune vanished, and she found herself literally living out of a trunk. Another woman was in the habit of saying, I'll probably end up in the poorhouse. And though she had been well off, circumstances shifted until she stood on the brink of destitution. They had planted the seed with their words, and the harvest could not fail. But let me give you the good news. The law works both ways. Just as a careless word can curse, a word of truth can bless. A woman once came to me with only $8 to her name, trembling with fear. I told her, we will bless the $8 and we will multiply it. Let us speak. I bless this money and it multiplies. I speak the word of supply and it obeys. She took hold of that word. She spoke blessing over what little she had, instead of cursing it. Within days, she was linked to an old friend who opened to her a stream of abundance, and thousands came into her hands. She said to me afterwards, tell people about the woman who had $8 and a hunch. I do, because it proves this law unfailingly. So I ask you, what seeds are you planting today? Every word you say over your money, over your health, over your work, over your family, is a seed in the soil. Are you planting weeds or wheat, poverty or plenty, chains or freedom? If you want a harvest of wealth, you must plant words of wealth. If you want a harvest of peace, you must plant words of peace. Stop scattering weeds of fear and start sowing seeds of truth. Your word is your wand. Use it with intention, and you will reap a harvest of abundance. And this is only the beginning. For once you understand that words are seeds, the next step is even more startling. The subconscious has no humor. It records every word as law, and that is where most people lose their fortune without knowing it. What I am about to tell you may sound almost unbelievable, yet it is one of the most important truths you must grasp if you desire freedom. Your subconscious has no sense of humor. It does not laugh, it does not wink, it does not say, oh, she didn't mean that. No, it takes every word as a command and begins at once to bring it to pass. This is why careless speech is so dangerous. and why thoughtless jokes about poverty, sickness, or failure often end up written into the very fabric of one's life. People laugh and say, "I'll end up broke, I'll probably get sick, nothing good ever happens to me." And then when those very things appear, they wonder why. The reason is simple. The subconscious does not laugh with them. It hears, it records, and it obeys. I knew a woman who often said she was sick and tired of her home. It was her favorite expression. "I am sick and tired of this place," she would declare, laughing, as though her words carried no weight. But the subconscious heard her. It took those words as law. In time, her circumstances collapsed until she had no home at all, and she found herself literally living out of a trunk. What she had sown in jest, she reaped in reality. Another woman, well provided for, took to saying that she was getting ready for the poorhouse. She repeated it so often, with a smile and a shake of the head, that it became her constant refrain. Soon her fortune dwindled, opportunities slipped away, and she stood on the very threshold of poverty. The subconscious did not laugh at her joke. It obeyed it. So I tell you now, never joke about lack, never jest about sickness, never use careless words that paint pictures of loss or bondage. For the law is exact, and every word goes forth to accomplish what it declares. If you say, "I'm broke," the subconscious sets to work to keep you there. If you say, "Money never comes my way," the subconscious makes certain it avoids you. If you say, "I am always unlucky," the subconscious makes sure that even good fortune slips through your fingers. What the subconscious hears, it produces. And yet, just as a careless word can bind you, a deliberate word of truth can free you. The woman with $8 blessed her money instead of cursing it, and the subconscious, hearing the blessing, produced a harvest of thousands. Another student of mine spoke daily, "God is my unfailing supply, and I have the magic purse of the Spirit. It can never be depleted." She affirmed this, though her purse held only a few coins. Soon gifts and unexpected checks began to pour in, and her purse was filled to overflowing. Why? Because the subconscious cannot argue. It cannot say, "That is impossible." It must obey. You see then how vital it is to watch every word. Do not let your tongue run loose in jest. Do not speak of lack as entertainment. Do not picture yourself in poverty to raise a laugh. Those laughs may cost you dearly. Instead, fill your mouth with blessing. Let your jokes be about abundance, your casual speech be about freedom, your daily declarations be about wealth, health, and joy. The subconscious will obey those words as surely as it obeys the words of lack. So I ask you, what words are you tossing away each day, thinking they are harmless? What jokes are you planting in the soil of your life? Look carefully, for you may be cursing yourself without even knowing it. But today you can turn it. You can choose to speak only words that bless, words that prosper, words that heal. And when you do, you will find the subconscious faithfully bringing those words to pass, and your life becoming a field rich with the harvest of your deliberate speech. And now that you understand how the subconscious obeys every word, whether spoken in earnest or in jest, you are ready to see how curses can be broken and blessings multiplied. For the same law that produces lack can also produce plenty when used aright. Let me show you how. Here is what changes everything. The same mouth that has cursed you can bless you. The same tongue that has chained you to lack can set you free. The same words that planted poverty can now plant abundance. And the harvest does not delay, for the law is swift when the word is spoken in faith. People often lament the careless words they have sown in the past, saying, "Have I doomed myself? Have I locked myself out of my good forever?" I tell you, no. The moment you turn your tongue from curse to blessing, the moment you replace words of fear with words of truth, the moment you speak not as a beggar but as a child of God commanding your inheritance, in that moment, the tide begins to turn. You are never more than one declaration away from the breaking of a curse and the opening of a blessing. I recall a woman who came to me with only $8. She was trembling, fearful, nearly undone by her circumstances. In the past, she had cursed her money. She had looked at it with contempt, saying, "This is not enough. This is useless. I will never get ahead." And the law obeyed, keeping her always in want. But when she came to me, I said, "We will bless the $8 and we will multiply it." Say with me, "I bless this money and it multiplies." I speak the word of supply and it obeys. She obeyed. She looked at those small bills, not with contempt, but with reverence. She spoke blessing over them. And within days, doors opened, connections were made, and thousands rushed to her. She said afterwards, "Tell everyone about the woman who had $8 and a hunch." And so I do, because it proves this law unfailingly. The curse was broken, the blessing was released, and her life turned. Another student of mine had long been in the habit of saying, "Money slips through my fingers, I never hold on to it." She thought she was merely describing her condition, but in fact she was creating it. I told her, "Turn that curse into a blessing. Speak instead. Money sticks to me. Money stays with me. Money serves me faithfully, and I use it wisely." She began to speak it. She felt foolish at first, for her purse was often empty, but the subconscious obeyed. Opportunities came, investments held, gifts arrived, and soon she marveled. It is as if money has become my servant. Indeed it had, for she had loosed it from the curse of her own tongue. I want you to see how simple this island. If you have been cursing yourself, stop it now. Do not say, "I can't afford." Say, "I can afford all that I need and more, under grace." Do not say, "Money is scarce." Say, "Money is plentiful, and it flows to me in avalanches of abundance." Do not say, "I never get ahead." Say, "I advance quickly, safely, joyously under divine law." Every curse has an opposite blessing. Every word of fear can be replaced by a word of faith. The choice is yours. Let me put it in a picture. Imagine your words as the rudder of a great ship. For years, you may have turned the rudder toward storms, toward reefs, toward danger, and the ship has followed. But at any moment, you can turn the rudder. At any moment, you can set a new course. The waves may not change in an instant, the wind may still blow, but the ship is turning, and soon you are on a new path. So it is with your life. Your past words may have brought storms, but your new words will bring calm seas and safe harbors. So I ask you, what curses will you replace today? What blessings will you speak instead? Will you go on saying, "I am poor," or will you begin saying, "I am rich by divine right"? Will you go on saying, "I am unlucky," or will you declare, "I am divinely guided into success"? Will you go on saying, "I am burdened," or will you speak, "I cast my burdens on God and I go free"? The law will obey either way. The choice is yours. And now that you see how words of curse can be turned into words of blessing, you are ready to step into the formula itself, the daily word that unlocks supply and makes riches obey your command. Here's a secret that overturns all the teaching of the world. Money is not wicked, money is not cruel, money is not scarce, money is not hard, money is divine substance. It is a symbol of God's inexhaustible supply, and when you call it by its right name, it comes to you faithfully, joyfully, abundantly. But most people never call money by its right name. They call it scarce. They call it hard to get. They call it dirty. They say, "I never have enough. It slips through my fingers. I can't hold on to it. I am always behind." And by those very words, they drive money from their lives. For if you slander a friend, that friend will not remain long in your company. If you curse your servant, that servant will withdraw. If you despise a gift, that gift will be taken away. And so it is with money. When you curse it, it hides. When you despise it, it flees. When you call it scarce, it must obey and remain scarce. But when you bless it, when you call it divine, when you speak of it as abundant, it hastens to your side, eager to serve. The formula is simple and sure. Speak daily. God is my supply, and large sums of money come to me quickly, under grace, in perfect ways. Say it in the morning, say it in the evening, say it when fear whispers, say it when bills appear. Do not look at the bills and cry, "I cannot pay." Look at them and say, "God is my supply, and these are already paid in full, under grace, in perfect ways." Speak it until your subconscious holds it as law. Speak it until you believe it more than you believe appearances. Speak it until the words become flesh and money moves at your command. I recall a student who had only $2. Her purse was light, her heart was heavy, and fear surrounded her. I said, "We will not curse this purse, we will bless it. We will declare it the magic purse of the Spirit, it can never be depleted. As money goes out, immediately money comes in." It is crammed, jammed, packed with abundance. She obeyed. She spoke the blessing instead of the curse. She imagined her purse full, heavy with notes, with checks, with gold and silver, and soon after, she received a gift of $6,000. The purse that had held two now held thousands, because she called it by its right name. Now let me tell you, the world will mock this. The reasoning mind will sneer, you cannot get money by words. But I say to you, all things are created by the Word. In the beginning was the Word, and by the Word was all made that was made. If words can create worlds, they can certainly call forth dollars. If words can set planets in their orbits, they can certainly arrange your affairs. The mocker may laugh, but the law does not laugh. It obeys, and while the doubter struggles, the believer speaks and receives. So, watch your tongue. Never again say, money is scarce. Never again sigh, I can't afford it. Never again mutter, it always slips away. Those are false names, and they will keep you in bondage. Instead, call money by its true name. Abundant, faithful, divine, obedient. Speak the formula daily. Engrave it on your heart. God is my supply, and large sums of money come to me quickly, under grace, in perfect ways. Do this, and the very currents of supply will rearrange themselves for your good. And now that you know the formula of words, you must also know the formula of action. For faith without works is dead, and the daily word must be joined with daily preparation. Let us now step into the law of faith in action, where you prepare before the supply appears, proving that you believe. Here is the next great truth. The word alone is not enough if your actions deny it. Faith must be joined with preparation. To speak abundance and yet to act as though poverty rules you is to cancel your own command. The universe listens not only to your words but to your works, and when the two agree, the law is fulfilled without fail. The scriptures tell us, faith without works is dead. It is not enough to speak the daily formula if you cling to your fear, if you shrink back from preparation, if you hoard in terror of lack. For to do so is to say with your lips, God is my supply, and to shout with your actions, I do not believe it. But when you prepare as though your abundance were already here, when you dig your ditches before you see the rain, when you set the table before the feast has arrived, then heaven rushes to meet you, for you have shown by your works that your faith is alive. Think of the story in the scriptures of the 3 kings who were wandering in the desert without water for their men and their beasts. They cried out in despair, and the prophet Elisha gave them a command that must have seemed absurd. Ye shall not see wind, neither shall ye see rain, yet make this valley full of ditches. Imagine their reasoning minds protesting. Why dig ditches in a dry desert when no rain is in sight? But they obeyed. They dug the ditches, and in the morning the valley was filled with water, though no cloud had appeared. They had acted their faith, and their faith was rewarded. This is the law. Prepare for the blessing even when not a trace of it appears. Prepare for the harvest when the field looks barren. Prepare for the supply when the purse feels empty. Your preparation is your proof, and God honors proof. I recall a woman in New York who was searching for an apartment at a time when apartments were impossible to find. Her friends pitied her, saying, "You will never get one. Store your furniture, give up your search, live in a hotel." But she knew the law of preparation. She affirmed, "Infinite Spirit, open the way for my right apartment." Then she felt a prompting to buy new blankets, though she had no apartment to use them in. For a moment she faltered, "Why buy blankets when I may have no place to lay them?" But then she remembered, faith prepares. She bought the blankets. And soon, though 200 had applied, she was given a beautiful apartment as though it had been waiting for her all along. Her blankets were her ditches, her proof of faith. Another man longed for a trip abroad, but he had no money. He took the statement, "I give thanks for my divinely designed trip, divinely financed, under grace, in perfect ways." But he did not stop there. He went and bought a trunk, a bright trunk with a red band around it. Each time he looked at it, he felt himself already on the ship. He imagined the sea air, the sound of the gulls, the creak of the gangplank. That trunk was his preparation, his ditch dug in faith. Soon after, the money came, and the trip was his in every detail. So I tell you, never speak faith while acting fear. Never say, "God is my supply," while hoarding every coin in terror. Never affirm abundance while refusing to buy the blankets, the trunk, the token of your belief. For faith must walk as well as talk. The law demands agreement between word and act. I ask you now, what can you do today to prove your faith? What small action can you take that says, I believe my abundance is already here? Perhaps it is to bless your bills instead of cursing them, to prepare your home for the prosperity you expect, to dress as though wealth already surrounds you, to give a gift when fear tells you to withhold. Whatever it is, do it with joy. For each act is a ditch dug, each preparation a token of faith. And as surely as the ditch is filled with water, your preparations will call supply into form. So remember this law. Speak the word and then prepare. Bless your money and then act as though more is on the way. Declare your good and then make room for it. For the man who digs his ditches in the desert will always find the valley full in the morning. And now that you see how faith must be joined with works, you must also see why so many fail to prosper even after speaking the word. It is because fear still haunts them. So let us now tear down the shadow of fear and doubt, for only then will the word of supply stand firm. Now here is a truth most people never see, and because they do not see it, they remain enslaved. Fear is nothing but faith turned upside down. Fear is faith in evil. Fear is faith that the wrong thing will happen, that lack will appear, that sickness will take hold, that loss is waiting at the door. It is faith misplaced, faith misdirected, faith poisoned. And the law knows no difference, faith in good or faith in evil. The subconscious obeys either. Fear is prayer to the wrong God, and like all prayer, it is answered. This is why Jesus, finding his disciples terrified in the storm, asked them, "Why are ye fearful, O ye of little faith?" He knew fear and faith cannot dwell together. One must displace the other. If fear rules, faith is gone. If faith rules, fear is cast out. So the question before you in every hour is simple. Which master will you serve, faith in God or faith in evil? I recall a man who became obsessed with a certain rare disease. He read about it, he imagined it, he studied the symptoms until he knew them by heart. He feared it so much that he saw it everywhere. His reasoning mind told him it was unlikely, but his subconscious obeyed the stronger seed, fear. His body, faithful servant of the subconscious, manifested the very disease he dreaded, and it carried him off. That is the terrible power of fear. It paints a picture, the subconscious records it, and the body and circumstances obey. As Job said, "The thing I greatly feared has come upon me." You may not fear disease, but how many fear bills? How many fear debt, fear unemployment, fear loss? They rehearse it day and night. What if I can't pay? What if I lose my job? What if I go under? And the law says, "As thou hast spoken, so shall it be." Fear is answered as faithfully as faith, for the soil does not question the seed, it only brings it forth. The subconscious does not judge between prayers to God and prayers to evil. It brings to pass the strongest image you plant, whether of lack or abundance, sickness or health, failure or success. But I tell you today, you are not a slave to fear unless you choose to be. The antidote is always at hand, the spoken word of truth. When fear rises, do not argue with it, do not wrestle with it, do not bow before it. Speak against it with authority. Say, "I will fear no evil, for thou art with me." Say it aloud, say it boldly. Say it until the vibration of it shakes fear loose from its roots. Say it until the presence of God within you grows stronger than any shadow around you. Fear cannot stand against a steady declaration of truth. It melts like mist before the Sunday. And let me warn you, the fear of fear is as dangerous as fear itself. Many hear these truths and then begin to fear their own fear. They say, "Oh, if I think one negative thought, I will ruin everything." And so, they live in dread of their own minds. That too is inverted faith. Do not fear fear. Cast it out calmly, serenely, with the word of truth. Know that one word of faith is stronger than 1,000 fears. A candle instantly drives out darkness, no matter how long the darkness has been there. So one word of truth will dissolve fear, no matter how long it has ruled. So I ask you now, what are you putting your faith in? Are you giving faith to bills, to debts, to disease, to loss? Or are you giving faith to supply, to health, to protection, to abundance? Fear and faith are the same force, directed in opposite ways. Turn your force to the light. Speak only what you desire to see. Refuse to rehearse the pictures of fear. Replace them instantly with pictures of plenty and with words of freedom. For remember this: fear is inverted faith, but faith in God is the only true power. Choose faith, speak faith, live faith, and you will find that what once terrified you dissolves like smoke, leaving only the solid ground of abundance beneath your feet. Now let me show you a secret that turns fear into nothingness and gives you a shield no weapon can pierce. It is the law of non-resistance. Most people fight shadows. They wrestle with appearances. They push against the very thing they fear, and in doing so, they feed it. For what you resist, you strengthen. What you fight, you give energy to. What you fix your eyes upon, even in dread, you call nearer. But the law of non-resistance says, do not fight shadows, for shadows have no power. Agree with thine adversary quickly, not by yielding to evil, but by refusing to give it weight. When fear comes knocking, do not tremble and do not struggle. Stand calm, speak the word of truth, and let the false picture dissolve by itself. The world says, fight fire with fire. But I say, quench it with water, quench fear with serenity. Quench resistance with rest. Quench every storm with the stillness of faith. Think of the hours men and women waste in worry. Worry is nothing but wasted imagination. It is painting picture after picture of disaster, then bowing down to those pictures as though they were gods. Worry feeds fear, and fear feeds failure. I once knew a businessman who was chained by worry. Every new venture, every transaction, every rumor filled him with dread. He fought his fears by arguing with them, by pushing back. But the more he fought, the stronger they became. Then one day, while waiting for a train, he saw a simple sign on the wall. Why worry? It will probably never happen. That sentence pierced his soul. He laughed, and in that laugh, the chain snapped. He stopped resisting, he stopped wrestling, and he began to rest in the idea that good would come instead of evil. From that day forward, his fears lost power, his affairs turned, and his business prospered. He had found the shield of non-resistance. So what does non-resistance look like in practice? It looks like speaking calmly when the storm rages. It looks like refusing to run in panic when appearances scream lack. It looks like resting in the word of truth even when your senses shout otherwise. You do not argue with the bill on your desk. You bless it and declare, this is already paid, under grace, in perfect ways. You do not struggle with the rumor of sickness. You say serenely, God is my health, and no weapon formed against me shall prosper. You do not wrestle with delay. You say, the walls of lack and delay now crumble away, and I enter my promised land, under grace. These are words of calm authority, not frantic struggle, and the subconscious, hearing them, obeys. The shadows dissolve and the true picture appears. Let me give you an affirmation that shatters fear when it rises. I smash and demolish every untrue record in my subconscious. They return to the dust heap of nothingness, for they came from nothing and they are nothing. I now make my perfect records through the Christ within, records of health, wealth, love, and perfect self-expression. Speak it slowly, serenely, with the weight of certainty. Feel the old records shatter, the false pictures dissolve, the heavy burdens drop. Then see the new record being written bright, strong, full of abundance and joy. That is non-resistance in action. Not fighting the old, but calmly replacing it with the new. So I ask you now, what are you resisting? What shadows are you wrestling? What adversary have you been fighting in vain? Lay down the struggle. Stop feeding the shadow with your fear. Refuse to argue with appearances. Refuse to fight the storm. Instead, stand still and declare the truth. Rest in the knowledge that God is the only power, and that every appearance contrary to your good is nothing but mist. Lift up your eyes, and the mist will vanish. This is the shield of non-resistance, and with it you walk through fire without being burned. You pass through waters and are not drowned. You face lions and find them tamed. So remember this law. Do not resist but replace. Do not fight but declare. Do not tremble, but stand still and see the salvation of the Lord. When you do, fear dissolves like smoke, and faith shines bright, leading you straight into the abundance that has been waiting for you all along. Now, let me tell you of the greatest guide you will ever have, the unfailing compass that never errs, the inner light that shines even when the path outside is dark. It is intuition, the voice of God within. I call it God's wireless, for it speaks without words, without noise, without visible signal, yet it carries the full power of divine intelligence into your mind and affairs. Most people miss it because they are so busy listening to the loud clamor of fear, of reasoning, of other people's opinions, that they cannot hear the still small voice speaking softly but surely within. Yet this is the very voice that leads you into abundance, that warns you of danger, that points you toward your fortune. The daily word you speak clears the channel so you can hear it. When you declare truth, when you bless instead of curse, when you speak abundance instead of lack, your mind grows still, the fog of fear lifts, and suddenly that voice is clear, unmistakable, undeniable. And if you obey it, it never fails. I remember saying to one of my students, never violate a hunch, for a hunch is often the first whisper of intuition. A woman once came to me with only $8. She was fearful, discouraged, uncertain what to do. We blessed the $8, we declared that supply was already on its way. Then I asked her, have you a hunch to do anything? She said, only that I should go home, though it seems foolish to spend what little I have on the car fare. I told her, obey your hunch, for the inner voice will not lead you astray. She went home, and there she was, led to meet an old family friend who opened a door of blessing to her, and thousands came into her hands. She said afterward, tell everyone about the woman who had $8 and a hunch.